Li Qinwu traveled through time and space and became a goblin. He obtained the mountain blade system, recruited soldiers, upgraded fortresses, climbed the technology tree, fought the First and Second World Wars, filled in maps, ruled the world, enslaved all races, and made the world full of grain. Chapter 1 Monster Forest. P.S. In this book, I want to explore how different races with different living habits, physiology, and beliefs can form a modern nation. In addition, how to use the law to restrain various legendary creatures. For example, if an immortal kills someone, how to punish him. If a worm man kills someone, he splits into thousands of worms, recombines with other worm men, and becomes a new person. How to identify the criminal. Pps. Since the only negative review of this book so far is actually because it contains female characters, I want to use one sentence to let you understand the tone of this book. A brain full of beautiful love can be blown into a scattering of tissue by a bullet propelled by black powder. Monster Forest. In a goblin tribe that looked like a garbage dump, hundreds of ugly goblins, only half the height of ordinary people, gathered in a circle. They looked at a freshly caught wild boar in the circle with greed on their faces, swallowing their saliva. Hunger made them want to pounce on the wild boar and bite it immediately, but the tall figure eating beside the wild boar made them dare not move forward. The tall figure was the leader of this goblin tribe. The chief goblin is almost as tall as an ordinary person. For a goblin that is less than 1 meter tall, he is already a giant. Not only is he tall, he is also extremely fat, with a round belly full of fat. He is definitely a patient with 3 highs. Belch. The goblin leader lay beside the wild boar and bit it madly. When only half of the wild boar was left, he burped and staggered towards the thatched hut, the only building of the goblin tribe. He lay down directly, and snoring sounded immediately. The sound was like the whistle in the cafeteria. Without the suppression of their leader, the goblins could no longer bear it and rushed forward to bite the half-wild boar madly. After a while, half of the wild boar was gone, leaving only a skeleton. The goblins, who had eaten and drunk their fill, dispersed and found a place to lie down and sleep, with a good mentality of taking each meal as it came. When all the goblins fell asleep, the goblin cubs crawled out from various corners and greedily licked the pig's blood mixed with mud. No, I have to find another way out. A goblin cub thought so as he watched his brothers lying on the ground and gnawing on the mud and sand. This goblin is called Li Qinwu, a Blue Star native. He stayed up all night playing Mount and Blade a week ago and died suddenly before unifying the continent. He traveled to another world and became a Western fantasy monster goblin. After discovering that he had become a goblin, Li Qinwu refused, especially when he found that the adult goblins casually abandoned him as a cub in the weeds on the roadside, just like throwing away garbage, which made him even more desperate. In this unknown primeval forest, not to mention that he is just a goblin cub, even if he were an adult, he would not be sure of survival. When Li Qinwu was planning to quit and start over, the mountain blade that caused his sudden death turned into a system and came to another world together, and initially gave him 3 attribute points. Li Qinwu sat up in shock as he was dying, and without saying a word, he added 3 attribute points to the Vitality attribute. The Vitality attribute in Mountain Blade 2 can increase his power when using one-handed swords, two-handed swords, and pole arms, and it also literally increases his vitality, which allows him to get through the most difficult cub stage. For a long time afterwards, Li Qinwu lived in the weeds. In order to survive, he ate grass like crazy and managed to survive by eating grass at the same time. He observed carefully and found that the adult goblins in the tribe could catch prey from time to time, but no one ever gave his pitiful goblin cub a bite to eat. In addition, there are no female goblins in the goblin tribe. Li Qinwu was curious. If there are no female goblins, where did he come from? Then he saw that the adult goblins who had returned from hunting had captured female animals alive, which had a great shock on Li Qinwu's young mind. What shocked him even more was that one day, a group of goblins, after failing to catch any prey, actually started cannibalizing their own kind. The defenseless goblin cubs were the first to be eaten. This made Li Qinwu realize that goblins were a group of monsters without family affection, and also strengthened his idea that he could only rely on himself. It has been the 14th day since Li Qinwu came to the other world. During these 14 days, he survived by eating weeds on the roadside. He found that the growth cycle of goblins was extremely short. In just 14 days, he was about to become an adult goblin. At least he had the ability to stand and walk. Li Qinwu looked at the wild boar skeleton in deep thought. He lowered his head and looked for something on the ground. After a while, he picked up a stone. Li Qinwu walked to the skeleton, aimed at the wild boar's teeth and knocked them, and then he got 4 wild boar tusks. If we polish them with stone, the 4 fangs should be able to be made into 4 daggers. If we have suitable branches, we should be able to make them into spears. Chirp, as he was thinking, his stomach rumbled violently, followed by an unforgettable feeling of hunger. Shit! I'm so fucking hungry. Li Qinwu covered his stomach with his hands, his face full of pain. Goblins grow fast, but they also consume a lot of food. Especially since he can only eat grass normally, the feeling of hunger comes even faster. We have to eat grass quickly, make weapons after we're full, and then go outside to see if we can hunt. Although he was very hungry, Li Qinwu forced himself to think, quickly arranged an action plan and wanted to find grass to eat. Before leaving, he took another look at the wild boar skeleton. It had been gnawed clean, without even a trace of meat. But when his eyes fell on the intact pig leg bone, his eyes suddenly lit up. Bone marrow. There's bone marrow in here. Li Qinwu took a stone and hit the pig's leg bone. After a while, the joint of the pig's leg bone was smashed and the leg bone fell off. He dragged the pig's leg bone into the forest. The adult goblins didn't care about what Li Qinwu did. These monsters would sleep after eating. They would not pay even a little attention to the inedible bones. However, the few goblin cubs who couldn't sleep because of hunger kept staring at Li Qinwu. Their desire for food made them learn to be cunning. They did not dare to try to get their hands on adult goblins, but they dared to cast their greedy eyes on Li Qinwu, who was also a cub. Several goblin cubs looked at each other and followed Li Qinwu into the forest. Li Qinwu didn't know that there was a tail behind his butt. He just wanted to get away from the goblin tribe and find a place to make a fire and roast pork leg bones. The goblin tribe eats raw food and no one knows how to make a fire. Li Qinwu was afraid that making a fire would arouse the hostility of the adult goblins, and let them know that there is marrow in the bones that can be eaten, so he would not get a share. Of course, the most important reason is that the pig leg bones are too hard and he can't smash them open. He has to smash the joints to remove them from the skeleton, which is very laborious. If he wants to eat the bone marrow, he can only burn the bones with fire and then smash them open. Li Qinwu stopped to chew the grass on the roadside while running to maintain his strength. When he was about to collapse due to hypoglycemia, he arrived at a small valley. The wind was blowing from the tribe, and he could make a fire here to reduce the chance of being discovered. Li Qinwu lay on the ground and rested for a long time. The lack of food and intense exercise made him feel dizzy. He hurriedly ate several mouthfuls of grass like a maggot before he recovered. You'll be able to eat the charcoal grilled spinal cord soon. Hang in there, Li Qinwu. Looking at the pig leg bones that he had finally brought out of the goblin tribe, he swallowed hard. He forced himself to get up from the ground, struggling to recover from the dizziness. He gathered dead branches and leaves and built a fire. Then he found a stick and a piece of wood and tore some dry fibers from the bark. He made a small bow with the hemp rope stolen from the goblin tribe, and he wanted to use the bow to drill fire. This is a very simple fire-making system, which he learned from Bear Grylls. After completing this system, a prompt suddenly appeared in Li Qinwu's mind: blacksmithing proficiency +1. Increase forging proficiency? He used his consciousness to open the skill panel of Mountain Blade 2, and saw that the proficiency of the forging skill had changed from 0 to 1. Can making such a small thing increase my forging proficiency? Li Qinwu scratched his head. In Mountain Blade 2, forging required the player-controlled character to be stationed in a town. Click on the blacksmith shop on the town options page, and forge weapons in the blacksmith shop to gain forging proficiency. The higher the proficiency of forging skills, the more powerful weapons can be made. Li Qinwu saw that as he added points to his forging skills, he could actually unlock skills such as mithril metal refining and weapon enchantment. The original Mountain Blade forging skills do not have this kind of bonus points. It seems that the Mountain Blade system has been adapted to local conditions after coming to the other world. Li Qinwu's heart suddenly became excited. Since he could forge, then he could also recruit soldiers and horses. A special gameplay of Mountain Blade. In the Mountain Blade game, players can recruit soldiers in villages, towns, etc. If they can figure out how to recruit soldiers in reality, then Li Qinwu will have the capital to gain a foothold in this world. I swear. From today on, I will never eat spicy food. I want to eat dry meat every day. Li Qinwu howled and put the fire he had lit by drilling wood into the firewood pile. The firewood pile was quickly ignited. Li Qinwu immediately put the wild boar leg bones on the fire to roast. After a while, the wild boar leg bones were roasted and smoking, and a slightly fishy burnt smell spread. Li Chinwu licked his lips frantically. Ever since he was born by an unknown female creature, the only food he had eaten was wild grass. The aroma of burnt protein made his stomach start to ache violently again. The biological instinctive desire almost drove him crazy, but his soul was human after all, and he forced himself to suppress his desire to eat. It would take some time before the pig thighs were roasted to the point where they could be peeled apart. He took out 4 wild boar teeth and planned to process them slightly. Li Chinwu found a stone to grind 4 teeth. He completed the task quickly because teeth were not hard things and could not be ground too sharp. He was also afraid that they would break if ground too much. Then he found a handy wooden stick from the ground and used his teeth to pry open a gap in the middle of the stick head. He clamped his teeth in the middle of the stick and tied it tightly with a rope. A spear that looked like it would break at any time was ready. At the moment the spear was completed, a system prompt sounded in his head. You forged a broken spear. Forging proficiency +1. Li Chinwu weighed the spear and felt that it was better than nothing. The main reason was that the forging proficiency increased too slowly. The first skill point required 25 proficiency points, which would take an eternity. Carrying his spear, Li Chinwu came to the fire. At this time, the wild boar leg bones were almost cooked. He took the leg bone off the fire, held one side of the bone high, gathered his energy into his dantian, and smashed it hard against the stone. With a snap, the leg bone broke off in the middle where the flames burned the most, and some bone marrow spilled out. Li Chinwu's eyes instantly turned red, and he rushed forward and sucked on the leg bones. Fat and various nutrients rushed into his stomach, making him feel so good that he almost rolled his eyes. Ah! I'm a carnivore! Li Chinwu shouted excitedly. The pain of eating grass for half a month was cured by animal fat. At this moment, he quickly cleaned one leg bone and was about to pick up another one when he heard the sound of a branch being stepped on. He looked up towards the source of the sound and saw 8.5 grown goblins approaching him. Their green eyes flashed with hunger as they stared at the pig bone in Li Chinwu's hand. Chapter 2: Fight Hey Grass Eater. What's that in your hand? It smells so good, give it to me. A goblin cub stood up first. He was 0.8 meters tall and almost grew into an adult goblin. He was also the strongest goblin present. Li Chinwu frowned slightly, tightened the spear in his hand, and silently took a step back. There were 8 goblins present, although they were all cubs. However, Li Chinwu, who only had a simple spear, was not much stronger than them, so the advantage was not mine. As for the grass eater mentioned by the other party, it was because they found Li Chinwu lying in the haystack and eating grass every day, so they gave him this name. The goblins named each other so simply and casually. Some called them dirt eaters, some called them shit eaters, some called them strong goblin, and some called them thin goblin, etc. Li Chinwu took a small step back, and the goblins surrounded him. Li Chinwu looked at the greed in their eyes and knew that escape was impossible, but he was unwilling to give up the pig bones in his hand. He didn't want to go back to eating grass. Thinking quickly, he made a desperate decision. Okay, I'll give it to you. Li Chinwu had a smile on his face and threw the leg bone forward in front of several goblin cubs. We are all brothers, so of course we should share good things. The pig leg bone hit the ground, and a little roasted bone marrow spilled out. The aroma of burnt fat and protein instantly evaporated the sanity of all the goblins, and they rushed forward like crazy to fight for the pig bone. Now is the time. Li Chinwu took advantage of the goblins snatching the pig bones and rushed forward with a stone in his left hand and a homemade spear in his right hand. He swung the stone hard, hitting a goblin on the back of the head. The goblin screamed and fell down, his life or death unknown. Li Chinwu approached quickly, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he thrust his spear forward, piercing it directly into the abdomen of a goblin cub. The goblin cub howled in pain and fell to its knees on the ground, unable to stand up. Li Chinwu pulled out his spear and stabbed at another goblin without any hesitation. With the same painful howl, another goblin was stabbed to the ground. It was not until then that the goblins fighting for the pig leg bones reacted and scattered in panic. Li Chinwu found the right opportunity, kicked down a slower one, stepped on the other's back and stabbed him with a spear. After a scream, Li Chinwu didn't care whether the other was dead or not, and quickly stepped back a few steps to keep some distance. Both sides pushed each other away, and Li Chinwu's body shook. He felt dizzy again. If he hadn't eaten half a pig bone marrow before, which put some oil in his stomach, he would have fallen to the ground now. There are still 4 people on the other side now. Although I have a spear in my hand, it will still be very dangerous if I am surrounded. Li Qinwu quickly adjusted his breathing to balance the dizziness caused by the intense battle. At the same time, his eyes were fixed on the 4 goblins opposite. Observing their conditions, the 4 goblins looked at him with fear. Li Qinwu knocked down half of them at once, which almost made the goblins' instinct to admire strength take effect. However, the pig leg bone on the ground that exuded the aroma of fat made them suppress this instinct. In the face of hunger, everything else had to be put aside. After a while, the 4 goblins couldn't help it anymore. They moved towards the pig bones on the ground again, picked up suitable sticks and stones from the ground, and looked at Li Qinwu vigilantly. Li Qinwu's face darkened as he saw the other party holding weapons. The risk of killing them was huge, and there was a possibility of a car accident. Was it worth it to fight them for just a pig bone? Or should he just retreat for the time being? He was hesitating when he suddenly heard 3 system sounds. You killed a goblin cub, experience +1. You killed a goblin cub, experience +1. You killed a goblin cub, experience +1. The 3 prompts made Li Qinwu stunned. He used his consciousness to open the personal panel of Mount and Blade 2. Name, Li Qinwu. Race, Goblin, Cub, Title, Herbivore. Because you survived by eating grass, this attracted widespread attention in the Goblin tribe, so you were given the title of Herbivore. Title effect, you possess a strong stomach, able to consume grass and extract a small amount of nutrients from it. However, this is a derogatory term. How can a goblin eat grass? Your charisma towards goblins is reduced by -10. Level, 0 experience, 2/7 mana, 0 affinity, dark belief, native belief in the goblin god property of vitality 3, one-handed weapon proficiency 0, two-handed weapon proficiency 0, polearm proficiency 2, control 0, bow proficiency 0, crossbow proficiency 0, thrown weapon proficiency 1, endurance 0, riding proficiency 0, running proficiency 18, blacksmithing proficiency 2, cunning 0, reconnaissance proficiency 11, tactics proficiency 0, rogue habits proficiency 0, social 0, charm proficiency 0, leadership proficiency 0, trade proficiency 0, prayer proficiency 0, intelligence 0, management proficiency 0, medical proficiency 0, engineering proficiency 0, magic proficiency 0, 0 unallocated attribute points, 0 unallocated specialization points. Li Qinwu saw that his experience value changed from 0.7 to 3.7. He looked at the 4 goblins he had knocked down before. 1 was unconscious and the other 3 had bled to death. This was the source of his experience. This meant that he could level up if he killed 4 more goblins. In the Mount and Blade system, leveling up can gain attribute points and specialization points. Attribute points can make him stronger. For example, vitality can make him more powerful and more energetic. The attributes also include several skills, which can be strengthened with focus points. For example, the long pole weapon under vitality now has a proficiency of 3. This is because Li Qinwu stabbed 3 goblin cubs with a spear. The higher his proficiency becomes, the faster he will swing his weapon, and he will also be able to unlock skills for weapons of the same type. Who knows what dangers this other world holds? I must seize every opportunity to become stronger. He looked at the 4 goblins in the distance, a cruel smile flashing across his face. There are exactly 4 skill points for 4 guys, which is enough for him to upgrade once. These goblins in front of him are ready to die. Chapter 3, Contribute to the Great Goblin Revival. My dear goblin brother, there's no need for us to fight to the death. Why don't we shake hands and make peace? After all, we're all woodcutters born from the same nest of wood rats. Li Qinwu held the spear and took small steps to adjust his position while provoking the other party with words. Although goblins are low-level monsters, their IQ is not low. When they saw Li Qinwu holding a spear, they knew it was an offensive posture, so they raised their weapons and pressed towards him, especially the tallest goblin cub in the group. He shouted, "Everyone, come together and kill him. We'll divide the food equally." He held a stone in his left hand and a wooden stick in his right hand, actually imitating Li Qinwu's combat strategy. This shows that monsters like goblins have a strong learning ability, and they started to imitate after just one look. But beasts are beasts after all. How can their IQ compare to that of Li Qinwu, who has a human soul? Li Qinwu suddenly pointed behind the goblins and shouted in fear, "Chief! Chief! Why are you here?" When the goblins heard that their leader was coming, they turned around in horror. The tall and fat goblin leader is the goblin cub's lingering nightmare, because if the goblins who go out hunting cannot bring back enough food, he will catch the goblin cubs and eat them. These goblin cubs present were actually his food reserves, so everyone's fear of the goblin leader was so deep that they could not resist it at all. The leading goblin cub looked back in panic, but there was nothing in the forest. Where they came from? Oops. His natural cunning made him realize that he had been deceived. He immediately wanted to turn around, but it was too late. Li Qinwu had already rushed to him and stabbed the spear in his hand into his abdomen. The intense pain made him scream wildly, tears and snot streaming down his face. He subconsciously grabbed the spear that was stuck in his body. Li Qinwu wanted to pull out the spear, but the other party held it tightly, preventing him from doing so. At this time, the other three goblins also realized that they had been deceived. Seeing Li Qinwu knock down another person, they were angry and afraid, and they howled and threw the stones in their hands at Li Qinwu. Li Qinwu didn't want to give up his main weapon, so he could only lower his head to avoid being hit by the stones. He used his body to withstand the impact of the stones, which left him with several bruises. Oh my god! Li Qinwu cursed and simply stopped pulling out the spear. Instead, he pushed forward with force and stabbed the spear head directly into the opponent's abdomen. The opponent howled in pain and was pushed to the ground. Li Qinwu swung the spear vigorously, causing greater damage to the opponent. The opponent was in so much pain that he almost lost strength. Li Qinwu stepped on his chest and pulled the spear out. Kill! Li Qinwu shouted and took a deep breath, and was about to rush forward with his spear to kill the remaining three goblins in one go, but he suddenly found that the tip of the spear was missing. Fuck! Li Qinwu's eyes widened. After such a fierce battle, the wild boar tusk in front of the wooden stick had long fallen off, and now he was holding a bear stick. He doesn't have the strength of Tang Bowu, who can kill people without a spear. Now he is in a passive position. Seeing this scene, the remaining three goblins became more confident and attacked with wooden sticks in hand. Li Qinwu took a few steps back and started talking nonsense. Dear lumberjack, there's no need for us to fight. There are so many delicious relatives on Earth, enough for all of us to eat. Why are you trying to kill me? These words moved the two goblins, and they stopped sprinting. Indeed, there were so many people on the ground, they could have eaten their fill, so why did they still have to go up there and fight? However, the goblin who rushed to the front was probably a little crazy. He just wanted to kill Li Qinwu quickly. He didn't listen to what Li Qinwu said at all. He rushed over waving a wooden stick and howling. Li Qinwu took advantage of the disconnection between the three and quickly went up with a stick. Before the two sides came into contact, he dug his jade feet into the soil and lifted it up, sending mud and sand flying into the other's eyes. Ouch! The opponent threw away the wooden stick and covered his eyes. Li Qinwu raised the spear and swung it down at the opponent's head. With a click, the spear hit the opponent's bald forehead and broke on the spot. The opponent's forehead was slightly concave. He stood at attention and then fell straight down. At the same time, the system prompt sounded, "You killed a goblin cub, gaining +1 experience." This blow of the stick drained all of Li Qinwu's strength. His eyes blurred and he fell to the ground. Not good. Li Qinwu wanted to struggle to get up, but there were two enemies standing opposite him. If he couldn't stand up, he would probably die here. He struggled frantically, but the low blood sugar made him extremely weak, and the intense exercise deprived his brain of oxygen. He almost vomited, and the whole world seemed dizzy. Is that the end? Li Qinwu thought so, and then calmly waited for death, but 10 seconds passed, 20 seconds passed, 3 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, and the remaining two goblins didn't come up to finish off the enemy. After lying down for 10 minutes, Li Qinwu regained some strength. He staggered to the ground and looked around, only to find that the two goblins had actually run away. Ha ha! Stragglers! Li Qinwu mocked mercilessly. If these cowardly beasts had attacked together from the beginning, he would have been finished long ago. However, these guys had no sense of cooperation and were disturbed by his various means. They came up one by one and threw themselves at him like idiots. We can't let them go back. If they tell the goblins in the tribe that I can start a fire, it will be bad for me. The life in the past half-month made Li Qinwu realize that goblins are a group of selfish beasts with no long-term vision. If the goblin leader knew that I could make fire, he would not use me but would eat me instead. Perhaps he thought that by eating his smart fellows he could become smarter. He picked up the remaining half of the pig leg bone and ate the bone marrow in a few big mouthfuls. A large amount of fat filled his hungry stomach, slightly relieving some of the dizziness. He took the previously polished boar tusks in his hand and slowly chased towards the goblin tribe. He was not afraid that the other party would run away. These goblin cubs were in the same situation as him. They were also hungry and had low blood sugar. If they were frightened and ran away, they would probably faint on the ground like him before running far. Sure enough, less than 500 meters after Li Qinwu walked out, he saw two goblins with their eyes rolled back on the ground. The two guys were twitching all over and couldn't even stand up. This is the result of low blood sugar and strenuous exercise. He went up and killed the opponent with his boar tusks. At the same time, the goblin he had just stabbed died of blood loss. He gained 3 experience points and his level changed. Level 0-1 experience, 0/20 attribute point +1, specialization point +1. Finally upgraded, Li Qinwu opened the panel for adding points to the attributes of at least 2 points in hacking, and directly added 1 point to vitality. His vitality attribute increased from 3 to 4. The bonus of attribute points was very obvious. Li Qinwu felt that the dizziness caused by hypoglycemia was dispelled. His physique, blood, and strength increased. Even his height reached 0.9 meters. Now his strength should be similar to that of an adult goblin. He felt that he now had a foothold in the goblin tribe. As long as he was not targeted by the goblin leader, he could slowly develop and grow strong enough to defeat the goblin leader and become the leader himself. Thinking about it, his eyes turned to the specialization point. What should he order? Logically, he should have chosen the long pole weapon, which was the only weapon he could obtain now, but after thinking it over again and again, he still chose the skill of running. The only way I was able to kill so many goblins was by talking nonsense and running and pulling repeatedly. When I am relatively weak, it is better to invest resources in life-saving measures. After clicking on the first level of running expertise, Li Qinwu clearly felt that his steps became much lighter, which made him feel happy. He whistled and returned to the battle site. He looked at a goblin crawling on the ground. This guy was the first one to be knocked unconscious by him with a stone. Li Qinwu did not choose to kill him, but tied his hands with a stolen straw rope. After the binding was completed, he heard a ding sound in his head. You have 1 kill enemies, 7 captured enemies, 1 experience points gained, 7 friendly casualties, 0 loot, grain x2, goblin ear x3, stone x1 dinar earned. 23. Li Qinwu was very happy to see that he had equipment and money dropped after the battle was settled. He didn't know what the stones and goblin ears were used for, but these things were stored in the warehouse of Mount and Blade, and he didn't need to hold them in his hands, so he just left them there for now. However, the 2 bags of grain made him happy. Now he had food. In Mount and Blade 2, players can obtain different equipment by defeating different enemies. For example, by defeating pirates, players can obtain pirate helmets and javelins. By defeating regular troops, there is a chance that very precious armor and swords will be dropped, but there is one thing in common: no matter what enemy you fight, grain will definitely drop. Li Qinwu's mind moved, and 2 bags of grain appeared at his feet. Each bag weighed about 5 kilograms and was placed in a linen bag. These 2 bags of food were enough for him to eat for more than a month. This made him extremely excited. He planned to find opportunities to attack more hostile units to see if he could get more precious items. Li Qinwu waved his hand and 2 bags of grain returned to the warehouse. He saw that the capacity displayed on the warehouse was June 30th. It seems that all items stored in the warehouse, regardless of size or weight, only occupy 1 slot. I remember that increasing the limit of mules, horses, and troops can increase the limit of items that can be carried. Thinking of the troops, Li Qinwu couldn't wait to open the troop panel. The number of people on the troop panel is now 1/20th, which is the upper limit of the number of soldiers that his first-level family can carry. The number of soldiers will increase after the family level is upgraded. Li Qinwu thought quickly and went to recruit soldiers. According to the performance in the game Mount and Blade 2, the soldiers under his command were like dead men. A dozen old farmers in cloth dared to charge at hundreds of armored knights and would not retreat until they died. If he wanted to recruit soldiers, he had to go to the village and recruit them with dinars. The only village nearby was the Goblin tribe, so he planned to go back and try to figure out how to do it. However, there is another way to recruit soldiers: recruiting from prisoners of war. General Li Qinwu turned his gaze from the troop strength page to the prisoner management page, where it showed 1/10. Captive, Goblin Cub X1. Li Qinwu walked to the unconscious Goblin Cub, and with a big nose bag, he slapped the sleeping Goblin Cub to wake it up. The Goblin Cub looked at Li Qinwu in confusion. Not understanding his current situation, Li Qinwu supported his body, put his hand on his chin which was full of pustules, and looked at his yellow eyes affectionately. "Oh my dear lumberjack. Join my army and contribute to the great revival of the goblins. Chapter 4 Obtaining soldiers join me, When my, soldier, Li Qinwu's face was filled with black lines. This guy was impossible to communicate with and just kept on making noises. "Shut up!" Li Qinwu roared loudly, scaring the other party into silence on the spot. He was very satisfied and was about to talk about his policy of recruiting people, but the other party howled even more miserably. "Fuck you!" Li Qinwu's ears hurt from the noise, and he got angry. He slapped the opponent with 7 or 8 big slaps, making him dizzy and fall to the ground. He grabbed the man's neck and stared into his eyes angrily. "From today on, I'm your boss. You have to listen to me, or I'll slap you to death. Do you understand?" The other party nodded hurriedly, fear in his eyes. Li Qinwu let him go, opened the Mountain Blade 2 prisoner management page, and looked at his only prisoner icon. There was no recruitment mark, which made him frown deeply. Li Qinwu thought that something was wrong. The other party had surrendered, so why couldn't they be recruited? In Mountain Blade 2, after you defeat the enemy, there is a chance that you can capture the enemy soldiers. As long as the captive time is long enough, the enemy will choose to surrender, and you can spend dinars to recruit them into your army. The higher the rank of the soldier, the harder it is to recruit, and the lower the rank, the easier it is to recruit. Some low-level militiamen can be recruited immediately after being captured, without even waiting. The goblin cub in front of him was a level 0 noob in the system entry of Mountain Blade 2, not even level 1. He was a noob among noobs. This kind of guy should have been recruited the moment he was captured, not to mention that he had verbally expressed his surrender. Li Qinwu felt that it was because he did not put enough pressure on him, so he had to put more pressure on him, so he shouted dragon fruit and rushed forward and punched the goblin cub in the face. The other party was knocked to the ground with dragon fruit juice all over his face. War tramples. Li Qinwu jumped high and stepped on the opponent's chest, causing him to get a stitch in the side and unable to even scream. Heartwarming dumplings. Li Qinwu kicked the other person in the stomach, causing him to vomit acid. "Oh, boss. From now on you are my boss." Seeing that the opponent had surrendered, Li Qinwu took a step back to cancel the combo's backswing. He thought that Pan Zi's dog training combo was still effective. He happily opened the prisoner management system, but the recruitment option still did not appear on the opponent's icon. He's already surrendered, so why can't he be recruited? Li Qinwu frowned slightly. Could it be that Pan Zi's combo was useless? He looked at the goblin cub lying on the ground and actually caught a hint of cunning in his eyes. "Damn it! Are you playing tricks on me? I think the pressure girl is giving me a stomachache." Li Qinwu was furious. He took out a straw rope from the warehouse, tied it around the goblin cub's neck, threw the rope over the tree trunk, and pulled it hard. "Playing tricks? I'll take you flying a kite. Do you accept it?" The goblin cub's legs were pulled off the ground, his neck tightened and he couldn't breathe. The fear of lack of oxygen scared him to the point of peeing. His legs kicked wildly, and his green eyes looked at Li Qinwu with pleading eyes. Li Qinwu ignored his pleas. He knew there were only 2 kinds of goblins in this world, treacherous and cunning goblins and cunning and treacherous goblins. Unless he was made to taste unforgettable pain, he would never surrender. From the bottom of his heart, Li Qinwu let the opponent fly like a kite for more than 30 seconds until the opponent started rolling his eyes. The goblin cub fell to the ground. Li Qinwu went up and performed CPR and gave him milk. "Are you convinced? If not, take another set of combos." The goblin cub sat up, kicking the ground with its legs and backing away frantically, with only fear in its eyes. "From now on, I'm your boss. You have to listen to me. Otherwise, I'll be kicked by dragon fruit every day." Li Qinwu threatened fiercely. Although the goblin cub didn't understand the meaning of so many nouns he used, he still knew the pain, so he nodded frantically. Li Qinwu opened the prisoner management page again. This time, a recruitment option appeared on the opponent's icon, and he obviously obeyed from the bottom of his heart. Li Qinwu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that all his hard work for half a day was not in vain. He immediately clicked on recruit and spent 5 dinars to make him his soldier. The remaining dinars became 18, and then Li Qinwu's interface appeared, and the troop maintenance cost, 1 dinar per day. There are only so few game coins left, which makes Li Qinwu feel a sense of crisis.in. Mount and Blade 2, soldiers need to be paid. If your cash flow is cut off and you fail to pay the soldiers the corresponding dinars, some of them will simply abandon you. Of course, they will not leave directly, but their morale will drop rapidly. The highest morale is 100 and the lowest is 0. A drop of 20 or 30 is a relatively dangerous value, and at this time there will be a large-scale exodus of soldiers. Li Qinwu saw that the morale of his troops was 60, a sub-healthy value. If he wanted to improve morale, he had to pay wages on time and increase the variety of food in the warehouse. Now there is only grain in his warehouse, so it seems he will have to find a way to get more food next. Recovering his thoughts, Li Qinwu untied the goblin cub's hands and let him stand in front of him. He looked at the other person carefully. In his eyes, besides fear, there was deep gratitude, as if he had dedicated his whole life to Li Qinwu and was not willing to play. He no longer had any cunning. Maybe the system was working. Li Qinwu was very satisfied and pointed at the other party and ordered, "Squat down." The other person did as he was told and squatted down. "Roll around." The other party did as he was told and rolled on the ground. "Give yourself 2 slaps." The other party hesitated slightly and slapped himself twice. "Hand rub a controlled nuclear fusion device." The other party looked at Li Qinwu in confusion. Li Qinwu understood that the other party would only execute orders that he understood and could do, and would be confused about the rest. Li Qinwu was very satisfied with the conscription system of Mount and Blade 2. This is not conscription at all, it is completely recruiting death squads. He still has 18 recruitment slots. If he can recruit enough soldiers, he will have 19 death warriors. Even if he recruits goblins whose physical fitness is only that of human children, he can use them to do great things. What's more, after gaining enough experience points, the opponent can be upgraded to a more powerful goblin army. Next, Li Qinwu ordered the other party to find a wooden stick, and then handed him a sharpened wild boar tooth. "From today on, your name is Gobspair. Watch me and do whatever I say." Li Qinwu took a wild boar tusk, found a relatively straight and sturdy wooden pole, combined the wild boar tusk and the wooden pole, and then took some resin from an unknown tree on the side and applied it to the connection between the wild boar tusk and the wooden pole. During the battle just now, he looked around and noticed that there were wounds on the tree where large animals had sharpened their claws. A large amount of resin was flowing out of these wounds, and he came up with the idea of strengthening the spear. He coated the joints with resin to make them airtight, and then placed them next to the bonfire that was still burning. After a while, the resin was burned black and hardened. Li Qinwu tried to pry the wild boar's tusk apart with his hands, but couldn't. The connection was still tight. Although it was still a primitive and crude weapon, it was much better than the one tied with straw rope just now. At least it would not fall off easily. Gob Mao watched Li Qinwu's movements carefully throughout the whole process and followed his lead. After Li Qinwu's spear was finished, he also made a spear. "Show me." Li Qinwu took the spear from Gob Mao's hand and checked it, and was surprised to find that the quality was quite good. He recalled the description of goblins in the animation he watched in his previous life, a group of despicable and cowardly monsters, like the psoriasis of the world, killing one batch after another, and any adult man could kill them with pleasure. But when the population of the goblin tribe rises to a certain level, some powerful goblins will be born inexplicably. They will become the leaders of the goblin tribe and cause great trouble to other intelligent races. If other intelligent races cannot wipe out the goblin tribe in one fell swoop, they will progress rapidly, just like the green-skinned orcs in Warhammer 40k. When you first go to attack the goblin tribe, they are like a group of primitive people who don't even know how to make fire. But as the war progresses, they will develop wooden weapons, stone weapons, and even iron weapons and magic weapons. Li Qinwu looked at Goblin Spear, who was fiddling with his spear excitedly, and felt that monsters like goblins might not be simple. Chapter 5: Making a Fish Basket. Li Qinwu saw that it was still early and he could only lie on the ground and eat grass if he returned to the tribe. He did not plan to go back immediately and wanted to develop in the jungle first. He picked a direction, told Gobmo to follow him, and led the way forward. If he remembered correctly, there was a river in that direction. During the half-month that Li Qinwu was grazing, he had been carefully observing the movements of the goblin hunting team. He found that the hunting team returning from the north mostly brought prey and fish. He concluded that there was a river in the north, and fishing was much easier than catching other small animals. His judgment was correct. After walking 7 or 8 kilometers to the north, they saw a huge river. Li Qinwu was shocked. From the shore where he was standing, he could only vaguely see the opposite bank. The width of this river was estimated to be more than 5 km. What made him feel even more terrified was that he saw some kind of huge fish leap high into the river, then hit the water surface, stirring up a violent column of water, like a cannonball exploding in the water. Oh my god, this is another world. Li Qinwu estimated that the huge object was over 100 meters long. Even from such a distance, it made him feel creepy. He immediately took Goblin's spear and moved away from the shore, not waiting for the giant monster to come ashore and eat them like melon seeds. He did not turn back and leave, but took the gob spear and searched for small tributaries along the riverbank. Since he could not get close to the big river because of the giant monsters, he would go to the small tributaries to see if he could catch some small fish. Hard work pays off. The two soon found a small tributary. The water was very clear and they could see many fish swimming in it. The resources were quite rich. Seeing this, Gobmo shouted excitedly and jumped directly into the stream, trying to catch fish with his bare hands. Li Qinwu rolled his eyes. If catching fish was so easy, the goblin tribe wouldn't have to eat each other. As expected, Goblin's spear worked for a long time but caught nothing and got himself wet, but he did clean off the bad smell. Gobmo went ashore dejectedly, feeling a little frustrated, but he suddenly saw some snails crawling on the shore. Since they were animals, they could be eaten, so he grabbed a snail and threw it into his mouth. Fuck! Seeing this idiot eating incoherently, Li Qinwu slapped him in the face with such force that he spun 3.5 times on the spot, and the snail in his mouth came out. Li Qinwu pinched Gobmo's neck and shook it wildly. You're looking for death. This thing is full of parasites. Be careful or it will eat you to death. Gobmo covered his swollen face in confusion and looked at Li Qinwu pitifully, obviously not understanding why he was beaten. Li Qinwu knew that some adult goblins would often hold their stomachs and howl in pain, and die within a few days. Other goblins would frantically bang their heads against trees and kill themselves. These symptoms are caused by the goblins eating raw food. Either the parasites enter the stomach, intestines, liver, or brain. In the later stages, the body is full of parasites and they die in pain. Gobmo didn't know what a parasite was and looked aggrieved. Li Qinwu was too lazy to explain to him and just told him not to eat without his order. Li Qinwu pointed at the forest. Go get some straight branches and vines, the more the better. Gobmo said oh and ran into the forest. After a while, he came back with a bunch of sticks and vines. Boss, why do you want these things? You can't eat them. They can't be eaten, but you can grab something to eat. Watch carefully and learn to do it with me. Li Qinwu took the branches and vines and started working on them. After a while, a simple fish basket was made. Gobmo didn't know what this thing was used for, but he had a strong learning ability and imitated Li Qinwu's actions to make a fish basket. Li Qinwu once again marveled at the goblin's learning ability. He took the 2 fish baskets, tied them with straw ropes, picked up a few large snails from the river, smashed them with stones, threw the snail meat into the fish baskets, tied the straw ropes to a branch and stuck it into the ground, and threw the fish baskets directly into the stream. Then the 2 of them stepped back a little and waited quietly. While waiting, their stomachs began to growl, especially Goblins, who hadn't eaten anything all day and had just followed him into the mountains. Seeing that he looked listless, Li Qinwu was afraid that he would suffer from hypoglycemia at the critical moment, so he took a bag of grains from the warehouse, grabbed a handful and put it in his hand. Eat. Gobmo was surprised at Li Qinwu's ability to take objects out of thin air, and wondered how he did it. He looked at the grain in his hand, which was nothing but grain, and stuffed it into his mouth. Then his ugly face wrinkled into a bitter gourd. The grains that the system exploded were unhulled wheat. Although goblins were omnivores, they preferred to eat meat. When they ate this tasteless and irritating thing, they almost vomited it out. Seeing that he was about to waste food, Li Qinwu raised his hand high. If you dare to spit it out, I'll send you to see Grandma. Gobmo felt very sad, thinking that the boss was indeed a grass eater, and he actually forced him to eat grass with him. In order to avoid eating the pen bag, he swallowed the grains with tears in his eyes, and felt a sore throat. He gave Li Qinwu an extremely uncomfortable smile. Li Qinwu grabbed another handful of grains and put them in his hand. Gobmo could only continue to eat sadly. After eating 3 handfuls of grains, Gobmo said he couldn't eat anymore, so Li Qinwu stopped feeding him. Gobmo didn't realize that although this thing tasted terrible, the energy provided by the grains was very high, and he was no longer hungry. Li Qinwu also ate a few handfuls of grains himself. With the bonus of the title of herbivore, he didn't feel much negative after eating these things. Instead, he felt the fragrance of the grains, but he is a modern man after all, and he plans to take some time to study the shelling and grinding techniques, so that he can eat better. After eating, Li Qinwu asked Gobmo to continue looking for branches and vines. The two of them made more than a dozen fish baskets. Li Qinwu's forging skill proficiency also reached 8 points. As long as it reached 25 points, he could choose the first small skill. The two men made the fish basket and returned to the stream. Gobmo was about to throw the fish basket into the river when Li Qinwu stopped him. Don't be in a hurry. First check the 2 fish baskets that were put down first to see if there are any fish. Gobmo did as he was told, pulled the rope to pull the fish out, and then he shouted and jumped excitedly. Fish! There are fish! We caught fish! Gobmo opened the fish baskets and found 2 big fish and 4 or 5 small fish as thick as fingers in the 2 baskets. Gobmo hugged the big fish and opened his mouth to bite it, but he suddenly remembered that Li Qinwu said that he was not allowed to eat anything without permission, so he put the fish down in disappointment. Li Qinwu had prepared his big bag, but he had to put it down when he saw this. He was very satisfied with the performance of the goblin spear. It seemed that his orders were very powerful after being strengthened by the system, and could make monsters like goblins restrain their desire to eat. Li Qinwu asked Gobumeo to find dry branches and leaves, and he used a small bow for making fire to make a fire with a bow drill. After the fire was lit, he used a wild boar's tusk as a knife to remove the scales of the 2 big fish, dissect them, remove the internal organs, wash them, stick them on branches, and roast them by the campfire. After a while, the aroma of grilled fish spread. Gobmo swallowed his saliva frantically and stared at Li Qinwu eagerly, praying that he could share some. Li Qinwu ignored him and picked up a vine to pass through the 2 grilled fish. The 2 fish weighed about 5 kilograms, which was about the same as grains. He silently said collect in his heart, and the grilled fish disappeared from his hand. There was 1 more unit of grilled fish in the warehouse of Mountain Blade 2. Now there are 2 kinds of food in the warehouse, and the morale of the troops has increased from 60 to 61. Li Qinwu was very satisfied. The higher the morale, the higher the enthusiasm and combat effectiveness of the soldiers. He planned to fill the warehouse with grilled fish so that he could take it out and eat it directly when he was hungry, and he would never have to eat grass again. Seeing Gobmo's disappointed face, Li Qinwu threw the boar tusk to him and pointed at a few small fish on the ground. You saw what I did to the fish just now. Do as I did, and half of these fish will be yours. Gobmo was overjoyed and started to process the fish with the wild boar tusks. Li Qinwu took the fish intestines on the ground and stuffed them into the newly made fish basket and threw them into the river. The internal organs have a strong fishy smell and are very attractive to fish. Then the fish basket is filled like crazy, and there is more than 1 fish in it every 10 minutes. This made the 2 of them very happy. They kept processing the fish and then grilled it next to the campfire. Li Qinwu wanted to fill up the warehouse. Because Gobmo joined the team, the warehouse limit increased from 30 to 40. A soldier increased the weight limit by 10 points. Li Qinwu kept sending grilled fish into the warehouse, and the warehouse weight became 10 40ths, 15 40ths, and 20 40ths. The goods were loaded so quickly that the 2 were busy having fun, but Li Qinwu forgot that the fishy-smelling fish intestines were not only attractive to fish, but also to other ferocious beasts. Gobmo was about to lift the fish basket up again, but when he had only lifted it halfway, suddenly, the water surface exploded with a bang, and a large amount of water splashed. Then a bloody mouth broke out of the water, bit the fish basket that had just been lifted up, and then threw it back into the river. Gobmo was so frightened that he fell to the ground on the shore. Li Qinwu, who was grilling fish, heard the noise, turned around and looked, and was also horrified. Suddenly, a group of monsters appeared in the river, which were over 3 meters long, had 2 horns on their heads, and looked like crocodiles. There was a red light flashing in the opponent's eyes as he was attacking the fish basket in the water. The monster crocodile could bite a fish basket into pieces with just 1 big mouth. With such a terrifying bite force, if it bit the goblins, it could chew them into minced meat in 1 bite. Li Qinwu was shocked, but the system prompt to enter combat mode brought him back to his senses. These crocodiles were identified as hostile forces by the system, which means that he can gain experience by killing these crocodiles, but he looked at the crude spear in his hand and the thick leather armor of the monster crocodile, and immediately dismissed this dangerous idea. He rushed forward, grabbed the frightened goblin, and ran into the forest like crazy. Chapter 6 Food Poisoning. There were 4 monster crocodiles attracted by the fishy smell. They ate the fish basket in the river as if it were melon seeds in a few bites. Then they looked at the two goblins on the shore with their scarlet eyes and began to twist their fat bodies to go ashore. At this time, Gobma was already scared. Li Qinwu dragged this guy's body and pulled him to a safe place with great effort. Seeing that he still didn't come to his senses, he raised his hand and hit him twice. Damn it! If you don't run now, you'll be fed to the fish. Gobmo came back to his senses and looked at the monster crocodile that climbed ashore. It screamed and ran into the forest like crazy. It ran for hundreds of meters until it could no longer see the river. Gobmo was breathing heavily, but he suddenly found that Li Qinwu did not follow him. According to his nature, he would have slipped away, but because he was now Li Qinwu's soldier, he subconsciously worried about Li Qinwu's safety. So he went against the goblin's selfish instinct and started going back to look for Li Qinwu. When he found Li Qinwu, all the goblins were stunned. Li Qinwu was seen standing about 10 meters in front of the monster crocodile. Every time the monster crocodile crawled forward 1 meter, Li Qinwu would retreat 1 meter. He was actually trying to trick the crocodile. Boss. Gobma wanted Li Qinwu to run away quickly, but Li Qinwu just waved his hand and told him not to disturb him. He just discovered that these guys, called horned crocodiles in the mountain blade entry system, are very slow. The skin on their backs is too thick, and their 4 short legs cannot provide much power. After coming ashore, they twist and wriggle and crawl forward. Li Qinwu wanted to try how far these horned crocodiles would chase him after they came ashore, so he kept them hanging. These horned crocodiles were identified as enemy units by the mountain blade system, and he could gain experience by killing them. Moreover, judging from their physique, the experience value was definitely very high. The 4 horned crocodiles crawled after Li Qinwu, and Li Qinwu retreated calmly. When the two sides were more than 100 meters away from the shore, the horned crocodiles lost their patience, stopped looking at Li Qinwu, and turned around to move towards the river. Is 100 meters the limit? Li Qinwu remembered this information and planned to go back and think about how to use it. Let's go back. Li Qinwu shouted to Gobmo, intending to take him back to the Goblin tribe. Today's harvest was enough, and there was no need to stay outside. If it got dark, staying in the forest might encounter dangerous nocturnal monsters. Hey, boss, wait for me. Gobmo hurriedly chased after him. Li Qinwu's behavior of pulling the horned crocodile scared him so much that he broke out in cold sweats. His legs even went weak. Now he had even greater respect for Li Qinwu. The two did not return to the tribe directly. Li Qinwu took a detour and found a safe small ditch. The two jumped into the ditch and washed their bodies carefully. Li Qinwu crushed some grass with stones and smeared the grass juice on his body to eliminate the fishy smell on their bodies. Under the rule of the fat and foolish goblin chief, the goblin tribe did not engage in production and would only go out hunting when they were hungry. This attitude towards life caused the goblin tribe to be in a state of hunger all year round. The 2 goblin cubs came back with a strong smell of fish on their bodies. You can imagine what kind of treatment they will receive with a hook. After confirming that each other did not have any fishy smell, the two began to return. After arriving near the goblin tribe, he found a bush to hide the 2 spears, and then the 2 of them lay in the weeds and sneaked into the tribe. As soon as he entered the goblin tribe, Li Qinwu found something wrong. A bunch of goblins were rolling on the ground, holding their stomachs and screaming, looking extremely painful. Some goblins were already foaming at the mouth, looking like they were going to enjoy themselves in the other world. Is this poisoning? Li Qinwu thought the symptoms they showed were a bit like poisoning, but he had to find someone to confirm it. He found a goblin cub eating a melon in the grass and poked him from behind. Hey buddy, what's wrong? Did you eat mushrooms? The goblin cub was startled and did not answer Li Qinwu's question. Instead, it bared its teeth at Li Qinwu and made gurgling sounds, looking like a beast protesting. Li Qinwu raised his hand and hit the other person with 3 big fists. The other person's eyes instantly became as clear as a college student. The goblin cub replied sincerely, "The hunting team found a kind of red fruit outside. After bringing it back to the tribe, many people ate it, and that's how it happened." Li Qinwu thought that it was indeed poisoned, and seeing so many goblins lying on the ground, the fruit must be quite toxic. Li Qinwu thought this thing would be useful to him, and planned to find out where the fruit was picked. He asked the goblin cub, and the goblin cub said he didn't know, only the hunting team knew, but the hunting team had eaten the fruit and were now lying on the bed. Li Qinwu wanted to find a goblin from the hunting team who was still alive to ask. Before leaving, he smiled and supported the goblin cub's shoulders. "Young man, I see you have amazing bones and are a natural filler. How about joining my army and recognizing me as your boss? The goblin cub was stunned for a moment, not knowing what Li Qinwu meant. Li Qinwu thought that perhaps his goblin language was too niche for the other party's little brain to understand, so he simply said, "Recognize me as the boss, and I will make sure you have enough to eat." Ding! Spend 5 dinars to recruit 1 goblin cub. Oh my god! Are you so decisive? Li Qinwu immediately chose yes, and now he has 2 younger brothers. Your name is Consumables, remember that, otherwise you'll be forced to eat your fill. Now follow me. Li Qinwu brought his 2 younger brothers to an adult goblin who was howling in pain while holding his stomach. This guy was howling the loudest, so he probably didn't eat much poisonous fruit. Li Qinwu clamped the opponent's shoulders, and his 2 younger brothers lifted his legs, and the 3 of them dragged him into the weeds. The other goblins ignored them. In their opinion, these 3 goblin cubs were so hungry that they wanted to eat their poisoned fellows. A goblin had just tried it, and if they ate poisoned goblins, they would also be poisoned. However, they did not step forward to warn them, but waited to see the joke. The 3 of them pulled the adult goblin into the bushes, and Li Qinwu asked, "Where did you find that red poisonous fruit?" "Ah! It hurts. It hurts so much." The other party did not answer, but covered his stomach and cried loudly. Li Qinwu didn't know what to do. Under normal circumstances, he could force him to leave, but the other party was almost dying of illness, so it was a bit inappropriate to hit him again. He thought for a moment and said, "Accept me as your boss, I can stop your stomach aches." Ding! Spend 10 dinars to recruit 1 goblin. The system voice sounded almost instantly, and the adult goblin agreed in seconds. Li Qinwu immediately paid to recruit him as his soldier, and then cooperated with 2 goblin cubs to drag him to the back mountain. There was a small waterfall in the back mountain, and the goblins usually drank water here. Li Qinwu dragged the poison guy under the waterfall. "Open your mouth and drink until you can't drink anymore." The poison goblin didn't know Li Qinwu's intention, but he was in so much pain that he had no choice but to do as Li Qinwu asked, hoping to relieve the pain. He drank until his belly became as big as a basketball. Seeing that it was almost time, Li Qinwu called for a stop. He pulled a soft rhizome of a water-loving plant from the stream, pinched the poisoned goblin's chin, forced him to open his mouth, and shoved the whole rhizome down his throat. Vomit. The poisoned goblin vomited immediately. After he vomited everything, Li Qinwu asked him to continue drinking water, then induce vomiting, then drink water again, and induce vomiting again. After 3 times, the poisoned goblin was tormented like a noodle and fainted. Li Qinwu asked his younger brother to carry him back. Gobmo said, "Boss, it seems like you've tormented him." Li Qinwu raised his hand and hit Gobmo, who groaned softly and looked at him pitifully while covering his swollen cheek. Of course the poisoned goblin didn't die, he was just seriously injured by the poisoning and gastric lavage. Logically speaking, he would not be able to survive if he went back in this state. The poisonous fruit had been acting in his stomach and intestines for such a long time that even if he had his stomach washed, his stomach and intestines would have been destroyed. But Li Qinwu has the mount and blade system. Now the poisoned goblins are shown as seriously injured in the soldier management interface. Mount and blade soldiers only have 2 states, seriously injured and healthy. As long as the large army can be stationed in villages, fortresses, or towns, seriously injured soldiers will slowly recover. To translate it, just go back and have some sleep. Chapter 7 Hunting the Horned Crocodile. At dawn the next day, Li Qinwu got up to check the condition of the poisoned goblin. He first opened the soldier management interface and saw that the troop strength had recovered to 4, and the poisoned goblin that was in an injured state had recovered. The guy in real life was the same. After being pushed awake by Li Qinwu, he jumped up and down, full of energy and with no signs of poisoning. In comparison, the 30 or so goblins in his hunting team who ate the red poison fruit were all dead, and none of them survived. Li Qinwu said to the poisoned goblin, "From now on, you are called Goblinda. Take me to the place where you picked the poisonous fruit." The 4 of them sneaked out of the goblin tribe without attracting anyone's attention. Li Qinwu first took a spear from the bushes, and then Gob led the way to the west of the tribe. After walking for a while, Li Qinwu stopped the team and took out grilled fish from the warehouse for everyone to share. The consumables and goblins who had just joined the army were surprised. It was the first time they saw a goblin taking things out of thin air. After being surprised, their attention was attracted to the grilled fish, and they gnawed on it frantically. "From now on, you are not allowed to eat anything without my permission. This is an order. If anyone disobeys, I will make sure they are well fed." Li Qinwu threatened. He was afraid that the food poisoning incident from yesterday would happen again. He didn't care whether others died or not, but nothing could happen to his soldiers. Now he didn't have a single dinar left, and he couldn't recruit a full complement of troops. If there were any more unexpected casualties, he would cry to death. The main task now is to kill monsters and earn dinars. If we cannot kill wild monsters today and have no money to pay the troops, the morale of the troops will drop rapidly until 3 people leave the team without the constraints of the system. The 3 of them might tell his secrets, and he would never allow that to happen. After finishing the meal, Li Qinwu urged Gobda to lead the way, and they soon arrived at the place where the hunting team had picked wild fruits yesterday. "Boss, look, that red one is the poisonous fruit." Gobda pointed at a small shrub and trembled all over. The mere sight of the red fruits gave him a stomachache. Li Qinwu saw many red fruits hanging on the small shrub. These things looked like strawberries, but the surface was very smooth and very red, a red that was a bit weird. Such an eye-catching fruit, but no small animals eat it, which shows how highly toxic it is. Li Qinwu made a storage box with broadleaves and picked a full box of red poisonous fruits. Then he led his men quickly north to the place where they encountered the horned crocodile yesterday. He ordered Gobmo, "Do you remember how to make a fish basket? Ask Consumables and Gobo to help you. Make a few fish baskets immediately, and then go to the river to catch fish." Gobmo was so scared that his hair stood on end. "Boss, there's a horned crocodile by the river. I don't dare get close." Li Qinwu looked at him coldly and raised his right hand into his pocket. Seeing this, Gobmo stood at attention on the spot. "Boss, make sure the mission is accomplished." Then Gobmo took the 2 guys to find materials to make fish baskets. After the 3 men left, Li Qinwu first found some dead branches and rotten leaves to make a fire, found 2 straight wooden sticks, and used the 2 remaining wild boar tusks to make 2 spears. After he used the campfire to dry the resin on the spear, Gob's pair ran back like crazy, holding a big fish he had just caught in his hand. "Well done, eat something and take a break, and don't let down when the fight starts." Li Qinwu took the live fish, took out a unit of grilled fish from the warehouse and distributed it to the 3 people. When the 3 people saw that they could eat grilled fish again, they started eating with a shout of "Eat, eat," and no one noticed what he meant by his last sentence. Li Qinwu used his fingernails to dig open the fish's belly, took out all the fish's internal organs, then stuffed a handful of red poisonous fruit into the fish's belly and pressed it hard. All the red poisonous fruit in the fish's belly squeezed out juice. There were still a lot of red poison fruits left, so he used a stone to smash half of them into a paste, and then covered the outside of the fish with the paste. Then he coated the 4 spear tips with the red poison fruit paste. After completing all this, the 3 goblins were full. Li Qinwu gave each of them a spear. He held the spear in his right hand and a vine with a poisonous fish hanging on it in his left hand. "Are you full? If you are, follow me." He strode towards the river. Gob's pair seemed to understand what he wanted to do and his face turned extremely pale, but the other 2 guys had already followed him, so he had no choice but to follow. Li Qinwu came to the tributary of the river where he encountered the horned crocodiles yesterday. From a distance, he saw several horned crocodiles lying on the shore, basking in the sun leisurely. He picked out a lone horned crocodile and approached it little by little. When the distance between them was 20 meters, the leisurely horned crocodile became alert and stared at Li Qinwu with its red eyes. Li Qinwu picked up a stone and threw it at the horned crocodile. The stone hit the horned crocodile's thick horny back. The horned crocodile was angry. It opened its bloody mouth and let out a hissing sound, then it took off and rushed forward. "Whoa!" Gobmo yelled in fright and turned around to run. "Stop! Line up!" Li Qinwu gave an order and immediately stopped Gob's spear. Now that we have entered the combat mode, Li Qinwu can forcibly control the soldiers' actions through commands. The 3 goblins were scared to death, but they just stood there motionless. The horned crocodile rushed towards them like a tank with a super low chassis, and the 3 guys screamed in fear. Li Qinwu was not at all panicked by this. The horned crocodile would only run far away at the beginning, and then it would go into turtle crawling mode. Sure enough, the horned crocodile suddenly rushed forward for less than 10 meters before it began to crawl staggeringly. Li Qinwu felt that it was almost time, so he said to the goblins, "Keep in formation and follow me as I slowly retreat." He kept the formation 10 meters away from the horned crocodile and led the team slowly backward. In fact, he could seduce the horned crocodile by himself. The reason why he brought 3 guys with him was to test the control of the mountain blade system on the soldiers, and also to train the courage of the 3 men. The 4 men slowly retreated, and 3 of them were almost scared to tears. They screamed and cried, tears and snot streaming down their faces, but they stood firmly, still holding their spears. They looked as weird as they could be. Li Chinwu was speechless. Is it necessary to be so scared? After a while, the horned crocodile was brought about 100 meters away from the shore. Li Chinwu felt that it was about time and the horned crocodile would slip away if he pulled it again. He threw away the poisonous fish he had been holding in his hand. The horned crocodile's patience was almost exhausted. It felt that it could not catch up with these little green creatures. It was about to give up and return to the familiar shore to continue basking in the sun. But before it turned around, it saw something full of bloody smell thrown in front of it. The horned crocodile looked down and saw that it was the fish it was most familiar with. Although this fish smells weird, a fish is a fish and fish is edible. It devoured the fish in one gulp, and stared at Li Chinwu with its big red eyes, as if asking, "Are there any more? Give me more." Li Chinwu also stared at the horned crocodile with wide eyes. He was not sure whether the red poison fruit was useful to an amphibian like the horned crocodile. The two monsters stared at each other for a long time. The horned crocodile confirmed that Little Green would not feed it food. It gasped violently through its nose, as if it was very dissatisfied, and then turned around and left. Li Chinwu was a little disappointed. The red poison fruit seemed to be useless against the horned crocodile. According to Gob's description, the red poison fruit would cause him to have an attack almost immediately after he ate it, causing him to feel the pain of his intestines being ruptured. But this horned crocodile had already eaten the red poisonous fruit for a while, and nothing unusual happened. Li Chinwu gave up hunting the horned crocodile. He couldn't hunt monsters of this level without using dirty tricks. The entry for this thing in Mount and Blade showed it was a Level 3 soldier, and the soldiers in Mount and Blade were Level 6. Level 3 was already very powerful, and it was not something that a bunch of rotten potatoes and bird eggs like them could mess with. But when he was about to withdraw his troops, suddenly, the horned crocodile that turned around stopped abruptly in place, and it did not move as if time was stopped until something broke through the critical point. The horned crocodile suddenly opened its bloody mouth and let out a hissing sound, then swung its tail and head wildly, and its 4 short legs were also digging on the ground, as if it felt great pain, and spun wildly like a small top. It works. Li Chinwu was overjoyed and rushed forward with his spear, intending to find an opportunity to kill the horned crocodile. Chapter 8 Hunting the Horned Crocodile 2 Li Chinwu did not rush forward directly. He did not want to seek death. He just stood on the edge with his spear. The horned crocodile was in extreme pain after being poisoned. Seeing Xiao Lulu still swaying in front of its eyes, it reacted instinctively, bent its body, retracted its tail, and then swung it out like a whip. Li Chinwu had been concentrating his attention on the movements of the horned crocodile. Seeing it curl up its tail and look like it was gathering strength, he quickly jumped away. With a loud bang, the horned crocodile swung its tail hard and hit a big tree, leaving a mark on the trunk. With such force, if it hit a person, it would definitely break bones and tendons. Li Chinwu was not afraid, but more excited. The stronger the enemy, the more experience points he would gain after killing it. This guy was so powerful that killing him would probably allow him to level up directly. He harassed the horned crocodile more frequently, throwing stones, branches, and shouting. The horned crocodile is a wild beast after all. Anyone who has raised a reptile knows that it is easily stressed. Li Chinwu's actions did make it stressed. From time to time, it would stop and open its bloody mouth towards Li Chinwu, making threatening sounds of shashasha, but as time went on, the pain in its abdomen reached a certain threshold and it could no longer bear it. It no longer paid attention to Li Chinwu's harassment and tried to run to the river in panic. This is how wild animals are. When they are hurt or scared, they instinctively want to run to familiar living areas. The horned crocodile was concentrating on escaping, and Li Chinwu was anxious. What he wanted was to kill the horned crocodile with a finishing blow so that he could get the most experience points. If it runs back to the river and swims out of the battlefield range determined by the system, it will be judged as having escaped the battle, and even if this guy is poisoned to death, it has nothing to do with you. We can't let him escape. We must kill him on the shore. Li Chinwu made up his mind and ordered the 3 goblins to run in front of the horned crocodile. Of course, he didn't want everyone to fight to the death. If all 4 of them attacked together, they would all die. He just wanted everyone to make some noise together to see if they could scare the horned crocodile. Everyone yell. Throw rocks at it. Scare it. After giving the order, Li Qinwu started to mono oo and occasionally picked up dead branches and stones on the ground to smash the horned crocodile. The other 3 people did the same. The scene was very chaotic for a while, like savages hunting in the mountains. However, the horned crocodile was not scared at all. It was so painful that it just wanted to return to the familiar river and crawl straight forward. Li Qinwu quickly ordered everyone to disperse. No casualties were allowed. But what should they do now? The horned crocodile continued to crawl towards the river bank and escape. Li Qinwu was a little confused for a moment, and he quickly thought of a solution, and he actually thought of it. He took out a straw rope from the warehouse, made a noose, carefully approached the horned crocodile from the side, and threw the noose at its head. He threw it 3 times but missed. He adjusted the loop a little bigger and then carefully observed the horned crocodile's forward posture to aim. When he looked at it, he found that blood was dripping from the corner of the horned crocodile's mouth, dripping all the way. Li Qinwu was shocked. Is the red poison fruit so powerful? He was vomiting blood because of such a big beast. He found the right moment and swung the noose. This time, the noose hit the horned crocodile's head and hung on its fat neck as it crawled. Li Qinwu was overjoyed. He pulled the rope and ran to a big tree. He ran around the tree twice, tied the rope to the tree, tied a knot, and then jumped to a safe distance to observe. The straw rope is actually not very strong. It is about as thick as an adult's finger. It is difficult to use it to tie up a monster of this size. If the monster struggles hard, it will probably break. But this is his last resort, and if it doesn't work, he can only accept failure. After the horned crocodile was tied with a straw rope, it struggled to crawl forward a few steps, stretching the rope straight. Li Qinwu took a breath and waited for a long time, but the rope did not break. Instead, the horned crocodile fell to the ground as if it had lost its breath. The red poisonous fruit that this guy ate has completely taken effect, severely damaging his stomach and internal organs. The fact that he still has the strength to crawl is a testament to the horned crocodile's strong vitality. The exhausted horned crocodile struggled to crawl forward, swung its tail and moved its head, but it was all in vain. The straw rope that it could usually break with just a little effort now locked tightly around its neck like a rope, preventing it from moving forward at all. The time passed by minute by minute. After 5 minutes, the horned crocodile struggled from time to time. After 10 minutes, the horned crocodile began to twitch violently, and its mouth made a shashasha sound. After half an hour, the horned crocodile no longer moved and lay on the ground like a dead dog. If it were not for the blood foam spewing out of its nostrils, it would have been dead without a doubt. Li Qinwu felt that he could not wait any longer. If he waited any longer, the opponent would be poisoned to death. He would not be able to make a crucial attack and would not be able to absorb the most experience. However, in order to prevent the horned crocodile from pretending to be dead and attacking, Li Qinwu did not go forward directly. He said to the consumable, "You, stand on its back." The consumables were so scared that they almost peed themselves and refused to carry out the order. Li Qinwu raised his hand and hit him with a few big punches. The consumables screamed in pain, but he didn't dare to go up. Li Qinwu cursed and directly opened the Mount and Blade Battlefield command interface. He built the consumables into a separate infantry group, then dragged the command flag and inserted the flag into the back of the horned crocodile. The weak legs of the man moved. He was pulled by a magical force and walked desperately to the back of the horned crocodile, and then stood there. When the consumables came to their senses, they found that they were standing on the back of the horned crocodile for some unknown reason. Wow! Consumables peed directly, and was scared out of his wits, but he stood on the horned crocodile's back for a long time, and the crocodile didn't move at all. Seeing that the horned crocodile did not move, Li Qinwu knew that it was completely exhausted, so he felt relieved and ordered the supplies to get down, and he stood on it himself. He stepped on the horned crocodile's forehead from behind. Standing in this position, if the horned crocodile went crazy, he would just be thrown away and would not suffer any harm. It's time to hit the road. Li Qinwu held the spear and stabbed it hard at the horned crocodile's eyes, with the entire tip of the spear piercing the horned crocodile's head. The horned crocodile trembled all over and shook for a long time, then its body suddenly softened and it finally died. The system sound appears: you have 1 kill enemies, 1 captured enemies, 0 experience points gained, 30 friendly casualties, 0 loot obtained, grain x2, monster meat x5, crocodile skin x1. Dinar earned, 90 level, 1-2 experience, 10/. 40 attribute point +1, specialization point +1. Finally. This was so damn tiring. Li Qinwu shook off the blood on his spear. After working hard for so long, he finally killed the horned crocodile. Fortunately, it was all worth it. Just killing a horned crocodile allowed him to upgrade and gain 90 dinars, bringing his finances above the safety line. Li Qinwu couldn't wait to open the attribute panel and added attribute points to vitality, increasing the vitality attribute from 4 to 5. At the same time, his body changed, and his height quickly grew to 1.3 meters, becoming the size of an adult goblin. As for the remaining focus point, he directly put it into running, and the running skill became 2/5, and the skill focus point was full when it was added to 5 points. Next, Li Qinwu checked the spoils. 2 units of grain x2 will drop from any monster you kill. 5 monster meat, marked by the system as meat containing magic power. Long-term consumption can increase the amount of magic power in the body and make it stronger. Horned crocodile leather ×1, a complete horned crocodile skin. The system describes that the leather on the back is very hard and can resist sword attacks. The leather on the abdomen is relatively soft and can be used to make lining. Armor made of horned crocodile skin can not only resist physical attacks, but also slight magical attacks. It is a better armor material than steel. Li Qinwu's eyes lit up. Armor raw materials. What a good stuff. Now he is completely naked, wearing only a hand-woven grass skirt, which is no different from being naked. This makes him feel very insecure, and this cannot be cured without wearing a full body armor. After closing the warehouse management page, Li Qinwu looked at the horned crocodile corpse on the ground. There was still a piece of skin on it. The monster system drops 1 card, and you can peel another one in real life. This is really worthwhile. If you kill it a few more times, you can form a heavy infantry unit, but Li Qinwu didn't even have a proper knife, let alone making armor. He couldn't even skin the dead horned crocodile. What a pity, it will just go to waste. Li Qinwu looked at the corpse of the horned crocodile and shook his head. This thing could only be left here to rot. If there were a few big goblins in his army, they could turn it over together, and then use wild boar tusks to open the horned crocodile's softer belly for processing. Speaking of big goblin, this is an upgraded species of goblin, and goblin troop upgrades are Goblin Cub level 0 soldier, Goblin level 1 soldier, Big Goblin level 2 soldier. After upgrading to a giant goblin, the goblin is reborn, with a height reaching 1.6–1.8, similar to that of an ordinary person. However, because it is a monster, the concentration of magic power in its body is relatively high, and giant goblins are generally stronger than adult human males. Thinking of upgrading, Li Qinwu opened the troop management page and found that there were already soldiers who could be upgraded. He directly spent 5 dinars to upgrade a baby goblin into a goblin. The next moment, Gobspear, who was poking the horned crocodile with a spear, let out a cry of surprise, and then his body changed rapidly, becoming taller and stronger. After a while, his height reached 1.2 meters. Chapter 9: Upgrading Soldiers. I've grown taller. I've grown stronger. Gobspear shouted excitedly, and he even pulled Gobda over to compare the height difference between the 2.4 goblins. Monsters that have no concept of family affection, at least 80% of them died in their infancy. If Li Qinwu had not appeared, Goblin Spear would most likely have starved to death, or one day be caught and eaten by adult goblins due to food shortages, but once they grow into adult goblins, they have relatively speaking human rights. They are no longer cubs that can be killed at will. They must be killed by the leader. Now all 3 people in Li Qinwu's team are goblins, and only the consumables are in the cub stage. When I see other people who are taller than me, my eyes are full of envy. Li Qinwu patted his shoulder and encouraged him, from now on, obey my orders. Don't be so timid. Cowardly goblins don't grow tall. After saying that, he asked Gobspear to catch a few more fish so that he could continue to gain experience. In the next few hours, Li Qinwu used the same method to kill another 7 horned crocodiles, and rose 3 levels in a row to reach level 6. He put all his attributes into vitality, and his vitality attribute increased from 5 to 8. His height also reached 1.4 meters. He looked like a human being, like a human teenager. His accumulated dinars reached 710, which was enough to maintain his troops for a long time even if he did nothing. In addition, the material harvest was also very rich. There were 8 crocodile skins, 3 crocodile horns, and 2 crocodile tendons in the warehouse. The horn of the horned crocodile is very short, about the length of an ordinary person's thumb. The system entry said that this thing was used by horned crocodiles to detect the flow of water magic in rivers. It was a unique organ developed by creatures from another world. The system entry also says that this thing can be used as medicine and is a very good magic ingredient. Items related to magic must be very valuable. Li Qin will let them lie safely in the warehouse. They should be useful in the future. As for the two tendons of the horned crocodile, this is very interesting. This thing is a natural string and can be used to make a bow. However, the bow body is a big problem. They can't find material that is strong and elastic enough, and even if they find it, they don't have the right tools to process it. I could only find a strong and straight wooden stick to use as the bow body. Li Qin asked the goblins to disperse and look for sticks. The goblins were busy for a while, and when they came back, each of them was holding several straight wooden sticks. Li Qin picked out two of the strongest and most flexible sticks and carved grooves on both sides of the sticks with his sharp nails. He added so much energy that not only did he grow taller, but his nails also grew longer and became so sharp that they could barely be used as blades. After carving the grooves, he tied the tendons to the two grooves, and two extremely simple wooden bows were made. Li Qin tried to pull the bow and it felt okay. The bowstring could provide elasticity after being pulled, but it couldn't be pulled too full, otherwise the bow would break. He put down his bow and said to the goblins, "Next, find a branch. It should be this thin and straight." Li Qin gestured the thickness, and the goblins scattered again, but soon came back with a handful of branches. Li Qin chose the most suitable one and peeled off the bark from the branch with his sharp nails. He lit a bonfire and roasted the peeled branch next to the bonfire. This is done to dry out the moisture in the branches. The branches will deform during the dehydration process. As long as you keep adjusting the baking position, it will become more and more flat. After a while, Li Qin got a small wooden stick that was of moderate thickness, length, and very straight. That was not all. He put the head of the wooden stick on the fire. After the head of the stick was burned black and carbonized, he put the tip of the stick on a stone and polished it. After burning and polishing it 2 or 3 times, he got an extremely simple arrow. Li Qin was so focused on doing these things that he didn't notice that the 3 goblins were staring at his movements, their eyes full of curiosity and thirst for knowledge. After completing a series of operations, Li Qin stood up, put the arrow on the bow, pulled the bow, and released. The arrow was successfully thrown 20 meters away. The 3 guys' eyes suddenly widened, and then they danced and shouted, "Oh! Whoa! 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 Ah-oh! Ah-oh! Ah-oh!" Li Qin's face was full of black lines. "Damn, these 3 idiots." He walked to the impact point and pulled the arrow out of the soil. With this range and this penetration power, it was simply terrible, but in the initial stage of entrepreneurship, the troops can obtain precious long-range power. These conditions are already very good, so why would they need a bicycle, and don't we have the super poison, red poison fruit? If it's not powerful enough, we can add some enchantment. Then, we can rub the tip of each arrow with poison. If the arrowhead draws blood, it will kill. Li Qin put down his bow and arrow with satisfaction and gave orders to the 3 goblins. Follow the method I just used. Everyone should make 20 arrows. Go! When they are done, there will be meat to eat. When the 3 heard that there was meat to eat, they became very enthusiastic and searched for materials around as quickly as possible. Then they squatted by the campfire, peeling bark and burning arrowheads, and they were very busy. Li Qin was also busy. He made 2 simple quivers with rattan to store wooden arrows. By the time he finished making it, the 3 of them hadn't finished their work yet. He took out a 5-kilogram unit of monster meat from the warehouse, cut it into strips with his fingernails, and then strung them together with a wooden stick. Li Qin wiped the oil off his hands and thought that life without knives was too uncomfortable. He must find a way to get some knives, otherwise production and life would not be able to proceed. He was really fed up with this primitive life. He roasted the skewers by the campfire. Perhaps because it was Warcraft meat, even without any seasoning, a strong aroma filled the air. The 3 goblins couldn't help swallowing, but they knew that Li Qin would not allow them to eat unless they finished the work at hand, so they moved faster. Li Qin was very satisfied with their performance today and planned to have a good meal after they finished their work, but an uninvited guest came up and suddenly, a cracking sound was heard in the bushes in the distance, and Li Qin's long ears immediately stood up. "Everyone, get up! Take up your weapons!" Li Qin shouted and picked up the bow and arrow. The 3 guys didn't understand what was going on, but when they saw Li Qin was so serious, they all stood up, picked up their spears and stood side by side with him. The 4 people thought that a wild beast was nearby, and their eyes were fixed on the bushes. The atmosphere was a little tense. Li Qin slowly drew his bow and aimed the arrow covered with red poisonous fruit at the bushes not far away. Under the gaze of several people, the bushes shook, and the four people couldn't help but tighten the weapons in their hands. The next moment, a green head emerged from the bushes. It was a goblin. Chapter 10 Recruitment is full. The four of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It turned out to be a tribe of goblins. They were so scared. The goblin in the bushes was also a little surprised to see four of his kind, wondering why they came out instead of lying down in the tribe. He would not have come out if the leader had not sent him on a hunting mission. Suddenly, he saw the barbecue skewers stuck by the campfire, smelled the aroma in the air, his eyes instantly turned green, and he jumped out of the bushes and rushed towards the barbecue. At this moment, he only had eyes for the barbecue and didn't care about the other four goblins at all. Seeing this guy, Li Qinwu rushed forward and kicked him like a vicious dog without saying a word, kicking him back the way he came. He was now 1.4 meters tall and much stronger than an ordinary goblin. This kick directly knocked the opponent to the ground, and he couldn't even stand up. Li Qinwu wanted to go up and ask him how he got here, but there was movement in the bushes again, and a group of goblins came out one after another, more than 20 in number, filling up the area. Seeing that there were so many people on the other side, Li Qinwu felt nervous and took a few steps back. He stood with his 3 soldiers and stared at these guys vigilantly. The newly arrived goblins saw the barbecue by the campfire and looked greedy. A goblin with a huge scar on his face walked to the front. He stared at the barbecue and licked his lips. He is the leader of this hunting team. The scar on his face was caused by a bite while hunting wild wolves. Not many goblins can survive the mouth of a wild wolf. This added a lot of experience to his resume, making him the leader of this hunting team and earning him the nickname of Rotten Face. He withdrew his gaze from the barbecue and looked at Li Qinwu warily. Normally, he would have taken people to rob it directly, but Li Qinwu's height was a problem. Except for the leader, no goblin in the tribe could grow so tall. The two sides looked at each other warily for a long time. The barbecue by the campfire was just being roasted to its most fragrant state, and the fat was roasted out and dripped into the charcoal fire, making a sizzling sound. The Rotten Face was drooling profusely. He had never eaten any fine food, so his rationality evaporated and his beastly thinking took over. He didn't care how Li Qinwu grew so tall, and pointed at him and threatened, "Give me the barbecue, or I'll beat you to death." Li Qinwu thought to himself that it had to be a goblin, so damn direct. Instead of getting angry, he smiled and said, "Okay, sure, but how about you all become my little brothers?" When Rotten Face heard the other party agreed, he thought the big guy was really weak, but he was a little confused by what he said next. "What's going on? You want to seize power?" Rotten Face was furious, pointing at Li Qinwu and yelling, "Big guy! If you don't want to suffer, just be obedient. Don't think you're great just because you're tall. I have more people than you." "Yeah?" Li Qinwu showed a playful expression. He looked at the other goblins and said with a smile, "Brothers, how about recognizing me as the boss? I'm taller and stronger than Rotten Face. I can catch more and bigger prey." He pointed to the meat roasting on the campfire. "Be my little brother and you'll have enough to eat every day. If you agree now, you can go eat barbecue right away." Ding! Spend 210 dinars to recruit 21 goblins. You can recruit 16 goblins. Li Qinwu counted and found that there were 22 people on the opposite side. One of them did not agree to be recruited. It seemed that it was the rotten-faced man in front of him. This guy probably didn't want to give up his power as the leader of the hunting team, so he didn't agree to recruit. Monsters like goblins are greedy for power. Li Qinwu chose okay, paid the money, and recruited 16 goblins, bringing his military strength directly to 2020. Lan Lian got angry when he saw that Li Qinwu dared to poach his employees. "Break his bones for me." At Rotten Face's command, the scene of more than 20 goblins rushing forward did not happen, because most of them were recruited by Li Qinwu, and only 4 goblins who were not recruited rushed forward foolishly. A few unlucky kids thought everyone would rush over and didn't even look back. When they rushed to Li Qinwu's team, they were knocked to the ground by 4 spears. He was covering his wound and screaming when he realized that the main force was still standing there and only a few of them rushed forward and were picked off. Seeing that so many people didn't rush forward, Rotten Face became angry again. He roared loudly, "Come on, all of you." His men looked at each other, and then all walked towards Li Qinwu. Rotten Face thought his roar worked, but these goblins didn't attack Li Qinwu after they walked up to him. They just stood beside him, showing their dedication. Rotten Face was stunned. What was going on? Was this a rebellion? But why? Li Qinwu laughed and waved his hand. Go! Beat him! Suddenly, 19 goblins rushed up and beat him wildly in the rotten face, making him scream in pain and fall to the ground in a short while. After he fell to the ground, the heavy goblins circled around him and kicked him, making him roll over and over. Li Chinwu felt that it was about time, so he asked everyone to stop. He walked up and stepped on the rotten face that had turned into a pig's head, then raised his spear to finish off the opponent and gain experience. Rotten Face spat out a mouthful of blood with broken teeth and said incoherently, You can't kill me. I am the leader of the chief's hunting team. Li Chinwu sneered and thrust his spear downward fiercely. Rotten Face's eyes bulged out, and he felt his strength quickly draining away. He hadn't expected that he would die so easily. He felt both fear and resentment in his heart. He issued a final curse to Li Chinwu. You've grown so tall, you're going to be a big goblin. The leader will not allow you to grow up. You will die. You will die too. He roared hysterically. Li Chinwu frowned, pulled out his spear, and stabbed again. After several consecutive times, the man with a rotten face died. The system prompted that the experience value increased. Li Chinwu shook off the blood on the spear and thought about what the guy said before he died. The leader will not allow himself to become a big goblin. Does this mean that there were goblins that grew into big goblins in the past, but they were killed by the leader during the growth process? Come to think of it, this goblin tribe has more than 300 adult goblins, but only one big goblin, the leader. The ratio is too low, so it is much more reasonable if there are human factors. It's normal to think about it. Goblins are greedy monsters. They have 366 rebellious bones out of 365 bones. If a goblin in a tribe successfully grows into a big goblin, the first thing he will do is to challenge the leader and kill the opponent to become the leader himself. In order to maintain his position, the fat leader would immediately kill the goblin if he saw that it was abnormally tall. Li Chinwu felt that this was very goblin-like. Wouldn't the development of the tribe be suppressed if it did so? This fat guy killed all the goblins with potential. The quality of the goblin tribe has always been so low. How can it expand its territory? Well, that fat guy never thought about development. During the half-month that Li Chinwu was eating grass, the leader was either eating or sleeping, and never stepped out of the tribe. The goblins were all as thin as skeletons, and he was the only one who had grown into a patient with 3 eyes. If it weren't for the fact that weak goblins instinctively gathered around the strong, the tribe would have dispersed long ago. Li Chinwu was now 1.4 meters tall, which makes him very conspicuous among the goblins whose height is generally 1 to 1.2 meters. As long as he appears in front of the leader, the other party will definitely kill him. But Li Chinwu looked at his 19 subordinates and smiled confidently. I have 19 assassins. How can a big goblin like you win? Chapter 11 Sneak Attack. Li Chinwu incorporated Ronlian's troops, and his military strength reached its peak. He planned to bring his men back tonight to fight before the leader killed him. In order to boost the morale of the new recruits, they had to eat something good for the first meal. He took out the monster meat from 2 units, tore it into strips and roasted it by the campfire. After it was roasted, he took out a bag of grains, wrapped the grains with roasted meat and gave them to the goblins to eat. The carbohydrate energy provided by grains is sufficient, and eating them can satisfy hunger, but the taste is not good and goblins don't like it. Fortunately, there is no problem if you wrap it with barbecue. After the troops had eaten, Li Chinwu asked each of them to find a long, straight wooden stick, and put the head of the stick in the campfire to roast it. After it was carbonized, he used a stone to sharpen the head to make a wooden spear. He handed the bag of grain to Gobda. Go pick the red poisonous fruit and fill this bag. Gob took the order and ran out. Li Chinwu found a goblin with slightly broader shoulders and longer arms among the newly recruited ones and gave him the other bow. From now on, your name is Goblin. Look carefully, and I'll teach you how to shoot an arrow. Li Chinwu taught Gob how to shoot with a bow step by step, but he didn't expect him to be very accurate. Anyway, the range of this thing is only 20 meters, and the application scenario is almost always close-range shooting. After a few lessons, Goblin could almost shoot arrows with his bow, but his accuracy was questionable. Li Chinwu asked him to practice on the side and asked the spear goblins to gather. He opened the battlefield command page, organized all the spear goblins into spear infantry, and then asked them to line up. Look, do this move with me. Li Chinwu stood in front of the queue, holding a spear to demonstrate stabbing. The goblins all imitated his movements and began stabbing. In such a short time, Li Chinwu did not expect to train them into elite soldiers. He just wanted them to know how to deliver the spear tip. The mountain blade system could force them to fight, which was enough for the subsequent use of both fire and fire. The heavy goblins practiced for a while, and perhaps because of the system's support, their movements were quite good, and Li Qinwu felt more confident. More than half an hour later, Goblin came back panting, with a bag full of red poisonous fruits in his hand. Everything was ready. Li Qinwu took out grilled fish for everyone to have their second meal, and then ordered everyone to lie down and sleep. The goblins fell asleep one by one, and slept as soon as they were full. They felt extremely happy. The new boss was so great. It was late at night, and Li Qinwu woke up all the goblins. Now that all the guys in the goblin tribe were asleep, it was a good time to send troops. He led the goblins quietly towards the tribe. The goblins thought that the new boss was going to take them back to sleep, and they never imagined how crazy what Li Qinwu was going to do next. He didn't tell them what they were going to do because Li Qinwu knew the goblins too well. Once they heard that they were going to fight with the leader, they would definitely be scared to death and something bad would happen. It's better to hide it from them, drag them to the battlefield, and use the system function to let them attack directly, and finish the job before anyone reacts, because goblins have night vision. Marching at night is not difficult for them, and they quickly reached the bushes outside the goblin tribe. Li Qinwu ordered the goblins to stop and asked them to crush the red poisonous fruit and spread the juice evenly on the tips of their spears. He checked them one by one to make sure that each spear tip was evenly coated with the juice. After everything was done, he ordered everyone to stand still and not make any noise, and he quietly sneaked into the goblin tribe to observe the situation. This time, everything in the goblin tribe was normal. The goblins just found a place to lie down and sleep, and there was not even anyone on guard. He incorporated the team with rotten faces in the morning, and no one cared that a hunting team did not return, or especially the leader. That fat guy was lying in the straw hut and sleeping soundly. His snoring was like thunder, and he had no intention of sending anyone out to look for him. Perhaps in this guy's eyes, the goblins under him are all consumables. When he is short of manpower, he can just pick a few from the cubs and raise them. Then he will have someone to serve him again. The goblins just need to die, but the leader has a lot to consider. Being a leader is too tiring, and he has to sleep 18 hours a day. When the moon is dark and the wind is strong, it is a time for murder and arson. Li Qinwu does not wait any longer. He directly uses F1 to select all troops and uses F3 to launch a charge. He sent all his troops forward in one wave, intending to kill the fat man with the tactic of an ant biting an elephant. The goblins behind Li Qinwu were puzzled, wondering why the new leader didn't go in at the tribe gate. Suddenly, they felt as if their souls were guiding them, and they rushed out one by one with spears in hand. They rushed into the goblin tribe as fast as they could and headed for the small thatched hut, the only building in the tribe. The noise of the charge alarmed the other goblins in the tribe. They got up from the ground, confused, not knowing what had happened. Li Qinwu saw his 19 goblin spearmen rushing straight into the thatched hut. He thought to himself that the big thing was done. From now on, he just needed to stab them with his spears. Even if you were a big goblin, you would die. Li Qinwu started to go crazy and had already planned to implement several 5-year plans after taking control of the tribe, but what he didn't expect was that after a long while, there was no movement. The scene of the leader being stabbed by the messy hair and screaming did not happen. The spear-wielding goblins surrounded the leader, at a loss. What the hell? What are you doing? Why did these guys rush in and not kill anyone but just stand there and watch Sleeping Beauty? At this time, the goblin leader's snoring stopped and he was awakened. When he opened his eyes, he saw a bunch of little brothers surrounding him. He was so scared that he howled and jumped up from the ground. Not good. Li Qinwu was shocked. He remembered that according to the system of Mountain Blade 2, there was no hostile relationship between them and the goblin leader. In addition, the spear-wielding goblins usually obeyed the leader's orders, so they would not take the initiative to attack him. What do you want to do? The goblin leader was furious. He regarded the thatched hut as his core territory and would never allow any goblin to set foot there. Anyone who dared to enter the thatched hut would be killed by him. How dare you, ah! The chief wanted to say something, but suddenly he jumped up, covering his butt. He reached behind his butt and pulled out a wooden arrow. Someone shoot me! Someone shoot me! Li Qinwu got behind him and shot a second arrow with his wooden bow, then ordered the spear-wielding goblin, kill him. Because Li Qinwu took the initiative to attack, the goblin leader was identified as an enemy. The spear-wielding goblins who were at a loss just now raised their spears and stabbed the goblin leader. 19 spears came from all directions and the goblin leader screamed in pain, "Traitor!" The goblin leader howled in pain and pulled out an iron axe from his beastskin skirt. "Traitor! Die!" The goblin leader chopped at a spear-wielding goblin in front of him and smashed his head. Li Qinwu's pupils shrank suddenly. He didn't expect that there would be iron tools in this primitive tribe. This was a bit unexpected for him. Fortunately, there is only one iron weapon, and he has 19 spear-wielding goblins. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Even if an adult beats a child, 20 fearless children can overturn the adult's car. The goblin leader swung his axe wildly and chopped down 3 or 4 spear-wielding goblins in succession. With his physique, he could kill anyone who was touched with one blow, but what frightened the goblin leader was that he had killed so many traitors. Logically, the other traitors should have run away out of fear, but the remaining goblins still surrounded him and attacked him with wooden spears, showing no sign of retreating in fear. This is not normal, this is extremely abnormal. How could a goblin be so brave? Risking such tragic casualties and still trying to surround and kill him went against their instincts. He didn't have time to think about it. If he didn't take action, it would really reopen. He wanted to rush out with his physique, but there were too many goblins surrounding him, and their spears were quite long, stabbing him from all directions, and he almost lost his balance. Unable to break the formation, he shouted to the other goblins in the tribe, "Come! Kill them! Kill these traitors!" His roar made the goblins who had just woken up feel a little overwhelmed. Their faces were filled with horror. The once high-ranking leader was stabbed with wood by his own kind and was covered in blood. Their little brains were unable to understand such a lofty word as coup d'etat. "Someone come! Someone come! Kill these traitors!" The goblin leader shouted anxiously again. He killed 2 more traitors, but he could no longer hold on. He felt a burning pain in the puncture wounds, and his brain began to dizzy and he wanted to vomit. His strength was also disappearing. The goblin leader still had some power left. After he called for help for the second time, some goblins really became restless and slowly surrounded him. Li Qinwu felt nervous when he saw this. He had to quickly deal with this guy. If he let him shout a few more words, the goblins would really be persuaded by him. He found the right opportunity and charged towards the goblin leader with his wooden spear. The goblin leader was still hacking and killing and shouting when suddenly he felt the most intense pain in his abdomen. He looked down and saw that a guy taller than the other goblins had plunged a spear into his intestines, which was a fatal wound and made him scream the most violently that night. His eyes were bloodshot and ferocious, and he stared at Li Qinwu with gritted teeth. You're the big goblin." This explains why, for goblins, rebellion is as much a regular feature as making dumplings on the spring festival gala. He was so angry. Why didn't he notice that someone in the tribe was evolving into a big goblin? Goblins will instinctively gather around the strong, so it is normal for the other party to gather so many traitors. But what is abnormal is, what method does this guy use to make the traitors not afraid of death? Li Qinwu didn't intend to fight with him. He swung his spear fiercely, and the tip of the spear made a circle in the goblin leader's stomach, cutting his intestines. He screamed in pain again, and most of his strength was drained away. Li Qinwu took the opportunity to put all his weight on the guy and pushed forward hard, knocking him down, and he also threw away his axe. The fat guy fell to the ground, raising up all the dust on the ground. Like a mountain of flesh, the fat on his body rippled in layers, protecting him from the attacks of 20 spears, but that was all. The spear-wielding goblins surrounded him, and their spears fell rapidly, making nearly 100 holes in the goblin leader's body in a blink of an eye. They were not very strong and the wooden spears were not sharp enough, so the wounds they caused were only superficial, but it was still painful enough, no different from Lingqi. The goblin leader couldn't bear the pain and stopped resisting. He looked at the high and mighty Li Qinwu and begged for mercy in a weak voice, please spare my life." Chapter 12. Becoming the leader. Li Qinwu looked back and saw that the goblins who were about to come over to rescue him were all standing there, looking at each other, confused. After the goblin leader begged for mercy, he naturally lost his status as a strong man, and the other goblins began to question his orders. Since the opponent was no longer a threat, Li Qinwu asked the spear-wielding goblin to stop stabbing. He threw out a straw rope and had the blood-covered goblin leader tied up, then picked up the axe and examined it carefully. This is an ordinary axe, but it has rusted due to improper maintenance and the axe blade is very dull. Li Qinwu came to the goblin leader, put the axe on his neck and asked, "Where did you get the axe?" The goblin leader's eyes rolled around. Promise not to kill me first, then I'll tell you. Li Qinwu would not negotiate with him. He grabbed the wooden spear that was still stuck in his stomach and twisted it hard, causing him to scream like a pig being slaughtered. I'll tell you. I stole it from the human village to the west. Li Qinwu was stunned. Humans? You said there are humans in the west? What's going on? Explain it in detail. Yes, walk west along the river for 4 days. There is a small village built by humans near the river. I attacked them before and was killed. I stole the axe at that time. Li Qinwu asked, how many people are there exactly? How many men and how many women? This question stumped the goblin leader. He looked embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Li Qinwu saw his expression and knew that he didn't know how to count. He pointed at the goblin tribe and asked, is the human village bigger than our tribe? With the control group, the goblin leader now knew what to say. He struggled to stretch out 3 fingers with his bound hands. It takes so many human villages to be as big as my tribe. That's over 100 people. You said we can find a human village in 4 days' walk west. Does that mean the forest border is just 4 days' walk away? This question is very important. He needs to know how big the magic forest is and where they are in the magic forest now. But if the tribe is now only 4 days away from the human-controlled area, he will lead the tribe deep into the magic forest in the next second. In his previous life, Li Qinwu read quite a few fantasy works. Even small monsters like goblins were treated as experience bags by human armies in Heroes. In addition, there are no female goblins in this world, and they often capture females of other races to reproduce. He can easily guess that when humans see goblins, they will probably transform into brothercorn and chop them down. Given the current situation of the tribe, encountering humans means death, and they can only retreat and seek other ways to develop. No, I don't know where the western forest border is, but it's definitely more than a 4-day journey. The forest is huge. Li Qinwu was relieved. As long as the tribe stayed far enough away from the terrifying upright ape, it would be safe. Now he has become a goblin and thinks like a goblin. There is nothing he can do about it. It is because he was reincarnated as a goblin in this life. He is naturally hostile to humans and can only try his best to save his life. Not only that, he also wanted to try to capture the human village and obtain more iron tools. Anyway, people from the other world have nothing to do with him. They are not humans from his previous life. He doesn't feel any guilt about beating people from this world. So the question now is, why did those humans go deep into the monster forest to build a village? The monster forest is full of dangerous monsters. There are wolves and bears on land, horned crocodiles in the water, and an unknown giant monster that is 100 meters long in the river. Intelligent monsters living in groups include goblins like them. In this situation of vibrant life and progress, are humans building a village in the monster forest trying to challenge themselves? He wondered if these humans had committed some crime and were exiled here by the mainstream human world. Next, Li Qinwu asked many more questions to get a full understanding of the situation around the tribe. First of all, there are still many goblin tribes in the forest, but they are all in a state of ignorance and backwardness. The goblin leader said that the tribe he controls is relatively large. Secondly, there are other intelligent and social monsters in the forest. The goblin leader discovered a dog-headed man in the east. It was a medium-sized monster with a dog-headed human body covered with hair, and was generally about 1.4 to 1.6 meters tall. Their fighting power is stronger than that of goblins, but their numbers are smaller than those of goblins. The goblin leader has fought with them several times, and both sides want to kill each other and use each other as food. However, after fighting each other several times, neither side could destroy the other, so the two sides reached a tacit agreement to use a big tree as the boundary. To the west of the tree was the hunting ground of the goblin tribe, and to the east was the hunting ground of the dog-headed people. There is a high mountain in the south, and there are many caves under the mountain. The goblin leader said that there are cave spiders there, which are very dangerous monsters that can spit silk and spray poison. The goblins who went there never came back. The above is all the goblin leader knows. This guy said that he used to be a member of a goblin tribe. Later, the tribe was destroyed by the forest demon bear. He was able to escape and slowly grew into a big goblin during his wandering. This information was discovered during his wandering. Later, the goblin leader found the current tribe and settled here. Later, some weak wandering goblins gathered around him, and the tribe grew bigger and bigger. With the support of these goblins, his life became more and more comfortable. He gradually lost the desire to explore the outside world and just lay down every day, eating and waiting to die. After the questioning, Li Qinwu put the axe against the goblin leader's neck. Since there's nothing more to say, let's get going. The goblin leader trembled with fear. No! I told you everything. You can't kill me, you can't kill me. He wanted to struggle, but he was badly injured, and the weapon that attacked him was coated with red poison fruit. Now the poison was taking effect, and he had no strength at all. Li Qinwu opened the prisoner management panel and took a glance. He saw that the icon representing the goblin leader showed that he was available for recruitment. This guy had surrendered in order to survive, but Li Qinwu did not choose to recruit him. Instead, he chopped off his head with an axe in front of the other party's horrified gaze. This guy has ruled the goblin tribe for too long, and all the goblins recognize him as their leader. If he doesn't kill him, he will never be able to completely control the goblin tribe. Li Qinwu kicked his head into the group of melon-eating goblins, scaring them so much that they screamed and retreated. Li Qinwu walked to the center of the tribe, stepped on the former leader's head, and looked at the goblins with a smile. From now on I'm the boss, who's for and who's against? Chapter 13, Advanced Big Goblin. The next day, the sun rose again and the goblin tribe had a new leader. As the tallest and strongest goblin now, Li Qinwu naturally took the position. As a goblin with a human soul, he naturally would not let the goblin tribe be in a state of chaos. He divided the goblins into groups, with half of them going into hunting teams, 30 in a group, and there were 5 groups in total, which dispersed in all directions to look for prey. Li Qinwu warned them that the prey they caught must be brought back for him to distribute. Anyone who dared to take the prey for themselves would die a miserable death. The remaining half of the people formed a work team. The first task Li Qinwu gave them was to dig holes and bury the bodies of more than 30 people who had died from eating the red poisonous fruit. Damn, these corpses have been in the tribe for 2 days and they are already stinking. The previous leader was really awesome and didn't care at all. Although goblins are as hardy as cockroaches, they can also get sick and die. If a plague breeds among their corpses, they can be killed in one wave. After arranging the tasks, Li Qinwu recruited 7 goblins to make up for yesterday's losses, and then took 19 soldiers to hunt the horned crocodiles. It was proven yesterday that using red poison fruit to hunt horned crocodiles is very effective. Li Qinwu spent the whole day in a frenzy of hunting. The number of horned crocodiles that died in his hands reached 21. He was directly promoted to level 10, and his vitality increased from 8 to 12. His height reached 1.8 meters, which was considered relatively tall even among the big goblins. At the same time, he maxed out his running skill to level 5, and put all the extra expertise points into one-handed weapons, and now he has obtained an iron weapon axe, and plans to practice his proficiency in using one-handed weapons, which may be useful in the future. The hunting stopped in the evening. Li Qinwu asked the goblins to work together to turn over the horned crocodile killed today. He used an axe to cut open the horned crocodile's belly and peeled off the entire horned crocodile skin. The leather of horned crocodiles is a very precious material for armor. Now that we have iron tools, we must collect them all. He also smashed off the horns of the horned crocodile with the back of his axe and preserved them properly. The items dropped by the system during the whole day of monster hunting, plus the items taken from the horned crocodile in real life, are as follows. Grain times 42 crocodile leather times 37 crocodile horn times 5 crocodile tendon times 11 dinar 1890. Such a huge harvest made Li Qinwu very happy, but what troubled him was that there were so many horned crocodile corpses on the ground. Could their meat still be eaten? These horned crocodiles were poisoned to death by Li Qinwu using the red poison fruit. The red poison fruit was extremely toxic. This thing must be a magical plant, otherwise it wouldn't be so toxic. But seeing the 21 horned crocodile corpses in front of him, he really couldn't bear to leave them there to rot. He had seen a documentary before that said that many natural toxins would have their proteins destroyed and lose their toxicity after being heated at high temperatures. He didn't know whether this rule also applied in other worlds. He planned to process the meat and let people taste it to see if it would be poisonous. Li Qinwu got a piece of horned crocodile meat, washed it clean with water, stuck it on a branch and roasted it over the fire. He roasted it directly into jerky, to the point that even people with weak teeth could not chew it. Li Qinwu called Gobu over. "You've been brave today, so I'll give you a skewer." Li Qinwu had no moral burden at all and handed the skewers to Gobda. Gob was very surprised and ate up all the skewers in a few bites. Li Qinwu stared straight at Gobda, and Gobda also stared straight at Li Qinwu. Do you have any special feelings? Li Qinwu asked. Goblin scratched his face. No. Oh yes. Li Qinwu became nervous and asked him to speak quickly. Gobo looked shy. Boss, I don't feel full yet. Li Qinwu rolled his eyes and said, eat it. Let him eat as much as he wants and see if it's not toxic enough. He also let the other goblins eat him. If they died, he would recruit new ones. If they survived, he would make a fortune. The results were encouraging. After more than an hour, none of the 19 goblins showed signs of poisoning. Li Qinwu breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that either the poison was concentrated in the intestines and stomach of the horned crocodile and did not spread to other places, or the high temperature could indeed destroy the protein of the red poisonous fruit toxin. Now, all the meat won't go to waste. Li Qinwu immediately gave orders, asking everyone to start processing the horned crocodile, cutting off all the meat, sticking it on wooden sticks and bringing it back to the tribe. He also specifically warned the goblins not to touch the horned crocodile's internal organs, because the workload was too heavy. Li Qinwu sent Gobmo back to the tribe and called all the goblins in the working group over. When they saw the crocodile meat all over the ground, they were all stunned. They had never seen so much meat in their lives. Each horned crocodile weighs at least 500 kilograms, and the meat peeled off is at least 300 kilograms. If they process all this meat, it will be enough for them to eat until next month. The morale of the goblin tribe instantly soared. They were filled with admiration for Li Qinwu. Being able to get so much meat, the chief's glory was as high as the sun. The era of the previous chief was gone forever. Li Qinwu asked the goblins to take the meat back to the tribe and warned them not to eat it secretly, mainly because they were afraid that the meat that had not been processed at high temperatures would be poisonous. After arriving at the tribe, Li Qinwu lit a huge bonfire in the middle of the tribe and asked the goblins to go to the spring in the back mountain to wash the cut meat, cut it into thin slices, and roast it by the bonfire. It must be roasted into jerky. Listen up, little ones. Work hard. No stealing. If you work hard, I'll let all of you eat as much meat as you can tonight. Li Qinwu's assurance plunged the goblins into a sea of joy. They were full of energy and their hands moved faster. Soon, thousands of skewers of processed crocodile meat were roasted on the campfire, and the strong aroma of meat filled the air. By this time it was already dark and the hunting teams were returning one after another. They were all stunned to see so much meat in the tribe. They'd been running around in the mountains all day, finding only small animals and wild fruit. So, how come upon their return, the tribe was overflowing with meat? Did they go to the wrong tribe? When Li Qinwu saw the hunting team coming back, he asked them to stand still and put the things they had found in front of him so that he could check them one by one. In front of the first hunting team were a few dead rabbits and some berries. The quantity was not large, but it was enough for their daily consumption. It seemed that they had put a lot of thought into it. Li Qinwu nodded with satisfaction. He walked up to the guys and sniffed them carefully. The goblins didn't know what Li Qinwu meant by smelling their scent, so they could only stand there and let him smell it. Li Qinwu asked everyone all the questions and then slapped the leader of the hunting team. Fuck you. You haven't showered in a few days. Go wash yourself clean, wash until the smell is gone, or you won't be allowed to eat meat. The beaten leader of the hunting team looked delighted, thinking that they could eat meat after washing it clean. He immediately led the goblins of the hunting team and ran to the spring in the back mountain to take a bath. Li Qinwu checked the harvests of the two hunting teams in succession. Their situations were similar. They captured small prey, no more, no less. After Li Qinwu sniffed them, he asked them to take a bath and eat dried meat. When he checked the fourth hunting team, they only had some berries and insects, which were pitifully small in quantity. Li Qinwu frowned. The number was too small and it was strange. He looked at the leader of the hunting team. The guy looked at him with a flattering expression and couldn't wait to take a bath and eat meat. Li Qinwu put his nose close to him and sniffed carefully, and smelled a strong smell of blood on him. Li Qinwu suddenly became furious and grabbed his neck and pressed him to the ground. Chapter 14 Construction. I told you that all the prey you catch must be brought back for me to distribute. BYD stole some, didn't he? Big brother and you are close friends, and you are playing tricks on me. Li Qinwu grabbed the opponent's throat so hard that he almost suffocated. Just now, Li Qinwu smelled the smell of blood on the other party. This hunting team came back after catching and eating the prey. He would never allow anyone to disobey his orders. Goblins are a group of monsters without humanity and family values. The only thing that can restrain them is the ruler's force. If even force cannot restrain them, their rule is likely to collapse. Therefore, once such signs appear, they must be ruthlessly cut off. Li Qinwu didn't give the other party a chance to speak. He directly pulled out the axe from his waist and chopped it on the other party's forehead, giving him a golden headshot. Li Qinwu pointed his axe at the panicked goblin hunting team and ordered the spear-wielding goblins, "Go!" 3 hits, 1 kill. The spear-wielding goblins immediately took action, surrounding the hunters with their spears held high. The goblins in the hunting team were so scared that they fell to the ground, but the spear-wielding goblins were a little confused. What did 3 draws and 1 kill mean? Li Qinwu was speechless and raised 3 fingers. These are 3 goblins. He broke off a finger. Kill 1 out of 3. The spear-wielding goblin suddenly realized what was happening and started killing with his spear raised. Screams continued to ring out, and the goblins in the hunting team were soon stabbed down one after another. Li Qinwu was very satisfied with this. The other goblins were filled with fear. This was exactly what he wanted. If he wanted to rule over monsters like goblins, he could only use terror to rule. As they were killing, Li Qinwu realized something was wrong. Of the hunting team of more than 30 people, less than 10 were killed. Was this math taught by a physical education teacher? Li Qinwu quickly called a halt. What he wanted was 3 draws and 1 kill, not 3 draws and 3 kills, but the order has been executed, and I can't go back on my word, so I can only take over this page. Li Qinwu pointed at the corpse on the ground and roared at the heavy goblin, "Look carefully. This is the result of disobeying orders. From now on, you will obey my orders and eat as much meat as you want. If you disobey my orders, you will die." After establishing his authority, Li Qinwu checked the prey of the last hunting team. The leader of this hunting team had only 1 ear. When he saw Li Qinwu walking towards him, he knelt down immediately. Li Qinwu asked, "Did you steal the prey?" The one-eared goblin shook his head tremblingly and no. That's fine. It's fine as long as you don't disobey orders. There's no use kneeling down in violation of orders. Li Qinwu looked at the prey they brought back. It was pretty standard, with rabbits, pheasant eggs, berries, and some fruits that were hard to tell what they were. There were quite a few of them, and there was no smell of blood on the hunting team. Li Qinwu was very satisfied. He was just about to let the hunting team take a bath and eat, but suddenly, he saw a familiar thing: potatoes. Fuck! Li Qinwu picked up the potatoes and put them in front of his eyes to observe them carefully. Looks like a potato. He scraped the skin of the potato with his fingernails and put his nose close to it to smell it. Smells like potatoes. He opened his mouth, took a bite of the potato, and chewed it carefully. It tastes like potatoes. Damn, it's potatoes. Li Qinwu grabbed the kneeling one-eared goblin and shook his shoulders wildly. Where did you find this? Do you still have it? I found it near a cave spider's nest. There are still a lot of them. The whole mountain is covered with their roots. Li Qinwu's breathing became heavy and his face was distorted with ecstasy. Potatoes, they provide a lot of starch, are suitable for growing in a wide range of areas, and have a very high yield. Okay, you're great, you've done a great job. Li Qinwu patted the other person's shoulder. I give you the name One Ear. From now on, you will be the captain of this hunting team. You will get twice as much food as others every day. Now, take your people to take a bath, and after the bath, you can eat as much jerky as you want. Er was ecstatic. Did he finally make it to the shore? He was a leader now. Li Qinwu looked at the envious eyes of the goblins and decided to take the opportunity to implement the hierarchy system. He picked up a piece of dried meat and shook it in front of the goblins. This was just enough for a goblin to barely eat. Listen carefully, from now on, the work team will be able to eat a piece of meat like this every day. Because of the danger, the hunting team can only eat 1.5 pieces a day, and the leader of the hunting team can eat 2 pieces. If they encounter the enemy, soldiers participating in the battle can eat 3 pieces a day, and if they make meritorious service, they can get 10 pieces at a time. Er found useful crops, which was considered meritorious service, and was rewarded with 10 pieces of dried meat. The goblins' little brains couldn't understand the meaning of those numbers, so Li Qinwu simply piled up the dried meat into several piles to let the goblins know what kind of treatment they would get based on their identities. The goblins' eyes all fell on the 10 pieces of dried meat piled up in a pile. At this time, they already had an impression in their little heads that as long as they performed meritorious deeds, they would get a lot of meat. in the next few days, the tribe developed steadily. Li Qinwu assigned many tasks to the goblins. The first was to build a pen to raise wood mice. The wood mouse is a large animal that looks like a mouse. It has a docile nature and doesn't care about anything. It just keeps eating and eating. It can survive by eating grass and trees. Of course, as the only animal that has not been eaten by the goblin tribe, this thing has its special features. It is particularly fertile, it is of moderate size and is used by goblins as a breeding tool. When the previous leader was around, these wood rats were randomly tied to the side of the trees and raised freely. When Li Qinwu came, he had to standardize the management, and from then on only goblins who had made meritorious contributions could reproduce. In addition, the second building he had people build was a nursery, which was a shack made of wood and leaves. In the middle of the shack was an extremely simple earthen Kong, which could be burned for heating. When Li Qinwu was a goblin cub, he faced death every day. He knew clearly that the goblin tribe's free-range attitude towards the goblin cubs led to a mortality rate of over 80%. Changes must be made. This is not done out of the moral sentiment that those who came before us do not want future generations to get wet in the rain, but simply for the sake of development. Population is a key factor in development. In order to obtain enough adult goblins, it is necessary to protect the goblin cubs and allow them to survive their weakest stage. After the nursery was built, Li Qinwu asked people to build their own houses. He asked the goblins to build a wooden house with sticks, about 40 square meters, which was many times more exquisite than the straw hut of the previous goblin leader. While everyone in the tribe has to sleep on the ground, he can sleep in a hut, which seems a bit decadent. But, as the chief of the tribe, Li Qinwu shoulders the rise and fall of the tribe. What's wrong with him enjoying himself? Ordinary goblins only need to think about how to do their work, but as the leader, he has a lot more to consider. The tribe was developing prosperously, but Li Qinwu discovered a serious problem. Without iron tools, the tribe was developing too slowly. If this problem was not solved, the tribe would always remain in the primitive age. Li Qinwu stood at the door of the leader's wooden house and looked to the west. Human village, it's time to go and take a look. Chapter 15. Armor making. Li Qinwu made up his mind to plunder the human village. After all, they were humans from another world, so he had no psychological burden to deal with them. However, he was really afraid of sending his own subordinates to their deaths due to these stinky and rotten eggs, so he had to prepare in advance. First, he recruited soldiers. In addition to the 19 system soldiers whom he could absolutely trust, Li Qinwu recruited 200 goblins and made them full-time soldiers. Li Qinwu prepared a wooden spear for each goblin and then asked them to undergo military training. The content of the military training is very simple: stabbing with spears to improve their combat effectiveness, running improves their mobility. Standing at attention can improve their obedience and team awareness. The first two items are easy, as the goblins can complete them under the temptation of food, but the last item, standing at attention, is life-threatening. Goblins are naturally active, and each one of them has ADHD. If you ask them to stand in the sun for an hour without moving, it would be a torture for them. Li Qinwu supervised it personally, but it didn't work after several attempts. These guys started to make small movements and talk nonsense while standing in line, and some even just gave up and sat down on the ground, which gave Li Qinwu a headache. The military posture is really torturous. Not to mention goblins, even humans can't stand it and need veterans to watch over them. This thing is mainly to cultivate individual obedience to military orders. After all, is it meaningful to make troops stand still in the sun for an hour? No, but the soldiers resolutely obeyed this meaningless order. If the superiors send soldiers to carry out various tactical tasks in the future, won't they be even more obedient? Especially monsters like goblins, they should receive military training to cultivate their unconditional obedience to orders. For this reason, Li Qinwu confronted them, and the goblins must pass the military posture training. Li Qinwu corrected it several times, even using a military stick, but it still didn't work. This thing counteracted the goblins' chaotic instinct. Li Qinwu got furious and called the spear-wielding goblins over and asked them to stand in front of the goblin phalanx. Keep a close eye on them. Anyone who dares to move, talk, or wander around will be killed. Li Qinwu was too lazy to argue with them, so he used the language that the goblins could understand best: kill if they didn't obey. Sure enough, this method was very effective. Facing the deadly spears of their own kind, the goblins stood there, not daring to move or speak, and stood there for 3 hours without making a sound. Li Qinwu nodded with satisfaction. As expected, the goblins still deserved a beating, so he had to use this method. If he continued like this, he was confident that he could cultivate the obedience of these goblins within a month, and he would be able to send out troops after a month. In addition to military training, Li Qinwu also had other preparations. The first thing is to continue to level up. Li Qinwu takes his soldiers to hunt horned crocodiles every day. Not only does he want to level up himself, he also wants to level up his goblins. These goblins are too short. Fighting them against humans is like children fighting adults. He must train all 19 soldiers into level 2 goblins. To this end, he kept killing the horned crocodiles for 2 days. Finally, the goblin spear that followed him first accumulated enough experience. Li Qinwu clicked on the upgrade on the soldier management page and spent 80 tina to upgrade the goblin spear into a big goblin. Gobmou's height instantly climbed to 1.7 meters. He looked at his strong body in disbelief. The surging power made him feel like he was reborn. Li Qinwu pulled Gobmo in front of the goblins, pointed at him and shouted, "Gobmo fought bravely. I have given him strength. From now on, he will be the second big goblin in the tribe. Don't you want the same power? Do you? If so, then fight hard, ding." You delivered a successful speech, inspiring the goblins' enthusiasm. Your charisma proficiency increased by +1. Looking at the goblins' fanatical fighting spirit, Li Qinwu was very satisfied. As long as they could maintain this enthusiasm, it would not be a problem to defeat the human tribe. In the next few days, the horned crocodiles by the river suffered a lot. They were lured ashore by the goblins and killed. As more goblins accumulated enough experience, Li Qinwu upgraded them all to big goblins. The fighting power of big goblins is stronger than that of human males, and their intelligence is similar to that of humans. Li Qinwu decided that once all the goblins in his hands were promoted to big goblins, he would send troops to the human village. In addition to increasing the quality of soldiers, Li Qinwu was also creating weapons and equipment suitable for big goblins, mainly armor and crossbows. As for armor, he now has an axe. If he sharpens it, he can do some simple processing on the crocodile skin. However, the skin on the back of the horned crocodile is very thick and hard, and cannot be cut with an axe, making it impossible to process, unless you have something like a pickaxe or a chisel. You can use the method of punching and connecting lines to process the hardest back of the crocodile skin. Li Qinwu temporarily gave up processing the back of the horned crocodile skin and began to cut the softer belly of the horned crocodile skin. Although these white leathers are soft, they have amazing defensive power and can withstand small-pound bows and crossbows, as well as swords and knives. Li Qinwu immediately ordered the goblins to make 20 sets of soft armor. He personally demonstrated to the goblins how to make it. He used an axe to cut the soft belly leather of the horned crocodile, and then tied the 2 pieces of leather on the front and back of the chest together with a rope. The shoulder armor was fastened to the breastplate with a large piece of crocodile skin, followed by the skirt armor, leg armor, and gauntlet. This crocodile armor is quite light and flexible when put on. It also provides good defense. Li Qinwu was very satisfied with it. Now he has 19 light armored infantrymen in his hands. In order to show his status, Li Qinwu made himself a special set of armor. In short, it was a thickened version made of 2 layers of crocodile skin to increase the defense of the chest. Then he got a horned crocodile skull, separated the upper and lower jaws of the horned crocodile and put them on his head. From a distance, he looked quite domineering, like a crocodile man. When the other goblins saw this method, their eyes lit up. They borrowed axes from Li Qinwu to chop off the horned crocodile's head and make a helmet. Now all 19 big goblins are wearing crocodile helmets, looking a bit like some demon army, which should have the effect of intimidating the enemy. The set of horned crocodile soft armor made by Li Qinwu has been recognized by the system and can be put into the warehouse. After it is put into the warehouse, the attributes can be seen. Name: thickened horned crocodile soft armor. Weight: 15 kg. Armor type: light armor. Head defense: 12 self-defense, 24 shoulder defense, 13 hand defense, 13 leg defense, 13 introduction. Light armor, mild magic resistance, affinity with water element. The wearer will confuse horned crocodiles, making them think they are of the same species and not attack. Li Qinwu was very satisfied. The properties of this armor were very good, and it was made of only the leftover materials of horned crocodiles. If we get other iron tools, we can process the thickest back of the horned crocodile. Wouldn't the defensive effect of the armor made with it be even more amazing? Li Qinwu became more eager to rob human villages. After getting the armor, weapons must also be arranged. With the current conditions of the tribe, it is impossible to make any good melee weapons, but Li Qinwu has a lot of horned crocodile tendons, so he can make a crossbow. It just so happened that Li Qinwu had forged so many armors these days, and his forging skill proficiency was raised to 25 points, and the forging Skill unlocked at 2. Choose one skill branch. Point 1. Pottery firing. You can gain knowledge related to pottery making. Point 2. Bow and crossbow making. You can gain knowledge related to bow and crossbow making. Chapter 16 Crossbow Making in Mount and Blade 2. When the player's proficiency in a skill reaches 25 points, they can choose one of the two small skills, and they can choose again every time their proficiency increases by 25 points. Now Li Qinwu's forging skill has been upgraded to 25 points, and he can choose one from two options. Li Qinwu was quite interested in the first item, pottery making. Firing pottery is a major symbol of the progress of human civilization, and the same is true for the goblins today. But now that the troops are about to be dispatched, increasing armaments is the top priority, and pottery technology is not very difficult. Li Qinwu can make simple pottery himself, so he directly chose the second item of bow and crossbow manufacturing. After clicking confirm, Li Qinwu felt a large amount of bow and crossbow manufacturing technology flooding into his mind. It took him a while to fully absorb this knowledge. This time, he was a complete master of bow and crossbow making. Looking at the two simple wooden bows he had made before, his face was full of disgust. How could such lousy things be his own works? He destroyed the two wooden bows directly. If he looked at this broken thing for even a second longer, it would explode. For this, Goblin looked at him with a wronged expression, like a child whose toy was broken. Why are you crying? You should keep this broken thing for the new year. Come on, I'll make you a better one. Li Qinwu took Gobong and ran into the forest, looking for a tree called pinewood. The knowledge he had just acquired about crossbows told him that the trunk of this tree was very tough and flexible, and the material taken from this tree was an excellent raw material for making crossbows. However, Li Qinwu did not plan to use this thing to make a bow. He wanted to use it to make a crossbow. The training time for archers is too long, and Li Qinwu does not have time to wait for the archers to take shape. Relatively speaking, the training of crossbowmen is much simpler. Crossbowmen only need to pull the crossbow string, complete the charging, and then they can aim calmly. Unlike a bow, after pulling the bow, you still have to work hard to keep the bow in the open state. Your hands will shake, just like Parkinson's disease, and it will be very difficult to hit someone. The two ran for a long time and found a pine tree. Li Qinwu asked Gebugong to chop down the tree with an axe, peel the bark, and cut it into suitable pieces of wood. Li Qinwu chose to manufacture a crossbow with a very simple structure. It was just two wooden sticks put together and a crossbow mechanism made of a few small wooden blocks. Li Qinwu completed a crossbow on the first day and successfully tested it. The range is over 120 meters, and the penetration power is good. Even if it is just a wooden arrow, it can penetrate into the tree trunk as deep as a finger. In the era of cold weapons, this thing was considered a low-end version of a pistol. General Li Qinwu put the crossbow he had made into the warehouse, and the weapon entry was displayed in the warehouse. Name: an extremely simple crossbow. Weight: 3 kg. Weapon type: light crossbow. Damage: 35 piercing. Ammunition. Flight speed: 70 meters per second. Effective range: 120 meters. Evaluation: this is an emergency product. The crossbow body has not been air-dried or painted. The crossbow mechanism is made of wood and has limited strength. It may be damaged in fierce combat. There is still a lot of room for improvement. Li Qinwu still agreed with the system evaluation. This crossbow is an emergency product. If there is enough time and more materials, he can make a more powerful crossbow. Fortunately, the current one is enough. Li Qinwu immediately expanded production. He worked alone and produced 20 crossbows at the rate of 3 crossbows a day. There is no way. The entire tribe only has one axe, and the productivity is too low. However, this also has its advantages. It can improve the proficiency of forging skills. The production of crossbow arrows is also very simple. Just use the teeth of horned crocodiles as arrowheads. He handed this task over to other goblins, and each person made 40 crossbow arrows. He also had someone make a quiver out of horned crocodile leather. After everything was prepared, a month had passed and it was time to send troops. Li Qinwu filled the mounted blade warehouse with various dried meats, dried fish, and grains. The 20 big goblins under his command were all wearing horned crocodile soft armor and holding wooden spears and crossbows. 200 goblins who had undergone basic military training were lined up in a square formation. Their weapons were wooden spears and small stones, which served as filling lines and harassment. Before setting out to attack the human village, Li Qinwu found Ayer and said to him, "From now on, I appoint you as the executive deputy chief. During my absence, you must manage the tribe well." Yazier was stunned. He thought the boss would take him with him when he went to war, but he ended up leaving him behind? Boss, take me with you. I want to make some military achievements too. Li Qianwu patted Ye's shoulder. Don't worry, while I'm away, you just need to take good care of the tribe, and it will be your military work when you come back. I'll also give you a few tasks. Li Qianwu pointed to the wooden house in the middle of the tribe and said, First, that's my house. No one is allowed to enter. Anyone who dares to enter will be killed without mercy. Ye was startled and nodded hurriedly. Don't worry, boss. I will definitely keep a close eye on the house for you. No one can enter. Li Qianwu smiled sinisterly. I hope so. In fact, he didn't care whether anyone entered the house or not. He was conducting an obedience test. He wanted to see if his residual power could intimidate the goblins who stayed behind during his absence. If he can be calmed down, that's great. He will be very happy and will be able to use the year again in the future. If he fails to scare the goblins and the cabin is occupied by other goblins, he won't be angry. He will just kill them 3 times and show his majesty again. In any case, he won't lose anything. Then Li Qianwu raised his second finger in front of one ear. My second mission for you is to increase the population. There are 70 goblins left for you in the tribe, and there are also over 30 wood rats. These creatures can give birth to at least 3 goblin cubs in a litter. They give birth every 2 weeks, and the goblin cubs grow up in another half month. I hope that by the time I return, the population of the goblin tribe will have at least doubled. If you can do that, I will reward you handsomely. One ear was stunned. Is this a task? This is definitely a reward. For goblins, reproduction is an instinct. If it can satisfy their desire to reproduce, please give them more tasks like this. Ye looked at Li Qianwu with a pious look. It's not enough. The leader's kindness is not enough. Li Qianwu raised his third finger. The third task is to cultivate the land around the tribe by whatever means you can find and plant the potatoes you found last time. Ah? Planting potatoes? But I don't know how to do it. The goblin tribe has never domesticated any other animals or plants except wood mice, so planting them seems like high technology to Yizier. It's okay, I'll teach you. Li Qianwu found a wooden spear, loosened the soil, dug a hole, buried a potato in it, then dug a hole in the ground at regular intervals, threw the potato in, and left it to fate whether it survived or not. Li Qianwu didn't expect such a crude planting method to produce high potato yields. He just wanted to find some production activities for the remaining goblins to do. It's impossible that the brothers are fighting hard on the front line while the ones at the back are having fun making goblins at home, right? Do a good job. My executive deputy chief. After arranging matters in the tribe, Li Qianwu ordered his troops to assemble, waving his axe and pointing straight to the west. March! Human Village. Chapter 17 Humanity. The Goblin army set out, and Li Qianwu ordered his troops to march westward along the river. All we did along the way was rush 16 hours a day. Li Qianwu was also afraid that the goblins couldn't bear it, but he wanted to test the goblins' physical strength limit. Then he was a little surprised. As long as they were provided with enough water and food, they could keep walking. Li Qianwu developed a little trick for marching. When the goblins' morale was low, he would just give them a piece of dried meat, 1 piece for each person. They would not have to stop and could continue marching happily. The consequence of this is that food consumption is very high. A goblin needs to eat 6 pieces of dried meat every day. Fortunately, Li Qianwu has hunted a lot of horned crocodiles in the past month. As long as they can speed up their march, they can eat as much dried meat as they want with sufficient food supply. It didn't take 4 days at all, and the goblin army arrived near the human village on the 3rd day around noon that day. Li Qianwu was marching his troops along the river bank. Suddenly, he raised his hand and made a fist to stop the marching troops. Li Qianwu sniffed the scent coming from the wind, the smell of fireworks. In such a huge magical forest, there are not many monsters that can make fire. Li Qianwu knew that he had arrived. All troops. Enter the forest, camp, eat, and then go to sleep. No talking or moving around. Violators will be killed. Li Qianwu ordered his troops to hide in the forest and not be seen by humans, otherwise they would lose the initiative. He divided the big goblins into 2 groups. The big goblin led one group and asked him to keep an eye on the babies filling the line, while he led the other group towards the human tribe to explore. Stretch your bows and crossbows, keep your ears open, and open your eyes wide. If you see anything unusual, call me immediately. Li Qinwu led his men forward, and the big brothers followed him closely. After a while, Li Qinwu smelled more fireworks, and there were also a lot of traces of human activities on the ground. Mountain Blade 2 has a reconnaissance skill, and Li Qinwu can see various information from the traces on the ground. There are many traces in front of me, and they are very complicated, but the investigation skills have marked out all the information. Trace 1, 3 people, time 3 days ago. Trace 2, 5 people, 2 days ago. Trace 3, 4 people, time 1 day ago. There are not many people who left these traces. Li Qinwu shared that they might be human hunting groups, and this is the main activity area of humans. Be careful, we may encounter enemies here. Li Qinwu gave an order and continued to move his troops forward. As they walked, Li Qinwu asked them to stop again, as his reconnaissance skills showed that there was danger in the grass ahead. Li Qinwu used a wooden spear to sweep away the dead branches and leaves in front of him, revealing a trap. Li Qinwu picked up a stone and smashed it against the trap. With a click, the trap slammed shut. Li Qinwu picked up the trap and handed it to Gobmo behind him, asking him to hold it. As it was a rare piece of iron tool, the group continued to move forward and caught another 4 animal traps. They also encountered other traps, which were all eliminated by Li Qinwu using his reconnaissance skills. They groped their way forward for 3 kilometers from where the main force was stationed. The forest began to thin out. Li Qinwu saw the human station and was stunned. Fuck! How am I supposed to play this? They did find a human village, but damn, that village had walls. I saw a piece of land outside the forest that had been reclaimed. Some human farmers were cultivating the land. Behind the land was a wooden wall, about 3 meters high. I couldn't see what was behind it, but it was definitely a house. There is also a watchtower in the wooden wall, about 7 meters high. Li Qinwu saw 2 humans playing water on the watchtower. They were holding longbows in their hands, probably the style of English longbows. He wore a pod helmet, chain mail, and had a long sword at his waist. Li Qinwu was so upset by what he saw that he wanted to dig out the former goblin leader and whip his corpse. Didn't BYD say village? Isn't this a castle? Yes, the wooden castle in front of us is recognized by the Mountain Blade system. There are 3 main types of buildings in the Mountain Blade system: villages, castles, and towns. The function of the village is to recruit soldiers and provide supplies. Nothing special. The castle is very powerful. Players can station troops in it, and the city walls can withstand attacks from several times more enemies. They can also construct different buildings in the castle's building slots to produce resources or train troops. Towns are even more powerful. After players occupy a town, they can use it as a base to become king. The castle in front of him was called Hardhome in the system's mark. Li Qinwu almost laughed out loud when he saw the name. He was 100% certain that this group of people were definitely exiled here by the mainstream human world, and were forced to have the spirit of finding joy in adversity, so they named the place Hardship Village. It was funny, but how to take over Hardhome became a problem. He had no engineering equipment, and with the few people he brought, it was okay to attack the village, but attacking the castle would be a death wish. Li Qinwu thought about it for a long time, but decided not to give in. He planned to go back and look for another opportunity after dark, but at this moment, something strange happened. 3 men emerged from the castle's open gates. 2 of them were soldiers, wearing chain mail and with swords at their hips. The other one was a young man wearing bright green clothes, with a long sword, a longbow, and a quiver on his waist. He was also leading a hunting dog. He looked like a young nobleman going hunting. The young nobleman led his dog straight to where Li Qinwu and his men were hiding. Seeing this, Li Qinwu wanted to take his men away. He didn't want to be exposed, so he had to plan before taking action to break into the castle. However, just as he was about to leave, the noble young master's hound suddenly barked. "Vic! Sit down! Vic, sit down!" The noble young master tried to comfort his dog, but the dog barked into the forest like a possessed person. A guard behind the noble young master said, "Master Lance, maybe Vic has found his prey." The young nobleman named Lance's eyes lit up, and he let go of the dog leash, and the hound ran out. Li Qinwu was about to leave when the hound rushed towards him like the wind. Li Qinwu narrowed his eyes and pulled out his axe. The hunting dog ran across the farmland, through the bushes, and into the forest. When it came in front of Li Qinwu, it jumped high and opened its bloody mouth to bite him out. Li Qinwu swung the axe he had prepared long ago with such force that it split the hound's head in half. The axe blade went all the way into the hound's abdomen before stopping. turning the hound into a zombie dog like in Resident Evil.at. This time, Master Lance rushed up with 2 guards. Since he was exiled here, hunting became his only pleasure. Vic, did you catch the prey? Vic, Master Lance rushed into the forest and met 10 pairs of green eyes. He was stunned. Li Chinwu narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the guy's clothes. It seemed that his status in the castle was not low. Now that he was delivered to his door, there was naturally no possibility of letting him go. Li Chinwu swung the axe hard, threw the hound's body away, and then pounced directly on it. Brother, Goblin! Young Master Lance finally reacted and was horrified. He wanted to draw his sword, but Li Chinwu's fist was already there. Li Chinwu attacked with all his strength, and an electric cannon hit Master Lance in the face, knocking him down directly. Chapter 18 Human 2-inch Master. When the 2 guards saw that their young master was knocked unconscious by the goblin, they immediately became very anxious and rushed forward with their swords drawn. Li Chinwu was not one to fight head-on. He took a step back and shouted to those behind him, "Shoot!" The 9 big goblins behind him were holding crossbows. They raised their hands and shot as soon as they heard the order. The 2 guards screamed immediately and were pierced by several crossbow arrows. However, because they were wearing chain mail, they were also wearing armored clothing inside the chain mail, which was clothing filled with compacted cotton and had a certain degree of defensive power, with the support of 2 layers of armor. Although the crossbow arrows penetrated the defense and pierced into their flesh, they did not penetrate deep and were at most minor injuries. Gob's bow's shooting speed was a bit slow, mainly because he was aiming. When he saw that the crossbow arrow shot by his companion did not kill the 2 guys, he thought quickly, aimed at the guard's unprotected face, and pulled the trigger. With a swish, the arrow pierced the face of a guard and knocked him down. Li Chinwu took advantage of the pain from the other man being shot by an arrow and rushed forward, hitting the other guard hard in the chest, knocking him over. The guy was about to get up, but Li Chinwu rushed over and sat on him, knocked off his helmet, and swung an axe at him. With a click, 12 points of experience were credited to the account. The 2 soldiers died with a loud noise, which was heard by farmers who were farming. They looked into the forest and saw goblins stripping the armor off the guards. They were so scared that they screamed and ran towards the castle. The 2 archers on the watchtower also noticed that something was wrong and immediately rang the alarm bell. The ding-ding-ding sound echoed around the castle. In a fairly tidy wooden house in the castle, a woman was fiddling with glassware, mixing some kind of potion. From time to time, she would flip through the book in front of her to look up the knowledge she needed. When she heard the alarm bell, she frowned. Is there another monster attacking? There are too many monsters in the magic forest? Monsters flow into the castle every day, which has affected the expansion of their farmland. The woman thought the guards would be able to handle it, so she ignored it and planned to continue with her potion research, but a guard came knocking on the door. Ms. Hannah. Oh no! There are enemies in the forest. The woman named Hannah frowned, put down the work at hand, picked up a long sword and hung it at her waist, and then picked up a wooden staff. She pushed the door open and asked, "What's going on?" Ms. Hannah. The guards on the city wall report that a group of goblins have sneaked into the forest near the castle and happened to run into the young master while he was hunting. We don't know if he's alive or dead. What? Hannah was shocked and ran out of the wooden house to the city wall, climbing up in a few steps. This time, all the soldiers in the castle came to the city wall, but a careful glance showed that there were only more than 50 people who could fight, less than 10 professional soldiers wearing armor, and the rest were militiamen wearing cloth and holding hoes. Hannah approached the old man in a robe and a tall man in full Western armor and asked anxiously, "Butler Mond, Knight Leo, what's going on? What happened?" Steward Mond also looked anxious, and replied tremblingly, "The farmer saw goblins approaching the outskirts of the forest. The young master happened to be hunting in the forest with his guards, and they ran into this group of goblins. Now the 2 guards have been killed, their bodies dumped at the edge of the forest, and the young master is nowhere to be found." Hannah suddenly became anxious, and her pretty face tensed. "Then why are you still standing here? Send troops and bring the young master back." Knight Leo frowned deeply and explained, "This group of goblins is not simple. They were able to kill 2 armored guards in an instant. Their strength should not be underestimated." The farmer also said that these goblins were very tall, all big goblins, and they had weapons that looked like bows and crossbows. Miss Hannah, I don't need to explain to you what a crossbow means. This is a weapon that even we are not allowed to possess. Knight Leo sighed. The kingdom's laws prohibited the private possession of bows and crossbows. Violators would be beheaded. Only regular troops could be equipped with bows and crossbows. Before Master Lance's father participated in the coup, the Baron's Guard had 50 quotas for crossbowmen. Now they and the young master have been exiled to the depths of the magic forest to open up wasteland, and they don't even have a single crossbow. How miserable! Miss Hannah was furious when she heard that they would not go to the rescue because the goblins had bows and crossbows. You're just standing here and watching the young master get arrested because of something like this. You're just standing here and watching? The young master could be in danger at any moment, and as his vassals, you're just going to stand by and watch? Facing her accusations, the two men looked a little ashamed, but that was all they were ashamed of. They just stood there without moving an inch ever since they were exiled to the depths of the magic forest. The splendor and wealth of the kingdom's capital had nothing to do with them anymore. Glory, money, and power had all left them. They had become numb walking corpses, living one day at a time. Mon's butler and Knight Leo exchanged a glance, and Mon's butler spoke up, "Miss Hannah, please calm down. Goblins are a group of bloodthirsty monsters. If the young master had fallen into their hands, he would have been killed long ago." Knight Leo also advised, "Yes, I know goblins best. These bloodthirsty bastards eat everything. The young master must have become their dinner a long time ago, and Miss Hannah, you are well aware of the habits of goblins. They don't have females, and goblins rely on other female animals to reproduce." He looked up and down at Miss Hannah's plump figure, with something meaningful in his eyes. "Miss Hannah, the number of goblins in that group is unknown, and they have powerful weapons like bows and crossbows. With less than 10 regular soldiers and a group of old farmers working the land, do you think we can defeat them and rescue the young master? Do you understand the risks of defeat in battle? It's not so bad for us men if we're defeated, at worst, we'll die. But if you, Miss Hannah, are captured," he didn't finish his next words, but Miss Hannah's face suddenly turned pale. As an apprentice at a magic academy, she knew a lot. Goblins were a liver species cursed by the goddess of life, and they would not give birth to female goblins, but before his death, the dirty goblin god used all his divine power to bless the goblin race, freeing them from reproductive isolation. This was the greatest mockery of the goddess of life, and also the revenge that the goblin god left to the world before his death, a disgusting race like psoriasis. Hannah knew very well what goblins would do to human women, but as vassals of Master Lance, they did nothing when the master was captured by the enemy. Is that okay? On the other side, Li Qinwu was taking the human cat into the forest. He did not leave, but stayed here. He wanted to see if the human army would come out to rescue them. If the rescue force is small in number, he will lead people to attack and consume the military strength in the fortress. After waiting for a long time, no one came out of the fortress and the wooden door was tightly locked. Li Qinwu glanced at the noble young master who was having a good sleep. This guy's status was not very high. No one came to rescue him when he was captured. Little did he know that the man in front of him was the supreme ruler of the castle. Now that it's been exposed, there's no need to hide anymore. Li Qinwu ordered Gabumeo, "Go and call everyone over and prepare for battle." Chapter 19, Siege. The three leading groups of Hard Village were still standing on the city wall, discussing whether to send troops to rescue the young master, but Li Qinwu had already taken the initiative to lead the goblin army up. "The enemy is coming." The soldiers on the watchtower saw a group of goblins walking out of the forest and issued a panicked warning. The three of them immediately stopped arguing, looked towards the edge of the forest, and then gasped. Goblins emerged from the forest and stood at the junction of the forest and farmland. Although there were only more than 200 goblins, they all held wooden spears and formed a square formation. Among them, there were 20 big goblins wearing strange leather. You have to know that goblins are chaotic creatures. Although they are social monsters, their organization is very weak. It is incredible that they can form a square formation like humans. Miss Hannah looked at this scene in shock, and then something even more shocking happened to young master. She saw a tall pillar erected in the goblin formation, and on the pillar hung the Master Lance whom she had been thinking about all the time. Young Master Lance was still in a daze at this time. He was stripped naked and tied to the top of the pillar, just like a human-shaped battle flag. Miss Hannah's eyes suddenly turned red. She drew the long sword from her waist and shouted to the soldiers, "Soldiers! Rescue your lord! Come with me!" After she finished shouting, there was no scene of people scrambling to respond. Everyone on the city wall looked at her like she was an idiot. Sister, do you want to hear what you're saying? There are over 200 people on the other side, and we only have about 70. Although most of them are goblins who look like children, there are only 7 armored soldiers on their side, and the rest are old farmers with farm tools. To put it bluntly, they are like Nanshan Nursing Home versus Beihai Kindergarten, and neither is better than the other. Now they have the advantage of the city wall and are in an invincible position. If they give up the city wall and take the initiative to go down and fight with the other side, wouldn't that be stupid? Knight Leo coughed. Ms. Hannah, calm down. Abandoning the city walls is not a wise move. Let's wait and see what happens. Miss Hannah suddenly jumped up and pointed at Master Lance, who had turned into a flag. Knight Leo. Has the enchanted forest clouded your chivalry? I've never seen a knight from any kingdom remain indifferent when their lord is humiliated. Facing Miss Hannah's accusations, Knight Leo simply said, well, last month my warhorse couldn't adapt to the forest climate and died of plague. I'm no longer a knight. Miss Hannah was so angry that her brain was congested. She was about to continue arguing with the other party when Butler Mond interrupted them. Stop arguing and look at the goblin across the way. Li Qinwu raised the young nobleman he had just captured as a battle flag, hoping to humiliate the defenders in the castle and make them come out to rescue people. However, the defenders remained indifferent and stood on the city wall to watch the show. He was 100% sure that this guy was not an important character at all. Even though his penis was erect, the castle defenders remained indifferent. This guy was probably just a playboy with a little money who bought some nice clothes. Li Qinwu scratched his head. He had no other choice but to try a feint attack to see how many people were in the castle opposite. However, before the attack, the newly captured equipment must be distributed. The weapons just obtained from the noble young master and the guards are an exquisite noble sword, name, exquisite noble longsword, weight, 1.8 kg, slashing speed, 103 slashing damage, 58 stab speed, 92 stab damage, 41 length, 78 cm. Description: an elegant weapon favored by the nobility, often used as a ceremonial weapon, but also effective in actual combat. Its quality is superior to ordinary swords. 2 combat swords, name, battle sword, weight, 1.5 kg, slashing speed, 101 slashing damage, 51 stab speed, 85 stab damage, 35 length, 71 cm. Description: a standard human longsword of good quality. An exquisite noble dagger, name, exquisite noble dagger, weight, 0.3 kg, slashing speed, 127 slashing damage, 18 stab speed, 103 stab damage, 34 length, 28 cm. Description: a tool knife highly favored by the nobility, adorned with rubies. If attacked by an enemy, this knife would be a last resort. An exquisite noble longbow, name, exquisite noble longbow, weight, 0.8 kg. Weapon type, longbow. Damage, 80 piercing ammunition. Flight speed, 100 meters per second. The effective range, 180 meters. Comments: this longbow is made of very solid materials and has been crafted by a master. It is of very high quality and can be a deadly weapon in the hands of a skilled archer. 2 pieces of chain mail, name, chain mail, weight, 12 kg. Armor type, light armor. Self-defense, 31 shoulder defense, 21 brief introduction, light armor with limited defense and area, but it's flexible and flexible. 2 potcakes, name, Wakui, weight, 2.5 kg. Armor type, light head armor. Self-defense, 31 description, a lightweight helmet, mass-produced, mostly used by regular human armies. A gorgeous aristocratic armor. Name, gorgeous noble armor. Weight, 2 kg. Armor type, light armor. Self-defense, 8 shoulder defense, 8 hand defense, 8 leg defense, 8 introduction, cotton armor, worn under armor as a cushioning material, can provide a small amount of defense. The noble's armor is very exquisite and can be used as ordinary travel clothing. 2 pieces of armor, name, armored clothing, weight, 2.1 kg. Armor type, light armor. Self-defense, 6 shoulder defense, 6 hand defense, 6 leg defense, 6 introduction. Cotton armor is made of cotton and is worn inside armor as a cushioning material, providing a small amount of defense. A pot of iron arrows contains 36 pieces. Li Qinwu took off his horned crocodile armor on the spot, put on the noble armor, put on a chain mail, and then put on the horned crocodile soft armor over the chain mail, and put on a helmet. He collected the 3-piece set of an exquisite noble longsword, an exquisite noble dagger, and an exquisite noble longbow. The whole set weighed more than 30 kilograms. Fortunately, Li Qinwu had the blessing of 12 points of vitality, and his body was very strong, so he felt a little heavy when wearing this set. Compared to the feeling of weight, the 3 sets of armor brought him an unmatched sense of security. The 3 sets of weapons also maximized his output. He had become a heavy infantryman who could hold the line. There was still a set of heavy infantry equipment left. Li Qinwu thought about it and called out the Gobbao. Gobgong, come here and kneel down. Gobu Gong didn't understand what was going on, but he still came to Li Qinwu and knelt down. Li Qinwu picked up a guard sword from the ground, drew out the sword and placed it on top of Gobgong's head. Gobgong, you fought bravely and were good at observation. You realized that the crossbow could not kill the enemy and shot him in the face, killing him. I will reward you with a piece of chain mail, a piece of armor, a sword, and a helmet. Gobu Gong was so happy that he wanted to rush up and hug Li Qinwu's thighs and kiss his toes. Seeing this guy kneeling on the ground and shivering, Li Qinwu didn't know how to say anything to express his gratitude. He waved his hand in boredom and asked him to put on his equipment. Gobgong thus became the first heavily armored crossbowman in Li Qinwu's army, an all-rounder who could shoot from a distance and hold the line. The other goblins looked at the Goblin Ba with envy, and then their gazes shifted to Li Qinwu, their faces full of desire, because there was still half a set of equipment underground. Li Qinwu thought for a moment, then pointed at Goblin Spear and said, Goblin Spear, step out. Gobma was overjoyed and slid down to his knees in front of Li Qinwu. Li Qinwu picked up another sword, drew it out, and placed it on top of Gob's spear. Goblins, you have followed me the longest. You have captured horned crocodiles, fought rotten faces, and killed leaders. You have the most experience and have made outstanding contributions. I will reward you with a sword, a helmet, and a set of armor. Gobmo took the equipment, his eyes full of stars. Although the boss likes to feed him a big mouth, the boss has his teeth in his heart. The boss's kindness is not over yet. After the equipment was distributed, Li Qinwu drew his sword and pointed it at the tough village attack. Chapter 20, Building a house on the original site. At dawn the next day, Li Qinwu gathered the troops that had been scattered last night and conducted an inventory. 5 people died in the battle last night and 14 were slightly injured, all of whom suffered burns. One person also sprained his ankle. The fireball thrown by the monkey Soju only looked loud, but the lethal range was not large. The flames had no stickiness after exploding, just like a lighter exploding. If the goblins were not naked, they would not even have minor burns. Li Qinwu assembled his troops, pulled out the 14 wounded soldiers, and shouted to the goblins, there are 14 of them. Wounded in battle. They deserve a reward. Li Qinwu pointed to the 20 or so wood mice captured yesterday. You are rewarded with reproduction. Go! The 14 wounded soldiers were suddenly ecstatic. They didn't expect that they could get a reward just by being blown up by a fireball. How cool! When the other goblins saw this good opportunity, they breathed heavier and wanted to immediately gain military merit. Unfortunately, Li Qinwu did not launch an attack in the next few days because of the scarcity of engineering equipment and the fact that there was a mage on the opposite side who could throw fireballs. Li Qinwu did not want to be impatient for quick success, so he planned to adopt a strategy of both persuasion and persuasion. It seems that the two sides are in a stalemate now, but in fact the advantage is on Li Qinwu's side. While the castle provides protection for humans, it also becomes a cage. Li Qinwu only needs to place a few spies behind the castle, and the large army can stare at the city gate to surround and kill them. When the defenders' food is exhausted, the enemy will collapse without a fight. Li Qinwu asked the goblins to set up camp, use axes and swords to cut down the surrounding trees, and build houses where they could live permanently. Li Qinwu planned to set up a permanent base here. Although the wooden fort had not been taken down yet, in his eyes, it was already in his pocket. Therefore, his construction requirements were very high. He had to dig the foundation and insert the beams. He wanted to build this place into a second base. He divided the goblins into two teams. One team usually surrounded the wooden fort to prevent people in the city from rushing out, and the other team went hunting to find wood mice to breed more goblins. As time went by, the people on the city wall went from being panicked at the beginning to being extremely uneasy now. On the first day, they saw the goblins below digging a hole with simple tools. On the second day, they saw the goblins erecting wooden beams in the hole. On the third day, a small wooden house was built, and it looked to be of good quality and could be lived in for 20 or 30 years. In the next few days, cabins were built one after another, and the goblins also lit a bonfire. Every day, they roasted the prey they caught on the bonfire and distributed it collectively. What shocked everyone even more was that the tallest goblin led a group of little goblins into the farmland and taught them how to weed and protect crops. This really shocked the old farmer on the city wall. How could a monster like a goblin farm, these background characters that appear in the stories of brave heroes, actually have such a smart side? The goblins showed an attitude of staying here permanently, which made the people of Hardhome extremely uneasy. Before, they had imagined that the goblins would retreat if they could not take the castle, but now they could only face reality. In a meeting room in the wooden castle, Miss Hannah slammed the table and stood up. We can't go on like this. These goblins clearly intend to stay here permanently. If we continue to be trapped in the castle by them, we'll be dead. Steward Mond, how long will our food last? The old butler, Mond, also had a worried look on his face. He pulled out a small notebook from his pocket, flipped it open, glanced at it, and said, "We still have 2 months' worth of food. If we cut back on the supply, we should be able to last about 3 months." Miss Hannah looked at Knight Leo, who was sitting silently. "Knight Leo, we must do something, even for ourselves." Knight Leo thought carefully and said, "Miss Hannah, a frontal attack is impossible. We have too few soldiers. Even with all the farmers, we can only have 70 people at most, while the enemy has 3 times as many people as us. Of course, this is nothing, just a bunch of unarmored goblins. Normally, we can cut down the melons and vegetables, but Miss Hannah, did you notice those 20 goblins wearing leather armor? They are what worries me the most. 20 armored soldiers with a group of goblins. This is simply not something we can resist. What should we do then?" Miss Hannah also looked helpless. Since the war began, the 20 big goblins have been giving everyone a great sense of oppression. Once a goblin is promoted to a big goblin, its physical fitness and strength are slightly higher than that of an adult male. Moreover, the other party is wearing armor and has bows and crossbows, so it is no problem for one goblin to defeat 2 or 3 of them. Knight Leo said helplessly, "Miss Hannah, if the situation deteriorates to a certain extent, our only way out is to protect some people, break through the goblin encirclement, and escape from behind the castle. As many people as possible will survive." Miss Hannah just smiled bitterly at this suggestion. Not to mention that it took them nearly 30 days to get here. Now they don't have any supplies. Can they walk in the forest for 30 days? The magic forest is a forbidden area for humans. When they came here, their number was more than 3 times what it is now. How many people died on the way here because of monsters and malaria? And even if some of them were lucky enough to walk back to the kingdom's territory, they would still face death. It was because Master Lance's father participated in a coup and failed. The old king didn't execute them all. It was because of Master Lance's father's outstanding achievements and contributions to the kingdom that he allowed them to live in the magic forest. If they dared to return to human society, they would be ungrateful. Oh, by the way, speaking of Master Lance, he seems to have been captured by the goblins for several days. Has he really turned into barbecue? Miss Hannah was thinking about poor Master Lance when a soldier ran in a panic. My lords! The goblins are escorting Master Lance to the foot of the city wall. What should we do? The 3 guys stared in amazement. It's been a week, and Master Lance is still alive? He must have been jarred into a puff by the goblins. Several people immediately stood up and went up to the city wall, and saw several big goblins holding rough wooden shields and protecting the tallest goblin behind them on a small path beside the fields in the distance. The tallest goblin was holding a straw rope in his hand, and their beloved Master Lance was being led on it like a dog. Li Chinwu saw that the city wall was full of people, so he pulled the straw rope hard. Young Master Lance groaned and fell to the ground, crying out for help from everyone on the city wall. Miss Hannah, Butler Mond, Knight Leo, please save my teeth. Chapter 21 Negotiation. After being captured by Li Chinwu, Master Lance was unconscious for a whole day. When he woke up, he found himself hung on a pole as a chess piece. He was scared to death, especially because there were goblins everywhere below, making him feel like he had fallen into a devil's cave. Afterwards, this guy was brought to Li Chinwu. Li Chinwu wanted to ask him for some information, but this guy screamed in fear. The unknown language he spoke sounded like Crazy Dave in Li Chinwu's ears, and he couldn't understand him at all. Li Chinwu planned to maximize the man's final value, cosplay the tough King Louis XVI, and put pressure on the people in the castle. Master! Miss Hannah cried out in grief. Seeing her young master turned into a monster's toy, she was overwhelmed with sorrow and immediately wanted to go down to save him, but was stopped by Knight Leo. Miss Hannah, calm down. Those despicable goblins are trying to lure you down to weaken our forces. Do you see those big goblins at the edge of the forest? Their crossbows are all cocked. Miss Hannah glanced at the edge of the forest and found that several big goblins were ready for battle and were staring at the wooden castle with a fierce look. Butler Mon suggested, "Miss Hannah, don't you know language magic? This guy brought the young master here with him, so he must be planning to say something. Why not listen to what he has to say?" Miss Hannah nodded, and at this time Li Qinwu's voice was heard. "Humans inside. Is there anyone who can speak Goblin? Come out and act as a translator, or this guy will have to cosplay as Louis XVI. Li Qinwu drew out his long sword and kicked Master Lance in the leg joint, forcing the guy who had just stood up to kneel on the ground again, and then put the long sword on his neck. Master Lance screamed in fear. 9 lives. I don't want to be eaten by goblins. Miss Hannah was furious. Stop, you damned goblin. Don't be rude to the Lord. A clear female voice came into Li Qinwu's ears, and it was a language he could understand. Li Qinwu was surprised, but when he saw that the person speaking on the city wall was Mahu Xiaojiu, he understood. Translation magic is also a standard feature of the other world, and what the other side said, "So you're the Lord." Damn, I thought you were just a small-time character, Miss Mage. Thank you for reminding me. It turns out I caught a big fish. He. Li Qinwu made a sound that only a great elder of the Soul Palace could make after eating a Soul Palace elder every day. Miss Hannah turned pale immediately and realized that she had done something stupid. Knight Leo and Butler Mon saw that Miss Hannah's face was pale, and they didn't know what she had said to the goblin, so they urged her to translate. After Miss Hannah stammered out her translation, the two men's expressions changed and they looked at Miss Hannah as if she were an idiot. Damn, the goblin didn't even know that the person he caught was the #1 guy in the castle, and you just leaked the answer to him. This is really a cute pig girl, but now is not the time to blame each other. Knight Leo said firmly, Miss Hannah, I am now the highest military commander of the castle. From now on, you must not say anything that is not related to translation. I will translate one sentence for you, ask who that goblin is and why he invaded our territory. Miss Hannah, knowing that she had done something bad, nodded, not daring to make any further movements, and honestly translated Knight Leo's words. After listening to Miss Hannah's translation, Li Qinwu burst into laughter. Human. What do you mean by I'm invading your territory? The enchanted forest has belonged to us monsters since ancient times. It's you humans who are the invaders, right? Isn't it our duty as monsters to protect our homeland by killing and expelling you invaders? This made Miss Hannah confused. It was the first time that a monster accused her of being an invader. It was such a weird feeling, but think about it, as human beings, they went deep into the magical forest to build a castle. It seems like they are really invaders. Miss Hannah translated this to the two people with a strange look on her face, and they were also confused. Knight Leo was silent for a moment before saying, Tell him we can defend the castle until we die. His attack is meaningless. After listening to the translation, Li Qinwu spat a mouthful of thick phlegm towards the castle. You're pretending. You've come all this way to build a castle in the enchanted forest. You don't have much food with you, do you? I figured you only have 2 months' worth of food at most. You're probably going to hold out until you die of old age, or even starve to death. Knight Leo's face changed. He didn't expect that this goblin could guess their food reserves so accurately. He bluffed. Our reinforcements will arrive in a month, not 2 months. By then, you and your demon army will be wiped out by the kingdom's iron army. Miss Hannah translated it this way, and this made Li Qinwu speechless. If this group of people really had reinforcements, the situation would be difficult to predict. It wouldn't take many people, just 50 armored soldiers, and he would have to run back to the base with the goblins. Li Qinwu had too little information, and he was skeptical about the origins of these people. One suspicion was that this group of people made a mistake and were exiled to the forest by the mainstream human world. Another suspicion was that the human empire's major policy was to send a large number of immigrants to the forest to open up wasteland. If it is the latter, then there must be more than one wooden castle in the magic forest. There must be more wooden castles being built by humans. In this case, he will be in danger. Even if he can quickly attack and take down the wooden castle, he will have to give up. Otherwise, when other human armies come, he will be the one surrounded in the castle, but all is fair in war. Who knows if this monkey Soju is bluffing or not, so he chose to speak only those words that would benefit his own side. Hey, you're bragging. You stinky potatoes, rotten bird eggs, weren't you just exiled here by the human kingdom because you made a mistake? Why are you pretending so much? I've led my men through the entire area within 100 miles of here. There aren't any other human castles besides yours. You're completely alone. As he said this, he grabbed Master Lance's neck with his big hands, suffocating him. Li Chinwu's expression also became extremely ferocious. Listen up, people in the castle. The one standing before you is the Goblin King, the enslaver of all races, the whipper of the world, the destroyer of gods, the only legitimate master of the enchanted forest, Arthur Louis Romanoff, Qingshi Huang. Now open the city gates and submit to me, and I will spare your lives and reward you with becoming my slaves. Negotiation is all about bragging. Look at how many titles you have boasted about. Even the monkey Xiaojiu on the city wall is stunned. There was a long silence on the city wall. Finally, Mahu Xiaojiu said only one sentence: let's discuss the conditions for releasing Master Lance. Chapter 22 Ironware obtained. Talking about the main topic, Li Chinwu released the hand that was pinching Master Lance's neck and made him kneel on the ground and cough. What is he thinking of trading this guy for? This guy named Lance should be very important to the people in the castle, but he is very important yet unlikely to be so. He is in a Schrodinger's dilemma, so we can't ask for too much, otherwise if the other party gives up on him, we will get nothing. A few minutes later, Li Chinwu said, 100 axes, 100 hoes, in exchange for your lord's life. Now it was the turn of the three people on the wall to remain silent. After several minutes, Miss Hannah refused. Impossible. We will not provide any ironware to monsters like you. The other party answered very firmly. Li Chinwu's troops had limited ironware. If they provided so many ironware to the other party at one time, the other party's combat effectiveness would be greatly improved. Even if they rescued Master Lance by then, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. In this case, it would be better not to negotiate. At least they could still survive in the castle for a while. Li Chinwu kicked young Master Lance hard, knocking him to the ground. You're useless, aren't you? You've been docking your men's wages for a long time. You wouldn't even be willing to trade your life for 100 axes or hoes. You're such a failure. Master Lance howled as he was kicked. He quickly shouted towards the city wall, Miss Hannah, what are you talking about with this guy? Stop provoking him. Give him whatever he wants. Make him let me go. Miss Hannah was embarrassed, and Knight Leo whispered, don't talk to the young master yet. Only when we show that we don't care about him will he lower the price. You're right to listen to me. Miss Hannah thought so too and ignored Master Lance's shouting. When Master Lance saw that the cute Miss Hannah ignored him, he became extremely desperate and thought that they were going to give up on him. He cried and made a fuss, calling out the names of acquaintances in the castle, hoping that they would come to save him. Everyone on the castle looked reluctant. After all, this was the monarch they had sworn allegiance to, and now he was kneeling down and begging for mercy. But they were just sitting on the city wall and doing nothing. It was really too ugly, and the most important thing is that they actually have the 100 axes and hoes that the other party requested, and there are a lot of them. When they arrived, there were more than 300 of them, and they brought with them more than 300 sets of axes, hoes, and other tools. Thinking of staying away from human society, Master Lance spent almost all of his belongings on buying tools for pioneering. However, they did not expect that the monster forest was so dangerous. After the team of more than 300 people arrived at the exile site, only less than 100 people were alive, and the extra tools were all sealed in the warehouse. Now, because they are worried that the goblins' combat power will be enhanced by the iron weapons, they cannot take out the things to exchange for Master Lance's life, which makes them feel ashamed. Li Chinwu and the other party were in a stalemate for a long time. The other party was still unwilling to provide him with ironware and acted as if he didn't care about young Master Lance. He was only willing to give up 10 bags of food and a glass cup that looked precious but was useless in exchange for him. Li Chinwu was annoyed by them and yelled at them on the spot, you guys treat me like a 3-year-old kid. You're exchanging a broken glass for a lord's life. What a joke. There was silence in the castle for a long time. Li Chinwu cursed several times, but the other party didn't respond, which made him very angry. But as he was getting angry, a yellow light bulb suddenly appeared above his head and he had an idea. Li Chinwu pulled the kneeling Master Lance up from the ground, patted his face gently, and showed a meaningful smile. Young Master Lance's anus tightened, and he was about to say something to beg for mercy, But Li Qinwu had someone hold him down and pull out his right arm. Li Qinwu drew out his sword and gestured at his arm several times, as if he was going to chop it. Young Master Lance screamed in fear, and the people on the city wall also became agitated. Miss Hannah even shouted louder, "Stop! Don't hurt Master Lance." Li Qinwu said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't take his life. At most, I will take away his fingerless girl. I will let him go after that." The people on the city wall were a little confused. After taking away the young master's five-fingered girl, they let him go. What did this mean? The quickest thinker present was Butler Mond. His face changed instantly, realizing what the goblin leader was up to. He immediately broke out in a sweat. Is this really a goblin? To think of such a trick, how vicious! Li Qinwu said with a smile, "When your master Lance loses Miss Five Fingers, he will be in great pain, despair, and resentment. I will release him then. When he hears that his vassals were unwilling to exchange 100 axes and 100 hoes for his life, causing him to lose the Five Fingers girl, guess how much he will hate you. He. I really want to see how he will treat you when he returns. He. After hearing Miss Hannah's translation, the three people in the castle turned pale, especially Knight Leo. This strong man even trembled. Damn, this goblin was too cruel. He hit him in the weak spot with one punch. If Master Lance, who had lost an arm, came back and heard that it was him who stopped the goblin from giving him an axe and hoe, causing him to lose an arm, he guessed that Master Lance would execute him on the spot. Why don't we just give it to him? Young Master's life is at stake. Knight Leo stammered. Right. The young Master's life is more important. I'll immediately send someone to pick out 100 sets of the most worn axes and hoes and give them to this monster. Rescuing the young master is the most important thing. Butler Mond also quickly responded. When the young master was kidnapped before, he suggested not to rescue him. If he didn't show his strength now, he was afraid that he would only be able to wear size 30 shoes in the future with size 40 feet. Miss Hannah was speechless when she saw these people's behavior. When the young master's life was in danger, they didn't care about it, but now that it concerned them, they jumped higher and higher. Fortunately, the young master is back. That's good. Miss Hannah hurriedly shouted to Li Qinwu, "Stop! Don't hurt Master Lance. We agree to your request. But why should we believe that you will keep your promise?" Li Qinwu put away his knife with satisfaction, raised his hand and hit young Master Lance twice in the groin, hitting him so hard that one of his teeth popped out. "Miss, you have to understand that I am not begging you, you are begging me. Bring me what I want right now, and take this incompetent young master away from you, or I'll return the battle-damaged young master to you and let him bite you to death." As a last resort, the people on the castle had to throw 100 axes and 100 hoes down from the city wall. Li Qinwu sent people to take away these precious ironware, then kicked young Master Lance on the butt and returned to the forest laughing. Young Master Lance finally escaped, crying miserably. He ran to the city wall and shouted, "Open the door! Let me in! Let me in!" The wooden door opened a little, and Master Lance squeezed in through the gap. Miss Hannah and the other two came to greet him. Master Lance rushed forward, hugged Miss Hannah like a big gecko, hung his whole body on her, and then burst into tears, smearing his tears and snot all over her body. Miss Hannah felt a little nauseous, but she still stroked his hair gently. "Master Dejiapu, you are safe now." Knight Leo interrupted, "Master Lance. After battling these monsters, we finally rescued you. Thankfully, you're safe. Otherwise, I'd die trying to atone for my crime." Butler Mond took off his coat and put it on the naked Master Lance, his old face smiling like a chrysanthemum. "Master Lance, don't worry. Everything is fine. We will protect you. Mina-san. It's so easy to mess with everyone around. You. Young Master Lance was crying so hard that the three people present tried to comfort him in unison, looking like a wise king and famous minister, but in a place where young Master Lance couldn't see. The three of them looked at each other and saw the guilt in each other's eyes. Chapter 23. Pottery. Li Qinwu was overjoyed after getting a large number of tools. At this time, he didn't care about the humans who were struggling to survive in the hard village. He only had one idea now: construction, and construction. Except for the big goblin who was still monitoring the humans in Hard Home, all other goblins have started working. Li Qinwu asked them to cut down trees and dig up their roots. The cut-down trees were processed on the spot and made into building materials by hammering them into the ground to make beams. The vacant land was also dug up and the potatoes they brought were planted. After all the goblins had their own houses, Li Qinwu had someone dig a hole in the ground, throw a lot of wood in it, light it, and then cover the wood with mud. When they dug it up the next day, it was full of black charcoal. With the coal, Li Qinwu immediately built a kiln. He walked along the river, found clay, and used the clay to make pottery. Making pottery is actually not that difficult. You just use clay to shape the pottery you want, light the stove, put the pottery in it and burn it to get the pottery out. If the first firing fails and there are cracks on the pottery, it doesn't matter. Breaking the pottery fired for the first time into powder and mixing it with the clay fired for the second time can greatly increase the success rate. On that day, Li Qinwu successfully fired a batch of pottery, including pots, pans, and bowls. He lined up the fired pots and gathered all the goblins together. Li Qinwu held a ceramic bowl and excitedly shouted to the goblins in a news channel voice, "Brothers! From now on, we will stride from the beasts who eat raw meat and drink blood into the era of cooked food. This is a small step for the tribe, but a giant leap for the goblin population. Even though you don't know what this means yet, it doesn't matter. Time will tell. You don't have to work today, so eat as much as you can." At Li Qinwu's command, the goblins plunged into a sea of joy. According to Li Qinwu's request, they lit a bonfire, set up a clay pot, poured water into it, put in fresh meat and vegetables to cook. From then on, the goblins in Li Qinwu's hands were no longer required to eat raw food and drink blood. If they continued to eat raw food and drink raw water, they would be punished with flogging. The people on the city wall looked at the cheering goblins silently, wondering what was wrong with them. The goblins didn't attack the castle these days. They just kept cutting down trees, digging holes, and building. The edge of the forest retreated further and further, and there were more and more goblin huts, forming a small village. They were astonished by the speed of the goblins' construction. The goblins built a small village in less than a month. If it were humans, they would have to spend a lot of money in food. The Lord and his secretary and steward would have to work day and night to adjust the population to complete a project of the same size. Miss Hannah, Butler Mond, and Knight Leo stood on the city wall, staring at the goblin village with gloomy eyes. These guys had been making a lot of noise this morning, making them nervous. They thought the goblins were going to attack again. It turned out that the other party was having a party and cooking meat soup. The key point was that the aroma of meat filled the air, making those who hadn't eaten or drunk enough for several days feel uncomfortable. Is BYD goblins cooking so delicious? These days they discovered a fatal problem. They had no water, compared to the food that could last them for 3 months. When the castle was first built, they only thought about defending against attacks from monsters and never considered being besieged by the enemy, so they didn't consider water sources. Now that they have been surrounded by goblins for more than a month, all the drinking water in their city has been used up. Every day, they rely on Miss Hannah to condense water elements with magic. Miss Hannah has now turned into a human water dispenser. Every day she either uses magic to create water elements or waits for her magic power to recover to continue creating water elements. She looks haggard and has dark circles under her eyes. Tired Miss Hannah sniffed and could smell that the broth cooked across the way contained a lot of things, including rabbit meat, venison, carrots, and onions. The broth was thick and fragrant, making her drool. Damn it! These bastards started making a fuss so early in the morning. What on earth are they trying to do? Are they celebrating the Festival of Light? Butler Mond smelled the aroma of vegetables in the air and swallowed his saliva. Our food supply is getting smaller and smaller. Without fresh vegetables, I've been constipated for a long time. Knight Raymond also lamented, without fresh meat, the soldiers will become increasingly weak. If the goblins launch an attack, the soldiers won't even be able to lift their weapons. Besides, the young master hasn't left the house since he was rescued. He's in such a bad state, the three of them sighed. After Master Raymond was rescued, he became neurotic and hid in his little house, not daring to come out. The highest leader of the castle was like this, which caused the morale of everyone in the castle to be very low. Everyone was being emo when they suddenly saw a big goblin walking over. This scene made everyone's heart jump again. Goblin Spear walked straight to the foot of the city wall and shouted to the humans above, "Hey, are there any female humans who can speak Goblin? Our boss has something to ask you." Miss Hannah was stunned for a moment and translated this to the other two. The three of them looked at each other, and Miss Hannah asked, "What does your leader want to ask?" The boss said today is a commemorative day, that the goblins have crossed from one era to another. I don't understand what that means, but tell me what day it is. This date will be in the Goblin textbooks from now on. The three of them looked at each other, wondering what was going on. Miss Hannah felt that the question didn't involve her life, so she replied, "Today is April 20th, 4352 in the year of the gods." Gobmo stood there for a few minutes, memorizing the number, then he picked up a bag and shook it at the people on the city wall. "Our boss wants to make a deal with you, a bag of vegetables for a set of writing utensils." "Ha! Goblins want writing utensils. Has the world really gone mad?" The three of them looked at the bag of food and swallowed their saliva frantically. Just as Butler Mon said, they hadn't eaten vegetables for a long time. If they only ate black bread without dietary fiber, they would soon be unable to defecate. Even the beautiful Miss Hannah had become pigmented because of this. The three of them were hesitating, and Gobspare was getting a little annoyed. "Speak frankly, are you going to change it or not? The boss said that you humans are just wasting time. He's here in the name of Arthur Louis Romanoff, the king of goblins, the slave of all races, the whipper of the world, the destroyer of gods, the only legitimate master of the enchanted forest, and the first emperor of Qin. He's not poisoning the vegetables. Hurry up. I'm waiting to go back and eat." Eventually, the old butler, Mond, threw his set of writing utensils over the city wall in exchange for these vegetables. Later, after testing, they found that the vegetables were indeed not poisoned, so several senior executives distributed the vegetables to slightly relieve constipation. As for the ordinary farmers, they could not care less and just kept them. Gobmo ran back to the camp, gave the writing tools to Li Qinwu and went to show off his meal. Li Qinwu spread out the parchment, dipped the feather pen in ink and began to draw. He wanted to plan the future capital of the Goblin Empire. Chapter 24 Water Wheel. Li Qinwu drew a simple city planning map on parchment, including road systems, sewer systems, farmland areas, livestock areas, and even commercial areas. He decided to develop a large town based on hard home to it. Makes sense that humans chose this location to settle down. The terrain around here is flat and the soil is loose. As long as the big trees are cut down, a large amount of arable land can be obtained. It is not far from the river, about 200 meters away. It can become a port city in the future. Its geographical location is very advantageous. More importantly, humans have reclaimed a circle of lands surrounding the wooden fort. The food produced by these lands is enough for Li Qinwu's troops to not have to hunt for a long time, allowing his labor force to concentrate on construction. After making a simple plan, Li Qinwu walked out of the wooden house with a wooden spear in his hand, and the goblin work team followed him with axes and hoes. Li Qinwu began to draw lines on the ground, and the goblins began to dig where he drew. The goblins built houses from the squares he drew and dug sewers from the straight lines he drew. With sufficient food, the goblins worked very quickly. What made Li Qinwu happy was that the first litter of goblin cubs consisted of nearly 200 goblins. Li Qinwu sent 10 goblins to manage the goblin cubs and transferred them to the nursery. The nursery is dry and warm, and every day each goblin cub is fed a thick broth made from a mixture of meat and vegetables. With such rich nutritional supplements, the growth rate of goblin cubs is further increased, and they can often be pulled out of the nursery to participate in production and construction. After 10 days, with the addition of new population, Li Qinwu started to implement a major project. He found that after he presided over the construction of many wooden houses these days, his engineering skill proficiency increased significantly, and the proficiency would soon reach 25 points. Li Qinwu was very interested in the first dual-choice skill of engineering, cement. He wanted to quickly raise his engineering proficiency to 25 and unlock this skill. To this end, he started a special project. He first sent people to dig canals on the fields, and then asked the goblins to cut down a large amount of trees, drill holes in the wood, and preset rivet holes in advance. After all the wooden parts were processed, although they were a bit rough, they were sufficient. After all the wooden parts were completed, Li Qinwu led his men down to the river to install them. There are also horned crocodiles in the waters nearby. These horned crocodiles seem to have occupied the ecological niche along the banks of the river and can be seen everywhere, which creates a lot of difficulties for people who want to go down to the river for construction, but it doesn't matter. Li Qinwu asked the big goblins wearing horned crocodile leather armor to do the construction. The armor would confuse the horned crocodiles and make them think that the goblins were their own kind, so their project went very smoothly. Several large wooden beams were driven into the riverbed with great difficulty, and then Li Qinwu worked on the beams. The wooden tools that had been made before were stacked on top, and a huge wooden monster slowly took shape. The project lasted for nearly 15 days, and the first wave of newborn goblin cubs grew up to adults. Among them, 218 out of 237 successfully survived, which is a very high survival rate. Li Chinwu asked the old goblins to lead the young goblins and assigned them to work groups to become the new vitality of the tribe, further increasing Li Chinwu's construction speed. The humans on the city wall watched the edge of the forest gradually move away. More and more land was reclaimed, more houses were built on the edge of the land, and a large number of goblins worked and lived on the land. They all had confusion in their eyes. Is the world being sped up? How could such a massive undertaking be completed by a group of monsters in such a short time? What confused them even more was that the goblins had been working in the river recently. At first, they couldn't tell what they were installing in the water, but as time went on, an old farmer with a hoe shouted, "Oh my God! A water wheel! They're installing a water wheel!" Everyone felt it was ridiculous. A water wheel was a very complicated device. How could a goblin make one? And it looks like a large water truck that is 4 or 5 meters high, a huge machine that can deliver water directly to the shore. Impossible. They're just monsters. How could they possibly build a water wheel? Impossible, impossible. Miss Hannah shook her head frantically, cursing in her heart that it was ridiculous. The other party was a goblin, not a human. The other party was just a monster, a brainless monster. They were surrounded by goblins in the city, tortured by fear and scarcity of supplies every day, and had become a little crazy. Now, seeing the goblins completing projects that only humans could do one by one, they felt panic in their hearts and felt that their pride as humans was about to collapse. If even goblins can do what humans do, then what are they? Miss Hannah's inexplicable competitive spirit makes her travel back and forth between the city wall and her cabin 10 times a day. She hopes that the goblins' water wheel project will fail. When the second wave of more than 300 goblin cubs grew up to be able to work, Li Chinwu's water wheel project was officially completed. I saw a huge circular wheel standing upright in the river. The wheel was rotated by the water flow, and the river water was transported to a high place and then poured down. The water is collected by wooden waterways, which are raised high by wooden frames that extend 200 meters to the land, and the water is directed into the field-shaped canals. An old farmer exclaimed again after seeing this scene. With the canal, we can irrigate the land at any time, and the crop yield will increase by at least 20%. The old farmer was trembling all over, and there was envy in his eyes. A human was actually envious of the goblin. On the other hand, Miss Hannah had a dejected look on her face and was muttering to herself. Impossible, impossible, they are just goblins, they are just goblins. On the other side, after the water wheel and irrigation system were completed, Li Chinwu gave the goblins a day off and they started eating and drinking again. Li Chinwu felt that this group of goblins was too simple and powerful. As long as he fed them well and did 3 draws and 1 kill from time to time, everyone would complete his task 100% without any laziness. The goblins were really too simple and powerful. Li Chinwu opened his personal attribute panel. After the water wheel was completed, his engineering skill proficiency reached 23, and he was only 2 points away from unlocking the 2-choice skill. Li Chinwu looked towards the wooden fort, with a cold look in his eyes. Now there are 2 waves of goblin cubs born, and his military strength has reached 600. 3 draws and 1 kill have reduced his strength to 100. It is time to completely grasp what originally belongs to him. Li Chinwu immediately started a new project. He divided the goblins into 3 teams. One team monitored the human castle, another team cut down trees, and the third team dug the foundation on the ground. After they dug the foundation to a certain depth, the tall wooden beams were driven into the ground, and then the goblins extended them upwards with riveted structures. Li Chinwu wanted to build a tall arrow tower that could directly strike the houses in the wooden walls, for arrow towers are erected at the 4 corners of the castle. Once completed, they can indiscriminately attack any target in the castle. This made the people in the city very worried, but there was nothing they could do. There were more and more goblins below, and their number was already 6 times theirs. It was impossible for them to do anything. They could only watch the 4 wooden towers grow taller day by day. Finally, after the third wave of goblin cubs were born, the 9-meter-high arrow tower was topped out. Li Chinwu climbed up the arrow tower with a longbow and asked someone to bring a brazier and place it beside him. Li Chinwu picked up a specially made wooden arrow. The top of the wooden arrow was wrapped with dry grass, soaked in oil refined from the fat of hunted animals, and mixed with some flammable resin. He placed the arrow on the brazier and lit it. He glanced at the chaotic wooden fort, drew his longbow, and shot an arrow. Chapter 25. Taking the wooden fort. The rocket was launched at a particularly large angle, flew over 200 meters, shot into the wooden fort, and lodged in the roof of a house covered with hay. The flame on the arrow ignited the hay, and the fire spread instantly, and the entire roof of the cabin was on fire. Fire! Fire! The soldiers on the watchtower of the wooden fort were horrified and rang the alarm bells, making a ding-ding-ding sound. The people in the wooden fort hurriedly put out the fire, but they were still surrounded by goblins, and there was not much water in the wooden fort. After a lot of rescue efforts, they just couldn't prevent the fire from spreading, but the wooden house still burned down. Everyone's faces were covered in black, and many were burned, looking extremely miserable. This is when the opponent only shot one arrow. If the opponent's 4 arrow towers were full of people and shot arrows at the same time, they would all be burned to death. What should we do? What should we do? Think of a solution quickly. Miss Hannah shouted anxiously, trying to get the other two to think of a solution, but Knight Leo just stood there with a gloomy expression, and Butler Mon just kept sighing. Knight Leo said helplessly, "There's nothing we can do. The 4 arrow towers they've erected have a clear view of our every move. Furthermore, their forces have increased so much in such a short period of time that they've completely surrounded the castle. We have nowhere else to go." Miss Hannah turned pale. "Is there really no other way? Is this the end for us?" Knight Leo nodded helplessly. He drew the dagger from his waist and handed it to Miss Hannah. "At least there's still time to decide your own fate. Miss Hannah, you're a woman. I don't need to tell you what the consequences will be if you're captured by goblins. Well, may you return to the kingdom of light." Miss Hannah took the dagger tremblingly. She really didn't want to die. As one of the top 10 students in the Kingdom Magic Academy, she should have a bright future. But she chose to commit suicide in this deserted magic forest. Why did it turn out like this? Big tears fell from her eyes, and she trembled as she put the dagger against her neck. Knight Leo and Butler Mon closed their eyes in pain. There is great terror between life and death. Miss Hannah was hesitant to commit suicide. She tried several times but felt uncomfortable. Finally, she put down the dagger and thought about going back to get some potion to drink to kill herself. This time, the goblins surrounding the castle began to move, and a big goblin approached the wall with a shield raised. Goblin spear shouted upwards, "Are there any females who can speak Goblin? My boss said he'll give you a chance to surrender and let you live." Miss Hannah was stunned and subconsciously translated this to the other two. The other two also breathed a little heavier. They were all human beings and didn't want to die. Even if the one who made the promise to them was a goblin, they still wanted to see if there was any chance. Miss Hannah approached the city wall and asked in a trembling voice, "What did your leader say?" Gobmo shouted loudly, "The boss said that our troops are 6 times as strong as yours, and we can burn the wooden fort to charcoal at any time. It only takes him a moment to kill you, but this wooden fort is well built, and he doesn't want to burn it down. You humans are also an important labor force. You can become the boss's slaves and help him work. Those who master knowledge will gain higher power, and your lives will be protected." Miss Hannah translated this to the others, and Knight Leo said, "Ask him how to ensure our safety." Miss Hannah asked truthfully. Goblin scratched his head, thinking of the boss's tone, and imitated him, "Human. I'll fuck you, immortal. Surrender or not? Give me the answer." The boss said that if you don't surrender before lunch, he will fire a volley of rockets and turn you all into roasted pigs. If you want to surrender, throw your armor and weapons off the city wall. Oh, and especially for female humans who can do magic, you must drop your staff, the boss wants to see it. Miss Hannah disgusted with the 3 of them and said, "You have to promise not to attack women." Gob's pair turned and walked away. "Whether AI Heba votes or not, I'm leaving. You're so annoying, it's like I'm begging you." Gob Mao turned around and walked away, looking as if he was too lazy to say a word. He didn't understand why the boss was wasting time with these humans when he could obviously kill them all. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to just burn them all and eat the barbecue directly? The 3 people on the city wall looked at Gob Mao walking away, feeling melancholy. Should they surrender? The other party is a goblin. Goblins can be seen everywhere in this world, and the crimes of goblins are well known to everyone. Many remote human villages robbed by goblins are in a terrible state, especially the goblin nests that have been wiped out. The women who were rescued are all in a miserable state. Do they really want to believe the goblins who eat people without leaving any bones? None of the three could come up with an answer, but there was nothing they could do. Time passed by minute, and the time limit set by the goblins was about to come. Some goblins had already climbed up the arrow tower with bows and crossbows, ready to shoot rockets at them. This time, Master Lance, who had been hiding in the room and looked extremely haggard, came out. He came behind the three of them and said, "Ms. Hannah, Butler Mond, Knight Leo, let's surrender." The three of them were shocked and hurried over to ask about Master Lance's condition. Master Lance shook his head. "Three of you, after my father participated in the failed coup, His Majesty the King gave us the choice of being executed immediately or exiled to the Enchanted Forest. We all chose the Enchanted Forest. Who doesn't know that coming to the Magic Forest is a life or death experience? But we still choose to come. Isn't it just for that chance of survival? What's the difference between the current situation and then? It's just that I've changed from begging for my life from the king to begging for my life from the goblins. Now that our lives are in the hands of the enemy again, we might as well continue to show our submission. Even if there is only a 10% chance of survival, being alive is always good. What could be more terrifying than death?" Alas, after hearing this, the three of them seemed to have lost all their last bit of strength and torn off the last veil of dignity. Chapter 26 Hannah Dulaneying. Within 3 meters, Li Qinwu saw that the time was almost up and the humans still showed no signs of surrender. He picked up another wooden arrow, placed it in the brazier, lit it, and pulled the bow. Li Qinwu thought it would be a pity to burn down such a wooden fort, as it could be used to store food if kept. However, since the other party refused to surrender, there was nothing he could do, so he had to burn it down and rebuild it. Li Qinwu was about to shoot an arrow, but suddenly, he heard the human soldiers on the city wall shouting something loudly, as if to attract his attention. He glanced over there and saw human soldiers starting to take off their armor and swords and throwing them under the city wall. Next came the farmer, who threw his axe and hoe down, and then Miss Hannah, who reluctantly touched the magic text on her staff and cruelly threw it under the city wall. Knight Leo took off his full body armor with great effort and threw it under the city wall. Finally, he stroked a very long sword and took a long time to throw it away. He knew that from then on, this companion who accompanied him on the battlefield no longer belonged to him. Seeing that the people on the city wall had almost thrown away their weapons, Li Qinwu laughed heartily. He got down from the arrow tower and shouted to Gobmo, "Gobmo, send someone to collect the weapons." Gobspare responded and took a few goblins to the bottom of the city wall to take away all the weapons. Without these things, humans would no longer have the power to resist and would become lambs to be slaughtered. A few minutes later, the city gate was opened, and the humans inside walked out of the wooden fort reluctantly. Leading the way was a group of men, followed by women, who in turn surrounded the children. Li Qinwu took a look around and found that there were 73 males, 21 females and 3 children, all under 10 years old. Li Qinwu was very satisfied with their surrender. He waved his hand and the goblins rushed forward with straw ropes and tied their hands. People subconsciously wanted to resist, but the goblins immediately raised their bows and spears, making threatening sounds like wild beasts grinding their teeth. The people were so frightened that they could only let the goblins tie them up. After tying up the men, the goblins began to tie up the women. This time, some goblins became dishonest. They breathed heavily, their eyes were bloodshot, and they laughed weirdly and coolly. They tied people with their hands and pulled them, causing the human women to scream in panic. Seeing this, Miss Hannah angrily shouted at Li Qinwu, "Goblin leader! You are not trustworthy. You said you would protect our lives." Li Qinwu glanced at the guy, drew his sword, and pointed it at the goblins who were pulling the human women. "If you disobey military orders, you will be killed." The big goblins rushed forward instantly, and more than 10 goblins who had tied up the human women were killed with screams. The human women were also frightened and huddled together, trembling. Li Qinwu looked around with his sword, and the new generation of goblins present were horrified and all lowered their heads. Li Qinwu said coldly, "Here, my orders are authority, they are absolute, and they are the life creed that you must obey even if you die. If I say something is not allowed, then it is not allowed. If I say something is to be done, then it must be done even if it means death. If you disobey me, you will die." The goblins present were so frightened that they dared not utter a word. Li Qinwu snorted coldly, sheathed his sword, waved his hand, and a new group of goblins came up to tie up the human woman. This time no one dared to make any extra moves. Miss Hannah felt relieved, and then looked at Li Qinwu with strange eyes. This goblin was so strange. The temperament he displayed was so different from the goblins around him, who always exuded a chaotic aura, that he is more like a human than a monster. After the tying work was completed, Li Qinwu had someone bring a wooden chair over. He sat down on a chair and said to Miss Hannah, "Let your people kneel down and submit to your supreme master, you." Being humiliated like this, anger flashed across Miss Hannah's face. Knight Leo tugged at the corner of her clothes and motioned her to look at the goblins around, who were eyeing her hungrily. Miss Hannah then realized that they were now prisoners and could only translate truthfully. After listening to Miss Hannah's translation, the crowd looked at each other in confusion. Facing the spears and crossbows, they could only kneel down. Li Qinwu hooked his finger at Miss Hannah. "Come here." Miss Hannah's face was full of vigilance. She took a step back, holding her chest. Seeing this, Li Qinwu jokingly asked, "Beautiful Miss Magician, what is your name?" "Ha! Hannah Dulaneying." "Very well, Miss Hannah. From now on, I appoint you as my exclusive interpreter. From now on, when I say something, you must come within 3 meters. You must do so immediately and rush within 3 meters of me and obey my orders, otherwise I will kill your people. Now, within 3 meters." Miss Hannah shuddered. Was he going to let him stand next to this big goblin? She felt that this big goblin would pounce on him in the next second. She really didn't dare to move. Seeing that she didn't move, Li Qinwu took out a crossbow and aimed at Master Lance, who was kneeling on the ground. Miss Hannah was shocked when she saw this. She took a few big steps and stood beside Li Qinwu and among the group of goblins. This made her feel like she was standing in a devil's cave, and she got goosebumps. Li Qinwu hummed with satisfaction, put down his crossbow, and said loudly, "Listen up, everyone present. I am the Goblin King, the enslaver of all races, the whipper of the world, the destroyer of gods, the only legitimate master of the magic forest, Arthur Louis Romanoff Qin Shi Huang. From now on, you are my slaves, my property, and my currency. In my kingdom, only people with value can survive, and value is divided into high and low levels. The lowest value is labor, and the highest value is knowledge and technology. The questions I will ask next will determine your status. You must think carefully before answering. Of course, don't lie, otherwise you will die a miserable death. Now tell me, who among you is an expert in smelting, including finding minerals, smelting iron, or simply being a blacksmith? Those who master the above skills, please stand up." After saying that, Li Qinwu poked Miss Hannah's stomach with his elbow, signaling her to translate. Miss Hannah took a step back in disgust and quickly translated. Everyone present looked at each other in confusion. An old man pulled a young man forward a few steps on his knees. "Sir Goblin, my son and I are the blacksmiths of Lord Lance's family. We know how to forge swords and armor, build blast furnaces to smelt iron, and even know a little about how to find iron in coal mines." After saying this, the two looked at Li Qinwu with trepidation. Li Qinwu was ecstatic. What a talent! SSR's talent. He pointed at the two and roared to the other goblins, "From now on, these two are the core members of the tribe. Anyone who dares to harm them will die." After saying that, he stepped forward, helped the two of them up, untied them, and asked them to stand aside. He turned around and glanced at Miss Hannah. Within 3 meters. Miss Hannah was stunned and walked up to him reluctantly. Li Qinwu pointed at the blacksmith and his son and said to Miss Hannah, "Tell them to work hard for me and their lives will be better and better in the future." Miss Hannah's mouth twitched, feeling that these words were a bit like a pie in the sky painted by a big businessman in the capital for his subordinates. Miss Hannah translated Li Qinwu's words to the two of them. They were both happy and worried, feeling that they had finally found their destiny. Next, Li Qinwu found many talents, including but not limited to winemaking, carpentry, sericulture, papermaking, leathermaking, etc. They were originally carefully selected by young Master Lance, and each of them mastered a skill. Li Qinwu painted a rosy picture for these people and asked them to do their best. Of course, there are also losers, 7 professional soldiers and a knight named Leo who was 1.9 meters tall. These guys can't do anything. Li Qinwu asked Knight Leo what he could do and whether he had mastered any special production technology. The guy said he could fight. He was so smug about it when he said it was just for fun, and he straightened out his pectoral muscles that were good enough for the Olympics. In his opinion, if the goblin in front of him could even make use of an old farmer, then shouldn't he be made a general? But Li Qinwu waved his hand. This guy and his 7 soldiers are the lowest kind of slaves. We'll have them shoveling manure and digging canals. They can't do anything, and you're so proud. Chapter 27, Stinky Monkey Liquor. After all humans declared their surrender, Li Qinwu heard the system settlement prompt sound in his ears. Ding. You won, kill enemies, 7 captured enemies, 97 experience points gained, 520 friendly casualties, 18 the loot obtained, Grain X35, Sickle X28, Woodcutting X25, Hoe X19, Dagger X11, Armed Sword X8, Tattered Cloth X17, Tattered Armed Clothing X8, Pot Helmet X5, Tattered Chainmail X1. Dinar earned, 3890 ding. Hardhome's owner has changed. Hardhome is now yours, Hardtown Prosperity, 280. Please choose your attitude towards Hardhome. 1. Forgive, 2. Plunder, 3. Total destruction. Li Qinwu looked at the word plunder. According to the Mountain Blade system, if he clicked on plunder, the castle would be damaged to a certain extent, and then he could get a lot of looted materials, dinars. It sounds tempting, but doing so will greatly reduce the prosperity. The current prosperity of the castle is 280, which is already very low. Normally it should be more than 1000. Li Qinwu planned to develop this place as a base, so he chose to forgive. After making your selection, another option pops up. Would you like to rename the fortress? Li Qinwu clicked yes and an input box popped up. Li Qinwu thought about it and typed the words Goberg in the input box with his consciousness. Ding. Hardhome is renamed Gobskeep. In this way, Li Qinwu owned his first castle. Li Qinwu opened the castle management page, clicked on the garrison, and saw that the garrison quota for Gob Castle was 80 people, which means that Li Qinwu could put 80 soldiers in it. Li Qinwu immediately transferred the 19 big goblins on hand into the castle to free up the troops on hand, and then ran to the goblins working on the land. Whenever he caught one, he asked him if he wanted to join his army. After they agreed, he directly handed them dinars and transferred them all to the castle garrison. After several trips back and forth, Li Qinwu filled all 80 places, spending 400 dinars, with a remaining balance of 5,640 dinars. He could not take away the troops stationed in the castle garrison, and these people could only move around near the castle. But no matter what, he transformed the chaotic and disordered goblins into systematic soldiers who would absolutely obey his orders. In this way, even if they are not in Goblin Castle, these soldiers will maintain the security of Goblin Castle, prevent other goblins from causing trouble, and prevent humans from escaping, thereby increasing the security of the castle. More importantly, the salary of these soldiers stationed in the castle is only half of that of those who carry them with them. The castle can also collect taxes, and the output in soldiers' salaries are offset, so there is almost no burden of dinars. Another benefit of castle garrisons is that they enjoy the training bonus of the castle training ground. In other words, if you throw the goblins into the castle and leave them alone, they will gain experience every day. In a month or two, they will all become big goblins, or even more advanced soldiers than big goblins. Li Qinwu opened the castle building panel to check the existing buildings and the buildings that could be built. The existing buildings are a level 1 military camp can provide 80 castle garrison places, level 1 blacksmith shop, 2/20ths per person, can choose to produce 2 working axes, 2 spears, 2 daggers, 2 hoes, 2 sickles, or 1 combat sword every day, level 1 lumberyard, 1/20th manpower, level 2. Farmland is a farmland with a water irrigation system, which increases crop yields by 20%, level 1 city wall. 1 vacant building slot. You can choose to build a training camp, which provides a little experience to the garrison every day. Warehouse increases the upper limit of the castle's supplies. Prisons hold more prisoners and reduce the chance of escape. Moat, a defensive structure surrounding a city wall. Because you have a paper-making talent under your command, you can build a paper mill. Because you have a brewer under your command, you can build a brewery. Because you have a textile talent under your command, you can build a textile factory. After Li Qinwu scanned the uses of these buildings, he set up a training ground in an empty slot. This thing can increase the defender's experience points, so the sooner you arrange it, the better. After clicking confirm and recruiting 80 defenders as labor, Li Qinwu's vision changed, and he suddenly looked down from the sky. This was a god's perspective looking down from above. Li Qinwu was a little surprised. He saw the castle, city walls, fields and water wheels. In the middle of the viewing angle, there is a green block called the training ground. After exploring, Li Qinwu found that he could drag this block with his consciousness, which is a bit similar to an RTS game. Li Qinwu found a relatively flat forest and set up the training ground there. The 80 goblins he recruited as defenders took their tools and started cutting down trees and digging in the forest. A message appeared in the upper left corner, saying that the construction took 48 days. Li Qinwu thought that this thing was really useful. With it, it would be much easier for him to manage and build the castle. After arranging the construction of the training ground, you can also arrange the second sequence of buildings. After the training ground is completed, the defenders will build the second sequence of buildings. Li Qinwu looked around at the buildings that could be built, but did not choose one immediately. Instead, he went to his own attribute page and clicked on the engineering skill. After building 4 arrow towers, his engineering skill proficiency reached 25 points, unlocking a 2 choose 1 skill. Choose 1 from 2:1 coal kiln, unlocks the coal kiln building. Construction time is 32 days, you can produce coal at a very high efficiency. 2 lime kilns, construction time 35 days, you can produce lime at a very high efficiency, can only be placed on a limestone mine. Li Qinwu chose a lime kiln, which is an excellent tool for production development and can be used for both paving roads and building houses. After clicking confirm, Li Qinwu returned to the castle building page, and the lime kiln had entered the construction selection page. Li Qinwu immediately clicked on the lime kiln as the second sequence building. His perspective once again returned to a god's eye view, and he could use his consciousness to drag the lime kiln and choose a location to place it, but no matter where he dragged the lime kiln, it was red. The system showed that it could not be placed and no limestone mine was found. What should I do? Li Qinwu scratched his head and suddenly saw an option to automatically find a suitable building location. He clicked it without thinking. The next moment, his perspective quickly moved northward to the edge of a mountain, where the lime kiln showed green and could be placed. This mountain is about 1 kilometer away from Gob Castle. He can see it even from the wall of Gob Castle. It seems that limestone can be mined on this mountain, so the lime kiln can be filmed there. Click confirm, and then wait for the message to be read. Li Qinwu clicked on the textile mill, paper mill, and brewery one after another, and they would be built in line. 1 advantage of buildings constructed by the system is that in reality, people can be sent into these workshops to produce materials, and these buildings in the system will also produce materials, which will then be stored in the system warehouse. Just like killing the horned crocodile before, you can peel off a horned crocodile skin from the horned crocodile corpse in reality, and the battle settlement system will also drop a horned crocodile skin. This is equivalent to a factory with double the production capacity. In short, it's a great thing. Li Qinwu looked at the blacksmith shop. There were only 2 people in the shop now. The daily output was too low. The upper limit was 20 people, and it had to be staffed to the maximum, but after Li Qinwu clicked on the blacksmith shop to recruit, there was nothing in the recruitment basket, and the system popped up a prompt that there was no suitable blacksmith in your territory. Li Qinwu thought about it, took Miss Hannah to the blacksmith shop, found the blacksmith and his son, and gave them 20 goblins. Li Qinwu smiled and said to them, "From today on, these 20 goblins are under your charge. You must teach them the basics of blacksmithing." The blacksmith and his son looked at the group of goblins drooling and sucking their fingers, and their faces suddenly turned bitter. The old man named Tyok fell to his knees with a thud. "Sir, I'm not trying to shirk my responsibility. Blacksmithing is a technical job after all. It's difficult for ordinary people to learn, not to mention we don't speak the same language." Miss Hannah translated and Li Qinwu waved his hand. "Language barriers are not a problem, you can teach by doing and showing them. Don't look at my beloved friends and family members who are angry and irritable, but as long as you arouse their interest, they still have a strong desire to learn." As he spoke, Li Qinwu drew the sword from his waist and waved it in front of a goblin with snot hanging from his nose, biting his fingers, and a face full of wisdom. "Do you want it?" The goblin stopped sucking his fingers and looked at the long sword that was shining white, his eyes full of stars. "I want it." Li Qinwu slapped him hard and pushed him in front of the blacksmith and his son. "If you want, learn blacksmithing from these 2 anthropologists and learn how to forge your own sword. I will also improve your treatment so that you can have enough to eat without having to fight on the battlefield." The 20 goblins immediately looked at the blacksmith and his son with burning eyes, surrounded them, and chattered in goblin language, urging them to teach them how to forge iron. Miss Hannah translated Li Qinwu's words to the blacksmith and his son, and the 2 had no choice but to agree, mainly because they felt that if they continued to refuse, Li Qinwu's patience would run out and they would be miserable. Seeing that the 2 agreed, Li Qinwu stepped forward and patted them on the shoulders. "Very good, I am very satisfied with your attitude. Remember, attitude is very important. Whether you can do it or not is one thing, whether you have the attitude is another. Show me your attitude." After saying that, Li Qinwu left, leaving behind 20 green goblins. The blacksmith and his son looked at these chattering monsters with helplessness on their faces. The blacksmith's son said, "Dad, can these goblins really learn to forge iron?" If they can't, what will happen if the big goblin gives us trouble? The blacksmith was also helpless, but the order had come down, so what else could he do? Anyway, let's teach them first. Didn't the leader say he wanted to see our attitude? Then let's show our attitude. We'll teach them seriously, and there's nothing we can do if they can't learn. As he said this, he lit the furnace and melted a dozen swords in Knight Leo's full body armor. Now that Goberg is in the development stage, swords, which are specialized for combat, are too luxurious and unnecessary. Axes, on the other hand, can be used for both combat and production. As for the full body Western armor, Li Qinwu tried to put it on, but couldn't. The full body armor was tailor-made and only suitable for Knight Leo to wear. It was useless to keep it, so it had to be melted down. However, Li Qinwu kept his greatsword as his main weapon. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Li Qinwu took Miss Hannah to find the carpenter and also arranged 20 goblin apprentices for him. Next, he went to the land outside the castle and found the old farmers who were farming, and assigned 3 goblins to each of them. These goblins not only need to learn from them about how to cultivate crops, but also monitor these guys. Anyone who dares to escape will be killed by the goblins. Li Qinwu finished his affairs for the day, stretched, and glanced at Miss Hannah, who was far away beside him. Within 3 meters. Li Qinwu shouted, and Miss Hannah was startled and could only walk to his side reluctantly. Li Qinwu looked at the woman carefully, his face full of admiration. Hannah is beautiful, tall and slender, with charming long red hair, and she also drinks monkey soju. She is simply the standard heroine in another world. Apart from the fact that he was a goblin and the other party looked at him with only disgust and fear, everything else was perfect. Li Qinwu had heard on the internet before that the feet of Mahu soju are fragrant and will not poop, and even if they do, they will be pink. There is a monkey liquor right in front of him, and Li Qinwu's desire to explore is overflowing. He let out a strange laugh that frightened Miss Hannah. Elbow. Follow me into the house. Li Qinwu grabbed Miss Hannah's hand without saying anything and dragged her into a wooden house. It was almost 30 chapters, and as a goblin, he should do what a goblin should do, otherwise the readers would have to work hard. Miss Hannah's face was filled with fear. Is it coming? Is that coming? Is it finally coming? She was filled with grief. Was she going to negotiate a $200 million deal with the damn goblin after all? Li Qinwu closed the wooden door, rubbed his hands, and made a hee-hee sound from his mouth, just like Tom Cat when he was about to do something bad. Today I want to study whether magical girls' feet smell and whether they will poop pink. He put his nose close to Miss Hannah and sniffed carefully. Miss Hannah's face was full of despair, but she did not resist. She just closed her eyes tightly. She knew that resistance was futile, so it was better to submit and let things end quickly. Master Lance was right. As long as she was alive, it was better than anything else. However, after Li Qinwu smelled the scent on her body, his whole body froze. Miss Hannah, who had her eyes closed, was a little confused. She opened her eyes a crack and thought, what's going on? Did this take so long? Shouldn't we just pounce on it right away? Li Qinwu's face was filled with shock as he looked at Miss Hannah, who looked deeply shocked. Miss Hannah was also confused. What's with that expression? Not sure, smell it again. Li Qinwu muttered to himself, took one of Miss Hannah's hands and lifted it high, then put his nose into her armpit and sniffed. Ugh! It stinks! Li Qinwu roared and jumped 3 meters away. Fuck! Why is the monkey liquor smelly? Miss Hannah was completely stunned. What kind of reaction was this? She subconsciously raised her hand and sniffed her armpit. The strong stench made her belch. She quickly put her hand down and turned her head away, her face flushed. Li Qinwu clung to the wall in fear. Ever since he became a goblin, his sense of smell had become quite good. Miss Hannah was wearing a very thick wizard's uniform made of leather mixed with coarse cloth, and she was wearing airtight over-the-knee leather riding boots. In short, the boots were well sealed, locking in all smells. As soon as he got close to it and took a sniff, a strong stench, a fermented mixture of sweat and leather rushed into his nasal cavity, directly destroying half of his olfactory cells and making him vomit on the spot. He recalled the time when he went to drink with friends who worked at the construction site. The dormitories on the construction site were filled with socks and clothes that had just been changed. The stench of sweat and sweat after a day's work was so damn similar to the smell of Miss Hannah. Damn. Whoever said that Mahu soju was fragrant, I will chop him to death. Li Qinwu cursed in his heart, then stuck to the wall, avoided Miss Hannah and moved to the door. Li Qinwu quickly opened the door and slipped out. With an embarrassed look on his face, he said to Miss Hannah, "Auntie, we can talk about it tomorrow. Anyway, go wash yourself first." Bang! Closed the door. Miss Hannah's face turned from slightly red to a cherry bomb, and a large amount of steam spewed out from her head, and it looked like it was about to explode in the next second. She screamed out in shame and anger. She was actually called smelly by a goblin. How hateful! What could she do? After a month of siege, the castle had long since run out of water. She'd cast a spell every day to create water that everyone drank, so where would she get water to cleanse herself? Even girls will stink if they don't shower for over a month. Damn it! All girls are like this. Damn it! Chapter 28 Magic. The next day, before dawn, Li Qinwu stood on the wall of Goblin Castle, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly towards the city, within 3 steps. His voice echoed, causing many people to open the doors and windows to check. These humans were still arranged by Li Qinwu to live in the castle, mainly for the convenience of management. Once the city gates were closed, no one could get out, just like a large prison. After Li Qinwu finished shouting, he stood there and waited. After a few minutes, Miss Hannah came running over in a panic. With messy hair and untidy clothes, she had dark circles under her eyes, obviously not having slept well. She was summoned by Li Qinwu before dawn, which made her irritable. When she got up, Miss Hannah stood in front of Li Qinwu and hurriedly tidied up her messy hair. Li Qinwu stared at Miss Hannah. After he said she smelled bad yesterday, this Mahu Soju had obviously been carefully cleaned. Even her wizard robe and shoes had been taken care of. She looked much more beautiful. He. Li Qinwu approached with a strange smile, walked around behind Miss Hannah, and put his hand on her shoulders. Miss Hannah froze. Was she going to do that again today? She really shouldn't have cleaned herself up out of anger. The stench was a protection for her. She was daydreaming when Li Qinwu put his mouth close to Miss Hannah's ear. Miss Hannah, the hot air hit her ears, giving her goosebumps instantly. Teach me magic. Goo. I won't give in, eh? What did you say? Li Qinwu spread his hands. Teach me some magic, Miss Hannah. Why is your face so red? Are you thinking about something weird? Miss Hannah was at a loss. Could things develop in this direction? Looking at Miss Hannah's confused face, Li Qinwu was helpless. This monkey Soju was very beautiful and he was very attracted to her, but the problem was that he was a goblin, and the cubs born by goblins were all monsters without emotions. Li Qinwu couldn't bear the thought of having a child, only to find it was a beast that ate raw meat and drank blood. They couldn't communicate, they couldn't talk, they couldn't look forward to the future together. And they would constantly stare at their offspring with a sinister gaze, waiting for them to grow up and surpass him so they could usurp the throne. What was the point of having such a child? Was it to annoy him? Fortunately, Li Qinwu has the Mountain Blade system, and you can get married in Mountain Blade and marry a female lord. Children born after marriage have a fixed favorability towards their father of 100 and will not decrease. When they grow up, they will become NPCs that can be upgraded and join the player's army. Players can let their children take over the town or let them lead an army themselves. In other words, the child born through system certification is a normal person, and Li Qinwu can enjoy all the normal aspects of being a father. Therefore, his partner can only be a female lord. Miss Hannah is certified as an NPC by the system, but she cannot be recruited for the time being. Her favorability is not high enough, so she cannot become a female lord certified by the system for the time being. So, it's hard to do this as tomato. If you write anything wrong, you will be put in the black room. Miss Hannah confirmed that Li Qinwu would not do anything to her, and thought to herself that she was scaring herself, and then explained to Li Qinwu what magic is. A magic is a magical factor that dissipates into the air. If you want to use this thing, you need to use magic words to mobilize the magic power stored in your body, and then use the magic words to arrange them according to a certain pattern to export the magic in the required way. If you want to learn magic, you must first learn the common language of humans, then learn the ancient elven language, and then learn the magical writing. Li Qinwu asked, why can't we just learn the magic text? Miss Hannah looked at Li Qinwu as if he were an idiot. Common human language is a subordinate language of ancient Elvish, which is a subordinate language of magical writing. It is rumored that magic characters are the characters used by gods, and each character contains the laws of the world. If you want to master the mystery, you must have a deep understanding of the languages of various races. Learning from a low-level language to a high-level language is much easier. Learning magic words directly is like building a tall building without laying a foundation. You won't get far. This explanation was very clear, and Li Qinwu nodded. Then Miss Hannah, teach me the human language, then the ancient elven language, and then the magical writing. Miss Hannah looked Li Qinwu up and down. You? Learning the human common language? Li Qinwu nodded confidently. Yes, I am learning the common language of mankind. Even if I don't learn magic, I still need to learn the human language so that it will be easier to manage you slaves. Miss Hannah was so angry that she was shaking all over, and could only snort and ignore it. She thought that this goblin was thinking too simply. The languages of different races were very different. Different creatures had different physiological conditions and living conditions, and the languages they developed were also different. This is not as simple as learning English in later generations. If you want to learn the language of a race, you have to try your best to understand this race. In short, it is full of difficulties. Li Qinwu was not worried about this. He could add points to his wisdom attribute and improve his magic skill concentration points. With these plugins, learning foreign languages would not be difficult. Li Qinwu took Miss Hannah for a walk around the territory. When he saw something interesting, he would ask how to say it in the common human language. Miss Hannah was a little stunned by his learning attitude. This goblin really wanted to learn the common language of humans. She couldn't help but ask curiously, there are many kinds of magic. What kind of magic do you want to learn? Li Qinwu asked, is there any wood magic that can increase crop yields? Or earth magic that can facilitate the digging of canals and manipulate rocks to directly transform them into habitable houses? Or fire magic that can continuously release heat molten iron, and boil water? Miss Hannah immediately made a strategic retreat. What on earth was this goblin talking about? How could holy magic be used to do what these peasants did? Don't you want to learn powerful fireballs, lightning swords, illusions that confuse people's minds, illusions that make people hallucinate, spells that play with the power of the gods, and spells that change the weather? Li Qinwu's eyes lit up. Can magic also change the weather? Wouldn't that allow magicians to create artificial rainfall and increase crop yields? Miss Hannah sighed. You really learned magic just to do these little things? Li Qinwu also pressed on. How could it be a trivial matter when it comes to the development of people's livelihood? He stared at Miss Hannah seriously, looking her up and down. Miss Hannah was dressed very gorgeously, and even though she was a slave now, there was a lingering sense of pride on her face. This was a temperament developed over many years in a certain environment, just like a college student who had been stuck in an ivory tower and had never entered society. Looking at the whole picture, Li Qinwu suspected that magicians were given a very high social status in the human world, and people learn magic not for application and production, but to improve their social status. It is similar to the imperial examination, which is not for doing research or understanding the world, but for becoming an official. The two of them looked at each other, despising each other in their hearts. Chapter 29 Return to the tribe. Li Qinwu was determined to learn the common language of mankind. For a long time afterwards, he kept Miss Hannah by his side and forced himself to communicate with her in the halting common language of mankind. It must be said that learning a foreign language is indeed a painful thing. It is so boring that it drives Li Qinwu crazy. Those who shout that they love to learn are simply anti-goblin elements, but Li Qinwu overcame his aversion to studying and studied hard. Ever since he captured Gob Castle, he had an inexplicable sense of urgency in his heart, always feeling that something dangerous was slowly approaching. If he can't seize the time to become stronger, he will just become a fish on the chopping board when danger comes. Therefore, whether it is territory production and construction, military training, or the improvement of his own quality, he is doing his best to become stronger. Miss Hannah was very shocked by Li Qinwu's attitude. She could see that Li Qinwu was very disgusted when learning the common language of humans, but he just endured it and forced himself to learn. What exactly prompted this goblin to go against his biological instincts? Time flies. Half a month later, another wave of goblin cubs were born, and the number of goblins in Goblin Bao reached 800. Li Qinwu felt the pressure of food and ordered to stop breeding activities. It was time to stop the population growth and settle down. Fortunately, in the past half month, more and more land has been reclaimed. After planting potatoes on all this land, they will be able to fill the granary soon, and then the population will explode again. During this period, humans and goblins lived in peace. Humans were surprised to find that goblins did not eat humans or harass human women as rumored. They showed great restraint towards humans. Those who couldn't restrain themselves were ordered to be killed by Li Qinwu, and their bodies were hung in the forest to warn the new generation of goblins with holes in their brains. In short, the conflict between the two races in Goblin Castle was not that sharp, or there will be no breakthrough in the development here for the time being. Li Qinwu plans to take people back to the original tribe to take a look. He wants to take away some human farmers and crops to develop on two fronts. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. If Goblin Castle is destroyed by attacks from humans or monsters, at least the Goblin tribe can continue to develop. Li Qinwu took away 20 big goblins, 300 new generation goblins, 20 human farmers, the father of the blacksmith and his son, Knight Leo, and all human soldiers, Butler Raymond, Master Lance, Miss Hannah, a number of various vegetable seeds, and 100 sets of farm tools. It can be said that he took all the threatening people with him, and the only ones left were some indecisive human farmers. Before the troops set out, Li Qinwu called Gabu to his side. "Goblin, I need you to stay and help me manage Goblin Castle. A big goblin needs to be stationed here to suppress the new generation of goblins." Gob was completely stunned. Why didn't they take him away? "Boss, I can't do this. I'm afraid of causing trouble. Please take me away." Li Qinwu patted Goblin's shoulder and encouraged him. "Goblin, don't be so stubborn. This is an order. Don't worry, the 80 goblins I left in the castle will obey you. If humans want to escape, catch them and kill them directly. If the new generation of goblins cause trouble, catch them, hit them 3 times and kill them once. With these 2 moves, the Goblin Castle will be absolutely safe. You don't have to do anything in the castle. Just open up the land according to my plan. When you have free time, take the new generation of goblins for military training. Kill the disobedient ones. If you kill too many, the wood rat will reproduce. Anyway, just take good care of the castle. I'll be back soon. When I come back, I'll give you 100 strips of jerky for your military merit." After saying that, Li Qinwu left. There were 80 system soldiers stationed there, plus more than 800 new generation goblins. There would be no danger unless 200 professional human soldiers came. As the troops marched, Miss Hannah kept looking back. She felt that she was going to the Devil's Cave with Li Qinwu, and she was also worried that something might happen to the human women in the castle. Seeing her like this, Li Qinwu laughed and comforted her. "Don't worry, human women are all professional textile workers. They are my high-level currency. I will never let them get hurt." Miss Hannah was still worried. "After you leave, will your people still obey your orders?" Li Qinwu promised. "As long as humans don't run away, my people will never harm them." The troops marched in the wilderness until it was slightly dark. Li Qinwu ordered the goblins to cook. They used large ceramic pots to boil water and then cooked dried meat and vegetables. Within 3 meters, Li Qinwu shouted, and Miss Hannah came to Li Qinwu angrily. "Can you please call my name?" "I won't call you within 3 meters." Li Qinwu ignored him and pointed to a clay pot filled with fresh crocodile meat and vegetables. "Cook." Miss Hannah was stunned. "You want me to cook?" Li Qinwu nodded seriously. "Hurry up. Eat well and sleep well. We have to set off before dawn tomorrow." Before, Li Qinwu always cooked for himself, and it was mainly the goblins who cooked for him, because he was afraid that these fellow goblins would not pay attention to hygiene. Now that we have Miss Hannah, it's natural for her to cook. Miss Hannah finished cooking quickly. After the 2 of them ate with ceramic bowls and chopsticks, Li Qinwu spread a rag on the ground and fell asleep directly next to the campfire. Miss Hannah huddled in a corner and fell into an uneasy sleep. "I don't know how long I slept, but in a daze," Miss Hannah heard a voice next to her ear. Within 3 meters, Miss Hannah opened her eyes suddenly, and Li Qinwu's big green face appeared in front of her, scaring her so much that she almost screamed. Li Qinwu covered her mouth with his hand. "Don't shout! Don't shout!" Miss Hannah's face was filled with horror. Li Qinwu held it for a long time and then loosened it a little. "Don't scream, I'll let go, understand?" Miss Hannah nodded, and Li Qinwu let go of her hand. "Come with me." He was carrying a large sword, the weapon of Knight Leo, a two-handed sword that weighed an absurd 8 kilograms. Li Qinwu led the way in front, and Miss Hannah followed. "Where are you taking me?" Li Qinwu let out a hollow sound. "Check on the post." The two men quietly walked around to the edge of the temporary camp. Li Qinwu set up 4 guard posts at the 4 corners of the camp. He wanted to see if the goblins would obey his orders and stand guard carefully. The result disappointed him. The 2 goblins at the first sentry post were lying on the ground and snoring. Li Qinwu was furious and rushed forward to slap each of them, waking up the 2 lazy guys. "Damn it! You 2 are courting death. Everyone, gather!" Li Qinwu roared, waking up all the goblins in the temporary camp. They gathered around Li Qinwu with weapons, thinking that the enemy was attacking. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Li Qinwu spat on the ground and pointed at the 2 confused sentries. "If these 2 people slept during their shift, we would be caught off guard if the enemy came. You 2 have violated military discipline. I sentence you to death." Li Qinwu carried the big sword and chopped off the heads of the 2 guys twice. He carried a bloodstained sword and pointed it at the goblins. "Military discipline, I've repeated it countless times. You can choose not to listen, but if you get caught by me, this will be the outcome." Butler Mond stayed with Knight Leo, who exclaimed, "He's really different." Butler Mond looked surprised. "You don't even understand goblin language. Do you know what they are doing?" "Hey, isn't this obvious?" Knight Leo pointed at the headless goblin on the ground. 2 sentries were caught sleeping on duty and were executed on the spot. "I'm familiar with this. I used to lead troops under Master Lance's father, and I often caught those on night duty, but he is too cruel. When we catch lazy soldiers, we just give them a couple of beatings with military sticks, but he just kills them directly." TSK. Butler Mond felt very uneasy as he looked at Li Qinwu, who was roaring and screaming. The various behaviors displayed by this goblin made him feel that the other party would become a great disaster. Chapter 30. The house was stolen. The troops marched for 2 days at a very slow pace, mainly because there were too many people in the troops. They had very poor endurance for long marches, had to stop and rest frequently, and were very prone to illness. The mosquitoes in the rainforest are a piece of cake for goblins. The bites will just cause itching at most, but they can be fatal to humans. On the second day of the journey, a human fell seriously ill due to poisonous insects. Miss Hannah could only stay by the human side and use low-level healing techniques to save him. There is a lot of moisture in the rainforest at night, and Li Qinwu's troops do not have much camping equipment. The goblins all sleep directly on the ground, but humans can't stand it. They fell asleep directly on the ground, and when they woke up the next day they all had back pain and stomach pain, all because of the dampness. Li Qinwu did not want these senior talents to get into trouble, so he ordered to slow down the march and build simple wooden beds for them. They were to put the wooden beds next to the campfire at night. At least they would not touch the ground when they slept on the wooden beds. The team stretched their legs and stalks for 3 days. If it was a pure goblin team, they would have reached the tribe long ago, but now, Li Qinwu estimated that they had only traveled less than half the distance. But this morning, when Li Qinwu's troops crossed a mountain, he suddenly smelled the familiar scent of goblins in the wind, and there were a lot of them. He thought that he hadn't even reached the tribe yet, so how could he still smell the goblins? Could it be that the tribe's hunting party had come here to hunt? But this is too far away. Even if it was for hunting, they wouldn't have come this far, right? Li Qinwu couldn't figure it out, so he led his troops forward on guard. When they pushed aside the bushes, they came to a relatively open area. There are less than 100 goblins here, many of whom are injured. They are either lying or crouching, with depressed expressions, as if they have suffered a major blow. Li Qinwu recognized the leader of this group of goblins at a glance. One Ear. One Ear. Why are you here? When Yizir saw that the person coming was Li Qinwu, and that he was followed by so many well-equipped goblins, he burst into tears. He quickly ran to Li Qinwu, knelt down on the ground and hugged his thighs. "Boss, our home is gone. Our home is gone." Li Qinwu's heart skipped a beat and he quickly picked up the guy. "What happened? Tell me in detail." Woo. "Boss. Kobolds. Kobolds attacked us." During the time that Li Qinwu was away, Yizir reclaimed the land and planted potatoes according to his requirements, and increased the number of goblins. At one point, he brought the population of the tribe to 500, which was a good achievement. Just as he was making steady progress, the Gnoll tribe in the east suddenly launched an attack. Originally, the strength between goblins and ogres was about the same, and the two sides lived in peace for a long time, but the ogres got a group of ogres from somewhere. These giants, who were 5 or 6 meters tall, had low IQs, and thick skin and flesh, for some reason obeyed the orders of the Gnolls and helped attack the goblin tribe, which was destroyed in a crushing manner. Ysir fled westward with the few remaining goblins in order to catch up with Li Qinwu and tell him that his house had been robbed. Li Qinwu stroked his chin. He didn't feel it was a pity that his hometown was gone. He didn't leave any valuable assets in the tribe. If it was stolen, it was stolen. Anyway, he came back to rebuild it. However, the Gnolls have come to our door. Whether for the sake of seeking revenge or for the safety of the surrounding environment, we must eliminate them. Li Qinwu asked, "How many kobolds are there? And how many ogres are there?" One ear scratched his head and held up a finger. "There are exactly as many ogres as the fingers on a hand, and the kobolds are a little more numerous than our tribe once was. 5 ogres and 400 kobolds." Li Qinwu looked back at the troops he led. Including himself, there were 19 big goblins, each of whom was equipped with crocodile soft armor, an axe, a crossbow, and a wooden shield. After 2 months of military training, 300 elite goblins were trained through 5 rounds of 3 draws and 1 kill. They were equipped with 52 2-meter-long iron spears and wooden shields. The remaining personnel were all equipped with sickles, axes, and hoes. These weapons can be equipped with long poles to become long pole weapons. This army equipped with a large amount of iron weapons can kill the ogres with ease, but the opponent has giant units like ogres. What should they do? Li Qinwu thought for a moment and shouted, "Within 3 steps." Miss Hannah appeared beside Li Qinwu with a sullen face. Li Qinwu ignored her expression and asked, "Do you know about the ogre?" Miss Hannah nodded. "Tell me everything you know about ogres." Miss Hannah didn't know why Li Qinwu asked this, but she still answered truthfully. Ogres are monsters with voracious appetites and relatively low IQs. Adults are 5 to 6 meters tall, have a lifespan of 300 to 400 years, and have an affinity for earth-based magic. Their skin is very thick, and stony keratin grows on their skin. The older the ogre, the harder it is. Ogres also have strong regenerative abilities and can regenerate broken limbs. Ogres have high physical and magical resistance, are omnivorous, have a very large appetite, and have a strong sense of family. Parents, children, and grandchildren often live in a nest, usually forming a family of 5 to 7 individuals. Li Qinwu took a deep breath. Damn, double resistance to monsters, giants, super strength, what should he do? Don't ogres have any weaknesses? If the ogre has no weaknesses that can be exploited, then Li Qinwu can only choose to retreat. This thing is unbeatable, and it is not worth fighting it to the death. It is better to find another place to develop. Miss Hannah spread her hands. If we talk about the ogre's weaknesses, it's their low intelligence and slow movements. And their sense of family is also a weakness. To obtain magical materials, some magicians will try to capture ogre cubs when adult ogres are out hunting. Then they will threaten the entire ogre family, lure them into a large pit and drown them, so as to obtain a large amount of earth magic materials. Li Qinwu took a deep breath. Are human magicians so wicked? He subconsciously took 2 steps back, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Miss Hannah was not right. Miss Hannah was stunned, then hurried to explain. Hey! What are you looking at? I'm just a magician's apprentice. I haven't done anything like this. Li Qinwu coughed and didn't respond. It was definitely impossible to capture the little ogre. He suspected that the little ogre had been controlled by the dog-headed men. Otherwise, how could they drive the entire ogre family to do things for them? So we can only rely on our hard power to get to the top. Of the ogre's physical and magical defenses were high, and the weapons in his hands could hardly break through their defenses. However, Li Qinwu thought of weapons like the crossbow. If equipped with iron arrows, it should be able to cause damage to the ogre, right? Chapter 31 Bed Crossbow. Li Qinwu called Tyak over and described to him the bed crossbow he wanted to build. Li Qinwu had watched a documentary in his previous life and had seen a simple Roman crossbow, which was made of wood except for the string. This thing has 2 wheels on the left and right sides. Only 2 soldiers need to turn the wheels, and the string of the crossbow will be slowly tightened. It is a simple and practical crossbow. Li Chinwu and Taiyok communicated for about half an hour and finally thought it was feasible. Li Chinwu asked the goblins to cut down trees, and the two of them took knives and axes to carefully process those relatively precise gear parts. With the cooperation of everyone, the first crossbow was produced after 4 hours. This bed crossbow is 1.8 meters long and 1.3 meters wide, and requires 8 people to carry it. For the crossbow string, Li Chinwu used 5 crocodile tendons, which were braided together like a flower rope. When tightened, it can provide super kinetic energy. As for the ammunition, just cut a wooden stick of suitable length and insert an iron spear in front of it. Li Chinwu sent 2 big goblins to crank the charging dial. It took the 2 guys 2 minutes to complete the winding, which meant that after encountering the enemy, they would probably only have 1 chance to shoot, but it was all worth it. Li Chinwu aimed the loaded crossbow at a tree that required 4 people to hug, and pulled the trigger. With a whoosh, a thick crossbow arrow was shot out, wood chips flew everywhere, and the entire iron spearhead penetrated the tree until the entire crossbow arrow broke and got stuck in the tree, losing all kinetic energy. Everyone was amazed by the terrifying power. Li Chinwu curled his lips and said, "Isn't this stable?" The kinetic energy of the crossbow at close range is probably greater than that of a small caliber pistol. It should be enough to fight the ogre. Li Chinwu immediately ordered everyone to work overnight to make 5 such crossbows. By the first light of the next day, 5 crossbows were rushed out and all worked well. After the test firing, the weapon of mass destruction was ready, and Li Chinwu ordered the army to march towards the tribe. Because they had to carry crossbows, the troops slowed down a bit. After 2 days of marching, Li Chinwu finally arrived at the familiar forest. When he got here, he smelled a very strong smell of wild beasts. Needless to say, it was left behind by the dog-headed people. These guys completely occupied the goblin hunting grounds and regarded themselves as the masters of this forest. Li Chinwu snorted coldly. He would make these dog-headed men pay the price. Looking at the dense jungle, he felt it necessary to find a suitable battlefield. The view must be wide and there must be no trees blocking the shooting range. One ear suggested, "Boss, we can go to the cave spider area, where I found the potato." The ground there was covered with potato roots, and there were no big trees to block the view. Li Chinwu readily agreed and led his troops to the vicinity of the cave spider. After arriving at the place, he felt that the area was indeed suitable for crossbow attack. I saw a high mountain in the distance. The mountain was bare and covered with black and gray stones. There were many caves on the mountain, and I could vaguely see big spiders active there. In addition, there are no big trees on the surrounding mountains, and there are a lot of potato rhizomes on the ground. For some reason, potatoes grow wildly here. Li Chinwu chose a small hillside and had people set up a crossbow there, pointing it directly towards the forest. After the enemy came out of the forest, they were only about 500 meters away from the crossbow position, and their firing range was very wide. Li Chinwu had some potato rhizomes cut and spread on the bed crossbow, and then he asked the other goblins to crawl in the potato vines to hide. He pushed far into the forest and looked at the crossbow position. It was well hidden and there was no trace of it. Everything was ready. Li Chinwu said to Yizir, "Yizir, take your people to attack the kobolds in the tribe and see if you can lure them over here." One of the children's eyes opened wide, with fear in it. Li Chinwu didn't wait for him to speak and continued, "Don't be afraid, I'm not asking you to fight, just lure the enemy over here. The kobolds must have a very good sense of smell, they must have remembered your scent. All you have to do is pretend to be close to the tribe, throw a few rocks to irritate them, and make them chase you." This One Ear was still afraid. Indeed, the gnolls had a very good sense of smell. When One Ear led the goblins out of the tribe, there were 200 of them, but the gnolls relied on their keen sense of smell to chase them all the way and killed them until there were less than 100 of them. If One Ear and the others had not been tough enough and ran far enough, the gnolls would not have dared to chase them for fear of running into the territory of powerful monsters. Otherwise, One Ear would have been hunted to death by the gnolls. Seeing that this guy was still hesitating, Li Chinwu got annoyed and pulled out the big sword on his back and put it on his neck. "I'm not bargaining with you. Go and carry out the mission immediately, or your head will fall off." Er suddenly became alert and remembered that the boss was not someone who was easy to talk to. He would attack and kill people from time to time. Under the pretext of purifying the team, Yizir quickly promised to carry out the mission. Li Chinwu put away his sword and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. If you succeed, I'll count your military merit as reward, give you 100 strips of dried meat, and give you 2 wood rats as wives." As soon as Er heard that he could have his own exclusive wood mouse, he became very excited and no longer had any fear. "Boss, Make sure the mission is accomplished. Zetarian ran into the forest with his men. Li Qinwu lay back in the potato vines and waited slowly. He also dug the soil underground out of curiosity. Why was the soil so black? Tyak, who was hiding behind, was holding a black stone in his hand. When he saw the colorful spots on the stone, his face changed. Time passed minute by minute. Li Qinwu was holding a piece of grass in his mouth, doing nothing. After waiting for half an hour, a noise came from the direction of the forest. Li Qinwu spat out the grass and shouted, "The enemy is coming, get down!" Er ran out of the forest with his men again, looking very panicked. He ran into the potato vines and ran to where Li Qinwu was lying. He was completely exhausted. "Boss! My mission is complete. All the kobolds in the tribe have been lured here." Li Qinwu glanced at the edge of the forest. "Nothing? Boss, those kobolds are waiting for the ogre." That big guy walks slowly. "Oh, by the way, boss, there is only one ogre, and the number of kobolds is much smaller." Li Qinwu was stunned and asked carefully what was going on. Yizir said he didn't know either. Li Qinwu thought about it for a while and felt that after the large army of gnolls defeated the goblin tribe, the army returned to its original territory and only released a small number of gnolls and an ogre in the goblin tribe, which was enough to control this hunting ground. This turned out to be a blessing in disguise, turning the situation in his favor. If there were only a few gnolls and an ogre, wouldn't the 5 crossbows be easily taken advantage of? Li Qinwu felt his chances of winning had increased a bit, so he immediately ordered Yizir, "Take your men and march forward 50 steps and line up." Li Qinwu slapped him. "Go and do it, oh!" Yizir immediately led his men forward 50 steps and stood in a row. This time, the dog-headed men chasing them also arrived. Leading them was a 5-meter-tall ogre who pushed 2 small trees and walked out with a huge wooden stake in his hand. This huge guy is like a mountain of flesh, with cracked skin covered with keratin like mud, which looks very hard. He was surrounded by 100 or so dog-headed men, who were either naked or covered in animal skins. They were holding stone weapons in their hands, and they looked like a mess of scattered soldiers. But they have entered the Stone Age after all, and they have the giant unit of ogres, so it is not surprising that they can destroy the one-eared army. Chapter 32. Ogre. Among the dog-headed people, there was one dog-headed man whose height stood out. Among the dog-headed people whose average height was 1.3 to 1.4 meters, this guy was 1.6 meters tall. In addition to his tall stature, this guy's clothes are also very different. He has many decorations made of wild animal bones, animal skin clothes, and a cow bone staff in his right hand. He is a wizard. Among the dog-headed people, the kobolds saw less than 100 goblins standing in a row on a distant hillside, holding wooden spears and stones, as if they were lining up for a decisive battle, and he chuckled. The noble kobold's skin is natural armor, his claws and fangs are natural weapons, and now he has ogre servants. What can the inherently evil goblins use to fight him? However, it is a bit strange that the timid goblins dared to stay here and confront them head-on. The dog-headed wizard sniffed and found a special smell in the air, a smell of an animal he had never smelled before, but it smelled quite fragrant. There is a rule in the magic forest that the more fragrant an animal smells, the lower its fighting power, and the more tender and delicious its meat is, so the kobold priest ignored the faint human scent. He raised the ox bone staff and swung it forward. "Kill them! Turn them into food!" The gnolls barked loudly, and one of them took a thorn whip and whipped the ogre on the butt. The ogre howled angrily and walked towards the goblins with heavy steps. Li Qinwu stared at the ogre. He could clearly see that the ogre's expression was very humiliated. The dog-headed man's whip could not hurt it at all, but it still chose to obey. It seems this guy's child was really captured by the kobolds. Li Qinwu murmured, and seeing that the other party had almost walked 150 meters away, he shouted, "Load the crossbow." As he said this, he jumped up from the potato vines, pulled the potato vines off the crossbow, controlled the crossbow to aim at the ogre, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh, a giant arrow was shot out quickly and hit the ogre's fat belly in an instant. The iron arrowhead pierced through the ogre's keratinized skin, and 50 centimeters of the 1.5-meter long arrow penetrated into it. Roar, roar, roar. The ogre let out an earth-shattering howl of pain. He stared at the arrow stuck in his stomach in confusion and anger, and reached out to pull it out. This time, the other 4 crossbows were also fired. 2 crossbow arrows missed the target and pierced into the group of dog-headed people following the ogre, impaling the dog-headed people. The other 2 arrows pierced the ogre's chest and went all the way to his shoulder. Hiccup, the ogre howled in pain again, then suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. The arrow in his chest pierced his lungs, making it difficult for him to breathe, and he fell to his knees on the ground. The dog-headed people were in an uproar. The invincible ogre was actually injured. Before their not-so-bright brains could react to what was happening, Li Qinwu's big brother Bryn had already raised his crossbow and fired a wave of arrows, knocking down several Genols. Li Qinwu shot continuously with his noble bow, shouting to the goblins, "Charge! Kill them! We'll be rewarded with military merit." The goblins with melee weapons jumped up and rushed forward with spears or various long weapons, shouting. With the speed bonus of high charge and low charge, the spear-wielding goblin in the front howled and instantly rushed into the chaotic group of ogres. The first wave of charge knocked down more than 10 ogres. Next came the goblins wielding hoes, sickles, and axes. Although they were numerous, their lethality was much smaller. Often they would hack and smash with their weapons 7 or 8 times, but still could not take down a dog-headed man, and could only knock him to the ground, making him howl and scream. In comparison, the spear is really the king of melee cold weapons. A single thrust of the spear tip can kill a dog-headed man, but no matter what, after losing the ogre, being hit by a wave of crossbows, and being approached by goblins that were 3 times their number, the gnolls panicked and showed signs of defeat. The ogre wizard was also shocked when he saw the situation change so drastically. He hurriedly raised his staff, muttered an obscure spell, and jumped and danced like a shaman. This set of actions lasted for about 10 seconds. He squatted on the ground with the ox bone staff, raised his head and opened his mouth, letting out a howl. The dog-headed men who heard the howl began to breathe heavily and their eyes turned red. They let out a howl and then pounced on the goblins regardless of anything. They would tear a goblin apart with their claws and bite it wildly with their mouths. In a blink of an eye, they could tear a goblin's skin and flesh into a bloody mess. The ogre wizard cast a spell of violent magic and temporarily stabilized the front. He saw a group of big goblins standing on the hillside. These big goblins were shooting arrows from a distance, and several of them were operating those powerful weapons. He saw 2 big goblins spinning the wheel and keenly realized that they were preparing their powerful weapons, just like he needed time to prepare for his own magic. "We can't let that weapon fire a second time." The kobold wizard gnashed his teeth, looked at the ogre kneeling on the ground and spitting blood, and danced again. With the spell in his devilish dance, a ball of purple-black energy gathered on the ox bone staff. "Go!" After the purple-black energy condensed to the extreme, he pointed at the ogre. The energy flew out and rushed into the ogre's body. The ogre's black and white pupils were filled with purple-black mist. From the ogre's perspective, all his family members were killed, including his father who had been with him for 100 years, his 80-year-old child, and his wife with whom he often fought. All were killed, and the one who killed them was Little Green on the hillside. The ogre let out an earth-shaking roar and spurted out a large amount of blood. He ignored the pain brought by the crossbow arrows and ran up the hillside with his huge feet, trampling to death several ogres and goblins that blocked his way. When Li Qinwu saw the ogre rushing towards him, he started running. The ground was making a thud sound under his feet, as if a mountain was rushing towards him. He was instantly terrified. Li Qinwu glanced at the bed crossbow. The big brothers were spinning the roulette wheel, but it was too late. Grass. Li Qinwu could only go forward to buy time for Big Goblin to rise to the moon. He raised his bow and shot at the ogre's eyes, but missed twice. Li Qinwu took out the huge sword on his back, lowered his center of gravity, raised the sword and took a stance. Roar, roar, roar. The ogre rushed to Li Qinwu with a ferocious face, and smashed down with a tree stump thicker than Li Qinwu's waist. Li Qinwu rolled to the left with quick eyes and hands, and the tree stump hit the place where he had just stood, sending black soil flying and leaving a big hole in the ground. Li Qinwu stood up quickly, and while the ogre was swaying after a basic attack, he slashed the ogre's fat waist with a sword. Chapter 33. The ogre swinging this thing is about the same as swinging a block of iron, probably similar to the greatsword Guts used before he got the dragon slayer. It was such a huge monster that, after it chopped the ogre's waist, made a metallic twisting sound and left only a faint white mark on the ogre's skin. The ogre lifted the wooden stake and swept it towards Li Qinwu. Li Qinwu rolled to the side flexibly and easily avoided the ogre's attack. Li Qinwu stood up, put the big sword on his shoulder, and stared at the ogre's attack movements. Although this guy is extremely strong, his attacks are too obvious and slow, so we can easily deal with him. But if we delay for just 1 more minute, the 5 crossbows will be fully strung and this guy will surely die. Thinking of this, Li Qinwu took another step back to avoid the ogre's third attack. Li Qinwu challenged the giant. With his mortal body, which made the humans hiding behind him terrified, Butler Mond approached Miss Hannah. "Miss Hannah, you'd better do something to help the goblin leader." Miss Hannah was stunned. She didn't expect that Butler Mon would actually help the goblins. Butler Mon said helplessly, "Miss Hannah, we have lost our base and it will be difficult for us to survive in the magic forest. We can only rely on this goblin leader. Although the opponent is a monster, he has shown extraordinary rationality, and this guy attaches great importance to order. Look at how many goblins he has killed in these days to maintain order. At least none of us humans have been harassed to death by goblins in his hands. If we want to survive, we can only rely on him. But if this guy dies, his goblin army will definitely be defeated, and then we will either be captured and eaten by other goblins or kobolds." "This, I understand," Miss Hannah responded, but her staff was in Li Qinwu's hand. Without the staff, she could not cast powerful spells. She could only use a few not-so-powerful auxiliary spells. On the other side, the ogre wizard saw that Li Qinwu was actually entangled with the ogre, and the 5 terrifying weapons were also steadily winding up. He suddenly felt that something was wrong and started to panic again. Another ball of purple-black energy gathered on the ox bone staff. When the energy condensed to a certain level, the dog-headed wizard pointed the staff forward, and the purple-black energy shot out, straight towards Li Qinwu. At this time, Li Qinwu had his back to the ogre wizard and his attention was all focused on the ogre. He didn't know what was happening behind him and was hit by this ball of energy. Li Qinwu felt a surge of energy rushing into his body from behind. Part of it was blocked by the horned crocodile's soft armor, and 70% entered his body. This ball of energy entered his body. His eyes instantly turned purple-black, and he froze in place. From Li Qinwu's perspective, he saw a blurry picture. In the future, his goblin tribe would grow very large, with millions of goblins, and would become a monster empire. But suddenly one day, humans, elves, dwarves, dragons, and powerful intelligent species from other continents launched an attack on the Goblin Empire at the same time. Troops were sent out from 4 directions at the same time, and in just a few months, the empire that Li Qinwu had worked so hard to build was destroyed. Li Qinwu, the Goblin King, stood at the highest point of the royal castle, watching the various intelligent races indiscriminately massacre his people. Pain, screams, blood. Li Qinwu watched all this while holding the broken sword, unable to do anything. Finally, a giant red dragon flew to the castle and breathed out dragon breath, turning Li Qinwu into a fireman. A huge sense of unwillingness and fear filled his heart, and Li Qinwu stood there blankly without any reaction. Li Qinwu didn't move. But the ogre was still moving. He raised the wooden stake high and was about to smash it towards Li Qinwu. Just as Li Qinwu was about to be smashed into a pulp, at the critical moment, Miss Hannah, who was hiding behind, raised her hand. There was a ball of light blue energy in her hand, and she threw the light blue energy out. The ball of light blue energy penetrated into Li Qinwu's body, dispelled the purple-black energy in his eyes, and restored his clarity of mind. Li Qinwu was distracted. The illusion of the country being destroyed disappeared, and his eyes regained their luster. The next moment, he saw the wooden stake falling towards him, and he was so scared that he almost lost his soul. He quickly rolled away. The wooden stake brushed past the edge of his body and fell, almost taking his life. Li Qinwu looked at the big hole that the ogre had smashed on the ground, his back soaked with sweat. He looked back at the ogre wizard, who was jumping up and down and cursing. He must have been the one who caused the illusion just now. Miss Hannah's voice came from behind. "Be careful. Don't get hit by his fear spell." Fear spell? Li Qinwu recalled the feeling of powerlessness and humiliation of his country being destroyed, which made him grit his teeth and his heart was unstable. Fear magic, there is something to it. Li Qinwu immediately adjusted his position, no longer facing away from the ogre wizard, but facing away from his own people. In this way, he could observe the movements of the ogre while also observing the movements of the ogre wizard. After fighting with the ogre for 2 more rounds, Li Qinwu heard Goblin shouting behind him. "That's enough, boss. Get out of the way." Li Qinwu was overjoyed and jumped far away. The next moment, there was a whooshing sound and 5 crossbow arrows shot out. At this time, the crossbow was less than 50 meters away from the ogre. At such a close distance, the crossbow arrow was more powerful. Each of the 5 crossbow arrows hit the ogre, 2 in the chest, 2 in the stomach, and 1 directly through the thigh. The enormous power of the crossbow arrow made the ogre howl in extreme pain, and the purple-black mist covering his eyes was dispelled by the pain. With a bang, the ogre fell to the ground, vomiting blood. A crossbow arrow pierced his thigh and he could no longer stand up. 2 crossbows knocked down the ogre, and Li Qinwu breathed a sigh of relief. The biggest threat was solved. He looked at the goblins entangled with the kobolds and gave orders to the big goblin behind him. "Go, kill the kobolds, and capture the wizard with the bone staff alive." The big goblins rushed forward with howls. With their participation, the end of the battle was only a matter of time. Li Qinwu no longer paid attention to the battlefield. He carried a big sword and came to the group of humans hiding in the back, looking at Miss Hannah. "You saved my life, you can ask me for a reasonable request." Miss Hannah's face lit up with joy, but then she scratched her head. What kind of request is not excessive? After thinking it over, Miss Hannah reached out and said, "Give me back the staff." Li Qinwu narrowed his eyes and stared at Miss Hannah, and Miss Hannah's heart beat faster. The two sides looked at each other for a long time, and Li Qinwu stretched out his hand and took the staff out of the warehouse. This scene of taking something out of thin air made Miss Hannah stunned. Why did this goblin take something out of thin air? Did he have a rare storage magic item? Li Qinwu handed the staff to Miss Hannah. Miss Hannah subconsciously reached out to take it, and Li Qinwu took the staff back. "Miss Hannah, now that you have the staff, you won't attack my back, will you?" Miss Hannah snorted. A noble magician would never resort to sneak attacks. Li Qinwu handed over the staff. "I hope so, Miss Hannah. You don't want to know how cruel I am to traitors." Chapter 34 Settlement on the battlefield. The dog-headed people quickly ran out of energy after a wave of outbursts. They were surrounded by goblins, who stabbed them with spears and hit their heads with long weapons. They were soon overwhelmed by the goblins. Li Qinwu here actually reported the victory settlement. "You have won, kill enemies, 57 captured enemies, 21 experience points gained, 560 friendly casualties, 0 the loot obtained, Grain X56, Dog-Headed Man Tusks X12, Stone Axes X11, Stone Drafts X8, Animal Skin Clothes X28. Dinars earned, 1780. Level, 1113 Attribute points +2, Specialization points +2. After this wave of battle, Li Qinwu's strength was directly increased by 2 levels, and he felt very happy. He opened his personal attribute panel, checked his current attributes, and added 2 attribute points to intelligence and 2 specialization points to engineering. Next, Li Qinwu needs to accelerate his development and needs the help of engineering skills. Li Qinwu's attribute panel is now name, Li Qinwu Race, Goblin, Big Goblin, Title 1, Bloody Tyrant. Because you kill with 3 hits every now and then, the goblins are very afraid of you. Title effect. Goblins become more obedient to you. Title 2, Rewards and punishments are clear. Those who have made contributions are rewarded, and those who have made mistakes are punished. Title effect. The initiative of the goblins under your command increases, and they think about making meritorious deeds even in their dreams. Level 13 experience, 124/980 mana, 0 affinity, dark belief, native belief in the Goblin God property of vitality 12, one-handed weapon proficiency 12, two-handed weapon proficiency 19, polearm proficiency 8, control 0, bow proficiency 11, crossbow proficiency 5, thrown weapon proficiency 1, endurance 0, riding proficiency 0, running proficiency 28, blacksmithing proficiency 41, cunning 0, reconnaissance proficiency 19, tactics proficiency 5, rogue habits proficiency 3, social 0, charm proficiency 3, leadership proficiency 5, trade proficiency 0, prayer proficiency 0. Intelligence 2, administrative proficiency 8, medical proficiency 1, engineering proficiency 28, magic proficiency 0. Li Qinwu saw that his running skill proficiency had reached 28, and unlocked the 2-choice skill. Point 1. You and your troops' movement speed increases by 5%. Point 2. You and your troops become slightly healthier. Li Qinwu directly clicked 1 to increase the troop movement speed, which is very important no matter in the era of cold weapons or in modern times. After using the skills, Li Qinwu felt refreshed. He came to the battlefield and looked at the dog-headed people who were pressed to the ground and tied together. Gnolls have a very good sense of smell, almost twice that of goblins. They are very good functional monsters. If they are trained well and join their tribe, their combat effectiveness can be increased. This time, Li Qinwu heard the ogre wizard barking and growling. Although he was held down by 2 big goblins, he still bared his teeth and looked like a vicious dog. Li Qinwu picked up a broken spear shaft from the ground, went up and hit the ogre wizard's mouth 3 times with a stick, and the ogre wizard's mouth was full of dragon fruit, and his eyes became clear. Li Qinwu opened the prisoner of war management page. This guy is a high-level unit that can cast spells. He wanted to see if he could recruit him. As a result, when he opened the prisoner management, Li Qinwu was shocked. This guy was not an ordinary unit, but an NPC. Li Qinwu took a breath, opened the task panel and looked at one of the tasks, recruit partners 0/1. The Mountain Blade system has tasks. The first task requires you to obtain 2,000 dinars, 50 reputation, recruit a partner, and then you can upgrade the family level from 0 to 1. The number of soldiers he can lead can be increased by increasing the family level. Now he can only lead 20 soldiers, but it can be increased to 40 after the level is upgraded. Li Chinwu licked his lips. He already had enough dinars and reputation points. All he needed was to recruit NPCs. Miss Hannah is an NPC, but when Li Chinwu asked her if she wanted to join him, she directly refused. Li Chinwu felt that if he couldn't find a female lord in the future, he would probably have to develop a relationship with Miss Hannah, so he didn't use any tricks, but this dog-headed wizard, within 3 steps. Li Chinwu shouted, and Miss Hannah ran to Li Chinwu. Li Chinwu pointed at the ogre wizard with his stick. Tell him to join my army. Miss Hannah translated truthfully, and the dog-headed wizard began to grin again, making mumbling sounds from time to time, as if he was swearing. Miss Hannah translated, he said the noble kobolds will never surrender, and the lowly goblins are just food. When the leader attacks, all the goblins will turn into shit. Miss Hannah laughed as she said this. Li Chinwu raised his eyebrows, raised his stick and hit the dog-headed wizard on the head, making the dog's head clang. He beat and scolded me. A noble kobold, right? A lowly goblin, right? A leader, right? A piece of shit, right? The hardest part of a dog is its head, but it couldn't withstand such a beating. The dog-headed wizard's head was swollen and his eyes became clearer and clearer. No matter what's noble or lowly, I'll beat you all to pieces with 3 sticks. With a snap, the wooden stick broke and the ogre wizard fell to the ground. His head was covered in blood, but fortunately he managed to hold on. He was not afraid of the goblin's silver power. Then he saw Li Chinwu holding up a wooden stick as thick as a bowl. He was almost scared to death and let out a howl on the spot. Miss Hannah reminded, he said that he would provide you with food every day from now on, and you will be his leader. Li Chinwu threw away the wooden stick and opened the prisoner management page. The icon of the ogre wizard showed that he could be recruited. Li Chinwu clicked on recruit and paid a huge sum of 2,860 dinars. An NPC with high health was added to Li Chinwu's army. Name, dog. Which race? Kobold, big kobold, level, 9 mana, 120 affinity, dark faith, cursed dragon. Property of vitality 7, one-handed weapon proficiency 5, two-handed weapon proficiency 2, polearm proficiency 3, control 2, bow proficiency 0, crossbow proficiency 0, thrown weapon proficiency 9, endurance 2, riding proficiency 0, running proficiency 13, blacksmithing proficiency 0, cunning 4, reconnaissance proficiency 12, tactics proficiency 1, rogue. Habits proficiency 1, social 1, charm proficiency 0, leadership proficiency 2, trait proficiency 0, prayer proficiency 22, intelligence 9, administrative proficiency 8, medical proficiency 1, engineering proficiency 28, magic proficiency 68. A magic proficiency of 68 is very good. Li Chinwu patted the dog wizard's shoulder. Be good, you will be the family's laborer from now on. As the boss, I will not treat you unfairly. The dog, which vomited a mouthful of blood on the ground, and an ugly smile appeared on his swollen face. Li Chinwu wanted to paint a rosy picture for him, but his attention was suddenly drawn to the ogre lying on the ground groaning in pain. This guy was pierced by the crossbow like a hedgehog, but he was still alive. Cuckoo cuckoo, quack. The ogre made some incomprehensible sounds, and blood foam was spurting out of his mouth and nostrils. He must be bleeding heavily inside his body. Li Chinwu walked to the side of the ogre and looked down at the big guy. Despite such serious injuries, this guy was not dead yet. His strong vitality was amazing. Li Chinwu had someone bring over a crossbow and string it. He planned to shoot the big guy's head at close range. With such a big head, the experience points he would gain would be at least several hundred. While the bed crossbow was being prepared, Miss Hannah walked over to Li Chinwu, pointed at the ogre and said, "Just now," he said, "Gugu Guga, don't die." Li Chinwu was stunned and asked, "What does Gugu Gaga mean?" Miss Hannah spread her hands. "I don't know. Ogres have low IQs and their language is very confusing, but I suspect these 2 words are either father and mother or son and daughter." Li Chinwu recalled that the first wave of bed crossbows knocked down the ogre, and then the ogre wizard used fear to anger him, forcing him to get up and continue fighting. The hallucination he saw should be that his family was killed, so he fell into a state of rage. This time, Goblin put the crossbow arrows on the bed crossbow. "It's okay, boss." Li Chinwu looked at the ogre's eyes, which were blurred with tears, and somehow he felt pity for him. "Miss Hannah, ask him if he wants to join my army, huh?" Miss Hannah couldn't believe it. She suspected that Li Chinwu had lost his mind. The ogre was a dangerous guy, and he was not smart enough to be tamed, but she did it anyway, babble 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 in ogre language. After the two sides communicated for a while, Miss Hannah shook her head at Li Qinwu. He said Little Green and Furry were both bad. Little Green would hurt everyone, and Furry caught Choo Choo and Mimi. Li Qinwu scratched his head, feeling that this guy spoke like a mentally retarded child, so he spoke in the same way. Miss Hannah, tell him that Little Green is not bad. Little Green is good, and Furry is the bad one. Let him play with Little Green. Little Green will feed him well and take him to beat up Furry, and then get his Cuckoo, Quackshoo, and Mimi back. Hannah muttered that the goblins were fine. Li Qinwu glared at her, and Miss Hannah hurriedly translated. She communicated with the ogre for a while longer. He said he won't trust Little Green unless you swear to Todoroki. Li Qinwu asked, who is Hong Hong? I know that. Miss Hannah said, patting her chest. Hong Hong means Earth Goddess in ogre language. It is rumored that the Earth Goddess has 4 children, the Thunder Giant, the Mountain Giant, the Plains Giant, and the Ogre. The Ogre is the youngest child of the Earth Goddess. This child is born with defects. Not only is he shorter than his brothers, but he also has intellectual disabilities. When the Earth Goddess issues oracles and communicates with her children, there will be earthquakes with rumbling sounds, so the ogres call the Earth Goddess Hong Hong. Li Qinwu understood now. He immediately raised his finger and swore, I will declare to the Earth Goddess that I will rescue this ogre's family from the kobolds. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly rumbled and shook. Li Qinwu was shocked. Why was there an earthquake? Suddenly, a distant and deep female voice came to his ears. That's what you said. The earthquake stopped and Li Qinwu was stunned. He looked at Miss Hannah. Did you just say that when the Earth Goddess sends out her divine power, there will be earthquakes? Miss Hannah was also stunned. Yes, yes. Li Qinwu sighed. This oath will not be officially recognized, right? With a ding, the system prompt sounded in his head. You have attracted the attention of the ancient goddess, the Earth Goddess, who has assigned you a mission to rescue Dongdong's family. Mission successful. Reward, 1,000 experience points. Blessing of the Earth Goddess, all attributes increased by 5, affinity with Earth element, increased favorability with ogre population, proficiency in ogre language, failure penalties, curse of the Earth Goddess. You will become weak as long as your body touches the earth. Disgust of the ogre race, all ogres hate you, think you are bad and will beat you up. Ding. An ogre has joined your army. Please check it in the soldier management interface. Li Qinwu was stunned by this series of information, and then he was ecstatic. I've caught the attention of a major deity, and after completing my mission, I'll even receive their blessing. Great. Kobolds, huh? You've already met your end. Li Qinwu opened the soldier panel and found that the ogre named Dang Dang had entered his troop sequence, a level 7 soldier, an adult ogre. Li Qinwu clicked on Dongdong's entry to check his attributes and found that his vitality attribute was actually 120 points. With such terrifying vitality, it was no wonder that he survived after being pierced by so many crossbow arrows. But in contrast, the intelligence displayed is -3. It seems that the ogre population is indeed idiots. Li Qinwu called his elder brothers, the Blins, and they worked together to pull out the crossbow arrow that was stuck in Dongdong's body. During this process, a large amount of blood and internal organs were pulled out. Li Qinwu's eyes twitched wildly when he saw it. He was really afraid that this guy would die immediately. Fortunately, the other party only lost a few hundred kilograms of blood, howled a few times, and then was fine. Dang Dang shouted to Li Qinwu, Hulagadoo. Li Qinwu asked Miss Hannah, what did he say? He said he was hungry and wanted to eat his fill. Li Qinwu said oh and asked someone to bring some dried meat to feed him. After feeding him the amount of meat that could be produced by half a horned crocodile, Dang Dang finally said he was full. Li Qinwu saw that after Dang Dang exploded, the horrific wounds on his body actually stopped bleeding and formed scabs. Wow. Such resilience. No wonder they're still alive despite internal damage. They're truly worthy of being called the 4 sons of the Earth Goddess. The troops stayed where they were for more than half an hour, and Dang Dang regained its ability to move. Li Qinwu thought it was almost time to lead his troops back to the tribe. When Tyak came up to him, he was holding up a stone that was completely black, but you could vaguely see some color in it. Master Chief, this is iron ore. He turned and pointed towards the black hills where the spiders were active. That mountain seems to be a super open pit iron mine, and it is the highest quality iron ore. Li Qinwu's eyes widened after listening to Miss Hannah's translation. Are you sure? Iron OK nodded. Yes, Chief, I am sure that I have never seen iron ore of such good quality in my life. The iron extracted from these ores will definitely be of very high quality, and the iron tools made from them will also be more useful. Li Qinwu looked at the ore in his hand and his breathing became heavier. Iron oak, if I give you enough manpower, can you make iron? Iron OK nodded. Li Qinwu was overjoyed. Iron OK. If you can smelt iron, I will grant you a reasonable request. Chapter 35. Leveling up. After cleaning up the battlefield, Li Qinwu led his men back to the tribe. This time, the Goblin tribe was in ruins. Li Qinwu's cabin had turned into ruins. Everywhere was filled with holes dug by the ogres, shit, and bones of prey. It was a huge garbage pit. When Yittern saw the potatoes he had planted with great effort being dug out and thrown everywhere, he let out a sad cry, grabbed a handful of potatoes and started crying. Well, I finally planted so much, and now it's all ruined, woo-woo. When Li Qinwu saw the food being destroyed in this state, his face darkened. He raised his hand and slapped the dog wizard beside him, making him fall to the ground with a howl. Damn! Why are you destroying the crops? The dog witch immediately knelt on the ground and howled. Li Qinwu didn't understand the dog-headed man language and looked at Miss Hannah. Miss Hannah translated. He said that the kobolds like to live in caves and don't eat vegetarian food. They don't know those lumps are food, so they dug them out. Li Qinwu saw that the dog witch was looking at him pitifully with his big eyes, snorted, and did not pursue the matter. We are family now, so the past is in the past and I won't say anything that is not conducive to unity. He said to Miss Hannah. Tell him to hurry up and learn Goblin. It's too troublesome to communicate with him and need a translator. Also, throw all the captured kobolds to him. If anyone dares to escape or cause trouble, I'll hold him responsible. After that, Li Qinwu called Taiyok over to him, pointed to the pile of crocodile skins on the ground and said to him, Taiyok, I will give you the manpower and tools to make 20 sets of crocodile armor according to the size of the big goblin. He pointed and ate potatoes while lying on the ground. Get him a full set of armor, too. Hurry up. I'll attack the kobold encampment the moment you're done. Taiyok replied yes and said that he would complete the work as quickly as possible. What Li Qinwu wants to process is the hardest carapace of the horned crocodile. This thing has super strong defense and is no different from iron armor after it is finished, but it is difficult to process. Taiyok brought a set of blacksmith tools from Goberg, including many iron chisels. He used the iron chisels to make small holes in the crocodile skin, and then connected them into a line to cut the horned crocodile's back skin, then used the horned crocodile tendons as connections, and it is easy to make a set of horned crocodile heavy armor. Li Qinwu intends to destroy the dog-headed people with great force, but he also has to control his own casualties, so he was thinking about something. In addition to the horned crocodile carapace, Li Qinwu also threw all the crocodile soft armor to ordinary goblins, asking them to process it into protective gear and boots. With the soft armor, these guys who are not tall also have considerable survivability on the battlefield, which can be regarded as a reward for their previous heroic efforts in destroying the ogres. After arranging the production tasks, Li Qinwu began large-scale military training. Except for the goblins participating in production, all goblins had to undergo military training. Running, military posture, stabbing training, and formation training are all arranged. Under the threat of 3 draws and 1 kill, the goblins obediently completed all the military training. Ordinary goblins need to be trained, and Li Qinwu's system soldiers also need to be trained. Now the number of soldiers under Li Qinwu has been upgraded to 40. Li Qinwu recruited 20 ordinary goblins to fill up the army, and then led them to the bank of the river in a hurry. They wanted to kill the horned crocodile. When they reached the forest about 100 meters from the riverbank, Li Qinwu asked the goblins to set up the crossbows, and then said to Miss Hannah who was following him, You are with Dang Dang, and Dang Dang only understands what you say, take him away first. I'm afraid the horned crocodile will be scared away when it sees Dang Dang. Once the horned crocodile comes ashore, have Dang Dang attack from the side and cut off the horned crocodile's retreat. Miss Hannah sighed, patted her thigh which was like a wooden stake, and took him to hide to the side. Miss Hannah feels that she is doing well now. She has to be a translator, a language teacher, and now she can also assist in battle. Ever since she was caught by this goblin, she has been so busy that she feels like her endocrine system is out of balance. She recalled the time when she was a magician's apprentice, where she was ordered around by her mentor to do all kinds of chores and could only sleep 6 hours a day. Damn it! So annoying. Miss Hannah left feeling aggrieved. Li Chinwu said to Gabumeo, "Go get some fish and lure the horned crocodiles over here. The more the better." Gobmo ran out immediately. Li Chinwu hoped that he could seduce as many horned crocodiles as possible. According to the mechanism of Mount and Blade, the more enemies killed in battle, the more experience points, dinars, and equipment would be dropped, and rare equipment would also be dropped. More than 10 minutes later, Gobmo ran back with a handful of fish intestines on his body. The strong fishy smell could be smelled from a distance. He was followed by more than 20 crocodiles, who were attracted by the fish entrails in his hands and followed him closely. Prepare. Li Chinwu jumped onto a crossbow and put the horned crocodile within 20 meters. At this distance, he was 100% sure that he could shoot the other party to death. With a few whoosh sounds, 5 crossbow arrows were shot out, and 5 horned crocodiles 20 meters away were nailed to the ground by the crossbow arrows. Some of them died on the spot, while others struggled violently with tenacious vitality, but the crossbow arrows pierced their bodies and nailed them to the ground. They could only struggle and wait for death on the spot. The remaining horned crocodiles were still climbing up, and reloading was no longer possible. Within 3 steps. "You can go ahead." Li Chinwu shouted to Miss Hannah, who was hiding in the forest. Miss Hannah asked Dang Dang to attack. Dang Dang took a few big strides out of his hiding place and ran behind the group of horned crocodiles. He reached out and grabbed the tails of the 2 horned crocodiles, lifted them up like children, and then, following Miss Hannah's orders, spun the 2 horned crocodiles around like windmills, and finally slammed them to the ground. With 2 muffled bangs, the 2 horned crocodiles were knocked unconscious and had multiple fractures on their bodies. The appearance of the giant ogre frightened the horned crocodiles, and they began to flee in all directions. But after the horned crocodile came ashore, it crawled as fast as a maggot and could not outrun the ogre at all. The ogre caught up with them easily, grabbed their tails with both hands, and swung them up and down. The horned crocodile turned around and wanted to bite him, but Dong Dong's legs and hands were very thick and had a thick cuticle, so the horned crocodile couldn't bite hard. A few minutes later, the luckiest horned crocodile ran more than 70 meters and was caught by Dang Dang, who grabbed its tail and smashed it to death. Finally, it was time to finish. Li Chinwu walked forward with a spear, asked Dang Dang to turn the dizzy horned crocodile over, and shot the spear at the heart in the horned crocodile's abdomen. He killed nearly 10 horned crocodiles by himself and earned a lot of experience points. After defeating several waves of horned crocodiles, Li Chinwu leveled up by 2 and obtained a large amount of tenar and materials. Li Chinwu put all the attribute points into vitality, and then added the specialization points into the 2-handed weapon. That big sword is Li Chinwu's best weapon now. He will use it for a long time in the future, so he plans to practice. After clicking the level, Li Chinwu checked the warehouse. This time he killed more than 20 horned crocodiles at once, so new items were dropped. Horned crocodile eggs. Bury the eggs in the sand for 15 days and they will hatch into horned crocodile cubs. Horned crocodile gland. It has a very pungent smell and can attract all horned crocodiles within 2 to 3 kilometers. It is a precious magical material. Li Chinwu felt that the horned crocodile eggs were useless for the time being. He would try to hatch them when he had time to see if he could tame the horned crocodile and raise it as livestock for meat. The gland of the horned crocodile is interesting. You don't have to work hard to pull monsters. Just take the gland in front of the position set up in advance, and horned crocodiles will come to die continuously. During the few days of monster killing, Li Chinwu's level rose rapidly and directly reached level 18. He invested all his attributes into vitality to prepare for the next battle. Li Chinwu's vitality attribute reached 17, his height reached 185, his whole body was covered with muscles, and his head became pointed. In addition to his own improvement, the goblins in the army also shared a lot of experience, and all goblins were promoted to big goblins. Moreover, Li Chinwu had his first level 3 soldier. The Gobmo who had followed him first finally accumulated enough experience and was upgraded from a level 2 soldier to a level 3 soldier. There is a branch when upgrading from level 2 to level 3, which allows the big goblin to be upgraded into 3 types of troops. 1. Goblin Rider. 2. Goblin Warrior. 3. Goblin Shooter. The first one is Cavalry, Vitality 15, Control 20, Endurance 15, Cunning 15, Social 10, Intelligence 10, Riding Skill plus 100, Longpole Weapon Proficiency plus 100. The second one is a Melee Warrior, with Vitality 20, Control 15, Stamina 15. cunning 15, social 10, intelligence 10, one-handed weapons, two-handed weapons, throwing weapons, all proficiency plus 100. The third one is the archer, with vitality 15, control 20, endurance 15, cunning 15, social 10, intelligence 10, and proficiency in bow, crossbow, and running skills all increased to 100. Since there are currently no animals that can be used as mounts, the first option is directly ruled out, because Goblin Spear has always used melee weapons. Li Qinwu spent 200 dinars to upgrade Goblin Spear into a Goblin Warrior. After Li Qinwu clicked to confirm the upgrade, Goblin Might, who was chatting with other goblins, exclaimed, and then his height began to increase, until he reached 1.8 meters. His whole body was muscular, and the amount of flesh was almost the same as when Changshu was in his best condition. He could no longer wear the horned crocodile soft armor he was wearing. Ge Bumao felt the power of the 9 dragons added to his body, his strength increased rapidly, and he looked at Li Qinwu in surprise. Li Qinwu gave a series of speeches based on this incident, encouraging everyone to fight bravely and so on, but it was just a rosy picture. The goblins' morale was boosted, and Li Qinwu also gained 1 charm proficiency. After that, he trained his troops crazily and killed horned crocodiles. Crazily. In the process, Gob Bo accumulated enough experience. Li Qinwu upgraded him to an archer and replaced the crossbow in his hand with a human longbow. After all, the crossbow made by Li Qinwu is an emergency product. Although the learning cost is low, it is still not as good as a proper bow and arrow, and now the Goblin Bow's bow proficiency is 100, which can already unleash the bow's full combat power, so there is no need to equip a crossbow anymore. After a few more days of training, 3 more big goblins became level 3 soldiers. Li Qinwu turned them all into Goblin Warriors to increase the troops' ability to hold the line. Li Qinwu originally wanted to train the soldiers for a few more days, but Gogo Wu found him and reported a situation. The dog wizard said in his broken goblin language, "Boss, tomorrow is the day I have to deliver prey back to the tribe. If I don't bring back enough meat to feed 100 kobolds for a day within 3 days, the leader will regard it as a traitor and will bring his troops to wipe us out." It seems that the training is almost over. Li Qinwu asked, "What's the situation with the kobold tribe? Tell us in detail." "That's a long story." The dog witch said that in the eastern forest, there was a large area that was the hunting ground of the dog-headed people, and there were many dog-headed people tribes scattered everywhere. These kobolds are not united. They fight each other and waste their energy for the hunting grounds. For example, the kobolds who confronted the goblin tribe before actually have the strength to destroy the goblins, but if they send troops, other kobold tribes will take advantage of the situation and snatch their female kobolds away. Therefore, the kobolds and goblin tribes are in a relative balance, until a dog-headed man named Longya came from the farther east. He was tall and strong, his body covered with scales. He was a dog-headed man with dragon blood. For some unknown reason, this guy held a family of ogres hostage. He led the ogre family to attack a tribe of gnolls. After killing the leader of the tribe, he integrated the gnolls in the tribe to attack other tribes of gnolls. Then he became stronger and stronger, and there were vague signs that he would unify all the dog-headed people. When Longya was carrying out his great cause of unification, he heard that there was a group of goblins to the west of the big tree, so he sent out 30% of his troops and easily wiped out the goblin tribe. Then the dog wizard stayed behind to control the goblin tribe and had to hand over enough meat to the big tribe every month. Li Qinwu narrowed his eyes slightly. Longya, a hero from the east, the appearance of this guy integrated the divided Gnoll tribe. The Gnoll strength is almost more than 1,000. It is not easy to deal with a force of this level. Li Qinwu licked his lips and paced on the spot. The enemy is very strong, but Li Qinwu is not afraid. There can only be one king in the magic forest. If he wants to reach the top, he must destroy Longya's dog-headed tribe. Dragon Fong is a big test for Li Qinwu. If he wins, Li Qinwu will directly move into the forest area that has been developed by the dog-headed people. Starting construction from the developed forest area is much simpler than starting from the virgin forest, not to mention that he can also plunder so many dog-headed people. But if he fails, Li Qinwu can only run back to Goburg, and the Gnoll army is likely to chase him, and Li Qinwu can only become a wandering goblin in the future. Dragon Fong, right? Let's bet everything and see who can become the king of this forest. Li Qinwu hooked his finger at the dog witch, and the dog witch ran over with its tail wagging. Go back to the Gnoll tribe in 3 days. I'll send people out to hunt and ask you to bring enough prey. The dog witch opened his mouth wide. Boss! I don't dare go back. I'll be killed. Li Qinwu patted Guguwa's shoulder. Calm down, calm down. No one else knows about your betrayal. Lanya still thinks you're loyal. Fong Xin, just deliver the meat honestly. The dog shaman thought so too. But why? The kobold tribe is already the enemy now, right? Why send meat back? Li Qinwu called the supplies over with a smile. Supplies, take people to trample and pick the red poisonous fruit, the more the better. Chapter 36 Poisoning the consumables quickly picked a large number of red poisonous fruits and brought them back. Li Qinwu then sent people out hunting and caught all kinds of prey, big and small. Li Qinwu had his men smash the red poisonous fruit into juice, use a knife to make a small incision in the prey's abdominal cavity, and stuff the red poisonous fruit juice inside. After processing the prey, all the prey were strung together, and Li Qinwu called the dog Wu over. You take 20 kobolds to deliver these meat kobold tribes. Once the goods are delivered, you leave immediately. When you come back, I will count your military merits as food, shelter, and female kobolds. You can choose any. The dog witch's eyes instantly curved into a crescent shape and his tongue stuck out. Wang Wang. I promise to complete the mission, Wang Wang. The dog wizard and 20 dog-headed men took the poisoned prey and went to the dog-headed tribe. Li Qinwu hoped that the poison meat could bring chaos to the dog-headed tribe and kill as many as possible. After watching the dog wizard leave, Li Qinwu called Knight Leo and 7 soldiers to his side. Li Qinwu pointed at the horned crocodile soft armor and axe wooden shield prepared on the ground. I'll give you a chance to escape slavery. Take up arms and help me fight. Defeat the kobold tribe, and I'll give you freedom. Knight Leo and several human soldiers exchanged a glance, and Knight Leo took the initiative to speak. Master Chief, after we help you defeat the dog-headed men, can you release us from our slave status and give us enough status? Miss Hannah, the translator, was stunned and looked at Knight Leo at a loss. Knight Leo made a helpless expression. They had nowhere to go. After listening to the translation, Li Qinwu asked, "Don't you want to return to the human world?" Knight Leo smiled bitterly and shook his head. There is no place for us in the human world anymore. Those who participate in the rebellion will be despised even if they go to other countries. In contrast, here, you have the opportunity to use force to gain a higher status. Li Qinwu was very satisfied with this guy's ability to understand the current situation. Very good, Knight Leo, I now appoint you as the captain of these 7 humans, and lead them to follow the flank of my troops. When we win, I will grant you a piece of land and let you live the life of a human landlord. Now, go to Iron OK and ask for a set of heavy armor. As for the consequences of betraying me, you don't want to know. On the other side, the dog wizard led his men over mountains and hills and came to a huge banyan tree. This banyan tree is very big. It takes more than 20 people holding hands to hug the trunk. It is also very tall, more than 50 meters. However, there were no leaves on its branches, they were bare, with a bunch of black crows standing on them, and the whole tree was a dead gray. There is no grass within a 1-kilometer radius of this big tree. As if there is some pollution, the dog wizard led the team past the huge banyan tree and glanced at it subconsciously. As a believer of the cursed dragon, he felt that this thing was very ominous. He urged his troops to speed up, and soon they crossed the banyan tree and arrived at the hunting ground controlled by the dog-headed men. When we got here, we found that there were forest trails on the ground. These were hunting trails that the dog-headed people had trampled out over time. After getting on the hunting trail, the dog witch's team moved much faster and arrived at a huge tribal group before dark. There are a large number of dog-headed people active here. They either dig holes and sleep in the ground, or build simple animal skin tents. If Li Qinwu were here, he would be surprised to find that the Knoll tribe already has pottery. Many dog-headed men present built a bonfire and placed clay pots on it to stew all kinds of meat. The meat was not bled or cleaned, and was cooked without any seasoning. The fishy smell filled the Knoll tribe, which was extremely terrible. However, if you look closely, you will find that only a few of the dog-headed people have pottery, and most of them still eat raw meat directly. I don't know if it's because the production of pottery is insufficient or because they prefer to eat raw food. After entering the tribe, the dog witch swallowed his saliva. He was a little nervous here. Li Qinwu told him that the prey he brought back was stuffed with a very deadly poisonous fruit, and eating it would basically lead to reincarnation. That if he poisoned his former boss and was discovered, he would probably be beaten to death. But since they were already there, the dog witch still took a deep breath and strode in. The Knoll tribe was filled with the barking of dogs, the smell of blood, the smell of excrement, and the burning smell of the dogs. The ground was covered with sewage, feces, broken bones, twin-tailed elves, and dog-headed man fragments. It was like a giant garbage dump. The dog wizard's troops were carrying a large amount of meat. All the dog-headed men stared at him with red eyes, and many of them were eager to grab the meat. When the dog wizard saw a dog-headed man stretching out his dirty claws to steal meat, he snorted coldly, raised his ox bone staff and chanted a spell, instantly casting a weakened version of fear. The purple-black energy clung to the dog-headed man who wanted to steal the meat. The other party howled, and his eyes were filled with purple-black mist. He fell to the ground and screamed wildly. He saw the most horrifying scene in his life. The scene frightened the other gnolls, and they retreated one after another, knowing that the dog wizard was not to be trifled with. The dog wizard snorted coldly and was about to lead the team forward when suddenly, a group of tall dog-headed men wearing armor made of bones came up. The guy in the lead was holding a stone hammer in his hand. He pointed the hammer at the dog Wooly and shouted, "Wizard! Why do you attack your own kind? Explain your reasons." The dog wizard snorted again and put on an arrogant attitude. "This guy tried to steal the meat I was offering to the dragon fawn leader, so I used witchcraft to teach him a lesson." The bone-armored kobold nodded. "Your reasons are very good, you are not guilty." He held the stone hammer and walked over to the wailing dog-headed man lying on the ground. "You stole the tribute, you are guilty." He raised the stone hammer and smashed it down hard. With a crackling sound, the dog-headed man's skull was smashed and he died on the spot. The bone-armored kobold said to the dog wizard, "Come with me, I will escort you to pay the tribute." Dog Witch followed him to a tent area. The ground near the tent area was all black, stained with blood and grease. Usually, the ogres would place the tribute meat here, but now there was not a single piece of meat in the tent. The dog wizard put down the meat and was about to yo-yo. He felt a little nervous about doing something bad, but the words of the bone-armored dog-headed man made him freeze. "You are the first to bring tribute this month. You are worthy of meeting Lord Lanya and offering him the most delicious meat." The dog wizard, who was about to escape, was stunned. His dog eyes rolled around and he had a bold idea. The goblin boss has clear rewards and punishments. If I give the poison meat to Dragon Fong Chief and poison him to death, will the goblin boss reward me with 10 female kobolds? Thinking of this, he rubbed his hands together, his eyes curved into crescents, and he laughed slyly. Chapter 37 Chicken Soup is here. The dog which picked a coin from the prey and was about to take it to see Lanya, but was stopped by the bone-armored dog-headed man. "Chief Lanya likes to eat cooked food. Cook this chicken and offer it to him. I will take you to find a pottery pot." The dog-headed man brought the dog witch to a campfire where there was a clean clay pot. The dog witch lightly processed the pheasant's feathers, threw the whole thing into the ceramic pot, poured water on it and boiled it. When it was cooked, he brought the chicken soup and went to see Lanya. Lanya's residence is a particularly large animal skin tent, where Lanya and his men are sitting and having dinner. Lanya sat on a throne made of beast bones. He was very tall and looked like a small mountain just sitting there. He had the unique hair of a dog-headed man and scattered golden scales, which made his body look bumpy. The dog hair and scales were intertwined, as if he had some kind of skin disease. This is actually a manifestation of Lanya's impure bloodline. This guy is a dog-headed man born from a dragon. He has dragon blood in his body, but not much, so the dragon scales are distributed so scattered. Lanya's golden pupils looked towards the door of the tent, and saw the dog wizard walking in with the bowl of soup. "Chicken soup is here." The dog wizard had a sly grin on his face. He put the chicken soup on the table and all the dog-headed people present looked at him. The dog witch swallowed his saliva and subconsciously stuck out his tongue to dissipate heat. "All the dishes are here, why aren't you eating yet?" The gnolls present turned their attention to the dragon tooth in the middle. These dog-headed men used to be the leaders of various tribes. After being beaten by Lanya, they chose to surrender. Without Lanya's order, they dared not eat first. Lanya glanced at everyone and found that no one dared to move, which made him very satisfied. He tore a chicken leg from the pot and opened his mouth to bite it, but suddenly, he smelled a strange smell on the chicken leg. Lanya stopped moving, his golden pupils narrowed slightly. He put the chicken leg to his nose and sniffed it. He smelled the scent of red poison fruit. His golden pupils looked at the skinny ogre wizard in front of him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. "Traitor?" Interesting, the dog wizard was trembling all over when he was looked at by Lanya. He subconsciously clamped his tail with his legs and felt like he was about to be scared to death. I won't bother you anymore, I'm leaving." The dog wizard wanted to run away quickly and turned around to leave, but Longya stopped him. "You can't leave." The dog wizard froze in place, not daring to move. Longya stood up from the chair made of beast bones. He was at least 2 meters tall. He came to the dog wizard with a playful look on his face and circled around the dog wizard. This action made the dog witch, who had a guilty conscience, tremble even more violently, and even his teeth began to chatter, making a clattering sound. Longya stopped, stood in front of the dog woo, and handed him the chicken leg in his hand. "Dog witch, you helped me guard the goblin tribe. Thank you for your hard work. This chicken leg is a reward for you." The dog wizard shuddered. This chicken leg was poisoned. The goblin boss said that if you eat this thing, you will stretch your legs and stare. He doesn't want to stretch your legs and stare. The dog witch moved his tongue faster and faster, panting heavily, and was extremely scared. His appearance was so unusual that the other dog-headed people present noticed it and began to whisper to each other. "Ha! Why don't you eat it? Could it be that it's poisonous? You don't dare to eat it." Longya's cold voice sounded, and the dog witch whimpered in fear. He quickly took the chicken leg and took a small bite. "Oh my! Chief Longya, you're joking. Where's the poison?" "Nuanuanua, this chicken leg tastes really good. Eat, Dragon Fong leader, everyone, eat. Why are you looking at me?" Dogwu looked at everyone with a cold sweat on his face, and still persuaded everyone to eat chicken. Longya actually returned to his seat, tore off another chicken leg and swallowed it. Seeing this, the other dog-headed men also stretched out their claws, tore the chicken apart and shared it. When the dog wizard saw that the other party had really eaten it, he was overjoyed. He could even imagine the beautiful scene of the boss rewarding him with 10 female dog-headed people. He said to everyone, "I won't bother you anymore. I'm leaving now." He wanted to leave again, but Longya's words made the urine he had been holding leak out. "Dog wizard, you are an incompetent wizard. You don't even know that the red poison fruit is not poisonous after being cooked." The dog wizard was so scared that he peed his pants and tried to run away, but the 2 dog-headed guards outside the tent door turned sideways and blocked the tent exit. The dog wizard bumped into the pectoral muscles of 2 large dog-headed men and was bounced back into his own urine. The gnolls were also horrified. They didn't know why this guy wanted to poison Longya, but seeing him in such a miserable state, they all looked at him with teasing eyes, wanting to see how he would beg for mercy. Then something unexpected happened. Instead of begging for mercy, the dog witch smashed his hammer to the ground and angrily yelled, "Oh! Damn it! Since everyone knows about this, I won't act in this drama anymore. I am the famous Goblin King, the enslaver of all races, the whipper of the world, the destroyer of gods, the only legitimate master of the magic forest, and the running dog of Arthur Louis Romanoff and Qin Shi Huang. I put the poison in this chicken soup. Even if the poison doesn't kill you, you won't be able to survive. It won't be long before the Goblin King, the enslaver of all races, the whipper of the world, the destroyer of gods, the only legitimate master of the magic forest, Arthur Louis Romanoff, Qin Shi Huang will lead his army to attack you. Don't even think about surviving." Ah! The dog wizard laughed crazily, and all the dog-headed people present looked at each other in bewilderment. Is this guy going to be a lackey for so many people at once? Longya hooked his finger, and 2 dog-headed guards at the door came in and held the dog wizard down. "Take him off his clothes and torture him, and pry the information about those people out of his mouth." The dog-headed guard answered yes and pulled the dog wizard out of the tent. Soon, screams were heard from outside. Longya sat in his seat with a serious expression. He didn't expect that so many enemies with names and surnames would suddenly appear, including the Goblin King and the slave of all races. With such powerful names, they must be strong and must be taken seriously. But the dog witch was tortured until midnight and was beaten until his body was swollen, but he didn't say anything and looked like he would rather die than surrender. Longya was a little impressed. What kind of magic potion did those guys give to Dogwu that made him so devoted to his work? Longya naturally didn't know about the mountain blade system. The dog witch was an NPC certified by the system and was restricted by the system, so he wouldn't do anything that would harm Li Qinwu, but it doesn't matter. The dog wizard brought a lot of gnolls, and Longya didn't believe that other gnolls were so stubborn. Sure enough, the guards easily got information about the goblin tribe from these gnolls. When he learned that an army of hundreds of goblins had fought back to their original goblin tribe, a dangerous smile appeared on his face. It looks like another war is about to begin, but before long, that smile turned into anger. The meat that the dog witch brought as tribute was divided up by the dog-headed people. Most of the dog-headed people did not like to eat cooked food, so they ate the meat directly after receiving it, and all of them were infected. The worst thing is that the Gnoll tribe respects the strong, and the first ones to be distributed with the poisonous meat are the elite backbone big gnolls in the tribe. More than 100 big gnolls are now holding their stomachs and screaming on the ground, having diarrhea and vomiting blood. Chapter 38 Battle 1. On the other side, Li Qinwu, who was researching a new type of crossbow, heard a system prompt sound in his ears. Ding. Your friend Dog Wu has been captured by Dragon Fong, ha? Li Qinwu was bewildered. What was going on? Was Gogo Wu arrested? Was the poisoning exposed? He felt sick all over. Damn it, this guy was more of a hindrance than a help. The smell emitted by the mixture of red poisonous fruit and meat was very faint. Even a dog-headed man couldn't smell it unless he smelled it carefully. If he did smell it, it was just the fragrance of fruit. If the dog which had followed orders and put down the poison meat and left, he would definitely not have been caught. Did he disobey orders? Did he do something unnecessary? The Gnoll tribe must be furious, and I'm afraid the decisive battle is just around the corner. However, Li Qinwu was not worried about this. Looking at the 5 modified crossbows in front of him, he felt very confident. In that case, let's have a decisive battle in advance to see who will be the overlord of this forest. Before dawn the next morning, Li Qinwu ordered his troops to cook and feed all the soldiers. Then he led his troops westward as he wanted to choose the battlefield in advance. Now his troops have a lot of long-range weapons, so he has to choose an open battlefield to fight the ogres. The troops crossed mountains and rivers and soon arrived at a huge banyan tree. Li Qinwu chose this place at first sight. For some reason, this area is completely bare. Except for the huge banyan tree at the top of the hill, there is no grass within a mile radius. Li Qinwu led his troops up the hillside, came to the big banyan tree, and began to set up positions. 5 crossbows were set up at the highest position, and the goblins tied the sharpened wooden stakes they carried with them with vines to assemble them into chevaux de frise. These chevaux de frise were placed on both wings of the army, so that the enemy could only attack from the front, and he could concentrate his elite troops on the front to fight the enemy. Li Qinwu has completed all the preparations. He climbed up the strange gray-black banyan tree, stood at the highest point and looked in the direction of the dog-headed man tribe. He saw some birds startled in the distant forest and knew that the enemy was coming soon. Miss Hannah came under the banyan tree and shouted to Li Qinwu, "There's something strange about this tree. I sense an ominous magical aura from it." Li Qinwu rolled his eyes at Miss Hannah. "Come on, sister, anyone can see this, okay? Look at these trees, they're pitch black, and look at the area within a mile where there's not a single blade of grass. Do you need any profound knowledge to see this? If you have any profound remarks, please speak up now. I'm very busy now. If you have nothing else to do, just go and coax him. He'll be very useful later." Li Qinwu's tone was not very good. He was about to have a decisive battle with a force whose military strength was 2 or 3 times that of his own. If he was not careful, he might lose everything. He felt a little stressed. Miss Hannah snorted, very dissatisfied with Li Qinwu's attitude. Li Qinwu glanced at Miss Hannah and called him, "Miss Hannah." Miss Hannah turned around and looked at Li Qinwu's serious face. "Miss Hannah, if I lose, you should run back to the human world and hide your identity. The world is so big, there is always a place for you to stay. Don't go back to Goburg. If I die, the goblins will return to chaos. Smear mud on your body, and the goblins won't be able to smell the scent of humans." After saying that, Li Qinwu continued to stare at the forest in the distance. Miss Hannah was stunned for a moment, tugging at the corner of her clothes, with an uneasy expression on her face. Li Qinwu stared at the forest in the distance. More and more birds were startled and came closer and closer. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, a loud horn sounded from the edge of the forest. "Here I come." Li Qinwu took a deep breath and shouted to the goblin troops below, "The enemy is coming, follow the previous preparations and form a battle array." The goblins moved quickly and formed into square formations. Basically, Li Qinwu's 40 system soldiers plus 8 humans were at the forefront. They wore heavy horn crocodile armor, held the best iron weapons, and carried shields. They were Li Qinwu's core team. Behind these heavily armored infantry were 30 spear-wielding goblins. Their task was to find opportunities and use their spears to stab through the gaps to kill the enemy's offensive force. On the left and right sides of the formation, behind the chevaux de frise were goblins wielding various long-pole weapons. 100 on each side. These goblins were the first to follow Li Qinwu. They went through several rounds of 3 draws and 1 kill, had 6 hours of military training every day, and could eat all-you-can-eat monster meat. 30 or 40 goblins have already exceeded 1.3 meters in height and are showing signs of evolving into big goblins. Although they are not system soldiers, these guys have been trained by Li Qinwu into qualified soldiers. They are all wearing horned crocodile soft armor, and with long pole weapons and chevaux frise, they have no problem defending the flank defense line. Then there are more than 30 archer goblins. These archers are led by goblin archers and use the crossbows retired by the big goblins. They are the core long-range attack force. Finally, there are 5 modified crossbows. Li Qinwu developed a special ammunition, which will not be discussed here for the time being. On the other side, the dog-headed men's team also arrived. With the sound of horns, the dense army of dog-headed men walked out of the forest and stood on the barren land. Leading the group were more than 100 large dog-headed men, whose heights ranged from 1.6 to 1.8 meters, and their targets were the big goblins because they have fur, fangs, and claws. The bear-armored kobold is stronger than the goblin, however. Now it is an all-out war, and both sides have armor and weapons, so this inherent advantage can be ignored. The big dog-headed man was equipped with a stone hammer and a stone axe, bone armor, and a simple wooden shield. The quality was more than 1 level lower than that of Li Qinwu's big brother Brind. Behind the dog-headed man was a group of short dog-headed men, about 1,000 in number, densely packed together. There were dogs of all kinds, with all kinds of colorful fur, looking like a ragtag army. They behaved like a ragtag army, barking nonstop, peeing on the spot from time to time, and some dogs bit each other because they couldn't stand it. They have no weapons in their hands, and no one knows why they go to the battlefield. Maybe they want to fight with claws, fangs, and iron troops. After the appearance of the Null Ragnarok army, the heavyweight stuff is coming. 4 tall ogres walked out of the forest, carrying together a huge sedan chair. On the sedan chair was a throne made of bones. The tall dragon Fong sat on it. The sunlight hit him, and he sparkled with golden light. His style was perfectly captured. His golden eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the goblins on the hillside. The lowly goblins didn't rush up to fight with them in a disorderly manner, but instead formed their troops into battle array, which made him feel very unhappy. He glanced at his messy army of ogres, snorted coldly, and became even more unhappy. He raised a strange-shaped broadsword made of unknown material and pointed it forward. Attack! Chapter 39 Battle 2. This group of goblins actually knew how to deploy their troops, which reminded Longya of the east where he came from. The armies there also know how to arrange their troops, and those armies that know how to arrange their troops are often more powerful than other disorganized armies. He sent out a bunch of miscellaneous kobolds to test the quality of this group of goblins. As the order was given, the ordinary kobolds howled as they walked towards Goblin Hills. These guys were in a mess, with dogs barking nonstop and no sense of organization at all. Li Qinwu, who was on the tree, saw the enemy launching an attack and shouted to the goblins below, "Get ready for battle! The enemy is coming! Hold on in front of you! I'll give you military merit when we get back. Hold the wooden arrows on the crossbow, shoot at will." The goblins beside the crossbow took action immediately. They placed the wooden arrows into the grooves of the crossbow and pulled the trigger to shoot directly. They were shooting wooden arrows, which had no iron tips but were simply sharpened by burning them with fire. They were cheap stuff, and Li Qinwu had people sharpen hundreds of them. 5 wooden arrows were shot out, traveling several hundred meters and hurled into the attacking Knoll troops. The Knolls were standing quite densely, and all 5 crossbow arrows hit the target, piercing all 5 Knolls and pinning them to the ground. The 5 dog-headed men howled miserably. They did not die immediately, but were pinned to the ground, struggling and howling. The other dog-headed men were terrified when they saw this and avoided them as if they were the plague. No one came forward to help. The goblins quickly restruck their bows, especially Dang Dang. He squatted beside a crossbow and fiddled with it like a toy. In a few turns, he turned the crossbow's turntable to the bottom and it was ready to fire again. So, one crossbow fired a round at a rate of 7 or 8 seconds, and the other 4 fired a round at a rate of 2 minutes. A large number of thick and long wooden arrows shot into the Knoll army, knocking each Knoll to the ground. Screams and dog barking accompanied the Knoll attacking troops all the way, and the Knoll attacking troops became visibly chaotic. Li Qinwu, who was perched on a large tree, had a full view of the chaos surrounding the kobolds. Seeing them approaching 200 meters away, he shouted to the Gob-Bao, "Start shooting." Goblin immediately yelled to his goblins, "Raise your crossbows. Shoot." As he said that, he drew his bow and shot an arrow. The crossbow goblins also raised their crossbows and shot. More than 30 crossbow arrows were thrown out and hit the ogre army, knocking down several ogres. Upper rank. Goblin shouted, but he didn't stop, shooting arrow after arrow. The goblins put down their crossbows, stepped on the crossbow arms with their feet, and used their waists and shoulders to string the crossbows. With so many muscle groups involved, even a goblin with the physique of a child could string the crossbows. The crossbow can be strung quickly and can be fired about once every 12 seconds. This firepower density is quite considerable, and the confusion of the gnolls has intensified. Li Chinwu realized that the organization of the gnolls was about to be destroyed. Although there were nearly 1,000 of them, they looked like they had not been trained at all and were just a group of guerrillas. Li Chinwu jumped off the tree, put on the pot helmet, drew the big sword on his back, and ran to the front of the line. Everyone hold the line, heavy infantry. Charge with me. Li Chinwu roared, and on the battlefield control page, he used the number key 1 to select heavy infantry, F1 to select tactics, and F2 to select follow me. Li Chinwu rushed out to meet the gnolls, and the heavily armored goblins and humans followed him. Li Chinwu realized that these dog-headed men were just scattered guerrillas. It was already their limit for them to rush here with crossbows. If they exerted more force, they might be dispersed. Li Chinwu rushed to the front of the group of dog-headed people, swinging his greatsword and killing everyone. The 8-kilogram greatsword spun and directly cut a dog-headed man in half. The remaining force made the greatsword stick into the waist of the second dog-headed man, and when it was pulled out, the intestines were pulled out. Two-handed weapon proficiency +1. The 40 system soldiers behind him followed in his footsteps, howling and rushing into the group of gnolls, charging with shields and chopping with axes, knocking down dozens of gnolls in a blink of an eye. Knight Leo raised his axe and shouted to the human soldiers around him, "Brothers, become rich. Get rid of slavery." He kicked a dog-headed man away with one kick. The guy screamed like William and flew into the crowd of dog-headed men, knocking over several of them. Then Knight Leo, who was 1.9 meters tall and had 1.5 tons of muscle mass, roared, raised his wooden shield and made a shield charge, knocking a dog-headed man away. He chopped the heads of 3 gnolls with his hand axe. He used the heavy axe as gracefully as a rapier, and it was obvious that he was a master of martial arts. He looked at Li Chinwu, who was fighting in the front, and watched this guy wielding his greatsword with great force, chopping the dog-headed man into pieces, and sighed in his heart. "Hey! That's not how my companions use it." Li Chinwu didn't know that someone was booing him behind his back. He swung his sword wildly, hacking at the ogre in front of him, and prompt sounds kept appearing in his ears. Ding. Two-handed weapon proficiency +1. Ding. Experience +4. Ding. Two-handed weapon proficiency +1. Ding. Experience +4. After this wave of hacking and slashing, Li Chinwu's experience value and proficiency soared, which made him laugh out loud, and his hacking speed increased to bit experience. "These cute dogs in front of me are all experience." He was chopped all over with blood, and was laughing, looking like a demon to the gnolls. In addition, the heavily armored goblins around Li Chinwu were also hacking and killing quickly. Even if they pounced on them, biting and scratching, they could not break their full body defense and killed them indiscriminately. Finally, one of the dog-headed men let out a mournful wail and began to turn around and run away. The other dog-headed men also let out mournful wail and ran away with their tails between their legs. This is what happens to an unorganized army. Even if the army is 10 times larger than the enemy, it will be immediately defeated if attacked by the enemy's elite. Li Chinwu wiped the blood from his face and ordered the goblins, "Chase them and kill them." As he said this, he strode after him and knocked down a dog-headed man from behind. He must seize the opportunity of the enemy's defeat to expand the victory. Li Chinwu and the heavy infantry continued to chase and kill, killing dozens of dog-headed men, but that was the end of it. Li Chinwu stopped chasing after about 300 meters from the edge of the forest. The enemy's elite big dog-headed man and 4 ogres were there. It would be bad if he attacked them but was surrounded. "Stop." Li Chinwu ordered the troops to stop, stuck his sword into the ground, held his waist and panted. After just launching a wave of attacks, Li Chinwu, who was wearing 3 layers of armor, felt a little tired. "Go back." Li Chinwu asked everyone to turn back, and everyone turned back panting, stepping on the dog-headed man corpses that they had chopped up on the ground. He spat, picked up his sword and was about to fight back, when he noticed a pair of burning eyes looking at him. Li Chinwu looked at the skeleton throne carried by 4 ogres, on which a large dog-headed man with gilded, battle-hardened skin was staring at him. The 2 guys who aspired to become the rulers of the magic forest looked at each other. and both discovered the extraordinariness of the other. My nemesis. Longya stood up from the beast bone throne, picked up the alien knife made of unknown material beside him, pointed the tip of the knife at Li Qinwu, and planned to say something about fatalism. However, before he could open his mouth, Li Qinwu spat a mouthful of thick phlegm in the direction of Longya, then made a big finger to the sky and put on the expression of a yellow-haired gangster looking for trouble. Look at your mother. Chapter 40 Battle 3. Although Longya couldn't understand Goblin language, he didn't need to understand the curse words. Several well-shaped characters appeared visibly above his head, and he cursed loudly, "Lowly Goblin! I will rip your throat, break your bones, and kill all your people." Li Qinwu looked at Longya barking, scratched his ears, and left. He didn't understand anything. When Longya saw the goblins turned away without paying attention to his barking, he became furious and ordered his big dog-headed man, "Prepare to attack. Kill all the goblins." After his order was given, several former dog-headed man tribal leaders began to integrate their troops. The dog-headed men who had just been dispersed by Li Qinwu and his men were pulled out from various corners and followed the big dog-headed man. Longya looked at the elite giant dog-headed men in his hands and felt very satisfied. In his opinion, the number of his giant dog-headed men was 1 times that of the opposing giant goblins, so he would win. Li Qinwu led his men back to the position and saw the dog-headed man integrating his troops. He immediately ordered his men to line up again and prepare to meet the enemy. This time the big gnolls are here. They are the core force of the gnolls, so be careful. Li Qinwu ordered the crossbow. "Crossbow, shoot at the guy holding the shield. When he moves halfway, switch to barrel arrows. Gob bao, wait until they are within range and then shoot freely. Don't shoot those with shields, shoot those without shields." 5 crossbows concentrated their fire at the giant dog-headed men. The enormous force made the wooden arrows very lethal. Often, after penetrating the simple shield, the wooden arrows could also burst through the bone armor and pierce through the body of the giant dog-headed men, pinning them to the ground. This shocked the big dog-headed people, and a commotion occurred among them. But they were big dog-headed people after all, and there was only one strong man among 7 or 8 dog-headed people. They had pride in their hearts and would not disperse so easily. However, what awaited them was an even more terrifying blow. The big dog-headed people had consumed 7 or 8 crossbows and had already traveled half the distance. The crossbows began to replace the ammunition and installed a cylindrical ammunition into the groove. This is a barrel arrow, which is 6 arrows stuffed into a wooden barrel. The iron tip of this arrow is removed from arrows captured from humans. The shaft of this type of arrow is thicker and longer than that of ordinary arrows, which can carry more kinetic energy. It is thinner than the arrows fired by a crossbow, and 6 arrows can be stuffed into a wooden barrel at a time. This type of ammunition acts like a shotgun after being fired, and can cause area damage. The disadvantage is that the range is relatively short. The range of the wooden arrow crossbow can reach 900 meters, and the range of the barrel arrow is about 700 meters. If the opponent has a shield, you have to put it further away. Li Qinwu saw that the big dog-headed man was about 400 meters away, and shouted to the goblin controlling the crossbow, "Shoot." 5 crossbows were fired instantly, with whooshing sounds. The wooden barrels were ejected by the huge force, and then due to structural reasons, they were quickly impacted by the airflow and lost kinetic energy and fell to the side. The 6 arrows contained within carried enough force to continue shooting forward. These 30 scattered arrows flew towards a small area and hit a group of big gnolls holding shields, causing screams. After all, this was an arrow shot from a crossbow, and it easily penetrated the simple wooden shield and shot into the body of the big dog-headed man. Behind this wave killed more than 10 big gnolls, making the gnoll team a little unstable. Longya, who was behind to provide support, was also shocked. He didn't expect that these goblins had such terrifying weapons. "We can't let the enemy fire a second round, we have to stick to it," Longya shouted to a kobold leader below. "Blow the horn." The horn sounded, and the dog-headed people who were originally a little shaken paused, then let out howling sounds and charged forward at an accelerated speed, trying to break through Li Qinwu's defense line in one go. Li Qinwu saw this and shouted, "Freeze! Freeze everyone! Prepare for the impact!" As he shouted, on the battlefield control page, press number 1 to select heavy infantry and press F8 to select shield wall. The heavy infantry immediately stood closer and raised their shields. Then he came to the group of spear-wielding goblins behind the heavy infantry and shouted, "Spears! Stretch them out! Find a gap and stretch them out!" The spear-wielding goblins stretched out their spears through the gaps between the heavy infantry and then held the spear shafts tightly with their armpits. Li Qinwu shouted to Miss Hannah, who was staying with Dang Dang in the back, "Within 3 steps. Water polo. Water polo. Miss Hannah quickly came behind the heavy infantry, holding up her staff and chanting a spell. After a while, a water ball condensed on her staff, about the size of a bucket inserted into a water dispenser. Go. Miss Hannah threw the water ball into the ground in front of the heavy infantry, soaking the ground. Miss Hannah condensed 4 water balls in a row, wetting the front of the position. When she wanted to condense the 5th water ball, the charge team of the big dog-headed men had arrived. These guys rushed up howling and smashed into the heavy infantry's shields. The scene of the neatly arranged shields being broken through did not happen. At the very center were the 3rd-level goblin warriors. They were taller, stronger, and had stronger wills. They followed Li Qinwu's orders and withstood the impact firmly. The two sides began to stalemate and push each other. Bucket thorn. Bucket thorn. Bucket thorn. Li Qinwu howled loudly. He snatched the spear from a spear-wielding goblin, raised it high above his head, and stabbed randomly outside. He didn't care whether he could hit anyone or not, but from time to time he would receive a reminder of plus 24 experience points, letting him know that his attack was effective. The Gobgong in the back was getting very anxious, because now both sides were in a mess and he had no angle to shoot. He saw that outside the barricades on both sides, the dog-headed people surrounded them, and the goblins used various long-pole weapons to hit the dog-headed people, but dog-headed people kept rushing in from the gaps in the barricades, hugging the goblins and biting them, and some dog-headed people even grabbed the waving long-pole weapons and snatched the weapons away. Gobo immediately gave orders to the bewildered crossbow-wielding goblin. Go to both sides and shoot at close range. As he said this, he ran to the side, drew his bow, and shot the arrow into a dog-headed man's head almost face to face. Seeing this, the other crossbow-wielding goblins followed suit and shot the ogre in the face with their crossbows. Doing this makes the shooting accuracy almost 100%, and the killing efficiency is very high. When combined with the long-pole goblin, the flank is stabilized. Chapter 41 Battle 4-inch Stab. Stab. Stab with all your might. Li Qinwu shouted over and over again, his roar stimulating the nerves of the goblin spearmen, making them stab mechanically. The usual military training took effect. The goblin spearmen stood in place, just like they usually stood at attention. They stabbed in response to Li Qinwu's command, just like they usually shouted 1, 2, 1 and marched in step. The attacks of the goblin spearmen were very effective. Every time they stabbed with their spears, there would always be a scream or two. The big dog-headed man who was just so aggressive was hit head-on, and a small row of corpses was left in front of the heavy infantry's shield wall, but it must be said that the ogres were still brave. They raised stone hammers or stone axes and hit the shield wall, not caring at all about being pierced by spears. The big goblins were also not vague. From time to time, they would use shield strikes to push the kobolds away, and then swing the axes in their hands outwards. Almost every strike could smash the big kobold's head. While the two sides were engaged in a brutal close combat, Li Qinwu kept his eyes on the battlefield. The enemy had too many people and completely surrounded the front. These dog-headed people were crowding and pushing each other, and kept rushing forward. It was already extremely chaotic. The most important thing is that the water ball thrown by Miss Hannah before made the ground very wet. The gnolls kept stepping on it, making the ground muddy, and gnolls kept falling to the ground. After a long time of failing to capture the goblin position, the ogre vanguard attacking force became more chaotic. Li Qinwu felt that it was almost time, so he threw away the bloody spear, opened the battlefield command interface, used the number key 2 to select the separately grouped ogre Dangdang, and launched a charge with F1 F3. Dangdang, who had been sitting by the tree fishing, roared, picked up a huge tree stump from the ground, and rushed straight towards the big dog-headed people. Li Qinwu took advantage of the situation and ordered the heavy infantry at the front to disperse and make way for Dangdang. The big kobolds in front thought that the goblin shield wall could not hold up. They broke through the defense line and were about to rush in to fight, but they were greeted by the roaring Dangdang. The big dog-headed men were so frightened that their hair stood on end and they kept barking. They turned around with their tails between their legs and wanted to run away, but the ground was already very muddy due to their trampling. In their haste to escape, many of the dog-headed men fell to the ground. Dangdang rushed directly into the chaotic group of big dog-headed men, swinging the tree stump left and right, knocking the dog-headed men everywhere, causing 4 or 5 casualties in a blink of an eye. The other gnolls were frightened and ran away as soon as they could, as they had little morale to begin with. Some of the big dog-headed men were still tough. They rushed forward with weapons and slashed at Dangdang's thighs with all their might, but Dangdang had horned crocodile armor on his body, and his keratinous skin made the attacks of these stone weapons unable to hurt him at all. Instead, it was the slight stinging pain from these blunt blows that angered Dang Dang. He roared and swung his weapon faster. Huge wooden stakes fell down continuously, turning the kobolds who dared to attack him into meat paste. Even if they were lightly touched by the tree stakes, the kobolds would fly out in a spin and end up with broken bones and tendons. Dang Dang beat the big dog-headed man into pieces with his own strength. Li Qinwu seized the opportunity, selected all the troops and attacked, and he himself swung his sword and started slashing wildly. Li Qinwu's troops attacked with all their might, and the dog-headed men suffered a severe defeat. They ran while peeing. This was the physiological reaction of the dog-headed men when they were scared. Li Qinwu led his troops in chasing and hacking all the way, leaving a trail of corpses on the hillside. This time, Li Qinwu felt very sorry. He only dared to lead 40 system soldiers to fight, and did not dare to lead other goblin troops to charge together. The main reason is that until now, Li Qinwu still does not trust the quality of the goblins. He is afraid that these guys will become too aggressive and they will not listen to his orders to retreat, and will rush into other people's bases and cannot get out. He also didn't have any generals who could lead troops to command a whole army, so every time the enemy was defeated, Li Qinwu could only lead 40 or so system soldiers to chase and kill them. Otherwise, if the entire army pressed forward, he could chase and kill the enemy as soon as they were defeated, and the battle would be over early. When we get back, we have to find a way to train goblin generals who can lead troops on their own. Li Qinwu secretly made up his mind, stabbed a big dog-headed man in the back with a sword, gained 24 experience points, and ordered the troops to stop. They chased them to a position about 300 meters away from the knoll base camp, and it would be dangerous to go any further. Li Shao looked at Longye with a distorted expression in the distance and still used the great Tianquawang finger. "You bastard, I'll kill you within 3 days, ha, tue." After talking trash, Li Qinwu led his troops back the same way, not caring at all about Longye's expression that looked like he wanted to kill him. After 2 rounds of defeat, the morale of the gnolls suffered a serious blow. Not only that, they lost more than 300 people, and their corpses covered the front of the goblin position and the hillside, which was a chilling sight. On the other hand, the goblins only suffered single-digit losses, and the bodies were carried back to the enemy camp. I don't know if they were going to eat them or not. This made all the ogres feel very discouraged. They paid so much but got nothing in return. Not only were the ordinary gnolls discouraged, but the gnoll leaders were also heartbroken. Although they chose to obey Longye, those who died were their own men. If all the young and strong men were defeated, how would they explain to the people of Jiandong when they returned? "Lord Longye, what should we do? Should we continue the attack? If this continues, all the warriors of the tribe will die." A dog-headed man leader couldn't help but complain to Longye. Longye glanced at the guy coldly, and scared him so much that he dared not speak anymore and retreated in shame. Longye ordered, "Reorganize the team and prepare for the third attack." All the dog-headed man leaders present began to bark uneasily, obviously disagreeing with Longye's order. Longye ignored their uneasiness. He picked a bone from the beast bone throne and threw it at the ogre who was carrying the throne. The ogre was gray in color, with a very thick cuticle, and was over 6 meters tall, much taller and stronger than Dang Dang. This is a mature ogre over 200 years old, which is the strongest stage of an ogre. The middle-aged ogre looked back at Longye with anger in his eyes. Longye stared at him coldly, not afraid of the giant at all. The two sides stared at each other for more than 10 seconds. The middle-aged ogre took a deep breath, looked away, and said a few words in ogre language. The other ogres lowered the throne from their shoulders and then picked up the wooden stakes around them and lined them up. Longye said to the other kobold leaders, "The probing ends here. I will now send the ogres into battle. Have your people follow the ogres. After the ogres smash the goblin lines, have your people charge forward and tear every green fellow to pieces." The gnoll leaders all breathed a sigh of relief. The other side only had 1 ogre, while they had 4. I had the advantage and I would win. They immediately went to gather their tribesmen and prepare for the third attack. No one noticed Longye's uneasiness. He looked at the goblin position and Dang Dang, who was squatting on the ground playing in the mud, and felt very confused. Why would this ogre help the goblins? Doesn't he care about his own cubs anymore? Chapter 42 Victory. When Li Qinwu saw the enemy sending out 4 ogres, he shouted to Miss Hannah, "Miss Hannah, ask Dang Dang if those 4 are his lumberjacks." After Miss Hannah asked Dang Dang a lot of questions, Dang Dang immediately became excited. He said it was his Cuckoo-Quack and Coo-Quack-Quack, but Chuchu and Mimi were not there. Based on the context, Li Qinwu roughly understood that it meant that grandparents, father and mother were all there, but the son and daughter were not. Li Qinwu groped his way down, thinking about how to deal with these ogres. Gobong reminded from the ship's crossbow, "Boss, the enemy is within range. Do you want to switch to the iron-headed crossbow?" "No. No shooting." Li Qinwu did not forget his mission, which was to rescue Dang Dang, the lumberjack. Otherwise, when the curse of the earth goddess came, he would have no choice but to become the pirate king. Li Qinwu looked at the four ogres approaching and said to Miss Hannah, tell Dang Dang and his family that Little Green is a good person and is here to help them beat the bad furry ones. After beating the bad furry ones, Little Green will take them to find Jojo and Mimi." Miss Hannah translated it truthfully, and then Dang Dang howled at the four ogres a few times, and the four ogres stopped. The following is the ogres exchanged: Dang Dang, Dad, Mum, Grandma. These little green men are good people. They are here to help us beat the bad dog. After that, they will take us to find the baby. The middle-aged ogre on the opposite side replied, "Boy, these little creatures are too mean. Will the little green men deceive you?" Dang Dang quickly assured, "No, Hong Hong said that we can trust the little green man, otherwise Hong Hong will make the little green man's boss paralyzed." The middle-aged ogre communicated with several other ogres and finally reached an agreement. "Hey, Jojo and Mimi are in the hands of the bad golden dog. We can't help Little Green, otherwise he will hurt Jojo and Mimi, but we can't fight Little Green, who is recognized by Hong Hong and recognized by Hong Hong. So, let's just stand still and not help anyone. We will wait until Little Green defeats Golden Furry and rescues Jojo and Mimi, then we will dare to help Little Green fight Furry." After the communication, Miss Hannah told Li Qinwu the result. Li Qinwu was overjoyed. The ogres no longer helped the gnolls, so the next step would be easy and they could have a decisive battle. Li Qinwu shouted loudly to the goblins around him, "Step out of your positions and form a square formation according to your usual training." The goblins quickly ran out of the position and formed a square in front of it. There was a phalanx of heavy infantry, a phalanx of long-haired soldiers, 100 long-pole goblins formed a phalanx, 2 of them standing, and crossbowmen stood in a row at the back. This series of actions was completed within 30 seconds, which was an excellent performance in the era of cold weapons. After the battle array was completed, Li Qinwu shouted the order, "Raise your weapons. Forward. Kill. 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 Kill." The goblin phalanx held various weapons, marched in neat steps, and shouted "kill." As they advanced, the advancing gnolls were all stunned. Their side was in chaos, while the opposing side had a tight formation, powerful weapons, and complete armor. They instinctively felt fear. "Everyone, don't disperse. Advance. Stab. Slash. Kill, kill, kill." Li Qinwu shouted, his voice connected all the goblins together, making them all form a whole, and they felt stronger than ever before. The ogres felt fear, especially the 4 ogres who stood still, while the other ogres were still moving forward, roaring from time to time. Longya, who was behind, saw that some of the dog-headed men were trying to escape again, and became angry. He pointed the alien knife in his hand at the dog-headed man leader beside him. "You! Get to the front and stabilize the troops, otherwise, you will die." Under the influence of his power, the dog-headed leaders ran into the dog-headed crowd, whimpering, and calmed down most of the dog-headed people who wanted to escape. Longya looked at the ogre who was standing still, his face full of murderous intent. "I was careless and didn't bring the ogre cub with me. Now I can't threaten the ogre." In fact, he had no choice. Even if the ogre was a cub, it was more than 2 meters tall. Like the little giant, no one could restrain it. He could only find a way to imprison it, and if he brings the ogre cub with him, the adult ogre will not be threatened by him, but will rush up like crazy and smash him to death, and then rescue the ogre cub. Damn it! Goblins actually have a way to communicate with ogres. These damn guys. Longya felt that he was in a passive position, and the relaxed look on his face was gone. On the battlefield, the gnoll leaders entered the front line, calming the frightened gnolls down a little. The kobold leaders used all their accumulated prestige to allow the kobolds to clash with the goblin phalanx. The distance between the two sides shortened, and a dull and anxious atmosphere spread between the two armies. When the soldiers on both sides could already see the wrinkles and stray hairs on the faces of the opposing soldiers, Li Qinwu shouted "kill" and jumped directly into the group of dog-headed people. He killed everyone in his group and knocked down 2 dog-headed people. The heavy infantry also shouted kill in unison, holding shields and waving axes. They rushed into the group of dog-headed people, killing a large number of them in a blink of an eye. The spear-wielding goblins also chattered and shouted, charging forward with their spears, stabbing the spearheads into the enemy's abdomen. The two sides fought in a melee, but the goblins had a formation after all, standing relatively densely. While the ogres were always in a mess, and for a moment they were actually directly defeated by the goblin army, some gnolls seized the opportunity to get close to the goblins, trying to attack them with their fangs and claws, but the goblins all had horned crocodile soft armor that completely blocked the damage. The goblins' attack is quite impressive. Iron weapons can easily chop the gnolls into pieces, especially the spear. The DPS of this thing is almost catching up with the heavy infantry. It can kill the enemy without making a sound with one stab. It is worthy of being the king of cold weapon warfare. After the two sides fought each other, the number of gnolls dropped rapidly. The goblin troops advanced step by step, leaving behind a pile of gnoll corpses. Li Chinwu was covered in blood. He killed dozens of gnolls by himself. His level was raised by 2 levels, but he didn't have time to improve his attributes. Kill! 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 Li Chinwu chopped and shouted at the same time to maintain the morale of the goblin troops. Indeed, as long as the goblins heard his shouts, they would move forward without hesitation. Finally, after the two sides had been in contact for about 10 minutes, the gnolls lost 20% of their troops and could no longer hold on and collapsed. Ah! Don't run! Don't run! A dog-headed man leader shouted loudly to maintain order. Li Chinwu saw this guy and kicked him down with his sword, ending his life. Li Chinwu shook the blood off his sword and found that the large group of ogre men had fled again, but this time they fled very thoroughly and never looked back after entering the forest. Li Chinwu saw the edge of the forest. Lanya gave him a vicious look and followed the troops into the forest. Chapter 43 Ironmaking. After the battle, Li Chinwu was breathing heavily, his sword and armor were covered in blood, and he was extremely tired, but he was still excited to check the victory data. You have won, killed 489 enemies, captured 56 enemies, gained experience points, 612, and suffered 5 casualties on our side. The loot obtained: Grain X69, Stone Axe X35, Bone Knife X18, Tempered Animal Skin Clothes X80, Dog Fang X60, Dinar, 1234. Seeing that he had been promoted 2 levels, Li Chinwu put attribute points into intelligence and spare expertise points into engineering. He opened the warehouse, threw out animal skins, stone axes, bone knives and other things, and equipped the goblins with them. These things were better than nothing, and they could increase the goblins' melee capabilities when they had no iron tools. Li Chinwu gathered together all the goblins who participated in the battle, and recruited those among them whose heights were different from ordinary goblins and who showed signs of breaking through to become big goblins into the army, filling the vacancies of the system's soldiers who died in the battle and making the army full. Among the goblins that were just at the forefront, a goblin warrior and 4 big goblins died. They were facing enemies that were twice their number, so casualties were inevitable. Fortunately, their losses were worth it. More than half of the more than 100 dog-headed men were killed by them. This was the equipment advantage brought by the horned crocodile armor and iron weapons among these big goblins at the front. 4 of them have accumulated enough experience to upgrade, so Li Chinwu directly upgraded them to goblin warriors. After checking all the data, Li Chinwu looked at the battlefield in front of him. There were corpses everywhere. The ogres suffered heavy losses, especially the elite ogres, who were almost wiped out. It was really distressing for Lanya, but Li Chinwu's side was not in a good situation either. Although only 5 system soldiers died, more than 100 ordinary goblins were killed or injured. Even though they were wearing horned crocodile soft armor and holding iron long weapons, the goblins' physical weakness was unavoidable. Facing the siege of the ogres, goblins were pulled out of their positions and killed from time to time. Li Chinwu looked at the victorious goblins. Their faces were full of fatigue and relief. If they had not been surrounded, some of them would have escaped. So the question now is, should we give the victim a good beating? Should we chase him down and continue beating him? Now the dog witch and the ogre cub are still in Longya's hands, and the mission of the earth goddess has not been completed, so the dog-headed man must be defeated. However, Li Chinwu felt that his troops were too tired, and the two sides were now engaged in a battle of encounter. He was able to win because he had set up positions in advance. If they entered the enemy's territory and the enemy had mobilized all its soldiers, the outcome would be unpredictable. For some reason, the dog witch was not killed by Longya, and the ogre cub could not be harmed, otherwise Longya would have to bear the wrath of 5 adult ogres, then retreat first, develop for a while and then come back to fight the gnoll. After making a good decision, Li Qinwu ordered the goblins to clean up the battlefield and retreat directly. As they were leaving, Gobspair ran up to him and asked, "Boss, there are so many kobold corpses here, do you want to make them all into barbecue?" Li Qinwu took a look at the 56 captured dog-headed prisoners, thought about it and shook his head. "Pass on my order. Do not eat the corpses of kobolds. Violators will be punished by the warlord." Li Qinwu already has the basic outline of the future monster country in his mind. This will be a country where the main population is composed of goblins, and other various intelligent monsters live in groups. Gnolls will definitely have a place in this country. If different races want to coexist for a long time, in addition to the military force of the main race, respect is necessary. Anyway, they are not short of food now, so it is better not to sow the seeds of division at the starting stage. After returning to the tribe, Li Qinwu asked Miss Hannah to use healing spells to heal all the injured goblins. After the goblins were healed, he also healed the ogre captives. Li Qinwu fed all the ogre captives and told them that from now on they were members of the tribe and that they could eat as much meat as they wanted if they worked hard here. The IQ of these gnolls was not much higher than that of the goblins, and some of them did not understand their current situation. However, after being fed and threatened by the spears of the goblins guarding them, they all calmed down. After a day of rest, Li Qinwu immediately arranged the production and construction of the tribe. He sent some goblins to search for wood mice in the forest, and then rewarded the meritorious goblins to reproduce. The most urgent task was to increase the number of goblin populations, so that there would be enough troops to destroy the ogre tribe. Then they built a base. The first facility they built was a pen to store wood mice. This task was easy to complete. The goblins weaved it with branches. As long as there was enough food, the wood mice would not run around. The second facility to be built is the nursery, which increases the survival rate of goblin cubs. 5 ogres participated in the construction. These big guys were extremely powerful. After the goblins cut down the big tree, the ogres could use big stones to smash the stump into the ground, and the nursery was built in less than a day. The third thing to be built was the blast furnace. In the previous battle, the number of kobolds killed by goblins with spears exceeded 100. Even a weak goblin could be easily killed with a slanted spear. In comparison, the killing efficiency of goblins with long pole weapons is much lower. When Li Qinwu inspected the battlefield before, there were less than 50 corpses behind the barricades on both sides, and many of them were killed by bows and crossbows. It is conceivable how low the killing efficiency of long pole weapons is. In order to destroy the ogre tribe, Li Qinwu has to form an army composed purely of spear-wielding goblins. To do this, he has to start making steel. Li Qinwu called Taiyok to his side, and with the help of Miss Hannah as a translator, they had a long conversation and finally established a plan for smelting steel. First of all, there is ore, which is very easy to obtain. Just send people to the area where cave spiders are active. There is an open pit mine there, which is full of super high quality ore. After the things were brought back, the ogres put them to use. They picked up stones and smashed the iron ore into pieces. The smaller the pieces, the better. Seeing that their efficiency was a bit low, Li Qinwu asked them to find a stone as big as 2 human heads, and slowly chisel a hole in the middle of the stone to make a stone hammer. With the right tools, the ogres were much more efficient. Large amounts of ore were smashed into powder, and only 3 bags of grain were consumed per ton. Next comes the charcoal, which is burned directly in an earthen kiln. After burning, it is also crushed into powder to facilitate subsequent firing. Then comes the reducing agent for burning the ore, which can be limestone. There is a limestone mine in Gob Castle. Li Qinwu sent Gob Gong, the fastest runner, to make a trip and bring back a large amount of limestone. Also, let him bring back at least 300 goblins who have received military training and have completed 3 rounds of 3 draws and 1 kill. They need labor here. While waiting for the limestone, Taiyok brought good news. He and his men found the raw material for making blast furnaces, refractory clay. Chapter 44 Iron making. 2 iron smelting requires building a blast furnace. With Li Qinwu's current conditions, he can build 2 types. 1 is disposable, which is done by simply building a column with clay. It will be destroyed every time it is fired, and the finished product is also slag like pig iron, with low output and poor quality. The other type is a reusable blast furnace that can burn large amounts of iron ore at a time. The interior of the blast furnace is made of refractory bricks made of refractory materials. The temperature inside the furnace is high and there are openings of different heights. The tuyere can blow air into the furnace to increase the furnace temperature. Slag outlet. Open to let out the waste slag of the iron outlet. Molten iron flows out. This is what Li Qinwu wants to build. He led his men to a fast-flowing river and found a flat spot on the bank. He looked at Taiyok inquiringly, and Taiyok nodded to indicate that this was the place. Li Qinwu waved his hand. Get started. The goblins and ogres immediately started moving. The ogres pushed the boulders to narrow the river and make the water more turbulent, then wooden piles were driven into the turbulent area and a water wheel was set up. The water wheel was connected to a power bellows to pump a large amount of air into the blast furnace. The construction of the water wheel consumed 80% of the tribe's labor force, and other projects had to be stopped. The new goblin cubs had not been born yet, which made Li Qinwu a little worried. Fortunately, Gabo returned, bringing with him a large amount of limestone and 500 goblins, bringing half of the population of Goberg over. With the addition of 500 goblins, the construction of the water wheel became faster, and a well-functioning water wheel and automatic bellows were completed after a few days. Without waiting too long, Taiyok began to build the blast furnace body with refractory bricks. The refractory bricks were made of refractory clay he found in limestone. Refractory clay is quite easy to find. Li Qinwu had read in the Time Traveler Encyclopedia before that some ingredients in refractory clay seem to exceed the standard. If you can't find refractory clay, you can also use quartz to make refractory bricks. In addition, he also saw the blast furnace water wheel in the Time Traveler Encyclopedia. These things are all theoretical knowledge, and he is not sure whether they can be applied. So he communicated with Taiyok for a long time, asked questions of this old master with rich practical experience, and only started the project after getting his approval. Li Qinwu and Taiyok built the blast furnace themselves, and they kept talking and making improvements during the process. Miss Hannah was very shocked. A goblin and a human were playing Ash and talking to each other very harmoniously. This scene was too strange. She felt that if the two sides did not communicate in the same language, she would have been kicked away long ago. She naturally wouldn't understand what kind of sparks would be created when a goblin who wanted to create an empire and a technology geek got together. After the first wave of goblin cubs were born, the blast furnace was finally completed. This is a cylindrical building with a height of 5 meters and a diameter of 1.5 meters. It is connected to a bellows, which is connected to a water wheel. There are 2 wooden towers on both sides of the blast furnace, on which people can stand to put iron powder and coal powder into the blast furnace. Li Qinwu and Taiyok climbed up the wooden tower, looked at each other and began to add materials to the blast furnace. They were going to boil the first batch of molten iron. The 2 men first put branches and sticks into the furnace, and immediately poured in coal powder after lighting them. They connected the bellows to the water wheel and started blowing air. The furnace temperature rose rapidly. Taiyok shouted to add materials. Li Qinwu scooped up a handful of ore powder with a shovel and poured it into the furnace mouth. Taiyok poured in a handful of limestone powder, and then a handful of coal powder. This process is repeated back and forth, and the second layer of material is added only after the previous layer of material is burned through, and this process continues until Taiyok sends a stop signal. The firing process lasted for nearly 10 hours, from morning to evening. Li Qinwu and Taiyok were both in the dark, but their eyes were fixed on the blast furnace. That should be enough, Taiyok said uncertainly, mainly because he used a new refining method, and he was not sure if it could be done in one go. Then let's open the furnace. Li Qinwu was not quite sure either. The 2 men came to the blast furnace with sticks. Taiyok used the stick to poke open the slag outlet, and red slag flowed out. When Taiyok saw the quality of the waste, his face lit up with joy, knowing that it was probably done. He ran to Li Qinwu and made the number 8 with his fingers. Li Qinwu was overjoyed. With an 80% success rate, it was basically settled. The slag removal was almost done, and Taiyok gestured to indicate that the molten iron outlet could be opened. Li Qinwu said he understood. After communicating for a while, the 2 had developed a tacit understanding and could communicate simply without Miss Hannah's translation. Li Qinwu used a wooden stick to poke open the molten iron outlet, and the red molten iron flowed out. When Taiyok saw it, he howled and jumped up. It's done. It's done. Li Qinwu also laughed out loud. Conquering the entire magic forest starts with this furnace of molten iron. Li Qinwu patted Taiyok's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. From now on, you and your son are no longer slaves. You and your son can freely enter and leave my tribe. You can live in the best houses, wear the best clothes, and eat the best food. When my tribe develops, I will give you a piece of land and let you be the landlord. Well, How do you say it in the human kingdom? I will give you a title, the Baron of Iron Oak. Miss Hannah was stunned, then began to translate stutteringly. Freedom, power, status, this ordinary blacksmith had obtained them just like that, and as a magician without a single one in 1,000 miles, she was just a ruthless translation machine. After hearing the translation, Tyok fell to his knees. Sir, as long as you can protect my son's safety, I will serve you with all my strength. Li Qinwu was very satisfied with his statement and helped him up personally. Iron Oak, your work is not done yet, keep going. The molten iron has not yet stopped flowing. At this time, the molten iron is just pig iron, which is too brittle and cannot be made into weapons. The carbon content must be reduced. Simply put, iron with a high carbon content is pig iron, which is too brittle and can only be used for casting. Steel has a moderate carbon content and is moderately soft and hard, making it an excellent material for making weapons. Too little carbon content makes it wrought iron, which is too soft, and the metal has high ductility. Li Qinwu wanted to make a spear, which required steel, and he had to reduce the carbon content of the molten iron. This is not difficult. With Tyok's expertise, we can blow air into the molten iron, stir the molten iron, and increase the contact area between the molten iron and the air. There is also folding forging, repeatedly warming up and forging, which is what Iron OK used to do. If blowing air, the blower will blow cold air, and the molten iron will condense quickly. It is necessary to build a temperature return pipe to blow hot air in order to process pig iron quickly and on a large scale. Now we can only rely on folding forging to remove carbon. Fortunately, the tribe now has a humanoid power hammer like the ogre. Li Qinwu fed Dang Dang and his family, then took them to the blast furnace and pointed at the pig iron blocks on the iron felt. Come on, Dang Dang, I'll show you how to play the game of hammering red. If you play well, you'll get a reward. Chapter 45, Training. Dong Dong sat beside the iron felt with a hammer in his hand. The sledgehammer used by humans was like a children's toy in his hand. He used the hammer to hammer up the iron block on the iron felt. Tyok was adjusting the iron block repeatedly on the side, and Dang Dang was only responsible for hammering it. When he felt it was about right, he would call for a stop and throw a potato to Dang Dang. Dang Dang took the potato and ate it, then laughed out loud. This meant he won the game and got the reward, so he was very happy. If the first things made were the big hammer and the big iron felt, which were used by the ogres to allow them to forge iron more efficiently. When the ogre has almost finished forging the iron block, the iron orc will cut it into pieces of suitable size and then forge them into iron spearheads. Li Qinwu designed a small spearhead that is very light and shorter than a human spear. The spear shaft is about 1.5 meters long, which is more suitable for goblins with short stature. If it is longer, the goblin will not be flexible enough to use it. When the first polished spear was delivered to Li Qinwu, he was so excited that he gathered all the people in the tribe together. In their puzzled eyes, he raised the spear and shouted, "This is a day worth remembering. From today on, we have officially entered the Iron Age. Our productivity will increase dramatically, our soldiers will be equipped with iron weapons, and we will take another step towards civilization." After shouting, Li Qinwu asked everyone to eat as much as they wanted. All the goblins were immersed in a sea of joy. Although they didn't know why the leader was so happy, as long as they could eat their fill, they would be happy too. Amidst the cheering crowd, Butler Mond found Miss Hannah and asked her what Li Qinwu had said. When he listened to Li Qinwu's declaration of civilization and looked at the iron spear held high, the uneasiness in his eyes had turned into reality. That shouldn't be the case. Goblins are chaos species. Why can the goblins here thrive peacefully? He bit his finger with his teeth, tearing off the dead skin, and blood flowed out. If he can really establish a monster nation, then humans, the goblins, had a day off to celebrate the Iron Festival. All the goblins felt that their boss was very kind and could feed them well, so they were very hopeful about the future. However, the next day, Li Qinwu began a large-scale military training campaign, and the goblins who yearned for freedom fell into hell. Stand up straight. Anyone who dares to move will be beaten with 10 military sticks. If they do it again 3 times, they will be killed. Li Qinwu carried a big sword on his shoulder and a stick in his hand, and inspected in front of 5 square formations of 100 people. The 500 people stood in a neat row, forming a square formation like tofu cut with a knife. They held their heads and chests high, and held a wooden stick heavier than a spear in their right hand. No one dared to move. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the back of the former's head. They stood at attention like real soldiers. Those who dared to move were hung on the big trees around the tribe. You have to know that they had 6 phalanxes at the beginning, and more than 100 goblins were killed. Li Chinwu was also helpless. Goblins were chaos species, and it was impossible to train soldiers without being ruthless. He also discovered that the 10 goblins had all kinds of personalities, including idiots, people with communication disorders, corn believers, Slaanesh believers, lazy people, etc., highlighting the fact that there were all kinds of people. In order to train his troops among this group of people, Li Chinwu can only transform himself into Brother Tuba, focusing on killing, no matter what. The order is, if it is not corrected 3 times, they will be killed directly. Anyway, the first wave of more than 300 goblin cubs have entered the nursery, and they will grow up and replenish the staff in 15 days. Fortunately, Li Chinwu's killing spree shocked the goblins. He only killed 100 of the 600, and the rest could understand human language. So goblins are still very smart. It's just that they are filled with Huangser waste. Li Chinwu approached the square formation, his eyes wide as a tiger, scanning the goblins one by one. The goblins' pupils shrank and they all tensed their bodies, not daring to move at all, not even their eyes. Do you know why the boss's bastard is so white? It's the brain matter from when he opened the goblin's head. Li Chinwu took a rough look around and was secretly satisfied. In his opinion, this wave of goblins would be able to form an army in 2 months. In addition, the blacksmith shop could produce 30 spearheads every day. 2 months would be the day when the gnolls would be destroyed. Li Chinwu threw away his military staff and shouted to the goblins, "Everyone! Rest for half an hour, then disperse." Disperse! The goblins shouted, and some of them immediately fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Standing for an hour straight was a double torture for the Chaos Goblins, both psychologically and physically. It's not that no one has thought about escaping from the tribe and becoming a wild goblin. Then the hero who practiced it was chased for 30 kilometers by Li Chinwu and his ogres. He was caught and tortured with fists by all the goblins, who had to punch him 10 times. There were more than 500 people, each one throwing 10 punches, and the people behind were completely beaten into a pulp, and they were punching with so much force. Then Li Chinwu asked the goblins to urinate on the minced meat, which greatly shocked the goblins who had developed a preliminary collective consciousness. All the goblins did not want to be turned into minced meat and be with excrement. Even the goblins felt that such humiliation was worse than death, and the phenomenon of running away never happened again. The goblins dispersed and took the time to rest. Li Chinwu called Goblin Spear over. You will take 4 warriors with you, each responsible for a square formation. Teach them how to use spears and continue practicing until dinner time. Gob Mao responded yes, and Li Chinwu began to inspect the tribe. First of all, there are the system soldiers. These big goblins are receiving training from Leo Knight. Leo Knight is teaching them how to use shields and axes correctly to increase the big goblins' combat record. The other human soldiers were also professional soldiers. They were teaching the big goblin one-on-one. They did not speak the same language, but through speaking, writing, and actual combat, the big goblin's combat skills improved rapidly. Li Chinwu went to inspect the farmland again. It was mainly humans and dog-headed people active here. One human leading a dozen dog-headed people could manage a piece of land very well. Also, I have to mention that Master Lance and Butler Mond are 2 useless guys who have made no contribution to the tribe. The 2 high-ranking guys in the past can only dig for food in the dirt now. The huge gap in their hearts makes them look like rogue bosses. Li Chinwu went to the edge of the field to find an old farmer to communicate with. He had already learned some human language, and could even speak with strokes, so he could barely communicate. The old farmer told him that the land in the forest was very fertile and the climate was very good, and if he planted wheat, he could harvest 3 times a year. But if you want to increase production, you need canals like the one in Goberg, and you need to dig deeper into the land. Li Chinwu asked someone to reward the old farmer with 10 pieces of dried meat and said that he would send people to dig canals in the future. As for digging deep into the land, wouldn't there be ogres there? Build them a big pickaxe similar to the deep sea titan, and use it to plow the land. They can easily work 10 acres a day. Chapter 40:16 of Studies. After walking around, Li Chinwu came to the nursery, which was a simple wooden house, but it had straw and animal skin beds for insulation, and adult goblins took turns to provide water and food. Except for those with congenital disabilities, almost all other goblins can survive. Goblins, like the twin-tailed elves, are very hardy. It was the time to feed the goblin cubs. One Ear led more than 10 goblins and carried a large earthenware pot filled with cooked meat and porridge. When Yityard saw Li Qinwu, he ran over to say hello. Boss. Li Qinwu looked One Ear up and down and said with a smile, yes, it will be purified into a big goblin. Yizier was smiling because Yizier, the executive deputy leader, did a good job. Li Qinwu fulfilled his promise and gave him 100 pieces of dried horned crocodile meat. This guy finished eating it in 10 days. Maybe it was the magic in the meat that made him start to evolve. He is now 1.5 meters tall and looks like he can still grow, but from eating so much meat, he became fat, with a round belly, and vaguely resembled the former leader. Li Qinwu asked, how's the hunting going lately? Are you feeling any pressure? No, the hunting team has bows and crossbows, so it's easy to catch prey. Plus, there are fish baskets by the river, so hunting is no problem. The only problem is that we don't have enough people to cook, so we're busy from morning till night every day. Now the tribe has a population of more than 1,100, including 300 cubs. There are more than 500 full-time soldiers, more than 100 gnolls and humans responsible for farming, more than 100 blacksmiths, and only more than 100 people left for hunting and logistics. One Ear led these 100 people to check the fish baskets in the morning, and came back to cook more than 1,000 meals. After cooking, he went out hunting, came back to continue cooking, and also had to manage the goblin cubs. One Ear was so tired that he developed fatty liver. Li Qinwu patted Ear's shoulder inside. Oh. My executive deputy chief, you've worked hard. The tribe is short of manpower right now, and this hardship is only temporary. Once the new generation of goblins reaches adulthood, I'll give you some manpower. Work hard, and your life will get better and better. One of his ears trembled, and he always felt that there was something terrifying in the boss's words. He felt that he had to do something, otherwise he would really be exhausted to death. Boss, if you're short of people, you can go and rob them. My hunting team reported that they encountered other goblin tribes while hunting, and sometimes there were conflicts, but we had crossbows, so we always won. Li Qinwu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly asked, how many people are there on the other side? How many big goblins are there in the tribe? The number of people varies. Some are around 50, and some are around 200. As for the big goblins, there's probably only one per tribe at most. This is how goblins are. There will only be one big goblin leader in a tribe. If other goblins show purification tendencies, the big goblin leader will kill him. Therefore, goblins cannot develop unless the leader evolves to a higher level. Only then will he allow big goblins to appear under his command, and the population quality of the tribe will be improved. Li Qinwu immediately ordered, Yizier, give me a few guides tomorrow, and I will go and deal with those wild goblins. Li Qinwu felt that it was not a good idea to just train the soldiers blindly, and he had to seize the opportunity for actual combat. In addition, he discovered in the last battle that without a general who could lead an army, he would not be able to carry out complex tactics. This time, he could let his subordinates try to lead the troops to see if he could cultivate a talented general. Next, Er continued to work. He asked someone to carry the food into the nursery, and the goblin cubs inside gathered around, making chirping noises with their mouths. One Ear held a wooden spoon, banging the pot with a duang sound, and then yelled, shut up. Go get a bowl. Line up. The cubs were so frightened by the quasi-big goblin that they dared not utter a word, and then immediately went to get the ceramic bowl. Li Qinwu carefully observed the activities of the cubs, wanting to learn more about the goblin race. These goblin cubs are already 5 days old, have enough food and drink every day, and are already able to move. Li Qinwu discovered that the heritage of the goblin race was quite impressive. The initial intelligence of the goblin cubs was very high. They were born to understand goblin language, could speak in 3 days, and had a very complete worldview. It takes human children 10 years of exploration to acquire the initial ability to survive, but goblins can avoid danger and seek benefits in 5 days, and show a social nature that admires the strong. Sounds pretty awesome, right? Wow, in just 5 days they can reach the level of a 10-year-old human child. We goblins are really awesome, but the problem is that the goblin inheritance seems to have been interrupted. After the goblin cubs grow into adult goblins, they no longer receive inheritance from their bloodline and can only rely on the level of a 10-year-old child to struggle in the monster forest. Goblins are a chaotic species and will devour each other. Add to that the attacks from monsters in the forest, natural disasters, and starvation, and the goblin race cannot develop at all. The goblin population has lost the ability to give birth to females. The goblin heritage is in chaos and has been cut off. The system entry states that the goblin god was besieged and killed by the gods. Wow, something very interesting has happened in this world. At this moment, Li Qinwu thought a lot. There were many fogs ahead, but he was not discouraged. Now he has established a preliminary order system. As long as he uses military law and education, the goblins can be tamed. When his power gradually grows stronger, exploring the secrets of the gods will not be a problem. He was thinking about how to go forward when he suddenly heard Ear curse angrily. He pulled out a small branch from his waist, pulled out a goblin cub that had cut in line, and waved the branch to make a meal of stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat. How dare you cut in line? How dare you cut in line? You little bastard, you're breaking the rules now. You won't even make it through the first round of 3 draws and 1 kill. The goblin cubs but was beaten red, and he started crying. Then he was punished with 1 ear and made to face the wall at the door, and was not allowed to eat. Li Qinwu was stunned by this scene. He had a big belly on his head, was wearing a shirt and animal skin, and had a straw rope tied around his waist, which made his belly look even bigger. He put one hand on his waist and pointed the other hand at the wall with a stick. The goblin cub who had made the mistake was crying and facing the wall. Isn't this the Dean of Studies? Li Qinwu took a deep breath. He saw Yizier educating the goblin cub so skillfully, but he didn't teach him these tricks. He suddenly remembered that Ear had just reported to the wild goblin tribe and mentioned numbers like 50 and 100. How did he learn math? Was it like teaching the goblin cubs, learning it on his own? The little goblin he beat was sitting obediently facing the wall. From Li Qinwu's perspective, when this guy grows up, he will either learn to exploit loopholes in the system and be caught and burned, or he will steal things and be hanged, or he will think that bullying other goblins can bring him benefits and become a superhero, thinking that he is so awesome that he will be beaten to death for standing at attention and moving around. But now, a meal of stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots from Yizier has shattered his dream of becoming a superhero, and taught him to queue up and obey the rules. Will this allow him to successfully pass the goblin coming-of-age ceremony designed by Li Qinwu, which involves 3 hours of military posture? Children need to be taught from a young age, and the same goes for goblins. If they eat more bamboo shoots and fried meat when they are young, they won't eat 3 draws and 1 kill when they grow up. Thinking of this, Li Qinwu hooked his finger towards One Ear, who had just finished his meal, and said with a smile, "Oh, my dear One Ear brother, you've been promoted. From now on, you are the executive deputy chief of the tribe, with the title of Dean of Education." Chapter 47. 5 officers. The next day, Li Qinwu collected all the spears of the tribe and distributed them to a goblin century. Then he selected 5 people from his system soldiers as commanders, namely a goblin spear, a goblin bow, and 3 goblin warriors. He asked 5 people to take turns commanding the goblin 100 to attack the wild goblin tribe. Whoever captured more captives would be awarded the title of Invincible General and 100 pieces of dried meat. No one cared about this crappy title, mainly because the 100 pieces of jerky were a bit tempting, so the 5 goblins were very motivated. Li Qinwu asked the 5 commanders to go out, but the other 4 were not allowed to give any orders and could only watch the first guy give his orders. On the first day, warrior number 1 led 100 spear-wielding goblins and ambushed a tribe of 300 wild goblins. In the opinion of warrior number 1, attacking the tribe with the largest population will naturally lead to capturing more prisoners, but the result made him dumbfounded. When he rushed towards the wild tribe with the spear goblins, he was discovered by the enemy's hunting team, and an early warning was issued to the tribe. The opponent's eldest brother, leader Brin, immediately summoned his subordinates to resist these invaders, and the 2 sides engaged in a fierce battle with the few against the many. But Li Qinwu's goblins had spears and horned crocodile soft armor, so they were not afraid of the large number of enemies. He stabbed the wild goblins with his spears, making them scream. Then the wild goblins fled without a care in the world, disappearing into the bushes without even a chance to catch them. Warrior number 1 was completely stunned. After the battle, when the results were counted, only 22 wild goblins were captured, but more than 100 wild goblins were killed. However, what Li Qinwu wanted was prisoners, not corpses, so Li Qinwu could only give warrior number 1 a bad evaluation. Although the commander performed poorly in this attack, the soldiers performed very well. The spearmen fought 1 against 3 and killed more than 100 enemies without any casualties. Li Qinwu promoted 20 brave goblins, promoted them to captain and vice captain, and rewarded each of them with 10 pieces of dried meat. The squad leader and the deputy captain jointly lead 8 goblins, which is equivalent to grassroots officers. The other goblins who did not participate in the war became restless when they saw this. They vaguely realized that the army had begun to rank people based on seniority. The ambitious goblins secretly gathered their strength. A new day arrived, and the spears were distributed to another group of goblins, with warrior number 2 leading these guys into battle. Warrior number 2 did not rush forward like warrior number 1, but waited until dark before rushing forward. Soldier number 2 was one of the first group of system soldiers recruited by Li Qinwu. He and Li Qinwu participated in the night coup together, so he learned how to conduct night attacks. But not all leaders are as incompetent as the fat pig leader, who didn't even set up a night watch. Warrior number 2 was halfway through his charge when he was discovered by the night watch. The wild goblins stood up in panic to resist. The sneak attack failed, and warrior number 2 cursed angrily and could only order the spear-wielding goblins to attack. The battle ended in the middle of the night, and soldier number 2 undoubtedly won. This raid was not very effective because it was discovered by the enemy, but it was much better than soldier number 1's direct rush during the day. Many wild goblins were sleeping at night, and even though they had advance warning, they did not react in time and were caught by the spear-wielding goblins. After the inventory, it was found that soldier number 2 had captured more than 60 prisoners of war, 3 times more than soldier number 1. This guy's combat was not very successful, but Li Qinwu saw his progress, and that was what he wanted. Warrior number 2 upgraded his tactics based on warrior number 1's. This kind of thinking ability was exactly what Li Qinwu wanted to cultivate, so Li Qinwu rewarded him with 10 pieces of dried meat, which made warrior number 1 feel annoyed. When soldier number 3 was about to set off, Li Qinwu held a small meeting. Brothers, our soldiers' equipment, organization, and morale are already enough to defeat 90% of the forces in the monster forest. Victory is just barely enough. If you want to excel, you must use your brains. I want to see your thinking, to see that your tactics are better than the previous one, and to think carefully about how to do better based on the previous one's tactics. Soldier number 3 was thoughtful and led the troops out. Li Qinwu's words made this guy think for a whole day. In the end, he still chose to launch the attack at night, but he made improvements to his tactics. After he led his men into the wild tribe, he ordered his men to kill the rebels and capture the cowards, while he rushed straight to the center of the tribe alone, found the other side's eldest brother, the leader Bryn, and fought with them without saying a word. The goblin warrior's attributes are more than 10 points higher than the big goblin. The opponent didn't even last 3 rounds before being chopped to death by warrior number 3 with an axe. Then warrior number 3 held up the other's head and roared at the surrounding wild goblins, "I killed your leader. From today on, I am your new leader." When the wild goblins saw that their bosses were dead and a new boss was born, they stopped where they were and accepted being tied up by the spear-wielding goblins. Surprisingly, not many of them escaped. After the inventory was taken, it was found that except for the more than 30 goblins killed in the initial raid, more than 160 wild goblins were captured. It's amazing that they captured so many prisoners at once. The total number is more than the sum of the previous 2. Li Qinwu immediately patted soldier number 3 on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. "You did a great job, capturing the enemy leader in a lightning-fast manner and intimidating the entire tribe. I see your thoughts, so I'll reward you with 10 pieces of jerky. I'll also give you a name, and from now on you'll be called Goblin." Li Qinwu casually gave this guy a name, which made the guy blush with joy. He saw that his companions were looking at him with envy, and he felt secretly proud in his heart, and an emotion called glory began to sprout. On the 4th day, it was the turn of Gobmao, the younger brother who had followed Li Qinwu the earliest, to go on the expedition. Li Qinwu still took care of this guy and put him at the back. The further back he was, the more he could learn from the experience of the former and make better tactical arrangements. Gobmao thought for a long time and decided to launch the attack at night or choose a decapitation operation, but this time he actually divided his troops. He felt that Goblin Chang's tactics were already very powerful, as he had captured more than 150 people. If he wanted to surpass them, he can only capture the small number of wild goblins that escaped. So how do you catch them? Surround them. He sent people to surround the wild tribe, then he rushed in and killed the wild leader. At the same time, spear-wielding goblins surrounded them from all directions to prevent the wild goblins from escaping. He thought so and did so, but there was an error in the execution. He divided the spear-wielding goblins into 4 groups and surrounded the wild tribe from 4 directions. He rushed in and killed the wild leader. However, due to poor communication and coordination among the spear-wielding goblins, the encirclement was not tightened in time, and dozens of wild goblins were still exposed. Li Qinwu was overjoyed. He was training officers because he wanted to have the ability to divide the troops. He didn't expect that Gabu Mao could learn it on his own and boldly carry out the division of troops in encirclement. Li Qinwu praised him highly and rewarded him with a whole day of fun with Mu Shu. Finally, it was Gobgong's turn. Everyone looked at this guy with some gloating pleasure. They feel that the tactical iteration is very cool. The tactics of the Goblin Spear are already the highest version, and the Goblin Bow should not be able to be innovated, but sure, Gobgong's actions were shocking. He did not set out at night, nor did he send people to surround the wild tribe. Instead, he let the spear-wielding goblins hide far away, and he went towards the wild tribe alone. Because he was acting alone, he was not discovered by the hunting team of the wild tribe. When he got close to the wild tribe, he bent his bow, put an arrow on it, and shot the head of the leader of the wild tribe with one arrow. Under the confused gaze of the wild goblins, Goblin Bow slowly walked into the tribe and chopped off the leader's head with an axe. From today on, I am your leader. Who is in favor and who is against? Gobong pulled back an entire wild tribe, shocking the other four. They all looked at Li Qinwu to see what he would say. Li Qinwu scratched his cheek and said to the crowd, "Well, this is how advanced weapons suppress traditional tactics. Watch carefully and learn well. I declare that Gobu Gong has been awarded the title of Invincible General and is rewarded with 100 pieces of dried meat." The four people looked at Goblin Bow with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Gobong waved the bow in his hand proudly. Accepting a disciple. Chapter 48, Dog which returns for many days. The 500 spearmen attacked the surrounding wild goblins, training their troops while also gaining a large amount of labor. When wild goblins enter the tribe, they are beaten without any hesitation, making them scream and cry, so as to cultivate their obedience. Li Qinwu sent out spear-wielding goblins with excellent combat performance to manage the wild goblins. The beginning is naturally 3 hours of military posture, which is the first step for the wild goblin to get rid of the wild. The spear-wielding goblin captain stood at the edge of the phalanx with a spear in his hand, staring straight at anyone who moved. If anyone moved, he would hit them with a stick and then draw a line on their body with lime. If they made the same mistake 3 times, he would be stabbed to death with a spear. Wilderness training can usually be completed in 3 days. The main reason is the lack of labor, so they have to be pulled out to work in 3 days. Among 10 wild goblins, only 7 to 8 can successfully escape from the wild. The tribe gains a large population, and the logistics and hunting teams are fully staffed again. The spear-wielding goblins went out every day to catch wild goblins. In actual combat, their military level increased rapidly, and the 5 commanders also became familiar with commanding the troops. The blacksmith shop produced more and more spears, and half of the goblins were equipped with iron spears. The day of destroying the ogres was getting closer. Li Qinwu began to lead his men to look for horned crocodiles everywhere to kill. One reason was to upgrade all the big goblins in the army into warriors to improve the quality of the system soldiers, and the other was to get food. The army now has too many people, and it will take at least a month for the land to be cultivated before it can be used. Now the tribe relies on a crossbow-wielding hunting team of more than 100 people and a large area of wild potatoes near the mine. These can barely support the operation of the tribe, but if troops are to be dispatched, the troop consumption will double, which is a bit insufficient, so Li Qinwu has to personally hunt the horned crocodile. With the double explosion of food in reality and the system, Li Qinwu's capital for sending troops increased rapidly. When his warehouse was more than half filled with system meat, Longya actually sent an envoy over, and the envoy also brought a dog which with a lame leg. Li Qinwu received the delegation in his new residence. A big dog-headed man with an animal tooth necklace hanging on his chest bowed to Li Qinwu. "Dear Goblin Chief, my leader, Longya, sends his regards to you. There is a deep misunderstanding between us. As neighbors, we should live in peace." Li Qinwu glanced at the dog wizard. One of the dog wizard's legs was lame, and the hair on his body was missing in patches. All the hair on his head had been shaved off, and his tail had been chopped off. It was obvious that he had been severely tortured and looked very miserable. Li Qinwu sighed. He thought he would never see the dog wizard again, but he didn't expect Longya didn't kill him. He naturally didn't know that because the dog which was a system NPC, he would not do anything harmful to Li Qinwu, and he did not yield even after being severely punished. This made Longya very impressed. He had never seen a monster show such loyalty to someone, and for some unknown reason he kept him. Li Qinwu pointed at the miserable dog witch. My subordinates have been tormented by you and only half of them are left. Is this what you call a misunderstanding? The messenger said calmly, Goblin leader, your followers poisoned the tribute meat and killed nearly 100 of our warriors. It was a great mercy for the Dragon Fawn leader to spare him. Now that Chief Longya has released him, we've shown our sincerity. What do you think, Goblin Chief? Li Qinwu's eyes widened as he glanced at Yin Yin's dog wizard. Is this guy so good at poisoning? He killed more than 100 big dog-headed people at once. If the poisoning had not been successful this time, Longya would have dragged 200 big dog-headed men to the battlefield, and the outcome would have been really unknown. He sat on the throne of bones, feeling a sense of luck. The beast bone throne was something that Longya hadn't taken with him when he ran away, so he kept it in his room as a trophy. However, the craftsmanship of this thing was too low, and it hurt his. But when he sat on it, Li Qinwu stood up and pointed at the beast bone throne and said to the messenger, I have received Longya's goodwill. The monster forest is huge, and there is no need for us to attack each other. You can return this pile of bones. This is my attitude, but my wizard told me that the ogres are very angry because their children are imprisoned. They are very restless and I can't restrain them for long. If you want lasting peace, release the ogre cubs and reunite them. Yes, Goblin Chief. I will tell Chief Longya about your attitude. The envoy bowed with a look of joy on his face. He had made a great contribution by getting back the throne that he hadn't taken away last time. The messenger left with the beast bone throne and Li Qinwu's words. Hannah, who was in charge of translation, approached Li Qinwu and asked, Do you really want to live in peace with him? Li Qinwu glanced at the guy. Remember, Miss Hannah, there are only two kinds of goblins in this world, those who are cunning and treacherous, and those who are treacherous and cunning. After saying that, he stared at Gogo Wu. When Gogo Wu saw Li Qinwu looking at him, he stammered and didn't know what to say. Li Qinwu raised his big hand, and the dog Wu Wang whimpered and closed his eyes waiting to be beaten. However, Li Qinwu's hand just fell lightly on his bald dog head and rubbed it gently. Oh, it's hard for you. Although this guy brought his misfortune upon himself, he at least completed his mission and killed so many big dog-headed men on the other side, which directly led to victory in the subsequent battle. The prison, the dog wizard was stunned for a moment, then his face was filled with emotion. Woo, the boss, this time he has done me even more favors, I can never repay him, it's all gone. Okay, stop whining. You've been at Longya for so long. Tell me what's going on there. Li Qinwu asked, and the dog which slowly began to tell the story. In short, after Longya was defeated, he returned to the tribe and immediately began mobilizing for war. There is not much difference in physique between male and female null-headed people, but females are more valuable than males because females can give birth to small null-headed people, so they are generally protected in the tribe. But now, facing the threat from foreign races, female null-headed people have also been mobilized. In addition, Longya is also integrating more wild ogre tribes in an attempt to obtain more troops. The dog wizard said that when he was released, Longya's tribe had expanded by 2 times, and he was also training soldiers and equipping the dog-headed men with wooden spears and wooden shields. He learned a lesson from his mistakes. Li Qinwu just sneered at this. He now had iron tools, so it was no problem for him to crush the Stone Age troops. His goblins were born and grew up quickly, disobeyed military orders, and were killed directly if they failed military training. The soldiers trained under this kind of pressure had extremely strong organizational strength. Do Longya, dare to train your troops like this? 100 people, the good ones are trained by killing 20, and the bad ones are trained by killing more than 40. Can the kobolds withstand such a toss? Li Qinwu laughed and continued to lead his troops to kill the horned crocodile, completely ignoring Longya's operation. Anyway, when he was ready, he would definitely kill Longya. Chapter 49. Li Qinwu's fear. 3 days later, the kobold messenger returned again, this time bringing with him a 2-meter-tall ogre cub. Li Qinwu immediately sent someone to call the ogres who were working over and asked them to recognize their relatives. When the 5 adult ogres saw the cubs, they shouted Mimi, and hugged each other and cried loudly. Miss Hannah translated, they said Mimi is finally back, and they will never be separated again. Li Qinwu nodded. Dang Dang had told him before that their family used to live in a cave and lead a carefree life. Due to lack of food, all the adult ogres in the family went out to look for food, leaving 2 cubs at home. As a result, Longya broke into the family and captured the 2 cubs, thus controlling the ogre family. Li Qinwu said to the kobold envoy, you still have an ogre cub in your hands. If you really want peace, then release him as well. The messenger laughed dryly. Goblin leader, although Dragon Fawn leader also desires peace, he also needs protection. He will take care of the other ogre cub. Perhaps in the future, when we have a long period of peace, Dragon Fawn leader will release the other ogre cub. Li Changwu snorted. He got what this guy meant. If their two families fell out in the future, and Li Qinwu dared to use adult ogres to fight, Longya would kill the ogre cubs. Li Qinwu didn't care about this. Even if he didn't rely on ogres, but only on ordinary goblins, he could still deal with Longya's forces. Li Qinwu waved his hand and asked the ogre messenger to leave. He went directly to check the blacksmith shop by the river. The blacksmith shop has produced more than 500 anchors these days and equipped all the elite goblin troops. Taiyok asked Li Qinwu about his next job. Li Qinwu asked him to produce 40 iron helmets with masks to improve the goblin warriors' survivability on the battlefield. Because the goblin warriors lack long-range attack means, Li Qinwu asked them to produce javelins, so that when the goblin warriors engaged in battle with enemy infantry, they could throw a round of javelins to disrupt the enemy's sprint formation. After arranging the new production tasks, Li Qinwu continued to lead his troops to level up. The number of goblin warriors in the system soldiers increased, until one day, the goblin bow accumulated enough experience to upgrade and became the first 4th level soldier in Li Qinwu's hands. Goblin veteran archer, vitality 25, control 30, stamina 25, cunning 25, social 10, intelligence 10, bow, crossbow, and running skill proficiency all increased to 200. Li Qinwu spent 250 dinars to click on the upgrade, and the muscles of the gob bow expanded, especially the chest, back, shoulders, and arms used for shooting. They were as big as if they had been made with technology, at least at the level of a kuno. Li Qinwu excitedly pulled Gob's bow to the wild, intending to test his archery skills. He pointed to a tree 100 meters away. Shoot it. The brother raised his hand and shot an arrow. With a whoosh, an arrow hit the tree trunk in the distance. Li Qinwu was amazed that not only did he shoot quickly, but he also shot accurately. He pointed at a tree 150 meters away, took aim with his bow for a moment, and shot another arrow, which hit the target again. Beautiful. This time shoot the tree with red leaves. Li Qinwu shouted excitedly and directly lowered the difficulty to 200 meters. This time, the goblin aimed for a long time and raised the bow high. The arrow was released, and it drew a parabola and landed on the ground in front of the red leaf tree. Goblin shook his head in disappointment. This bow is too weak, too light and difficult to use. Li Qinwu saw that Gob's archery skills obviously still had some strength left, and the bow was indeed weak. He took out the noble bow from the mounted blade warehouse and handed it to him. Try this bow. Goblin took the noble bow, pulled it a few times, and nodded with satisfaction. Well, this bow is much more powerful. He put on an arrow, aimed for a while, and shot the arrow, which hit a mangrove 200 meters away. Great! We hit the target again. Gob bow, this bow is yours as a reward. Li Qinwu was overjoyed. He now had a sharpshooter who could accurately strike from 200 meters away. This had extraordinary strategic significance. After finishing the leveling that day, all of his 40 system soldiers became level 3 goblin warriors, and there was even a level 4 senior shooter. Spears and other weapons and equipment are ready, and 500 goblin spearmen have been trained. Tomorrow is the time to send troops. That evening, Li Qinwu organized a banquet where everyone could eat a variety of food. All members of the tribe were very happy. They ate and drank heartily, and some even ran to the animal pens to indulge themselves with wood mice. They were not at all worried about tomorrow's war. Not only can military merits get extra food, but they can also become superior people. Everyone is eager to do so. After the banquet, Li Qinwu returned to his cabin and took his dog Wu with him. He lay down on the animal skin bed and looked quietly at the simple roof. The dog wizard stood by the bed, staff in hand, and asked anxiously, "Boss, are you sure you want to do this? Although fear spells don't cause any actual damage, they are very painful." Li Qinwu urged. "Hurry up, don't waste time." The dog wizard had no choice but to start performing magic. After a while, a ball of purple-black energy condensed and he sent the energy towards Li Qinwu. The energy penetrated directly into Li Qinwu's body, and his breathing began to rapid, but he did not resist. Instead, he relaxed his body and mind and accepted the energy of the fear technique. His consciousness began to fade, his pupils were filled with purple-black mist, and he saw the things he feared most, as if in a dream. It was many years in the future. He, Li Qinwu, had unified the monster forest and established a monster empire. A large number of trees were cut down and the primeval forest was turned into farmland. Rows of tall ogres held pickaxes and pulled the plows like oxen, followed by goblins holding hoes. They cultivated the land carefully and sowed a variety of crops. The field-shaped canals crisscross, run horizontally and vertically, and are neatly arranged, just as if they were dug after being surveyed by a professional engineering team. Every 100 meters along the river there is a large water wheel to divert river water into the canals. The crops from the fields were gathered by the goblins and loaded onto carts, which were then sent to the farming villages populated by intelligent monsters. They were then concentrated and sent to large towns. Tens of thousands of villages and thousands of towns make up the monster empire, and in this empire, there live more than 24 different intelligent races. There are goblins, humans, kobolds, ogres, and other intelligent monsters. They are all legal citizens of the empire, although racial conflicts would occasionally break out due to the mixing of multiple races. Under Li Qinwu's racial policy, the empire was still developing in a positive direction, until one day, the so-called good and lawful camp and universal values collectively launched an attack on the empire. The humans in the west, the orcs in the south, the elves in the north, and the dwarves in the east assembled nearly 100 expeditionary forces and besieged the empire from 4 directions. The Crusade Legion entered the empire's territory and killed every monster they saw. They destroyed farmland, burned villages, occupied cities, and did things that only evil, chaotic people would do. They had no guilt, just because they were attacking an empire whose population was composed of 80% intelligent monsters. They even did not spare those of their own kind who joined the empire for various reasons. Humans convicted their fellow tribesmen of heresy and hanged them. Elves convicted their fellow tribesmen of blasphemy and burned them to death with magical flames. Orcs threw their fellow tribesmen into the Colosseum, and dwarves threw their fellow tribesmen into the lowest caves and starved them to death. Faced with such a crisis of national destruction, the empire's supreme ruler Li Qinwu mobilized for war, formed nearly 100 legions, and started the war to defend the country. At the beginning of the war, because the empire's weapons were more advanced and its military thinking was more enlightened, the advantage once belonged to Li Qinwu, and some legions even advanced towards the human capital. But later, the gods sent out their human representatives, the brave men, who had attributes close to those of gods and wielded various divine weapons. One of them could take on an entire legion alone, and the Imperial Legion suffered heavy losses. To make matters worse, all kinds of miraculous creatures that had been hidden from the world also crawled out of their caves and attacked the empire. Each of these tall creatures had enormous destructive power, and even the magic of launching iron balls could not kill them. After being attacked from all sides, in less than a year, the expeditionary force pushed the front line back to the capital of the monster empire. Tens of millions of the empire's citizens were massacred by the expeditionary forces. Forbidden spells exploded in towns like nuclear bombs. Factories and lands suffered irreversible damage, and the empire existed in name only. In the last scene of the illusion, Li Qinwu saw himself standing at the highest point of the royal capital. He was covered with scars, his golden armor was dented, and the divine sword in his hand was broken. In front of him was the once prosperous royal capital, where nearly 1 million intelligent monsters once lived. They developed a unique economy, technology, and culture, and this place was the pride of the empire. But now, foreign troops are hunting down citizens of the empire here, capturing them, pushing them into corners and killing them in batches. Armored behemoths tens of meters tall crisscrossed the highway, destroying houses like bulldozers. The highway beneath their feet, which could accommodate 3 behemoths at the same time, was once a miracle project of the empire, a major transportation artery running through the north and south of the empire for more than 1,000 kilometers. The city was dying, and the wind blowing in his face smelled of either gunpowder or blood. Li Qinwu was filled with resentment and hatred, staring at the hundreds of thousands of foreign troops wreaking havoc in the royal capital. Finally, a giant golden dragon swooped down from the sky and hovered in front of Li Qinwu. She stared at him with golden pupils that were bigger than Li Qinwu's entire body, her eyes full of mockery. A breath of dragon flame was sprayed down, and Li Qinwu was physically destroyed, and the empire was declared dead. Chapter 50. We goblins need our own colonists. Li Qinwu struggled to his death and sat up in shock, with beads of sweat the size of beans streaming down his face. In the hallucination, the country was invaded and destroyed by the enemy, and the people were massacred in batches. The huge shame and unwillingness swept through his heart, making his heart beat to 180. Boss! Boss! Li Qinwu turned around suddenly, his expression twisted and his eyes full of murderous intent, which frightened Gogo so much that he jumped back on one leg and fell to the ground. Boss, it's an illusion. Whatever you see is an illusion. Li Qinwu finally reacted, closed his eyes, rubbed the corners of his eyes, and when he opened them again, the murderous intent was gone, but he felt much more tired. Dog Witch, what you saw in the fear spell, was it really just an illusion? The Dog Witch breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Li Qinwu return to normal. Boss, the fear technique I learned is because I worshipped the statue of the cursed dragon, so I naturally know how to use this spell. I don't understand the specific principles. Li Qinwu said, oh, it's just that he is biased. He can use a mobile phone but doesn't know the principles behind it. He is an application-oriented talent. If he wants to learn more spells, he can only continue to worship the cursed dragon. Miss Hannah is different. She is a high-tech talent from the academic school. She has studied the principles of magic and can gradually research more advanced spells. She can even develop spells on her own. Seeing that Li Qinwu didn't say anything, the Dog Witch added another sentence. The cursed dragon's sister is the fabled dragon. Perhaps their spell structures are somewhat interconnected? Li Qinwu waved his hand and let the dog wizard go to rest. He looked at the simple roof and muttered to himself, is there something in common between fear magic and prophecy magic? The next morning, 6 phalanxes gathered in the center of the tribe. They were Li Qinwu's system soldiers, equipped with horned crocodile heavy armor, iron mask helmets, iron axes, a javelin, and wooden shields. Then there are 5 spear-wielding goblin companies, equipped with horned crocodile soft armor, hard-horned crocodile helmets, short spears, and commanded by 5 system soldiers. The troops stood in square formation with neat military appearance. 2 months of military training had thoroughly transformed them into soldiers. Li Qinwu looked around and no one spoke. The goblins didn't even avoid his gaze, staring at the back of the head of the person in front of them. He was very satisfied and shouted loudly, warriors! Your efforts, your sweat, and your blood will all be rewarded today. From today on, we have established an army. We are the Punishment Army. As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 phalanxes shouted at the same time, Punishment Army! Punishment Army! Punishment Army! More than 600 people shouted in unison, their voices reaching the sky. As soon as Li Qinwu raised his hand, the sound stopped immediately, as if the mute button was pressed. Warriors, remember this, the Punishment Army's founding principle: punish the enemy, punish the monsters, punish the gods. Anyone who stands in your way must be killed, even if they are gods. Kill! 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 Everyone shouted loudly and murderous intent was everywhere. Li Qinwu drew the long sword from behind him. Warriors, although the monster forest is vast, it cannot accommodate 2 large intelligent races. For the sake of surrounding security, I will lead the team to attack the Knoll tribe. Fellow warriors, whether for the future of the tribe or your own future, please fight bravely. He pointed his sword in the direction of the Knoll tribe. All troops, attack! Gain military merit and be awarded the title of nobility and prime minister. Achieve military merit and be granted the title of marquis. The phalanx shouted and began to march. The remaining hunting teams and goblin cubs of the tribe came to see them off. The hunting team goblins looked at the spear-wielding goblins with envy. Not only were they better equipped, they also had the opportunity to earn military rewards. The goblin cubs simply thought he was handsome, especially the way Li Qinwu commanded the entire army. It was deeply imprinted in their minds, and their admiration for strength genes was activated. In addition to the main population of goblins, humans, ogres, and gnolls all came to see them off. The ogre hopes that Little Green will snatch Giorgio back, and keeps howling, which is his blessing in the ogre language. The gnolls just thought it was powerful and didn't think there was anything wrong with this army attacking the Knoll tribe. At that time, there was no national awakening, so they could fight if they wanted. Anyway, they could still get enough food here in Goblin, and that was enough. I in the crowd, Butler Mond hid behind everyone with a gloomy expression. Li Qinwu and his followers showed strong sociality. Li Qinwu used various means to free the goblins from the wild and turned them into individuals that could be controlled and contribute to society. Coupled with the goblins' extremely high reproductive capacity, if they develop, they may become a disaster more terrifying than the evil dragon. He watched Li Qinwu lead his troops away, and carefully approached young Master Lance. Young Master Lance was amazed and thought that Li Qinwu's troops were quite impressive, almost the same as the professional soldiers in the royal capital. However, this had nothing to do with him. He picked up the hoe and planned to dig the ground. He has been digging the ground every day these days, and has changed his gorgeous silk clothes into coarse cloth clothes that are more convenient for work. He has become thicker and darker. He had just taken a few steps towards his own land when Butler Mon came over. "Master! Let's run!" Young Master Lance almost fell headfirst into the ditch. He looked around frantically and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that no one was approaching them. He stared at Butler Mon seriously. "Do you know what you're talking about? There was a goblin who tried to desert the army, and the leader and his kobolds chased him for 30 miles. Do you want to die?" Butler Mond explained, "Master. Didn't he send out the troops? Who knows how long it will take for him to return? The one left behind is the goblin with only one ear. He doesn't speak kobold language, so cooperation is definitely not possible, and I've discovered that if we smear mud on ourselves, the kobolds can't smell us." Master Lance shook his head. "Even if you can evade pursuit, it will take at least 40 days to get from here to the human kingdom. What will you eat and drink? What if you encounter a monster?" Young Master Lance listed the difficulties one by one, causing Butler Mon to frown deeply. "Master Lance, why are you so passive? You don't even dare to try for such a precious chance to escape?" Butler Mond interrupted his mumbling. "Master! Tell me the truth, do you not want to leave?" Young Master Lance stopped talking abruptly. He didn't reply, but just sighed. Butler Mond was incredulous. "Master! You, Butler Mond, what good would it do to return to the kingdom? Ever since my father joined the rebellion, we've lost the right to survive in human society. I've also had enough of the nobles' intrigues and deceptions. It's too complicated, and dealing with these things is really tiring." He shook the hoe in his hand and pointed to the farmland with green seedlings. "Here, work, harvest, feed yourself, and continue working." "How simple it is," someone once asked the chief, and he said that in the future, ownership of the reclaimed land will belong to the collective, but individuals will be given 60 years of use rights. How many people can live for 60 years? Isn't this equivalent to owning the land yourself? Butler Mond looked at Master Lance and felt a chill in his heart. He actually saw a yearning for life in Master Lance's eyes. Chapter 51 On the March. Master Lance's attitude left Butler Mond in disbelief. A former human noble, now a peasant under a goblin warlord, had actually found his true calling. "What the hell, young master?" Butler Mond cried out in grief. "You know, that goblin leader is a disaster. Goblins have always been chaotic and disorderly. When they develop to a certain extent, they will self-destruct. Scholars have currently discovered that the strongest wild goblin tribe has a population of only 400 people, but look here, the population has reached thousands, but they have no civil war and no division. That goblin warlord can currently command 500 professional soldiers, and in the future he could command 5,000, 50,000. Young master, do you know how much harm it would mean to this world if goblins took control of order? We must return to the human world and alert the kingdom's leaders to send out a punitive force to eliminate this goblin warlord." Young Master Lance frowned deeply and said nothing, which made Butler Mond anxious. He hoped to take someone with him. Miss Hannah and Knight Leo had gone to the battle, and the only person he could think of was young Master Lance. Young Master Lance was silent for a long time, then turned his back and walked to the land, digging the ground while saying, "It doesn't matter. I really don't care about the rise and fall of the kingdom. I just want to live a peaceful life now." Speaking of which, my whole family was killed by the kingdom, so we have a grudge against the kingdom. On the contrary, it is the goblins who have no hatred towards me. Not many of us died at the hands of the goblins, and as the leader said, this is the monster forest, we are the invaders, and it is only natural for him to enslave us. Well, that's it, Steward Mond, stop trying to persuade me. I won't go with you, and I won't tell on you. If you want to leave, just go on your own." Butler Mond took a few steps back in shock. He hadn't expected young Master Lance to be so depraved. Could he really only escape alone? With such a long journey ahead of him, could he even return to the human kingdom? He thought of all that Li Qinwu had done, building water wheels, digging canals, developing the land, constructing blast furnaces for ironmaking, and training soldiers. He had managed the chaotic goblins in such an orderly manner. This goblin warlord must be eliminated immediately. Even if it was just him, for the future of mankind, Butler Mon decided to go west alone, with a determined look as if he was going to do something. On the other side, Li Qinwu led his troops into the dog-headed man-controlled area. Originally, they needed to pass by the gray-black banyan tree, but he chose to let the dog wizard take them on a detour. The last battle there left too many corpses, so Li Qinwu only took away the dead goblins. Hundreds of dog-headed man corpses were left there to rot. He was afraid that the corpses would breed plague, so he chose to take a detour. It took nearly half a day for the troops to enter the gnoll hunting ground. When they got there, Li Qinwu saw signs of gnoll activity in the forest ahead. Those were sentinels arranged by Longya to monitor the goblin tribe. As soon as the sentinel saw the goblin invasion, he immediately ran back, wanting to give a tip-off, but there was a whooshing sound in the air, and the running ogre sentinel was shot by an arrow and fell to the ground. A goblin, holding his noble bow, killed every sentry he could see, but many still slipped away. "Boss, there are too many trees in the forest. I missed several sentries and they ran away." Li Qinwu looked indifferent. "It's okay. We didn't expect to eliminate all the sentries. We just killed as many as we could. We just had to prevent them from getting close enough to conduct reconnaissance." The troops walked onto the hunting trail, which was very narrow, with primeval forests on both sides, and only one person could walk on the road at a time. Not long after, the dog wizard who was walking in front of the army suddenly stopped. He raised his head high and sniffed the smell in front of him. "Boss, there's a strong smell up ahead. I remember there's a small tribe of kobolds around the corner, with no more than 100 people." Li Qinwu drew his sword and issued combat instructions. The goblins drew their weapons and charged forward quickly and orderly. After running a few hundred meters, an open space appeared in front of the hunting trail. There were several animal skin tents and caves where dog-headed men lived. The goblins had originally held their spears high, intending to reap military merits, but there were only a dozen or so old, unrecognizable dog-headed men on the scene. Some of the old ones had lost all their hair, and it looked like they would die of natural causes soon. This left the goblins dumbfounded. Could killing such an old thing be considered a military achievement? When these old dog-headed men saw the goblins rushing into the tribe, they were not afraid. They lay on the ground with their bellies exposed to make it easier for the goblins to kill them. They were so old that they could smell the goblins coming from a long distance away, but they had no ability to escape. After the younger generation of gnolls left with their cubs, they could only stay here and wait to die. This was the norm in the monster forest. The old and weak members would be ruthlessly abandoned. Gob Ma weighed the axe in his hand and asked, "What should we do, boss? Should we kill him?" Li Qinwu waved his hand when he saw that these old dog-headed men were indeed not a threat. "Put away your weapons. Killing these old dogs doesn't count as military merit. Everyone, cook dinner and rest here for the night. We'll continue our attack and fight the enemy tomorrow morning." The goblins put away their weapons in disappointment and took out the clay pots to light a fire to cook as ordered. Miss Hannah looked at these dying old dog-headed men and felt pity for them. She came to Li Qinwu and asked, "What are you going to do with them?" Li Qinwu stared at the earthenware pot of boiling water in front of him and threw dried meat and vegetables into it. "What else can I do? Just ignore it. My goal is to destroy the Dragon Fang regime and rule the kobolds on his behalf, not to commit genocide. There will definitely be a place for dog-headed people in the country he will build in the future. For the sake of racial harmony, he should restrain himself from early wars. At least, slaughtering harmless old dogs is not in his interest." Miss Hannah hesitated and wanted to say something, and Li Qinwu glanced at this guy. The troops only brought 15 days' worth of food. If you want to feed them, use your own food. When you're done, go find some yourself. The Virgin Mary is doing bad things? That doesn't exist. If you want to save outsiders, then use your own quota. After eating, you will starve. However, if Miss Hannah really gave away her supplies out of pity, Li Qinwu would give her a thumbs up and let her sit at the same table with Cheng Xian in the future. Miss Hannah is indeed a kind person, but she is not stupid either. Her own supplies are not enough to save several people. The decision still needs to be made by Li Qinwu, the leader of the army. She thought about it and came up with an idea. "My Lord Chief, if you want a tribe to completely submit, military strikes are not enough. You also need to show them kindness. Only then can your tribe achieve long-term stability and peace." Li Qinwu chuckled, even using honorifics. This woman, after all, it is an alternative to the mount and blade marriage system, and what she said makes sense, so I decided to give her some face. He shouted to the troops, save the water from washing the pot for the old dogs. I am really kind-hearted, sir. Chapter 52, War begins early the next morning. The troops continued their march. Li Qinwu encountered many villages abandoned by the dog-headed men. Only the old and disabled dog-headed man was left behind, and the troops were not harassed along the way. Li Qinwu knew that Longya was deliberately gathering his troops and planning a decisive battle with Li Qinwu. Sure enough, on the third day of the march, the troops arrived at the core tribe of the Gnolls. The dog shaman issued a warning from a distance, saying that there was a very strong smell ahead and a huge number of Gnolls gathered. Li Qinwu immediately ordered his troops to prepare for battle. He organized the troops, marched them out of the forest, and walked to an open space. In front of us is the core tribe of the ogres. A large number of animal skin tents and pits come into view, followed by densely packed ogres. More than 2,000 in number of the ogres knew that the goblins were coming, so they gathered at the edge of the tribe and barked threateningly at the goblins. The barking sounds became continuous and buzzing, which was very annoying to listen to. Knight Leo ran to Li Qinwu, his tone a little panicked. Sir! The enemy has 4 times as many people as us. It's best to retreat and make plans. Li Qinwu didn't even look at him. He carefully observed the messy dog-headed man opposite him, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Knight Leo, prepare your men for battle. Today is a good day. I will write in future textbooks that on September 12, 4352, the year of the gods, the Punishment Army, under my leadership, overthrew the Dragon Fang regime, establishing the Empire's dominance in the Magic Forest. Knight Leo was a little anxious. The number of people on the opposite side was 4 times theirs. Why was this goblin warlord so confident? He naturally didn't know that Li Qinwu's confidence came from the technological superiority of iron weapons, as well as the strong organization that the troops had developed through extensive military training and the 3 draws and 1 killed strategy. It seems that Longya can gather 2,000 people in his own territory, but it is just an appearance. In fact, he has no ability to command so many people, and no ability to lead so many people into Li Qinwu's territory and launch a long-range attack on him because his troops are not well organized. A group of barbarians who can't even line up and fight in coordination, no matter how many there are, can't defeat a highly organized army equipped with iron weapons. Li Qinwu walked out of the line and shouted to the dog-headed men across from him, I know many of you are standing here out of necessity. You don't want to be my enemy. You just want to live a peaceful life in your hunting grounds. You are being coerced by Longya. Now I give you a chance. Withdraw from the battlefield and I will kill Longya. You will no longer have to live a life of slavery under his rule, he added in his heart, you will live a life of slavery to me. Ms. Hannah translated in real time, and the ogre on the opposite side became slightly agitated, and their already low level of organization dropped further. There are many female dog-headed people among these dog-headed people. They were pulled up by Longya to fill the line, which caused dissatisfaction among the leaders of various tribes. Now after hearing what Li Qinwu said, all the small leaders were shaken. That's enough. When the Gnolls were about to do something, a loud shout came from behind. A dozen big dog-headed men arrived in front carrying a throne of animal bones. Longya sat on the throne and stared at Li Qinwu with a vicious look. Li Qinwu thought to himself that this lifelike beast bone throne was something he had to carry with him to the battlefield. It was not like he had sat on it before, so what good was a thing that would only scratch his butt? Longya raised the alien-shaped sword and pointed it at Li Qinwu. Foolish fellow. The goblin across the way isn't one of your kind, so why would you rather believe him than me? If we can't unite and defeat him now, you will be enslaved by the aliens. Do you think the alien leader is better than me? These words calmed the restless Gnolls down a lot. Indeed, no matter how bad Dragonfang was, he was still a member of the same tribe, and no matter how good the goblins were, they were still outsiders. Seeing that the morale had almost been restored, Longya swung the alien-shaped sword in his hand. Attack! Kill these invaders! All at once! Crush them! Longya was afraid that Li Qinwu would say something to shake the morale of the army and order the troops to launch an attack. This time he did not conduct any so-called tests, but pushed forward all his troops at once, relying on his numbers and trying to defeat the master with a single blow. In fact, there was nothing he could do. Even if he tried to use tactics, it would not work because the troops were too poorly organized. There were more than 2,000 people, but he could only command less than 500 of them. If you want to maximize your numerical advantage, you can only wait for the enemy to come to you, push your troops forward, and fight them to the death. This is also the only choice. In comparison, Li Qinwu was able to gather 500 or 600 people and walk for 3 days to Longya's doorstep to launch an attack, which was already a huge victory. Li Qinwu brought Miss Hannah back to the rear and shouted, "Warriors! For the sake of the tribe's surrounding security, the evil Longya regime must be eliminated. This is the battle to establish the punishment army. Victory belongs to us. Raise your spears and punish the enemy." He killed 3 people and was awarded the title of deputy captain. He killed 5 people and was awarded the title of squad leader. He killed 10 people and was awarded the title of deputy company commander. Soldiers win military merit and be awarded the title of nobility and minister. Kill, 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 kill. Li Qinwu's shout raised the morale of the troops by 3 points. The goblins in each formation had red eyes, straightened their spears, and shouted kill in unison. The sounds of killing were continuous. The momentum of 500 people actually overwhelmed that of 2,000 people. In addition, their upright spears slowed down the charge of the gnolls. They were afraid this hesitation reduced the lethality of the charge by several percentage points. The situation where the gnolls rushed into the goblin phalanx and entangled each other did not happen. Instead, more than 2,000 people advanced slowly, pushing the front from behind, sending their vanguard into the attack range of the spear-wielding goblins, and then being stabbed to death by a spear. When blood was seen, both sides' eyes turned red at the same time, and then they fought each other. But in general, the spear-wielding goblins stabbed the ogre one by one. On the other hand, although the gnolls were holding wooden spears and shields, some of them dropped their weapons while running, or did not know how to use their weapons when fighting, and instinctively used their claws and sharp teeth to bite the goblins. An army composed of completely untamed monsters would have disastrous consequences if they went into battle. They rushed to the front of the spear-wielding goblin phalanx, but did not cause much casualties and instead turned themselves into corpses. Chapter 53, Giant Armored Beast. The spear designed by Li Qinwu for the goblin is 1.5 meters long, which is very long for a goblin that is about 1 meter tall. If it is longer, it will be difficult to use. Spears of this length could not form a spear formation like the Macedonian phalanx and could only be used as close combat spears. However, Li Qinwu still trained the goblins to cooperate in using this short spear, mainly when engaging the enemy. A goblin company is divided into 3 rows, with 33 people in each row. The front row is responsible for killing the enemy with spears. If a powerful enemy rushes into the spear formation fearlessly and the first row of spear goblins is broken away, the second row of spear goblins will need to send out spears to kill the enemy who destroyed the formation to ensure the integrity of the spear formation. In fact, it seems that this kind of cooperation is quite good. There are indeed gnolls who rush through the defense line without hesitation, pounce on the spear-wielding goblins, and bite them with their sharp teeth and mouths. However, before he could inflict any damage to the goblin wearing the horned crocodile soft armor, the spear-wielding goblins in the back row would launch an attack, find the right angle to stab the guy to death with a spear, and then quickly fill the gap. In short, this is an army trained by extremely terrifying military law. Compared with the noisy ogres on the opposite side, the spear-wielding goblins are more afraid of violating military law. Therefore, they perform extremely bravely on the battlefield. 500 or 600 people seem to be pushing 2,000 people forward to kill. Longya, who was far away, saw his troops melting like snowflakes, and his face twisted to the extreme. He had thought himself formidable, having been able to muster a force of over 2,000 men. But who could have imagined that the enemy had become even stronger this time? They were outnumbered and better equipped. How on earth had the damned goblin managed to pull off all that? Was he truly unable to defeat them despite his best efforts? Longya decided to use the final measure. He shouted to a special big dog-headed man beside him, "It's time, let that thing out." The dog-headed man's hair was shaved off, and the exposed skin was tattooed with many strange runes. After hearing Longya's order, he was a little worried. "Chief, our people are mixed up with the enemy. With my current magical power, I can't fully control that thing. I'm afraid it will hurt our side." Longya glared at the guy fiercely. "Go! If we lose this battle, everyone will be enslaved by the goblins. They will kill your males for meat and use your females as servants. Is that what you want?" The rune gnoll was silent for a few seconds, turned around and ran towards the tribe. After a while, the ground began to tremble slightly. A kill. 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 Behind the square formation, Li Qinwu was feeling very comfortable at this moment. He watched the gnolls being killed by the spear-wielding goblins and experienced the pleasure of operating F2A well. He didn't even need to give too many commands, he could achieve victory just by watching, but Longya is a hero who can unify the gnolls, and he will not wait to be killed. The ground was shaking more and more. Li Qinwu realized something was wrong. He looked deep into the gnoll tribe. At some point, a terrifying beast broke through the tent and walked towards here. What the hell? Li Qinwu was shocked. It was a gray-black monster covered with thick skin. It was 7 meters tall, more than 10 meters long, and had a cross-section as big as 2 adult ogres. The giant beast has 6 legs, each of which is as thick as a tree. It has a huge horn on its huge head and 4 eyes. Overall, it looks a bit like a rhinoceros. Li Qinwu pulled the equally stunned Dogwu in front of him. What the hell is this? This is a giant armored beast. That guy can actually control the giant armor beast. He must have sold his soul to the cursed dragon. The dog wizard kept muttering, but Li Qinwu couldn't understand what he was saying. He got angry and slapped him twice. That damn thing is coming closer. Tell me something useful. The dog witch immediately came back to his senses. Boss, when I was in the gnoll tribe, I met another cursed dragon follower. He specialized in soul stealing, a technique where he could squeeze his soul into the body of an animal in order to control it, but this guy can only control a giant bear at best. He has no chance of controlling a massive beast like the Colossus. Unless he finds something precious to offer as a sacrifice to the cursed dragon, or swears that his soul will forever serve the cursed dragon after his death, his spells won't be able to be upgraded, and he won't be able to control such a powerful beast. Li Qinwu asked anxiously, is there any way to prevent it from getting closer? Can your fear spell drive that giant beast crazy? As he was talking, the giant armored beast was getting closer and closer. Now his troops were entangled with the gnolls and couldn't even get away. If the giant beast got closer, there would be heavy casualties. No, boss. Fear can only hit the armored beast, but the one controlling the armored beast's body right now is an alien soul, so fear can't affect that alien soul. Li Qinwu grasped the key points. So, all we have to do is kill the wizard who cast the spell and cut off the foreign souls. The dog wizard nodded quickly. Yes, master. As long as we kill the wizard who controls the giant armored beast, it will return to its wild state. At least it won't come straight towards us. As he spoke, he pointed to the back of the giant armored beast, where there was a wooden tower. About 10 dog-headed men were standing on the tower, as if they were protecting something. Boss, I'm sure the spellcaster is there. Even if that guy sacrificed his soul to the cursed dragon and upgraded his spell, he still can't control such a large beast from a distance. That he must be inside that wooden tower, lying on the back of the giant armored beast, with his skin pressed tightly against it, to reduce the energy consumption of controlling the beast. Li Qinwu breathed a sigh of relief. Now at least there was a direction to solve the problem, but when he looked at the giant beast's pile-driver-like thighs and its height of more than 7 meters, how was he going to get up there? Dealing with the 10 or so gnoll guards above is not a problem, climbing up is the problem. Such a huge creature is still moving, and if you are accidentally stepped on, you will be turned into a meat paste. The other person is moving and has nothing to hold on to, so it's difficult. As he was thinking, Li Qinwu saw the crossbow beside him out of the corner of his eye, but he didn't use it because the area around him was not open enough and there was no shooting range. He suddenly had an idea and shouted to the goblin warriors who served as the reserve. Come here, carry 5 crossbows and follow me. The goblin warriors immediately ran over, 2 in a group, carrying crossbows. Li Qinwu led the way, retreated to the forest, and then rushed to the side of the ogre tribe. There were many big trees and shrubs in the forest, and it was very difficult for the soldiers to move forward while carrying their crossbows. Fortunately, the giant armored beast did not move fast. It would stop from time to time, take a few steps after a while, and then continue to move, just like a hyping soldier. Li Qinwu suspected that the giant armored beast and the foreign soul were fighting for control of the body. He seized the opportunity and led his men to move to the side. Right here, set up the crossbow. Everyone immediately set up the crossbows and replaced their arrows with iron-headed arrows. The iron arrowheads were armor-piercing arrows specially made by iron, and their penetration was even greater than that of spears. Everything was ready. Li Qinwu pointed at the giant armored beast that had its side exposed. "Shoot him in the side." The crossbow immediately aimed at the target and shot. 5 huge crossbow arrows were shot out quickly and hit the side of the giant armored beast directly. The metal arrowheads of more than 20 centimeters were all embedded, but that was all, and no substantial damage was caused. Chapter 54, Dragon Fang escapes. Battle victory. After being shot by 5 crossbow arrows, the giant armored beast did not scream or even show any abnormality, as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Li Qinwu knew that the external soul was not fully controlling the giant beast's body, otherwise it should have felt the pain. You can't even feel pain, so naturally you can't control your body to a high degree. Please refer to EVA for details. The crossbow arrows did not cause any harm to the giant armored beast, but they also completed the bridge building. The people below could climb onto the back of the giant armored beast through the crossbow arrows inserted in the abdomen of the giant armored beast. Li Qinwu drew out his greatsword. "Brothers, follow me." He led all the goblin warriors to charge forward. The goblin warriors were a little frightened. After all, their enemy was a giant beast. Li Qinwu shouted, "Whoever can climb up and kill the people on the beast will be promoted to company commander." Although he could use the system to forcibly pull everyone closer, the soldiers' subjective initiative was very low. If they wanted to execute the complex tactics of climbing up and killing the wizard, they still had to take the initiative to go. As soon as this sentence was shouted, the goblin warriors all took action. To be able to become a level 3 soldier certified by the system, their IQ was almost the same as that of adult humans. They have been under Li Qinwu for so long that they have already wanted to be the boss. The current highest military rank, company commander, is what they desire. The goblin's greedy attribute is activated, and he fights for power. About 40 goblin warriors rushed forward with howls. The fastest one among them had already reached the feet of the giant armored beast. He jumped up, grabbed a crossbow and tried to climb up. The big dog-headed man in the wooden tower on the back of the giant armored beast discovered the climber, picked up a big rock and smashed it down hard. The boulder hit the goblin warrior on the head. Although he was wearing an iron helmet, it still made him dizzy. He screamed and fell to the ground. He was trampled to death by the giant armored beast and turned into goblin sauce. Li Qinwu shouted, "Javelin! Kill them!" The goblin warriors took out their javelins and threw them at the back of the giant armored beast. The 3 big dog-headed men on the giant armored beast were hit by the javelins and fell down. More than 40 people quickly suppressed more than 10 people, and the goblins began to climb again. Seeing this from a distance, Longya became anxious. He couldn't let the goblins climb up, so he jumped off the bone throne and rushed towards Li Qinwu with more than 30 big dog-headed men. Seeing the enemy coming, Li Qinwu also took half of his troops to meet them. The 20 gnolls brought by Longya are his personal soldiers. They are very strong. When they meet with the goblin warriors, they are evenly matched. Li Qinwu faced Longya, raised his hand and chopped Huashan with a knife. Longya blocked it with a strange big knife. Li Qinwu retreated and took the knife to stab him in the face. Longya dodged it. Li Qinwu squatted down and took the sweeping kick. Longya jumped to avoid it. He was just about to take advantage of Li Qinwu squatting down and swinging his knife to seize the initiative in attacking, but Li Qinwu squatted down with a premeditated plan. He reached into the ground, took out a handful of soil, crushed it into pieces, and sprinkled it on his face. Longya was startled, closed his eyes and took a few steps back to create some distance. He was angry and roared at Li Qinwu. "What a despicable move! Not the behavior of a warrior. I challenge you to a duel of honor." Li Qinwu scratched his ears and shouted, "Within 3 meters," and the translator Miss Hannah appeared beside him. Without waiting for him to ask, Miss Hannah translated, "He said you're not a man and he wants to duel with you." Li Qinwu was delighted. He reached behind his back and took out a crossbow with a fine string. "Tell him I agree to a duel." When Miss Hannah saw the crossbow hidden behind his back, she immediately took a tactical step back and looked at Longya with sympathy. Poor big golden retriever, so honest, how can he fight against the cunning and deceitful goblins? Miss Hannah translated. When Longya heard that Li Qinwu agreed to the honor duel, he howled and rushed over with the alien sword in his hand. He had just been beaten by the goblin, and he would not make the same mistake a second time. Die. Longya rushed forward quickly and wanted to chop Li Qinwu down with one blow, but Li Qinwu just stood there without dodging or evading, and did not even raise his sword to defend himself. Huh? No? What's this guy laughing at? Never mind, die. Longya had already rushed in front of Li Qinwu, raising his knife to chop him. Then, Li Qinwu took out a crossbow from behind and shot the crossbow arrow into Longya's chest almost face to face. Longya roared and looked at his chest in disbelief. Only half of a crossbow arrow was outside, and the other half was completely stuck in you. Longya was furious, but Li Qinwu had already jumped away. He reached behind him, took out a new crossbow from the warehouse, and shot another arrow at Longya's chest. Longya dodged the arrow in panic by jumping to the side. Li Qinwu took the opportunity to rush forward and slashed with his sword, cutting off Longya's tail. Aha wang wang wang. The dragon-toothed dog barked, but it was too late to mourn the loss of its tail. What followed was the stab of the greatsword. Longya rolled to the side again to avoid the sword. Li Qinwu chased after him and wanted to strike again with the sword, but at this time Longya's personal soldiers reacted, and one of the big dog-headed men chopped Li Qinwu's chest with a stone axe, causing him to stagger back a few steps. The big dog-headed man took advantage of Li Qinwu's unstable posture and swung his stone axe continuously, but all the attacks hit Li Qinwu's heavy-horned crocodile. Armoring did not cause any harm to him. Li Qinwu quickly regained his balance and charged forward, causing the big dog-headed man to stagger a few steps. Then he swept his sword across and knocked the guy down. After dealing with the interceptor, Li Qinwu was about to chase after Longya and kill him, but due to the delay, Longya was carried by two big dog-headed men and was quickly retreating. The other big dog-headed men stood in the middle without fear of death, blocking Li Qinwu's way. Li Qinwu cursed his bad luck and led a few goblin warriors to fight against the big dog-headed man. He killed them all in a few minutes. This time, Longya had no idea where he had gone, so Li Qinwu had to focus his attention on dealing with the giant armored beast. Without any distractions, the goblin warriors could concentrate on climbing. Another goblin warrior found a good angle and jumped, reached out to grab the crossbow arrow, did a pull-up, and hooked another crossbow arrow with his foot, successfully stabilizing his body on the belly of the giant armored beast. The old man on the back of the giant armored beast spotted this guy, risked sticking his head out, and raised a stone to smash it down. The goblin warriors on the ground immediately threw out their spears to cover, but when the dog-headed man was hit by the spear, he still threw the big stone in his hand down. The goblin warrior lying on the side of the giant armored beast was hit on the shoulder. He groaned, but his body was still tightly attached to the giant armored beast and did not fall off. Li Qinwu breathed a sigh of relief for him, but when he saw another dog-headed man raising a stone again, he quickly took out a crossbow from the warehouse and shot. The dog-headed man screamed and fell into the wooden tower without dropping the stone. The goblin warrior clinging to the side of the giant armored beast seized the opportunity and climbed up quickly. When a dog-headed man wanted to throw stones, Li Qinwu covered him with a crossbow. When a dog-headed man poked him with a wooden spear, he grabbed the spear and pulled him down. After a struggle, the goblin warrior found an opportunity to jump up, directly onto the back of the giant armored beast, and jumped into the wooden tower. At this point, Li Qinwu couldn't see clearly what was happening above and could only hope that he would succeed. A few screams of dog-headed men were heard from the wooden tower. The giant armored beast that was rushing towards the battlefield with a clear goal suddenly stopped moving forward and stood there in a daze. The purple-black mist in its basketball-sized eyes dissipated, revealing its original black and white pupils. It was stunned at first, then it let out a loud roar, then it seemed to come to its senses and turned around and ran into the tribe of dog-headed people, crashing into everything in its way like a bulldozer. The goblin warrior on its back climbed out of the wooden tower in panic, found the right opportunity to jump down, and crashed into an animal skin tent. The giant armored beast ran into the forest and disappeared. Li Qinwu hurriedly led his men to the tent. This guy was a hero. If he was injured, he must be treated quickly. Fortunately, the tent blocked the way and the goblin warrior did not get injured when he jumped from a high place. Before Li Qinwu and others could rescue him, he walked out of the tent by himself. He saw Li Qinwu and his men running towards him, taking off his mask and helmet, with a silly smile on his face, and shaking a hairless dog-headed man's head in his hand. He. Boss, I've done something great. I want to be the company commander, too. He. Li Qinwu rushed forward and patted the guy hard on the shoulder. Well done, you did a great job. What's your name? From now on, you're the first company commander in the punishment army to be promoted for merit. The goblin warrior's expression froze for a moment. Boss, don't you remember me? I'm Consumables. That's the name you gave me. Li Qinwu was also stunned. He looked carefully at the goblin warrior in front of him. Hey, it really looked a bit like consumables. I had just given this guy a random name and I didn't even remember it. His performance as a consumable wasn't particularly outstanding, so Li Qinwu soon forgot about him. Unexpectedly, he had made a great contribution to him today. In fact, consumables has been holding back these days. All those who started the business with the boss have become company commanders. As a veteran, and a veteran given a name by the boss, he must get the position of company commander, otherwise he will be laughed at by his old brothers. Li Qinwu was embarrassed because he had forgotten the name of the hero, but the battle was not over yet. The large army of ogres and the phalanx of spearmen were mixed together, so it was not the time to delay. Li Qinwu was about to order the goblin warriors to join the battlefield and end the battle quickly, but suddenly, his eyes caught sight of the golden tail left by Longya, and his mind raced as he came up with an idea. Li Qinwu rushed over and grabbed Longya's tail, picked it up with a branch and held it high above his head. Within 3 meters, Li Qinwu shouted, and Miss Hannah, who had been on the edge of OB, shuddered as if she had been electrocuted, and hurried to Li Qinwu's side. Li Qinwu shouted, "Shout! Longya is dead. Surrender and you won't be killed." Miss Hannah saw the golden tail and understood what he meant. She immediately cast a spell and shouted in Gnoll language that Longya was dead and would not be killed if he surrendered. Her voice was amplified by magic and became extremely loud, spreading across half of the battlefield. The kobolds, whose morale was already low due to the deaths, looked at each other in bewilderment when they heard that their leader was dead. Not knowing what to do, Li Qinwu rushed to the front of the battlefield with Miss Hannah. Miss Hannah kept shouting to persuade them to surrender. Li Qinwu raised his golden tail high, trying to let every dog-headed man see it. The gnolls were stunned. Dragon Fong was the only one in the entire tribe with such beautiful golden hair, and having his tail cut off was a very strong humiliation for the gnolls. During the leadership struggle among the gnolls, the challenger must cut off the old leader's tail to be qualified to become the new leader. Longya failed to keep his tail, which was the same as a man not having one in the gnoll customs. The morale of the gnolls was immediately reduced to 0. A rout occurred, and some of the more marginalized ogres ran into the forest. Those in front of the spear-wielding goblins could not run away, so they could only throw away their weapons and lie on the ground with their bellies exposed. This was the ogre's way of surrendering. Li Qinwu ordered the spear-wielding goblins to surround the surrendering goblins, and the battle could be declared a victory. He heard the system settlement in his ears. You have 1 kill enemies, 56 captured enemies, 760 experience points gained, 130 friendly casualties, 2 obtain loot, grain x5, stone axe, dinars earned, 340. What they got was pitifully little, but there was nothing they could do about it. The main force in this battle was the spear goblins that were not recognized by the system, and the most elite system soldiers were used as reserves by Li Qinwu. Now, the reserves played a huge role and were used when fighting the giant armored beasts. However, this also meant that this battle had almost nothing to do with Li Qinwu, otherwise the experience gained would have allowed him to level up a few levels. Li Qinwu closed the system panel and gave orders to Miss Hannah. Within 3 meters. Go count the casualties, tell me when you've tallied them, and use healing magic on the injured. Miss Hannah got up and went to work. There were not many people under Li Qinwu who could count, and Miss Hannah was really being treated like a beast of burden. Gob's pair. Report here. Li Qinwu shouted to the group of goblins, and Goblin Spear, covered in blood, ran over in a panic. This guy had fought with his own company before, and was covered in blood and exhausted. Take your men and separate the captured kobolds. Separate the males, females, and large kobolds. Tie up the large and female kobolds and keep a close watch on them. The other kobolds can be left alone for now. It doesn't matter if they run away. Li Qinwu had too few soldiers and too many captive gnolls to manage. He could only take care of the most valuable big gnolls and female gnolls. He believed that once these important populations were under control, the other gnolls would not run around. Gob Mao responded and immediately carried out the order. Li Qinwu called Gobu Gong over again. You must immediately take 30 warriors and the dog which to hunt down Longya. This guy has been hit by my crossbow arrow, which is stained with red poisonous juice. He will definitely not be able to get far. Gobgong replied yes and led his men to chase in the direction where Longya ran away. After arranging everything, Li Qinwu took a deep breath, looked at the ogre tribe full of corpses, and laughed heartily. From today on, there is no organized armed force in the monster forest, which means his rise is unstoppable. Li Qinwu, who was laughing loudly, suddenly stopped and his expression became solemn. He thought of the scene of the country's destruction he saw in the hallucination, and the golden dragon that gave him a fatal blow in the end. He clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 55 Cleaning Up the Battlefield. Li Qinwu opened his personal panel. In the previous battle, he killed several big dog-headed men. With the battle settlement, he was promoted to level 20 and gained some attributes. He added attribute points to intelligence, bringing his intelligence to 5 points. His brain felt clearer, and he seemed to be able to think about more complex things. His learning ability and memory had improved. In comparison, his previous stupid brain was like a deer. He was immersed in the joy of promotion when Miss Hannah came to him, coughed and reported the casualties on the battlefield. Your troops suffered 68 casualties, 32 serious injuries, and Knight Leo's men suffered 3 deaths, with minor injuries not counted, killed 32 large kobolds and 712 ordinary kobolds. Li Qinwu nodded with satisfaction. His troops suffered no more than 100 casualties and killed 7 times as many enemies as himself. All his hard work for so long was not in vain. Miss Hannah saw the corners of Li Qinwu's mouth turn up, knowing that he was very happy, and reminded him, "You'd better pay attention to your soldiers. They are very restless now and want to see what rewards you will give them." More than 700 enemies were killed. According to the promise Li Qinwu made before the battle, if he was promoted to deputy captain, he could be promoted to more than 200 enemies, and more than 100 enemies to squad leader. Li Qinwu was happy to see this happen. He would expand the army soon, and the new company needed officers, which could be selected from these meritorious people, but we'll have to talk about this after we return to the tribe. The question now is, how to manage, or how to exploit the gnolls. Although we won the front battlefield, the subsequent rule is really difficult. If it is not handled properly, it will trigger racial issues, and fighting a security war will be a real headache. The goblin population was small, but how many wild kobolds were there scattered throughout the forest? 2,000? 3,000? Or 4 or 5,000? These scattered dog-headed men are not a big threat, but what Li Qinwu wants is for the dog-headed men to truly obey him and become his core population so that he can be mobilized to initiate construction or recruit soldiers. Li Qinwu thought carefully. Perhaps the wisdom attribute he just added worked, and he quickly came up with a solution. He looked at the captured gnolls. They had been divided into 3 waves. One wave was big gnolls, with more than 40 of them, one wave was female gnolls, with more than 200 of them, and the other wave was male gnolls, with more than 400 of them. He couldn't handle so many captives, so why not let go of the least valuable male kobolds? On the one hand, doing so is to do a favor to people, on the other hand, it reduces management costs, and on the other hand, it allows them to go back and publicize and consolidate their ruling position. Li Qinwu took action immediately. After thinking about it, he brought Miss Hannah to the male dog-headed men and shouted, "Listen to me. The evil Longya regime has been overthrown by me, and you are liberated. From now on, you are all me, the Goblin King, the enslaver of all races, the whipper of the world, the destroyer of gods, the only legitimate master of the magic forest. The people of Arthur Louis Romanoff Qin Shi Huan, the great me has decided to forgive you and let you go back." The male gnolls became excited after hearing the translation. They were all frightened by the goblin's steel spears. It would be great if they could return to the hunting grounds safely. Li Qinwu let them digest the information for a while, then continued, "I won the war and conquered this land. Everything here belongs to me, including all the prey. If you want to live in my hunting grounds, you must continue to pay tribute to me. I give you 1 month to notify the leaders of your tribe to come to my tribe. I will allocate hunting grounds. If anyone dares not come, be careful not to get any hunting grounds." After saying this, he told the goblins to put away their spears and release the male kobolds. Looking at the dog-headed people fleeing in panic, Li Qinwu actually felt a little distressed. These were all laborers. If they were used well, a lot of land could be reclaimed, but his goal is to build a modern monster country, which requires the organic combination of various races. Slavery will not allow the other party to exercise subjective initiative, and the upper limit of the slave state will not be high. What a pity! Li Qinwu sighed and ordered his troops to plunder the ogre tribe. This is the core territory of Dragon Fong, where thousands of gnolls live. Although it is difficult to find any real food or valuables in this backward tribe of gnolls, the large number of animal skin tents are extremely precious. There are not many wooden houses in the goblin tribe now, and many goblins sleep directly on the ground. With these tents, the goblins at least have a place to shelter from the wind and rain. The troops lingered in the same place for a day, mainly because Gobgon, who had gone out to hunt Longya, had not returned. Li Qinwu was a little worried and wanted to send people out to look for him, but the system showed that Gobgong's life status was very stable and he should not be in any danger, so he did not send anyone out. After waiting for another day, Li Qinwu suspected that something had happened, and Gobugong finally returned with the warriors. He had a guilty look on his face and came to Li Qinwu with Gogowu. "Boss, it's my fault. I didn't catch Longya and let him get away." The dog wizard knelt down on the spot and started barking. "Boss, this is all my fault. My lame leg has burdened everyone. Woo 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 woo." The guy cried and hugged Li Qinwu's thigh. Li Qinwu felt annoyed and pulled his leg away. "Stop dragging your feet and tell me what's going on." The two of them started explaining at the same time. Guguwu had a very sensitive nose and he kept chasing Longya to the east, following the scent of Longya's blood. However, since one of his legs was broken by Longya while he was captured, he couldn't go fast. The others needed his dog nose to guide them to the target and were forced to slow down. As he chased, the dog witch discovered that the scent of Dragon Fong was divided into three and spread in three directions. Gobgong judged that Longya and his two personal soldiers acted separately, and the two personal soldiers were smeared with Longya's blood, which interfered with the dog witch's sense of smell. Gobgong ordered the troops to split into three and chase in three general directions. They agreed to chase for a day. If they still hadn't caught up, they would gather back at the original place and return to the Knoll tribe. He would then lead the Knoll witch to chase in the east. The result was obvious: the three parties caught nothing. Li Qinwu sighed helplessly. He had cut off one of Longya's tails and shot him with a crossbow stained with red poison nation's arrow, but the creature was not poisoned to death. He didn't know if it was the dragon's blood that worked, or if he was lucky. Maybe this person was not destined to die. Li Qinwu saw the two men's dejected expressions and panic in their eyes, so he comforted them. "You tried your best. If you can't catch him, forget it. Return to the team. We are preparing to return to the tribe." The two men breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the leader did not punish them. They were really afraid that the leader would kill them with one knife. After all, the leader would kill one of them with one blow from time to time, which was too cruel. In fact, they don't know, and Li Qinwu has no choice. If he wants to develop, the goblins must be social, but the goblins are wild by nature and are antisocial. Li Qinwu can only use extreme methods to help the goblins get rid of the wildness. Li Qinwu has completely different attitudes towards the goblins before and after they escape from the wild. In his eyes, the goblins before they escape from the wild are not people at all, and they can be killed at will. But after the goblin escaped from the wild, he was recognized by Li Qinwu as a human who could accept making mistakes and a human who could be educated and trained. Gobgong and the others don't have to be afraid of making mistakes. As long as they don't take the initiative to kill, Li Qinwu will be very tolerant. Li Qinwu asked Gobgong to take everyone to eat and rest. They were about to set off back to the tribe. But Dogwu suddenly said, "Boss, although I didn't find Dragon Fong, I found out where he hid the ogre cub." Chapter 56, Blessing of the Earth Goddess. Li Qinwu was overjoyed when he heard that the ogre cub had been found. Didn't that mean the mission given by the Earth Goddess had been completed? He immediately asked the dog wizard to lead the way. The dog wizard led the team to a cave. The entrance of the cave was blocked with stones, leaving only an air vent at the top. The dog wizard pointed at the cave and said, "When I was tracking Longya before, I smelled a strong stench here. It was the same smell as the ogres in the tribe. I suspected that Longya had hidden the ogre cubs here." Li Qinwu approached the cave entrance and indeed smelled a strong stench, similar to that of an adult ogre. Li Qinwu was somewhat relieved that the entrance to the cave was blocked by rocks, and Longya couldn't even kill the ogre cub when he escaped. He waved his hand and the goblins went up to carry the stones. When the entrance to the cave was opened, a young ogre about 2.5 meters tall lying on the ground came into view. Li Qinwu was also shocked when he saw the situation. The child was so hungry that only a skeleton was left. His big head was in sharp contrast to his thin body, like a lollipop. "Drag him out." Li Qinwu had someone drag him out of the cave. This guy couldn't even stand steadily, and it seemed that he would starve to death if he waited any longer. Li Qinwu quickly took out the monster meat from the warehouse and stuffed it into his mouth. The ogre cub smelled the fishy smell of the meat and began to chew it in big mouthfuls. The ogre cub finished the piece of meat in a short while. His dull eyes regained some spirit, and then he looked at Li Qinwu with longing. He felt that the little green creature had a familiar smell on him. Li Chinwu took out more meat and kept feeding it into his mouth. The ogre cub was very obedient and kept eating. He had been eating food that could only be eaten by nearly 100 goblins, and his dry and skinny skeleton was visibly filling up. After replenishing its energy, the ogre cub sat on the ground and looked at Li Chinwu with curiosity. Li Chinwu reached out and touched his big bald head. He didn't resist him, but smiled foolishly. Li Chinwu called Miss Hannah over and asked her to translate for this silly guy. Tell him that his parents and grandparents are with me. Let him follow me and I will take him back to see his family. After hearing the translation, the ogre cub danced excitedly, stood up on its own, and followed Li Chinwu obediently. Li Chinwu saw this guy chewing his fingers and scratching his butt from time to time, without any psychological trauma of being imprisoned, and thought to himself that this kid was really brave. Everything was settled. Li Chinwu led his troops back, and a few days later, they returned to the goblin tribe. King Li Chinwu returned, bringing back a large number of animal skin tents and female dog-headed men, which plunged the remaining goblins into a sea of joy. The goblins thought that although the wood rat was already very good, the furry dog-headed man seemed to be good too, so they decided to find a chance to copy it. In Tier Y. Li Chinwu ordered all the goblins to rest for 2 days, bury the goblins that died in battle 2 days later, and reward them for their military merits. After everyone dispersed, Li Chinwu took the ogre cub to the blacksmith shop by the river and asked him to meet his parents. Dang Dang, who was forging iron, saw Xiaolulu coming back with Jojo. He burst into tears, ran over, hugged the ogre cub and howled. When the other ogres saw this, they also gathered around. The howling echoed throughout the blacksmith shop, and the scattered ogre family finally returned to their place. Li Chinwu was laughing happily at the side, and a system prompt sound came to his ears. Ding. You completed the Earth Goddess's quest and successfully rescued the ogre clan. You gained 1000 experience points, 5 bonuses to all attributes, an affinity with the earth element, a natural favorability with ogres, and proficiency in the ogre language. Li Chinwu's body suddenly made crackling sounds, his height suddenly increased, and his muscles swelled to the level of almost 3 nuwa. The surging power filled his whole body, and his overall strength was probably 7 nuwa or even 6 nuwa. Li Chinwu was ecstatic. He clenched his fist, and the huge grip should be able to break a person's hand. He compared his height with Miss Hannah. Miss Hannah was 1.7 meters tall. He was now more than a head taller than her. His height was probably 2 meters, about the same as Longya. Moreover, Li Chinwu felt that when he stood on the ground, he had a strange affinity, and endless power flowed from the earth into his body. Li Chinwu knew that this was the blessing of the earth goddess. He was so strong now that he could probably run for 100 kilometers without getting tired. In addition to the physical enhancements, his brain became clearer, and his proficiency in ogre language allowed him to understand the Dang Dang family's nonsensical roars in their body language when waving their arms. You can communicate with the ogre without Ms. Hannah's magic translation. His 5 attributes are now Vitality 22, Control 5, Stamina 5, Cunning 5, Social 5, Intelligence 10. Li Chinwu was immersed in joy, and Taiyok on the side approached him cautiously to ask for work guidance. Sir, the battle is over. Do you want to continue producing spearheads? Li Chinwu suppressed his smile, thought for a moment, and said, we will have a long period of development in the future. We can put the production of spears aside for now. Let's start with the production of farm tools, hoes, axes, sickles, and saws, and increase the production capacity of these things. He pointed at the howling ogres huddled together. Make a pickaxe based on their body size, the kind that can dig deep into the ground. Li Chinwu felt that there was a lack of heavy machinery at the current stage, and a behemoth like the ogre was simply an advanced productive force. They are as powerful as machines, and blessed by the earth goddess, they have almost endless endurance. As long as they develop suitable tools, they can deeply plow the land on a large scale. The crop yield of the land will double after deep plowing, but deep plowing by manpower is difficult. Therefore, if the ogres are used well, Li Chinwu will not lack food and can start the troop explosion mode. Iron OK nodded. As you wish, my lord. I will forge tools suitable for the use of ogres. Do you have any other instructions, my lord? Yes, the tribe needs more steel. I want you to build more blast furnaces, more water wheels, and more bellows. I also want you to train more talents and teach them all the knowledge you know. Every time you train a blacksmith talent, you will have another entry in your book of merit. Iron OK, do you understand what I mean? Teak immediately bent down and bowed. Don't worry, sir. I will never hide anything. As long as you provide protection for me and my son, I will serve you wholeheartedly. Li Qinwu was very satisfied with his statement and let him continue working. After Taiyok left, Er came up to him. He looked evasive and panicked, as if he had done something shameful. Li Qinwu asked doubtfully, "My executive deputy chief, do you have anything to report?" Yizier's body trembled slightly, and he knelt down with a thud. "Boss, while you were fighting, a human ran away. I sent people after him, but they couldn't find him." Chapter 57 Funeral. Li Qinwu's face turned cold. Butler Mond ran away, and escaped as a slave. This was a very bad thing, and it made him very unhappy. "What's going on? Explain clearly." One ear trembled and he began to stammer. Not long after Li Qinwu led the team away, Butler Mond escaped. He somehow got some food, stole some scraps for making horned crocodile soft armor, and also stole an axe. After making these preparations, he immediately began his escape, running westward along the river. When Li Qinwu went out to fight, the task of managing the tribe fell entirely on Yizier. He had to manage the hunting team, supervise the work of the blacksmith shop, and spend a lot of time every day managing the nursery, where the goblin cubs could easily eat their own kind if not watched carefully. In short, I was so busy that I became so thin that I didn't even eat my favorite cassava anymore. The day after Li Qinwu left, Yizier was doing a routine count of the number of human farmers and suddenly discovered that one was missing. He immediately asked someone, but because he did not know the common human language, he could not communicate with the human farmers. He wanted to ask the humans who the escaped was, but no one knew. There was no other choice, so Yizier could only order the hunting team to put down their work and chase the escapees. Originally, he wanted to take the gnolls in the tribe with him, but he didn't speak the gnolls' language and couldn't communicate. The gnolls didn't even know whose scent they were tracking, so the hunting team had to go on the road alone. Fortunately, the goblin hunting team often hunted in the forest and had learned some tracking techniques. They followed the traces left by Butler Mond all the way west. Eventually they found a discarded axe and a large amount of wood chips by the river, and then lost all trace of them. After saying this, Yizier lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Li Qinwu. Li Qinwu thought that Mond's housekeeper was really a ruthless man. He looked to be in his 50s, with half of his body buried in the ground, yet he was so ruthless that he dared to bravely enter the monster forest alone. Moreover, this old man also planned carefully. Knowing that he could not outrun the hunting team, he stole an axe to make a simple raft, stole the scraps of horned crocodiles and wore them on his body to avoid the attacks of the horned crocodiles by the river, and then used the river to float downstream and went directly to the human world downstream. Although it is not known whether he can return to the human world alive, it must be said that this old man has some skills and his timing is very accurate. If he were there, with Miss Hannah as a translator, the various races could coordinate and communicate, and he would definitely not be able to succeed. Li Qinwu patted Yizier's shoulder and asked him to get up. "It's not your fault. You've done a great job. Go and arrange for people to build 100 coffins. Then take a day off. I'll take care of the rest." Only then did Yizier breathe a sigh of relief and walked away with a hunched back. Li Qinwu looked back at Miss Hannah beside him. Miss Hannah's face was a little pale. She knew what Li Qinwu meant when he looked at her. Although Butler Mond was happy to escape by himself, it put those who stayed behind in an unjust situation. This decisive goblin was actually very open-minded towards humans. Apart from the initial attack on Hardhome and the killing of several human soldiers, he did not commit any crimes afterwards. But now that Butler Mond has run away, can this situation be maintained? While Miss Hannah was lost in thought, Li Qinwu's cold voice sounded in her ears. "Miss Hannah, go call Master Lance over." Miss Hannah's heart skipped a beat. Yes, Butler Mond had escaped. How could Master Lance not know about it? Miss Hannah opened her mouth to say something, but when she met Li Qinwu's cold eyes, she couldn't say anything. She could only run to call Master Lance over. However, when she returned to Li Qinwu, she not only called Master Lance, but also called Knight Leo over. Li Qinwu glanced at Knight Leo. Knight Leo shrugged his shoulders with a helpless look on his face, as if to say that this is my former leader after all, and I have to come when I'm in trouble. Li Qinwu retracted his gaze and looked at young Master Lance. Young Master Lance had changed a lot during this period. His face had become darker and his body had become stronger. He no longer looked like a noble young man, but instead looked like an old farmer who often worked in the fields. Seeing his attitude, Li Qinwu's anger subsided a lot. This guy has not caused any trouble since he came to work for him. He has been concentrating on farming and seems to have gotten used to the life here. He can be regarded as a model of reform. Butler Mond would definitely have informed him before escaping and asked him to run with him, but now he is still here and has made his attitude clear. However, how this matter will be handled specifically depends on the next questions. Is there anything you want to say to me? Li Qinwu gave him the right to interpret and let him think about the answer himself before answering. Young Master Lance slowly knelt on the ground with a very calm expression. My lord, I am the son of a noble from the kingdom of Thasos. My family's fiefdom is near the kingdom, and I am the most powerful among the powerful. My lord, the border of the kingdom of Thasos borders the monster forest. At your current momentum, it won't be long before you're confronting the kingdom. You need to understand the kingdom's politics, military, culture, and the composition of its various families. This knowledge is only accessible to me, who received an aristocratic education since childhood. After saying this, he fell silent. Li Qinwu frowned after hearing these words. This young Master Lance was a smart man. He didn't make any excuses and directly stated his own value. His value really made Li Qinwu excited. The human kingdom is our future enemy, and it is very helpful to understand their future tactical layout. The monster forest green is savage and barbaric. He has nowhere to find the core nobles of the second human world, so the value of the young Master Lance in front of him is very precious. While he was thinking, Miss Hannah kept winking at Knight Leo, and Knight Leo's mouth twitched. He knew what Miss Hannah meant, and asked him to plead for Master Lance. He remembered that he had done well under Master Lance's father, and that Master Lance had been very kind to him. He sighed inwardly and begged Li Qinwu for mercy. Sir, I am willing to give up the military merits of this battle. Please spare Master Lance's life. Li Qinwu looked at Knight Leo and asked. Are you sure it's worth it? Knight Leo nodded helplessly. Master Lance is my lord after all. I can't just watch him die, but, he squatted down and looked directly into the eyes of the kneeling Master Lance. Master, from now on, we owe each other nothing. I hope to dissolve our relationship as king and subject. Is that okay? There was 40% bitterness, 30% helplessness, 20% relief, and 10% expectation for the future in Master Lance's eyes. Knight Leo, your family has put you in this situation, yet you are still willing to do so much for me. I am already very grateful. From now on, you are a free man. Please take care of me in the future, Uncle Leo. The two looked at each other, smiled, and then looked at Li Qinwu. In fact, Li Qinwu would not kill Master Lance unless Knight Leo gave up his military merits, but this was considered a way out. He said, in that case, I pardon Lance for his crime of not reporting the crime. And Knight Leo, your military merit in this battle will be forfeited. If you can accept this, then we can go our separate ways. Several people bowed to Li Qinwu and went to find their own mothers. Li Qinwu was very tired after dealing with the tribal affairs. He returned to the luxurious wooden house, took off his armor and sword, took a comfortable hot bath, and lay on the animal skin bed to rest. Before falling asleep, his brain was working rapidly, thinking about the problems exposed by Butler Mond's escape. The tribe now has 4 different races: goblins, gnolls, humans, and ogres. Ogres, in particular, use body language to communicate, making it impossible for tribal members to communicate effectively. The tribe is still small now, and it can barely function with the help of Miss Hannah, the translator. But what if the tribe has tens of thousands, 100,000, or even millions of people in the future? The tribe needs a common language. Li Qinwu the Whisperer wants to develop a new type of writing based on the Goblin language, and other members of the tribe must learn this writing in the future. However, creating characters was too difficult, at least not something he could accomplish at the moment, so he had to put it aside for the time being. He began to think about another exposed problem. There were too few talented people in tribal management. Now that I'm gone, the burden of the entire tribe falls on Ear. Fortunately, my dear executive deputy chief knows math, otherwise the tribe would be in chaos, but you can't just catch a goblin and use it to death. He's only been out for a few days, and when he came back, he saw that one of his ears had become much thinner. If he continues to be in charge of the tribe for a few more days, he will die suddenly. When it comes to cultivating management talents, Li Qinwu has an idea that can produce results quickly. You can find those goblins who have made contributions and have the tendency to evolve into big goblins, teach them mathematics, let them retire from the army, and let them lead hunting teams or farming teams. Those who do a good job can be promoted to deputy leaders of the executive deputy leaders. Doing so can not only cultivate management talents, but also place meritorious people, a win-win situation. As for whether the goblins are capable of management positions, Li Qinwu thinks they can. The intelligence of the big goblin is no different from that of humans. After being baptized by military law and war, the big goblin tends to be rational. We can't create characters now, but we can use ready-made numbers. Arabic numerals are simple and easy to understand. Maybe we can also teach some addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. If you know math, simple management will not be a problem. As he thought about it, Li Qinwu's consciousness became more and more drowsy. Before falling asleep, he laughed to himself, damn, he's teaching math to goblins. He's the only one in the world who has this kind of talent. 2 days later, on a small hill northwest of the goblin tribe, 5 spear-wielding goblins lined up in an orderly formation. They wore horned crocodile soft armor, held shiny spears, and stood there like sculptures. Behind them was the goblin hunting team, formed into groups of 30, also standing in a square formation. Further behind them were confused goblin cubs, kobolds, humans, and ogres. Everyone's eyes fell on the top of the mountain, where more than 100 graves had been dug. Beside the graves were wooden coffins containing the goblin soldiers who had died in battle. The goblins were confused. They didn't understand why their boss brought back the bodies of his companions and even went to the trouble of making wooden boxes to bury them. Even if they didn't understand, they just followed the boss's order. Compared to the monsters of various races who had no idea what Li Qinwu was going to do, humans were obviously very clear about the situation. Isn't this just burying the soldiers who died in battle? They have seen this kind of scene many times in their hometown. In this case, the high priest of the god of light usually presides over the ceremony. The citizens lay flowers, and the soldiers are buried in a grand manner. But what's in front of me is a goblin. Do monsters also hold memorials for the dead in battle? Although they had 1,000 questions in their minds, humans still pretended to be solemn on the surface, standing in the back and not daring to speak. Li Qinwu stood in front of everyone, dressed neatly and with a solemn expression. He glared around and shouted, "Soldiers! You are still ignorant and confused. You don't understand what a country or a nation is. You are confused about everything I have done, but it doesn't matter. As time goes by, culture develops, and knowledge accumulates, you will awaken your national consciousness, and you will understand why we are standing here today, spending a lot of time to bury these soldiers who died in battle. You will then return here to pay your respects to the fallen warriors." After saying this, he looked at everyone, letting them digest what he had just said. There was a slight commotion in the goblin phalanx. They frowned and looked uneasy. They felt something stirring in their heads, some emotion growing. As chaotic goblins, they instinctively resist this emotion, but it is of no avail. In the future, Li Qinwu will guide them through social activities, allowing these emotions to occupy their savage brains and allowing the entire goblin race to enter a civilized society. As the order to bury Li Qinwu was issued, the goblins picked up their tools and buried the coffin. They worked for nearly an hour, and more than 100 graves appeared on the hill. Li Qinwu held a wooden sign and inserted it in front of the cemetery. The sign was engraved with the following words in the common language of mankind. 70 goblin warriors and 3 human warriors are buried here. They died in a conflict during the ancient tribal war era and made outstanding contributions to local security and the future prosperity of the tribe. October 1st, 4352, Year of the Gods. Li Qinwu took out a white rose and placed it in front of the wooden sign, then lowered his head, closed his eyes and remained silent. The heavy goblins also entered mourning mode. Although they were just having random thoughts in their minds, at least they did the right thing. At the end of the team, Knight Leo and Miss Hannah stood together. After listening to Miss Hannah's translation, Knight Leo's face was full of admiration. I finally understand why that old Mond is trying so hard to return to the human world. Just look at this guy right here. He's doing his utmost to nationalize the wild goblin tribes. And I think he'll succeed within 10 years. Miss Hannah nodded in agreement. This special goblin refreshed his worldview again and again. Miss Hannah suddenly remembered something. Li Qinwu had found her before and asked her to carve those words on the wooden plaque using the common language of mankind, among which the names of the 3 humans who died in the battle were also written. She asked Knight Leo, "The names of your 3 soldiers are also written on the tombstone. What do you think about this?" Knight Leo folded his arms across his chest, looking at Li Qinwu, who bowed his head in mourning in silence. Miss Hannah didn't get an answer for a long time, so she didn't ask any more questions. Knight Leo felt very complicated. He was very happy that the soldiers were recognized after dying in battle, but the ones who recognized them were goblins. Was this an honor or a shame? He really couldn't understand this strange goblin warlord. Chapter 58 Brave. After the memorial service, Li Qinwu began to confer titles on officials, mainly a company commander, 30 squad leaders and 100 deputy captains. Since this is a collective battle, the military merits will be shared equally by everyone, so it will be difficult to determine how to assign them to individuals. Li Qinwu chose to let the company commanders select the bravest soldiers on their own and give them priority in obtaining official positions. The others would be recorded as having military merits per head and would be rewarded in the future. Because they were afraid that some people would think this was unfair, they provided large material rewards to those who did not receive the reward, 50 pieces of dried meat each. In addition, they were allowed to find wood rats and indulge themselves for 3 days. Li Qinwu said that they could take the dried meat to find the dog-headed man. Li Qinwu asked the dog wizard about this matter. The dog wizard said that as long as there is enough meat, the dog-headed people are willing to help the goblins give birth. They are not humans and do not have such complicated moral concepts. This made Li Qinwu breathe a sigh of relief. Monsters have weak moral concepts, which can also help racial integration. After the official titles were conferred, the goblins became excited. Those who got official titles felt that they were superior to others, and they held their heads high and were very arrogant. Those who did not get official titles also had material guarantees and felt good too. Li Qinwu ordered a 3-day carnival, and large-scale construction would begin after 3 days. The goblins took the dried meat they were rewarded with and hurried to find the female kobold. Li Qinwu glanced at the graves all over the mountain and turned away. He put the funeral and reward together intentionally, hoping to cultivate the goblin's sense of honor. Goblins are monsters with weak emotions, and it is extremely difficult to cultivate a sense of honor in them. But an army without a sense of honor has no future. Li Qinwu hopes that the goblins will associate the dead in battle with rewards, giving them the illusion that death equals reward. Funerals in the future will become more and more fancy and gorgeous, which will make the goblins feel that their deaths are worth it. After 3 days of carnival, almost all the female creatures in the tribe are pregnant, and the tribe is about to usher in a population explosion. The spear-wielding goblins had no time to savor the 3 days of madness before they were immediately sent to the forest to hunt by Li Qinwu. The tribe's population now exceeds 1,500. When the next wave of goblin cubs are born, there will be more than 2,000 mouths to feed. Li Qinwu feels the pressure of having so many mouths to feed. He must send out a large number of hunting teams to capture prey and transform the fishing and hunting tribe into an agricultural tribe before the prey resources in the forest are exhausted. The era of great construction has begun. Trees were felled and stumps dug out of the ground. The ogres stood in a row holding pickaxes shaped like deep-sea titans, dug deep into the ground and pulled them forward, digging out half a meter of soil. Following behind were goblins and dog-headed men carrying hoes, who cultivated the land carefully and planted wheat, potatoes, or seasonal vegetables. The virgin forests are dying and the cultivated land is spreading like a virus. A simple loose road was built along the farmland. In order to allow farmers to live in the fields, Li Qinwu built a village of 100 people at regular intervals. In the future, such villages of 100 people will run through the north and south of the empire. In addition to the construction of farmland, the scale of the blacksmith shop was also expanded. Tayok erected a second water wheel, a second large bellows, and a second blast furnace. The blacksmith shop was upgraded to a steel workshop. Iron Oak had 50 skilled goblin blacksmiths who could make all the swords and farm tools by themselves, and 100 goblin blacksmith apprentices who could make some simple rough pieces. There is almost one blacksmith for every 10 people in the tribe, which makes the tribe's iron products very abundant. After more than a month of construction, the formerly dirty and messy goblin tribe is now full of wooden houses. The original primeval forest has been cut down on a large scale and turned into farmland. And the tribe's available population has reached 2,000. Feeding so many people was a huge burden, but fortunately, Li Qinwu's decision to release those dog-headed men had paid off. The dog-headed leaders of various tribes came one after another, knelt before Li Qinwu to express their submission, and begged for the right to hunt. Li Qinwu generously allowed them to keep their current hunting grounds and asked them to hand over 30% of their prey. The leaders of various tribes knelt down to thank him for his kindness. After that, the ogres would deliver meat to the goblin tribe every day to pay taxes. This supplement brought the tribe's food back to a safe level. The large population allows Li Qinwu to obtain a large labor force, allowing him to carry out several projects at the same time. He built a simple school, and goblins holding official positions were forced to study in the school. What they learned was very simple, just recognizing the 10 Arabic numerals and addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. That was it. There is nothing more in depth. It doesn't matter that the Goblin tribe has no written language now. As long as the Goblins master mathematics, the tribe's management system will enter a new era.as for the teacher. It was of course the guy who learned mathematics without any teacher. Li Chinwu verbally taught him a set of lesson plans and asked him to educate the Goblins in the school. He used the incentive method of giving a sweet date after a beating. Goblins who couldn't learn would be beaten to death, and those who learned would be rewarded with meat or asked to find some cassava. It now seems that the school's graduation rate is quite high. At least 90% of the students have graduated. In addition, Li Chinwu wanted to build a city wall to surround the core residential area of the tribe. After all, this is the era of cold weapons, and the defense of city walls is still very necessary. Li Chinwu also wants to transform the tribe into a town certified by the system by building city walls. In this way, he can hide system soldiers in the town and use the system page to manage the territory, which will be much more convenient, but Li Chinwu thought that if they were going to do it, they had to do it well. The wooden city wall was too loose, so he wanted to build a stone city wall directly. If you want to build a stone wall, you have to mine stones. Stones are easy to find and are everywhere in the mountains, but adhesives are hard to find. Fortunately, a lime kiln was built in Goblin, and lime could be used to build the city wall. Li Chinwu immediately arranged the work of the tribe and took his troops to Goblin. 3 days later, Li Chinwu climbed mountains and waded through water to reach Gob Castle. Gob Castle had not changed much since he left, except that the population had increased and there was more arable land. Li Chinwu shook his head. Without the ability to grasp the general direction himself, the Goblin subjective initiative was still too poor. Under his leadership, the Goblin tribe was almost building a town, but the Goblin castle remained the same, which made him a little disappointed. Li Chinwu led his men into the castle, and Gobda, who was staying there, came to greet them. "Boss." Li Chinwu nodded. "Report on the situation in Goburg." Gob scratched his head in embarrassment. He didn't know what to say. After hesitating for a while, Gobda said, "There are so many people in Goburg." He made a big gesture with his hand. "We've reclaimed so much new land, and after harvesting the crops humans have stored so much food in our warehouses. Add to that the meat we get from hunting and fishing, and we've jerked it into so much more." Li Chinwu was overwhelmed after hearing this and quickly told him to shut up. "Go gather your men and I'll have them take inventory." The soldiers in his system have all received mathematical education and know numbers. After working for a long time, Gobmo came back to report. "Boss, there are currently 1,400 adult goblins in Goblin Castle, 200 of whom are big goblins. The food and dried meat in the warehouse are enough to feed 1,000 people for 2 months, and the land is enough for 5 villages of 100 people to cultivate." Li Chinwu nodded. With so much accumulated grain, it was enough for him to do something big. He opened the system management page, clicked on the town, and then on the warehouse. During this period, the supplies accumulated in the warehouse were 53 axes, 53 hoes, 889 grains, 264 meats, 105 fishes, and 1050 bags of lime. There are only so many iron tools. It's probably because the iron ore brought by humans has run out. In reality, the blacksmith only made 53 iron tools, so there are only 53 in the system. There are more than 1,000 bags of lime, and including the actual ones, there are nearly 2,000 bags of lime. After counting his belongings, Li Chinwu immediately ordered Gobda, "I want you to remove half of the population and build a hardened road from Goburg to the tribe." Goblin nodded, but still raised a question. "Boss, what is hardened road surface?" Li Chinwu took him to the lime kiln, got lime, and then went to the river to get sand and gravel. He added them together in proportion, added water, and stirred them, and then used it to pave the ground. "I want you to use this to build a road wide enough for 10 giant goblins to walk side by side. Don't worry, I'll be here to teach you for a long time. If you have any questions, you can ask me." Li Chinwu was also afraid that the goblins would damage his road. He wanted a flat road that led directly to the tribe, and he didn't want these guys to build a bumpy road. For the next many days, Li Chinwu stayed in Gob Castle, training the goblins to use cement to build roads. Li Chinwu had never made plaster or repaired roads before, but he had seen other people making plaster and repairing roads, so he figured it out by groping around. During this process, he made many tools, such as large stone rollers for compacting the ground, wooden lake mud tools, mixing tools, and simple but capable of leveling the road, the Goblin stumbled and built the hardened road. In order to speed up the road construction, Li Qinwu ran back to the tribe and transported more than 1,000 bags of cement to the tribe through the Chikon warehouse, and then trained an engineering team on the spot to start construction at both ends. As long as this road is opened, the ironware of the Goblin tribe can be transported to Goburg, and the lime of Goburg can also be transported to the tribe. Another month later, the construction teams on both sides had become proficient, so Li Qinwu handed over the road construction task to Gobude. While he continued to plan the future of the tribe that night, Li Qinwu was lying on his bed, looking relaxed. Beside the bed, the dog which was holding a magic wand, looking uneasy. "Boss, do you really have to do this? Fear magic is really painful, aren't you uncomfortable?" Dog which couldn't understand why such a good boss became addicted to fear magic. This thing would scare others for life if they were to try it once, but the boss takes the initiative to ask to try the fear technique again and again. "Does the boss have some special hobby?" Li Qinwu blared at the guy fiercely. "You know shit. I suspect the fear technique has the ability to foresee the future. I want to prevent bad things from happening. Hurry up and use your technique on me. Otherwise, I'll slap you in the face." The dog howled like a witch dog and could only reluctantly start to perform the ritual. Purple-black energy condensed on the staff. The dog wizard pushed the staff forward and the purple-black energy shot into Li Qinwu's body. Li Qinwu did not resist at all. He relaxed his body and mind and accepted the energy. Purple-black mist filled his eyes, and he saw the illusion that frightened him the most again. But this time it's not a scene of national destruction in the distant future. The environment has changed. This time he also saw large tracts of farmland, water wheels, and villages, but the environment he saw this time was obviously not as advanced as last time, and it looked like the near future. In particular, he saw several pictures showing that the hardened road surface he led in building was not completed. He was certain that the future he saw this time should be within a year. In his hallucination, Li Qinwu saw a village of 100 people near Goburg. The goblins returned from the fields carrying hoes and lay directly on the beds in the wooden houses to rest, waiting to eat the village's big pot meal. They thought that a peaceful day would pass like this, but suddenly, a huge fireball crashed into the village and exploded, destroying a wooden house. Then more fireballs hit the village like cannonballs, and the flames instantly ignited the village. A large number of goblins were burned to death, and those who were not burned to death ran out of the houses, looking at a loss, and had no idea what was going on. When the surviving goblins were stunned, suddenly, sharp arrows shot from outside the village, accurately blowing up the goblins' heads. Four strangely dressed men rushed into the tribe and started killing people everywhere. These people were either wearing full body plate armor and holding large shields like door panels, and they could smash goblins to pieces with a single charge. Or you can wear a magic hat, hold a magic staff, and throw fireballs after a short chant. Or maybe a beautiful elven archer wearing leather armor, holding a longbow, with pointed ears. Each of their attacks was deadly and precise, and they wiped out the goblin village of 100 in less than 5 minutes. Among these 4 people, the most eye-catching one is a sunny and warm man with short brown hair, wearing half-body armor, holding a gorgeous long sword, and always smiling warmly. The man was not tall, about 1.6 meters, and he didn't look very old either. About 17 or 18 years old. The pattern on the one-handed sword was very complicated, and the handguard was shaped like a goddess with her arms outstretched. The sunny and warm-hearted man swung the sword casually, and actually cut the beam as thick as a person's waist into 2 pieces. After the 4 killed all the goblins in the village, the sunny and warm man who was suspected to be the leader pointed his sword at the gob castle in the distance. The 4 rushed towards the gob castle. In less than half an hour, the gob castle turned into a sea of fire, and next, the 4 of them hacked and killed their way along the hardened road, and all the villages of 100 people on the way were wiped out. In less than a day, this strange human team reached the Goblin tribe. Li Qinwu led 5 fully replenished goblin companies to launch a charge, but the 4 invaders were very powerful and the spear-wielding goblins were quickly defeated. In the end, Li Qinwu led 40 system soldiers to meet the enemy, and fought with the 4 of them, seriously injuring the big shield man and slightly injuring the elf archer. Then, Li Qinwu was cut into 2 pieces by an arrow from the sunny and warm man. Just before he lost consciousness, Li Qinwu saw the magician hugging the sunny and warm man, rubbing his hand with thunder, and saying something with admiration on his face. Li Qinwu often communicated with Miss Hannah in the common language of mankind, and he recognized what Master Delay said. Wow, the brave warrior has become stronger again. Chapter 59. Brave? 2-inch Ga. I'm so stupid, you're messing with the brave power. I'll smash your teeth to pieces. Li Qinwu jumped up from the bed in fright, and threw straight punches, hook punches and sweeping kicks at the air like a madman. The dog Wu was so scared that he howled and trembled in the corner, holding his head. Li Qinwu went on a rampage for a while before stopping, gasping for breath. This time the illusion is different. It seems like he saw a scene within a year. A team of 4 brave men went deep into the monster forest alone, and with only 4 people they wiped out the monster regime he had just established. The terrifying strength of the 4 people made Li Qinwu's heartbeat directly to 180. He could not forget that his troops rushed forward and melted like snowflakes. In the end, he entered the field with the fearless system soldiers, but only made the door panel man seriously injured. Then he was cut in half by the brave man's sword. An intense feeling of unwillingness filled his heart. He absolutely didn't want this to happen. Li Qinwu pushed open the door, took a deep breath, and his chest swelled like a bellows, within 3 meters. He roared, and the sound almost turned into tangible sound waves, spreading throughout the goblin tribe. After waiting for a while, Miss Hannah, who was disheveled, had messy hair and dark circles under her eyes, quickly ran to Li Qinwu. What? Miss Hannah gritted her teeth. What was wrong with this goblin again? Now she was like his secretary, on call at any time. She couldn't even sleep well late at night. She felt that her endocrine system was about to be disturbed and acne would break out. Li Qinwu ignored Miss Hannah's deadpan expression and asked in a hurried tone. Have you ever seen 4 people in the human kingdom? A hunk holding a large shield, a super powerful thunder demon roast chicken mage, a small-chested, arrogant elf girl with a bow and arrow, and a short-haired, sunny, warm-hearted man. Isn't this the brave team blessed by the goddess of life? How do you know them? Miss Hannah blurted out before Li Qinwu finished his description. The short-haired, sunny, warm-hearted man you mentioned is called Leon, the 375th blessed one of the goddess of life, the god's spokesperson in the world, and the so-called hero. His Highness Leon, honorific title, is not only powerful, but also adheres to the virtues of chivalry. He is a gentleman renowned throughout the 4 human kingdoms, and his companions are all heroes. I've seen His Highness Leon from afar in the capital before. He's so handsome. Miss Hannah covered her face with her hands, looking like a fangirl, and little hearts popped out of her head, but Li Qinwu's face became more and more gloomy. It seemed that what he saw in the illusion was real, otherwise there would not be such an accurate reflection in reality. Then everything he saw in the hallucination, his forces being destroyed by the brave team, and he himself being killed by a sword, could also happen. Li Qinwu took the big sword in his hand, pushed away the crazy Miss Hannah, went outside the house, and took a horse stance in front of a beam. Miss Hannah was pushed by Li Qinwu and grumbled in dissatisfaction. What are you doing? Are you going to tear down the house? Li Qinwu took a deep breath and slowly raised the sword. When his accumulated strength reached its peak, he shouted loudly and swung the sword fiercely. The beam that a person could hug was cut in half by his sword. Without the support of wooden beams, the ceramic tiles on the house fell down with a crackling sound. Miss Hannah hurried out of the wooden house and stomped her feet angrily. What are you doing? Ouch. Li Qinwu put away his knife and glanced at Miss Hannah. Miss Hannah, stop being such a fangirl. The Lord Leon you're talking about already has a female magician who can cast a huge thunder and roast chicken. Not only does she have a huge thunder, she can also cast fireballs continuously. And she doesn't stink. You have no chance. Miss Hannah instantly fell into a low mood, muttering something incomprehensible like delay was deformed, continuous fireballs had no technical skills at all, and everyone was stinky. Li Qinwu ignored her and locked himself in the wooden house. In the illusion, he saw the brave Leon cut through a wooden beam with one sword. He could do it, but he had to take a horse stance, accumulate strength, and then find the right angle and chop out the sword very seriously to barely achieve this effect. But the other person's sword was just a casual strike. How terrifying must the power be? In addition, the hero's 3 companions are also very strong, and his forces were destroyed by only 4 people. What should he do? Damn it, are we going to throw away the dishes here and run away? The brave warrior blessed by the gods was too strong, and he was not sure he could defeat him. The tribe did not have such super combat power, but he was reluctant to move the base and start anew, and who knows if the brave team has any means of tracking them. They are coming towards him. After all, the social structure of goblins is the same all over the world, and knowledge and power are controlled by the leader. If a team of brave men makes a special trip, they must kill the leader before they stop. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Li Qinwu was so anxious that he walked around the room. Later, he felt too sleepy and fell asleep on the bed. In fact, according to his current physical condition, it would not be a big deal if he didn't sleep for 2 or 3 days. However, after being hit by the fear spell, his nerves were extremely weakened, which caused him to fall asleep passively. After falling asleep, Li Qinwu had a dream. In the dream, he remembered the video traveler encyclopedia on Bilibili that he often watched in his previous life. One of the passages was regarded as the Bible by many travelers. Marksmanship is also a method, trajectory is also a method, 1 niter, 2 sulfur, 3 charcoal, add a little white sugar and you get Big Ivan. Chapter 60. The brave one must come west of the monster forest. The human world. It is said that in ancient times, when gods could still walk the earth, the world's continents were neatly divided into several independent pieces. Each god owned a continent and created various creatures in his own image. Later, for unknown reasons, the gods could no longer set foot on the earth, and the races they created began to develop barbarically. As time went by, geographical changes caused the continental plates to shift and merge, and different races began to border each other and wars broke out. One of the major races, humans, withstood foreign invasions, engaged in civil wars, and split and reunited until now, forming a situation where 4 human countries jointly rule the southwestern continent. A large section of the Thasos kingdom's borders the monster forest. Since the monster forest is rich in magical elements, it breeds powerful monsters. These monsters will invade the human kingdom from time to time, causing heavy casualties. In order to resist the invasion of monsters, the kingdom built many castles and walls along the border. These military facilities caused considerable difficulties for Mon Steward, who fled here. This time, Butler Mon looked like a beggar. His clothes were tattered, his body was covered with wounds, and he looked 30 years older, but he was finally there. Back in the human world, he found a secret passage known only to the nobles, crossed the border, and reached the core territory of the kingdom of Thasos. With the belief that he could make Li Qinwu Gong known to the public, he spent several months traveling westward, carefully hiding himself, and now that he was a rebel, he had to be careful. Only by finding acquaintances in the capital and spreading the goblin's affairs to the upper echelons of the kingdom through them could he attract attention. He reached the royal capital by begging for food, and then found himself at the doorstep of an acquaintance, a royal aristocrat, but he was arrested by the guards of an acquaintance's family before he even saw them, and then he was quickly tried and put on the stake to be executed. Butler Mon was tied to a cross in the royal capital's Citizen Square, with flammable firewood piled under him. A green-robed official shouted loudly to the passers-by. Citizens of the royal capital, look at this pathetic stray dog, participating in a shameful rebellion. He should have been sentenced to death, but His Majesty the King was merciful and spared their lives, exiling them to the monster forest. However, he dared to violate the law and sneak back to the kingdom. The only way to punish this despicable fellow is to cleanse his body and soul with fire. Burn him to death. The official shouting made the passers-by stop and point at Butler Mon on the stake. Who is this person? Someone asked. No, buddy, you're from the country, right? This guy is the head steward of the Kosovo family, the family that supported the prince's rebellion and seizure of power. Huh? Why would the prince rebel? Isn't he the only crown prince in our country? The throne will be his sooner or later, so why would he rebel? No, buddy, don't you know this? His Majesty the King worships the goddess of life and is blessed by her. He's 110 years old this year, and the prince is almost 80. Do you understand? Oh, I see. Everyone was whispering, not knowing who was the first to pick up a stone and start hitting Butler Mon, and everyone immediately followed suit. They were not interested in the power struggles at the top of the kingdom, but they wanted to see rivers of blood. Butler Mon was beaten, smashed, and insulted. He was extremely sad and angry. He kept shouting the goblin's threat to everyone, but no one believed him. Steward Mon was filled with grief and indignation. He struggled hard, but his body was tied tightly to the stake. He roared in grief and indignation, "You foolish fellows, you have no idea how powerful he is, that guy. That guy. He brought order to the chaotic goblins. That guy is establishing systems and regulating the behavior of goblins. He is reclaiming land, building infrastructure, and training a professional army. At the rate at which goblins reproduce, they will become a major threat to the empire in less than 3 years, and all of you will be enslaved by the goblins. We have to hurry up. Kill that guy quickly, quickly. His voice was extremely sharp, like rusty knives rubbing against each other, which hurt the ears. Nearly 10,000 citizens had gathered in the square, and they were shocked by the shouting. There was a brief silence in the square, followed by a burst of laughter at goblins or creatures that can occasionally be seen in some relatively primitive forests even in the human world. At this time, a farmer with a dung fork can wipe out a goblin nest, but it is a bit annoying that they can never be killed out. How could a monster that a peasant could easily kill become a major threat to the kingdom? Hilarious, the officer standing next to the fire stand smiled and shook his head, then gave orders to the soldiers on the side. Execution. The soldiers, holding torches in their hands, were about to throw them onto the pile of firewood, but a clear and energetic male voice rang out in the square, reaching everyone's ears. Wait a moment. The sound seemed to have some kind of magic. Everyone stopped shouting, and the soldiers who were about to light the fire also stopped. The crowd automatically made way for them, and 4 people who looked like they were wearing colorful effects walked slowly over, with "I am the protagonist" written all over their faces. As soon as the official saw the 4 people, a flattering smile immediately appeared on his face. Your Excellency, Leon, may I ask what instructions you have? That's right, the people who came were the brave team that Li Qinwu saw in his hallucination. The sunny and warm man Leon stepped forward and looked directly at the madman like Mon Butler. The official explained, Your Highness, Leon, this guy is a traitor to the kingdom. He has violated the kingdom's laws by running back to the capital from his place of exile. We are burning him to death according to the law. The officials were afraid that His Highness Leon would stop them from carrying out the execution. Generally speaking, a hero would not interfere in the mundane affairs of the kingdom, but a hero was extremely powerful, so who could say for sure? The brave Leon understood the officer's hidden meaning and explained, Sir, I'm just interested in the special goblin the prisoner mentioned. Is it okay if I just ask a few questions? The official breathed a sigh of relief and stepped aside, indicating that he could ask anything. Brave Leon approached Butler Mond, looked him straight in the eyes, and asked in a gentle voice. Sir, you said that special goblin will become a great threat to the kingdom. What is so special about him? Is he extremely powerful, or is he blessed by the evil god? Butler Mond met the brave man's clear eyes, and his brain slowly regained clarity. No. He's not that powerful, but he brings order to the goblins, which is more terrifying than individual force. Do you understand what I mean? Butler Mond was afraid that the only person who was willing to listen to him was not educated enough to understand what he meant, and his death would be in vain. But fortunately, the brave man was obviously smart enough and he understood what Butler Mond meant. I understand now. As long as farmers are adequately trained and disciplined, they can fight against knights, and the same goes for goblins. If a rational leader truly emerged and managed the race with order, then the goblins would truly become a major threat to the kingdom. Leon's expression was very solemn when he spoke. Butler Mond breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, someone took him seriously, but the official on the side couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha. Your Highness Leon, don't listen to this madman's nonsense. Goblins are just a group of dwarfs. 10 soldiers can wipe out 100 goblins. What threat can they pose? This madman just couldn't stand the wildness of the magic forest and found an excuse to run back to the kingdom. When Butler Mond heard this, he became furious again and spat in the official's face. You arrogant and foolish Jura! You must have inherited your father's long-dead father to hold your current position. The kingdom is declining because of morons like you. The official was spat on in the face and scolded. He was furious. He snatched the torch from the soldier's hand and threw it into the firewood pile. The fire instantly engulfed Butler Mond, and he let out a sharp scream. The lion warrior tried to save him, but the big shield man behind him held his shoulder. Don't move. No matter what, he is a traitor. It is a fact. We cannot interfere with the enforcement of secular laws. An inexplicable light flashed in the eyes of the brave Leon, and the hand that wanted to save people slowly dropped down. Butler Mond's screams became quieter and quieter. Before he was completely burned to death, he kept begging that the goblin must be killed. The fire completely burned Butler Mond to death. Brave Lion's expression was solemn. He thought for a long time, then suddenly waved his red robe and said to his 3 companions, Get ready, we will rush to the monster forest immediately. Chapter 61 Skeleton Soldiers. Li Qinwu, who is being remembered by the brave, is actively preparing for war. He has suspended the construction of the hardened road surface, which consumes a lot of manpower, and started to expand his army. The troop establishment was directly increased to 1,000 people, 10 companies. With so many professional armies, they can dominate the monster forest, but this cannot give Li Qinwu even a sense of security. The Brave Squad is too strong. Killing goblins is like playing a pigeon game. It's just a piece of cake. If you want to deal with the Brave Squad, you still have to improve the quality of your troops. Li Qinwu wanted to upgrade the system soldiers in his hands to level 4, so he led the system soldiers to fight in the wild everywhere, but it takes too much experience points to upgrade a level 3 soldier to level 4. After several days of continuous grinding, only the goblin spear that came with him first accumulated enough levels to become a senior goblin warrior. The progress was too slow and the benefits were not high. Li Qinwu came up with an idea. How about upgrading all his non-system soldiers and spear-wielding goblins into big goblins? As long as you recruit spear goblins into your army and lead them to fight in the wild for 2 or 3 days, they can be upgraded to big goblins. After upgrading, kick them out of the army and recruit new spear goblins. Repeat this process, and 1,000 spear goblins will become 1,000 big goblins. Li Qinwu did it as soon as he thought of it. He started recruiting spear goblins to go out and kill monsters. Whenever a spear goblin upgraded to a big goblin, he would kick it out of the troop list and then recruit ordinary spear goblins. For several consecutive days, more than 200 big goblins appeared in the tribe. Of course, this is not enough. The ultimate solution to deal with the hero is still gunpowder. While he led his troops to kill wild monsters, he was also exploring the surrounding resources to see if he could find sulfur and saltpeter. In his previous life, he had read the Time Traveler Encyclopedia several times, and it explained very clearly how to purify raw materials and make black powder. 1 niter, 2 sulfur, and 3 charcoal is just a catchphrase. The Time Traveler Encyclopedia describes a more detailed ratio. Li Qinwu has so many people under his command, he can conduct multiple experiments. As long as he can find sulfur and saltpeter, he is 100% sure that he can make black powder. Hard work pays off. During a leveling session in the wild, Li Qinwu led his team to hunt down a pack of more than 30 magic wolves and discovered a volcano where they found a large amount of sulfur. Li Qinwu was overjoyed and immediately moved 200 goblins from the goblin tribe here, established a gathering point, and then mined sulfur. Now that we have sulfur and can make charcoal ourselves, the only thing missing is saltpeter. This stuff can be scraped from the toilet walls, and some white crystals will form on the toilet walls. That stuff is saltpeter, but the problem is that the quantity is small, and the production of black powder cannot be increased at all. Li Qinwu wanted to challenge the brave man, but he would need at least several hundred kilograms of black gunpowder, otherwise he would have no idea. Just use the saltpeter scraped from the toilet to make a kilogram of black powder and be thankful. It's not enough. If you want to mass-produce black powder, you still have to find saltpeter soil. Saltpeter soil is loose, light yellow, and tastes bitter when licked. Before the development of advanced chemical industry, the main way for humans to obtain saltpeter was to mine saltpeter soil. Li Qinwu immediately gave the hunting team a task, asking them to look for saltpeter. Whoever found it first would be awarded the title of Super Invincible General, 100 pieces of dried meat, and any wood rat he wanted. So, all the goblins in the hunting team carried hoes and dug the soil everywhere like the crazy people, and then tasted it. Some goblins even applied to Li Qinwu and brought enough food to explore more than 100 kilometers away from the tribe. They found many gathering places of powerful monsters, suspected coal mines, copper mines, and other minerals, but no saltpeter. This made Li Qinwu very worried. During this period, he made a lot of simple tools, used wood ash to purify the saltpeter scraped from the toilet wall, and successfully made half a kilogram of black powder and made an explosive. The test explosion results were very successful. If it is wrapped with steel balls and iron sheets, killing enemies within 10 to 20 meters will be no problem, but the lethal range of this thing is still too low. He doesn't believe that the brave team will be killed by this small cannon. It will take at least 10 to 20 kilograms of explosives in continuous blasts to have a chance to kill the other party. Then the question comes back to the starting point: where is the saltpeter soil? Li Qinwu was so worried that he could only urge the hunting team to explore more distant areas. At the same time, the eastward migration plan was also put on his agenda. He had no choice but to run away, at least to save his life. Fortunately, there is always a way out. Li Qinwu would never have thought that he would get a large amount of saltpeter in such a bizarre way. One day, Li Qinwu returned from hunting and rested in a goblin village of 100 people on the edge of the forest. He kicked out 30 of his men who had been upgraded to big goblins, asked them to report to their original companies, and spent dinars to recruit 30 spear-wielding goblins. Intending to continue going out to hunt in the wild, however, before he could move, the wild monster came to him. A group of dog-headed men ran out of the forest, carrying meat hanging on branches. They were a team from the dog-headed tribe coming to pay tribute, but these dog-headed men were very strange. They looked panicked and ran very fast, as if something was chasing them in the forest. When the leading dog-headed man saw Li Qinwu from the village, he dropped the meat and rushed over, kneeling in front of him and howling, "Ah, woof woof woof." Li Qinwu scratched his chin. He didn't understand the dog-headed people's language and couldn't understand the dog barking. He could only send someone to find the dog, which are Miss Hannah, but before the two translators could arrive, several staggering figures walked out of the forest at the edge of the village. Everyone looked at those figures. They had white skeletons, deep eye sockets, blue will-o'-the-wisp fire, and they swayed as they walked. They looked like they would fall apart at any moment. Damn! Skeleton soldiers! Li Qinwu hurriedly pulled out the big sword behind him, and at the same time the system prompted him to enter combat status, and the person who came was judged as an enemy. Li Qinwu raised his eyebrows and gave orders to the 30 spear-wielding goblins he had just recruited. Go! Get rid of them! The spear-wielding goblin rushed forward and stabbed the skeleton soldiers randomly. Spears, such stabbing weapons, did not cause much damage to the skeleton soldiers, and some spear tips pierced through the skeleton soldiers' ribs, but there were more spear-wielding goblins, and several spears easily pinned the skeleton soldiers to the ground, and the skeleton soldiers fluttered around with their fangs and claws. Goblins, you look at me and I look at you. How do we kill this skeleton? Li Qinwu saw something that looked like soul fire in the skulls of the skeleton soldiers and ordered, "Smash their heads with stones." The spear-wielding goblins did as they were told and found large stones to smash the skeleton soldiers' heads. After a series of crisp sounds, all the skeleton soldiers stopped moving. A reminder of the battle victory came to Li Qinwu's mind. He took a look at the spoils: grains times 3, weathered bone meal times 3, high-density bone meal times 1. He scratched his head. What's the point of giving him bone meal? Fertilizing crops. Just as I was thinking about it, Miss Hannah and Dog were called over. Miss Hannah cried out in surprise when she saw the skeleton on the ground. Oh my God, the god of light is causing death. She stepped forward and poked the bone with her staff, breaking it easily. She breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest. It's okay, it's okay. It's a low-level undead, it should be naturally generated. Li Qinwu asked, "Ms. Hannah, is there anything to say about this undead spirit?" Well, specifically, undead spirits are creatures that have died and whose bodies have been revived by magic. They usually appear as skeletons because hard bones can store more magic. Under natural circumstances, some special terrains will accumulate more magic power. When animals die there, undead spirits will be created. However, because there is not much magic power accumulated naturally, these undead spirits are very weak. Li Qinwu felt it was very strange. It sounded like spawning small monsters to level people up. Miss Hannah continued, there's also the artificially created undead. Those undead are extremely powerful, and the magic power artificially injected into their bones is several times, or even dozens of times, that of naturally generated ones. The evil necromancer loves to do this kind of thing. He will quietly raise an army of undead, posing a huge threat to the kingdom. So if you encounter one, you must destroy it as soon as possible. Miss Hannah was talking when suddenly, there was a rustling sound in the forest and a dozen more skeleton soldiers appeared. Hey! Why is there more? Miss Hannah was a little surprised. Li Qinwu waved his hand, and the spear-wielding goblins immediately rushed forward, knocked the skeleton soldiers to the ground with their spear shafts, and then smashed their heads with stones. Miss Hannah walked forward to check on the skeleton soldiers, a puzzled look on her face. Something's wrong. Why are there so many? Logically speaking, under natural conditions, the magic power of the magic-filled terrain is limited, and the number of undead that can be generated will not exceed single digits, but this is too much. Li Qinwu looked at the dog-headed man who came to deliver the meat and said to Miss Hannah, the skeleton soldiers are chasing them. Ask them what's going on. Miss Hannah hurried to translate. The dogs on both sides barked for a long time, and Miss Hannah was a little surprised. He said they were delivering meat and passed by the battlefield where they fought the goblins last time. All the corpses left there had turned into skeletons, and they chased anyone they saw. Li Qinwu recalled the place where he first fought with Longya, the strange black and gray tree. That place is very strange. There's no grass within a mile of the black tree. Furthermore, both the dog wizard and Miss Hannah have said that the tree has a very ominous aura. Could these skeleton soldiers be? He immediately ordered the several company commanders who had been with him, gather all the troops, let's go and take a look at the black tree. Chapter 62. I can't help but ask. The troops were ready quickly, and 1,000 spear-wielding goblins marched towards Haishuang. The troops walked out of the lush forest and stepped onto the barren land. Everyone saw hundreds of skeleton soldiers wandering aimlessly around the black trees. Beep, beep, beep. For some reason, Li Qinwu suddenly heard the sound of an electric guitar die in the distance. The skeleton soldiers saw living creatures at the edge of the forest, and they pounced towards them with their fangs and claws bared. Li Qinwu ordered, "Go! Break their legs, but don't damage their skulls." He wanted to train his troops and didn't want non-system soldiers to participate in the killing. Skeleton soldiers will not die as long as their skulls are not destroyed, so as long as you beat the skeleton soldiers until they lose their ability to move, you can then let the system soldiers finish them off to level up. There were nearly 400 skeleton soldiers present, and they were quite intimidating when they rushed over, but Li Qinwu had 1,000 goblins, all wearing armor and holding iron weapons. The goblins went up and started banging on the skeletons. The skeletons' bones became brittle and they crawled around on the ground with broken legs and waists. After all the skeleton soldiers lost their ability to move, Li Qinwu ordered 30 system soldiers to go up and finish them off. He ordered that each person could only smash 10 skeleton skulls, which would almost upgrade them to big goblins. The goblins took axes in their hands and started to hit the skeletons with a crackling sound. In a short while, they killed 10 skeleton soldiers. Li Qinwu saw that there were still more than 100 skeleton soldiers on the ground. He thought about trying to feed all the experience to a level 4 soldier to see if he could upgrade them to level 5 soldiers. He looked at the only 2 level 4 soldiers in the army, Gobspare and Gobspare. One was a veteran warrior and the other was a veteran archer. Who should be upgraded? His eyes swept across everyone's faces one by one, and finally his gaze stopped on Gobgong. This guy is an archer, and has the highest DPS when leveling up. He is already a level 4 soldier, and consumes the most experience. It must be a lot of experience to upgrade from level 4 to level 5. It is definitely not enough for Gobspare, who was promoted not long ago. But as for Gobspare, maybe he is only one step away from upgrading now. Li Qinwu ordered Gobugong, Gobugong, go ahead and kill these skeleton soldiers. Gobgong borrowed an axe from someone and went up to smash the skeleton soldiers' heads one by one. The crackling sound of breaking was heard all around. After he smashed the head of the last skeleton soldier, Li Qinwu heard the system's victory calculation in his mind. He glanced at the spoils: 120 grains, 71 weathered bone meal, 42 high-density bone meal, and 3 magical bone meal. After taking a quick look at the spoils, Li Qinwu excitedly opened the soldier interface. At a glance, he saw a bunch of upgrade options, and all goblins could be upgraded to level 2. What made him most happy was that the upgrade icon also lit up above the head of the only archer. Ah! Finally! Fuck! Finally, I can level up! Li Qinwu was about to burst into tears. After so many days, he finally had a level 5 soldier to mess with. Without saying anything, he clicked on the upgrade button and Li Qinwu stared straight at Gobgong's pupils dilated, and he felt a large amount of power pouring into his body. His height grew slightly, his physique didn't change much, but his body density increased a lot. Li Qinwu opened the soldier management interface and checked the properties of the Goblin Bow. Goblin Sniper, Vitality 28, Control 30, Stamina 28, Cunning 20, Social 10, Intelligence 15, Bow, Crossbow, and Running Skill Proficiency all 350. Li Qinwu took a deep breath. Wow, 350 crossbow proficiency. In Mountain Blade, that's a sniper, and Gobgong's intelligence reached 15 points. No wonder his eyes became so deep. Gobugong savored the changes in his body carefully, then knelt down in front of Li Qinwu with a thud. Boss! We respect your teeth. He knew where his change came from and immediately expressed his loyalty to Li Qinwu. Damn it, why is my vision blurring? Is it tears? No. It's the boss's brilliance that's too blinding. Gobgong subconsciously lowered his head to wipe the corners of his eyes, but looking at the ground under his feet, he hummed, yellow soil. He rubbed it between his fingers and found it very soft. I picked up some mud on my fingers and licked it. It was bitter. Li Qinwu patted Gobgong's shoulder, activated his speech skill, and painted a pie in the sky for everyone, increasing his charm proficiency by +1. Miss Hannah came up with a serious expression and pointed at the big black and gray tree. You must destroy it immediately. This thing is the underworld tree. Li Qinwu was full of question marks. What is the underworld tree? Miss Hannah explained solemnly. As scholars believe that our world can be divided into the real world, which is the plane we are currently in, the divine realm, the abode of the gods. The underworld is where the souls of the dead go. There are world barriers between the three realms. Only souls can communicate with each other, and matter cannot communicate, but the world barrier also has cracks. The underworld tree is a plant that grows in the crack between the underworld and the real world. It will release territorial aura to the surroundings, polluting the soil of the real world and turning it into a barren underworld. If it's not controlled, the underworld will expand more and more powerful undead creatures will crawl out of it. Her expression was serious. It was obvious that the underworld tree was a very dangerous existence. Li Qinwu was ecstatic. The underworld tree would breed the living dead. What was this? This was a fucking monster spawner. He'd been leading his men around to level up in the jungle these past few days, running himself to the point of breaking his legs. The prey being killed nearby was becoming increasingly scarce, and the horned crocodiles near the river had even been spawned as first-class protected species. He was just worrying about where to go to hunt in the jungle to improve the quality of his troops, and then a monster spawner appeared? Li Qinwu was so happy that he wanted to cry out loud on the spot, but it was the first time he saw Miss Hannah so serious, so he thought it would be better to explain it to her. After all, she was one of the few talented people under his command, so he had to coax her. Just as he was about to speak, Goblin, who had been kneeling on the ground playing in the mud, tugged at his clothes and picked up a handful of loose yellow mud to show him. "Boss, is this the saltpeter you asked us to find?" Li Qinwu was stunned. He had just been curious about why Goblin had been kneeling down to study it. And now he had discovered something. He carefully observed the yellow soil in Gobgong's hand, which looked like saltpeter. The shape is loose and the properties are similar to saltpeter soil. He dipped his finger in it and licked it with his tongue. It tasted bitter. It was saltpeter. He suddenly looked at the surrounding land. With the underworld tree as the center, the area within a radius of 1 kilometer was all loose yellow soil. Lo. F***ck. F***ck. The overwhelming excitement rushed from his tailbone to his forehead like an electric current, nearly making him fly. Miss Hannah saw Li Qinwu shaking there, drooling, and rolling his eyes. He didn't respond to her warning at all, so she reminded him dissatisfiedly, "Hey! Are you listening to me? The underworld tree must be destroyed. Otherwise, the underworld will become more and more, and the breath of the underworld will leak out and breed more powerful undead creatures. Let me burn it with consecutive fireballs. I tell you, I can also use consecutive fireballs." As she spoke, she puffed out her chest proudly. In fact, continuous fireball is quite difficult, but who can blame the Goblin for saying that there is a female magician named Thunder Chicken next to His Highness Leon who can also use continuous fireball? Her competitive spirit was aroused, and Miss Hannah stayed up late to study and practice diligently, and she also learned the continuous fireball technique. However, the continuous fireballs she threw were less powerful than a single fireball. "Hey! Let me show you the fruits of my sweat." Miss Hannah raised her staff and was about to chant a spell, but Li Qinwu's eyes bulged out and he jumped in front of her and hit Miss Hannah's nose with his big Tianquawang finger. "You bitch, you want to fuck the gods and demons? Stay away from my Ashu." Ashu was just standing there quietly. She didn't do anything. Why should she be attacked by you despicable, stinky monkeys? Is it just because Ashu is black? Do you discriminate against black people? ACI, you vicious Hakina, your mind is so vicious. I can't help but ask. Miss Hannah was completely stunned. The iron fist from the 21st century Blue Star almost knocked her into the ground. Chapter 63, Mass Production of Black Powder. Li Qinwu initially confirmed that the soil around the underworld tree was nitrate soil and immediately conducted more detailed tests. He had people light a bonfire, obtain extremely hot red charcoal, and then throw saltpeter onto the red charcoal to burn. High-quality saltpeter soil will make a crackling sound when it comes into contact with high-temperature charcoal, which means that the saltpeter soil contains a high content of potassium nitrate. The test was very encouraging. A handful of saltpeter soil was thrown into the fire, and it kept exploding. The potassium nitrate content was very high. This also explains why there is no grass growing around the underworld tree. In fact, nitrate soil can be used as fertilizer, and it is a high-quality fertilizer. However, when the concentration of potassium nitrate in nitrate soil reaches a certain level, it becomes highly toxic to plants. Therefore, no grass grows nearby, and too much fertilizer will burn the land. After the test, Li Qinwu looked at the underworld tree with eyes filled with love. Perhaps others saw the tree as the embodiment of death, but to him, the tree was simply an industrial treasure bestowed upon him by nature. He had even decided how many children he and the tree would have. Li Qinwu has already made plans. After he gets rid of the Brave team, he will spend a huge amount of manpower to build a wall around the underworld tree to protect it. In addition, we also need to study how to make the underworld tree increase the chance of spawning skeleton soldiers. This thing is a monster spawning cage. If you use it well, you won't have to work hard to hunt in the wild. While thinking, Li Qinwu saw the skeletons on the ground and had an idea. He gave orders to the goblins. Throw the skeletons around the underworld tree. From now on, don't throw the bones you hunt around randomly. Pile them all here. The goblins followed orders, picking up the skeletons and throwing them around the underworld tree. Although Li Qinwu didn't understand the skeleton spawning mechanism of the underworld tree, but skeleton soldiers, there must be skeletons, right? He thought that piling a large number of bones on the underworld tree should increase the probability of spawning skeleton soldiers. After the goblins had finished piling up the skeletons, Li Qinwu opened the mountain blade system and sprinkled all the bone meal he had obtained from killing monsters on the pile of skeletons. After doing all this, Li Qinwu moved 200 goblins here to facilitate the mining of saltpeter. In addition, he asked the ogre clan to use large wooden stakes to circle the underworld tree and build a simple prison cell, so that when the skeleton soldiers appeared, they would be imprisoned and wait for Li Qinwu to lead his troops to spawn. The matter at the underworld tree came to a temporary end. Li Qinwu led his men to mine dozens of tons of saltpeter and returned to the goblin tribe. He immediately began preparing black powder, starting with 3 small factories far away from the tribe, mainly used to process and purify the 3 raw materials. Then comes the construction of a synthesis workshop, which is used to finally synthesize black powder. Because this thing is too dangerous and can easily explode if not handled with care, black powder factories are built with the strongest concrete. At the same time, the amount of black powder that can be synthesized at each workstation cannot exceed 500 grams, and each workstation is separated by thick concrete walls. In this way, even if an explosion occurs, only the operator himself will be killed, reducing the chance of causing a chain reaction. The synthetic workers were selected by Li Qinwu as big goblins. These guys, whose IQ is no different from that of normal people, are more reliable than ordinary goblins, but not much more reliable. In order to improve the yield rate and to avoid seeing Patrick in another world, Li Qinwu taught the workers strictly, requiring them to produce according to the procedures, otherwise they would be beheaded in public. To this end, he lived and ate in the gunpowder factory for more than a month, and watched the workers every day like the head teacher, and he trained the workers to have a sixth sense. As soon as Li Qinwu appeared behind them, they would sweat profusely and carry out the process 100% according to the rules. The workshop has been carrying out safety production teaching for nearly a month, turning safety production into muscle memory and implanting it into the minds of the big brothers. Only then did Li Qinwu feel slightly relieved. The factory began to steadily output black powder, but in order to increase the power of black powder, Li Qinwu also wanted to granulate it. The Time Traveler Encyclopedia mentioned a method, which is to add starch. Li Qinwu had someone make a stone mill to husk the wheat dropped by monsters and grind it into flour. He ground it as many times as possible, making the flour as fine as possible. Add flour and water to form a dough, roughly the kind you can use to make dumpling wrappers. Then put it into water and knead the dough, kneading it continuously until the water is filled with white pulp. Take out the dough and let the white slurry settle for 1 day. Pour out the water and the sediment is starch. The starch is naturally dried and can be sieved or ground to remove large particles. Li Qinwu does both, grinding to remove large particles and sieving to obtain fine starch. Add starch and water to make a white paste. Add gunpowder while stirring until it becomes dough. The dough is pressed into cakes using a mold to increase the density. The cakes are then naturally air-dried, crushed, and sieved to obtain granulated black powder with relatively uniform particles, which increases its power while also having a certain degree of moisture resistance. After another half-month of hard work, Li Qinwu finally obtained a stable and large source of gunpowder, and he completely mastered a weapon with great destructive power. How to unleash the power of black powder has become a new research direction. The first one is definitely a dynamite pack, which is the simplest and most intuitive way of destruction. In order to unleash the destructive power of black powder, it is necessary to compact the black powder and let it explode in a confined space, such as bundling explosive packs. However, the monster forest is a tropical rainforest with high humidity, and the explosive packs are easily damp. When the hero arrives, the explosive packs will be disabled and the hero will be happy to die. Li Chinwu chose a blasting barrel. He asked Taeyok to make a cylindrical iron mold, similar to the structure of a mineral water bottle. This is the main structure of the blasting barrel, weighing 3 kilograms and can be filled with 10 kilograms of black powder. After the blasting tube was produced, Li Chinwu ordered the workers to paint a black paint on the inside and outside of the barrel to remove static electricity and improve the safety of the blasting tube. The black paint was made from the bark of a tree that Li Chinwu found while hunting in the wild. It was boiled and filtered. It is a tree similar to the lacquer tree, it's just that the black juice boiled from this tree stinks, and the surface is dull after painting. To put it bluntly, it's not good looking. No one would really use this thing to make furniture. Fortunately, the blasting tube does not exist and it doesn't matter whether it's beautiful or not. Fill it with black powder, compact it, insert a cotton thread soaked in potassium nitrate into the bottle mouth, seal the bottle mouth with concrete, and then apply a layer of black paint to prevent moisture. A blasting tube that looks like an enlarged mineral water bottle is ready. Li Chinwu took the system's soldiers and went deep into the mountains. He placed a blasting tube among a bunch of big trees and ignited the cotton rope. A few minutes later, the cotton rope burned to black powder, and a deafening explosion resounded throughout the forest, startling all the birds within a radius of 3 miles. The goblins brought by Li Chinwu were frightened and screamed. Each of them was terrified and wanted to find a crack to crawl into. If they were not all system soldiers, they would have been scared away long ago. Quiet! Li Chinwu shouted loudly, and the goblins stopped. Li Chinwu went up to carefully check the explosion point. There was a strong smell of gunpowder around the explosion point. There was a half-meter deep pit on the ground. The nearest tree was blown down, and all trees within 10 meters were affected. If this thing is used to kill goblins, the lethal range is at least 20 meters, but as for killing heroes, it's hard to say. Li Chinwu felt that the hero had to be blown up close to his face, and the lethal range should be within 5 meters. The main reason was that the hero appeared too strong in the illusion, and if he was too far away, the hero would probably be left with a face full of dust. Li Chinwu breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, he now had the capital to fight the brave man. But a new problem arose: how to throw the blasting tube within 5 meters of the brave man. Chapter 64, Matchlock Gun. When it came to how to throw a blasting tube, the first thing Li Chinwu thought of was a crossbow, but this thing is not powerful enough. The blasting barrel weighs 13 kilograms, and the crossbow cannot be sent out. What about the advanced design trebuchet? The catapult is powerful enough, but it's too big. The brave team reacts so quickly that they will definitely dodge if they see something flying towards them. Besides, the catapult is too big and slow to react, so it won't work. So what about having the ogre throw? Ogres are extremely powerful, so throwing is certainly no problem, but like catapults, they are not flexible. In addition, the ogre's fingers are too big to ignite the blasting tube well. Even if the goblin lights it and then hands it to the ogre to throw, the length of the fuse is another problem. If it was long and thrown over, the brave team ran away. If it was short, it was even worse. The ogre was stupid and the blasting tube exploded in his hand, and he went straight to meet Boom Boom. Then how about making it into a lava mine? That's fine, but the question is, where will the brave team come from? There's no way to predict the enemy's route, so this trick won't work. After much thought and no good solution, Li Chinwu decided to give up temporarily and develop other methods of attack using black powder first. When it comes to other methods of attack using black powder, the most indispensable one is the musket. The smoothbore musket has low technical difficulty. As long as it is produced in accordance with standards and made of solid materials, it can still be very powerful. It just so happened that the Time Traveler's Encyclopedia talked about the manufacture of muskets, and Li Chinwu was a person who was extremely interested in guns, so he could almost recite the production and manufacturing of smoothbore muskets. When Li Chinwu thought about commanding a group of musketeers and using unparalleled firepower to crush other forces of this era, he began to have wild thoughts. Unable to wait at all, Li Chinwu ran directly into the steel plant to find Taeyok and told him what he wanted to build. The two sides discussed for nearly 3 days, drew a large number of drawings, and polished the manufacturing tools while communicating. The tools are very simple, so I won't go into details. Generally speaking, smoothbore guns without rifling are very easy to manufacture and can be produced under current production conditions. Li Chinwu had seen pictures of smoothbore muskets before. Its barrel was not round, but hexagonal, which was a typical hammered barrel. It is easy to produce smoothbore muskets, but the difficult part is quality control. The caliber of hand-produced smoothbore guns is not uniform, and the ammunition cannot be standardized. The bullets are too large to fit in, and the bullets are too small to be airtight. The projectiles cannot absorb all the kinetic energy and have low power. Therefore, Li Qinwu has to spend a lot of effort on quality control. Fortunately, Li Qinwu came from the Tomato Star in the future, so he still has many tricks on how to control quality. For example, the amount of steel needed to make a gun barrel should be divided in advance, neither more nor less. For example, after determining the caliber of a musket, a cylindrical iron pipe is made, and steel is heated red and then wrapped around the iron pipe. The caliber of the musket fired will be the same as the iron pipe. Another method that many time travelers use is that each worker is only responsible for manufacturing the same part, which improves the worker's proficiency in processing a single part and increases the yield rate. The theory is feasible, but the only thing standing in the way of expanding production is the finalization of the musket. Others would definitely have to spend a lot of time experimenting and exploring, but when Li Qinwu came, the firearm had already been played out, so he could directly copy historical data. He set the caliber of the musket at 20 millimeters. After all, black powder is not very powerful. If he wants to increase the lethality, the caliber must be larger. The barrel must also be long so that the projectile can absorb enough kinetic energy. It is directly set at 1,100 millimeters, including the buttstock. The entire gun is 1,300 millimeters long. Such a long gun, plus a 20 to 30 centimeters bayonet. Wow, straight up a spearman. Everything is ready. Start forging. The sound of hammering filled the blacksmith shop. With the ogre acting as a power hammer, shaping the steel became easy. In less than half a day, a smoothbore matchlock gun that looked a bit rough but was actually made of very solid materials was born. At the test site, Li Qinwu used a measuring spoon to shake a spoonful of gunpowder and poured it into the muzzle, compacted it with a cleaning rod, stuffed in the bullet, and compacted it again. Pour black powder into the ignition chamber, light the fuse, fix the gun to a wooden gun stand, and point the muzzle at a big tree 50 meters away. There was a rope connected to the trigger of the musket. Li Qinwu pulled the trigger from a safe distance. The spark on the fuse touched the chamber and ignited it. There was a bang, and the recoil knocked down the wooden gun frame. Thick white smoke spread out, and an eye appeared on the tree in the distance. "It's done!" Tyak yelled and ran to pick up the musket and examine it carefully. It didn't explode, and there actually is a spell that can fire iron balls. "This is amazing!" Tyak was excited. He had been studying with Li Qinwu for so many days. At first, he didn't believe Li Qinwu's description of creating a weapon that could allow mortals to master powerful spells, but after it really succeeded, he had a new awareness of the explosive power of steel, and the blacksmith's secular status might be improved because of this weapon. Tyak was stroking the hexagonal barrel obsessively, but he didn't notice that Li Qinwu, who had been silent all this time, was looking at him with murderous eyes. Li Qinwu slowly pulled out the dagger from his waist. At this time, he thought of the escaped butler Mond. He strongly suspected that this crisis of the hero was caused by butler Mond. Those who are not of our race must have different hearts. The Iron OK, who participated in the entire manufacturing process of such an advanced weapon as the firearm, must have mastered it. If this person has rebellious intentions and runs back to the human world, then Li Qinwu's eyes narrowed into a slit, and the dagger was about to be pulled out completely. The murderous intent in his pupils made him look like a poisonous snake ready to strike. Poor Tyak was still unaware of it and was still groping for the musket, exclaiming in admiration, "Don't worry, sir. With the ogre here, plus the 150 goblin workers in the factory, we can easily produce 50 to 60 of these guns a day." He lowered his head, his eyes only on the rifle, as if he couldn't see the world around him. Li Qinwu paused in pulling out the dagger. "If you want to rule the world and build an all-encompassing multiracial empire, how can you not even have this kind of tolerance? Today he killed Iron OK because he might leak the musket. Will he kill Miss Hannah tomorrow because she developed some special magic circle? Will he kill the dog witch the day after tomorrow because he developed a new evil magic? All I can say is that strengthening management, giving talents enough of what they want, and retaining talents are the keys to long-term development." The dagger was sheathed. Li Qinwu walked forward with a smile and patted Tyak's shoulder. "Iron OK, the next mass production job is now yours. Remember, quality control is key. Don't cut corners. Make sure the standard bullets can fit into every gun. Work hard, and your life will get better and better. Yes, sir. No problem, sir. Taiyok hurriedly made the promise. Li Qinwu secretly decided to send a squad of goblins to watch Taiyok. If he escaped, he would kill him. Then he left for the time being to do other things. Taiyok watched Li Qinwu walk away, then collapsed to the ground. He really thought he was going to die just now. Li Qinwu's murderous intent was as solid as a thorn, and he really felt that life and death only depended on Li Qinwu's thoughts. I must be more worthy. Taiyok murmured, got up from the ground, and regardless of the fatigue from staying up late for many days of research, ran to the steel mill and worked frantically on ironworks. Chapter 65 Mutiny. After a night's rest, Li Qinwu found Taiyok again. The musket had been finalized, but the bayonet, the musket's loyal companion, was still unfinished, but this small bayonet stumped Taiyok. Li Qinwu wanted to make a 30-centimeter long bayonet that could be put on the barrel of a gun. He drew a picture, and the general shape was the sleeve-type bayonet that was active in the 18th century. Taiyok looked at the blueprint and shook his head like a rattle. No, it's too long and too thin. It will break easily if I force it. Besides, the round hoop at the end of the bayonet is also difficult to process. He took out a sword and showed it to Li Qinwu. You see, sir, this sword can be made so long because the blade is wide and strong enough. The bayonet you need is too thin. The sword's blade is about 70 centimeters long, weighs 2.5 kilograms, and the widest part of the blade is about 5 centimeters. Li Qinwu understood at this glance. The sword can be made long because the blade is thick enough, but the bayonet is just a small iron bar. It is impossible to make it so thin and long with the current smelting technology. Li Qinwu sighed and stopped insisting. He remembered the news he had read before, that a certain big country could not produce a qualified bayonet and could only use the Mitsubishi bayonet with a single function. The triangle is stable, and the structural strength of the three-edged bayonet is definitely stronger than that of the iron bayonet. However, its function is single, and it cannot perform chopping, sliding, or cutting actions, nor can it be used as a tool knife. It is a helpless choice. Li Qinwu said helplessly, since we can't make a long bayonet, let's make a short bayonet. The bayonet hoop is difficult to process, so making it thicker will do. If the materials are not enough, you can make up for it with structure. At least let the musketeers have close combat capabilities. When the alchemy technology is improved in the future, you can replace them with longer and better bayonets. The two began a long discussion, writing and drawing on the blueprint, and finally, a bayonet with a blade about 15 centimeters long and a thick ring at the end was born. The bayonet was hammered out by iron, and after quenching, it was put on the musket. The 1.3 meter long musket was equipped with a 15 centimeter bayonet, and the overall length was 1.4 meters. In terms of close combat function, it was not up to standard. Li Qinwu turned the musket over and over, smacking his lips and thinking, it's better than nothing. It's sturdy and solves the problem of whether it has it or not. Li Qinwu ordered Taiyok to produce as soon as possible. The steel mill began to produce day and night. The blast furnaces spit out molten iron nonstop, and the 5 adult ogres were like human power hammers, smashing the gun barrels with a duang-duang-duang sound. On the first day, due to lack of experience and insufficient coordination among the workers, only 4 muskets were produced, and 2 of them were judged by Li Qinwu to be defective. On the second day, 8 muskets were produced, and 3 were judged to be defective, because their skills have improved. Li Qinwu gave the workers material rewards, including a set meal of warcraft meat and wood rat. This greatly boosted the workers' enthusiasm, and on the third day the production of muskets rose directly to 15, with only 1 defective one. For a long time afterwards, the workers became more and more mature, and the speed of producing muskets became faster and faster, until it reached around 20 muskets per day. This output was already a lot, but Li Qinwu felt it was not enough. It would take at least 2 months to equip a 1,000-man army. He couldn't wait that long. Who knew when the brave team would arrive? He thought of the system-certified Goblin. If a knife was made in the blacksmith shop there, a knife would appear in the mount and blade warehouse. If he moved to the blacksmith shop there, he would have double the production capacity for making guns. Li Qinwu moved the blacksmith factory to Goblin Castle overnight, leaving only 50 goblin blacksmiths in the tribe to boil molten iron. 5 days later, the workers and a large amount of raw materials arrived at Goblin and started production at the speed of light. When Taiyok told Li Qinwu that the first musket had been produced, he excitedly opened the Mountain Blade Town management page, and sure enough, he saw a musket on the warehouse page. Name: sturdy matchlock musket, weight 4.5 kg, weapon type crossbow, damage 300, piercing ammunition, flight speed 230 meters per second, effective range 150 meters. Evaluation: the matchlock smoothbore rifle is made of very solid materials. The 1.1 meter long barrel can provide considerable accuracy and lethality. It is commonly used for shooting within 100 meters and is very effective for close-range shooting. The bayonet is short, and its close combat capability is questionable. Li Chinwu was overjoyed. With double production capacity, he could replenish the muskets for 1,000 people in 1 month. He wanted to build a gunpowder factory in Goberg and give the gunpowder production a double buff. However, considering that building a factory would require a large amount of manpower and the threat of the Brave Team was imminent, Li Chinwu gave up the idea. A few days later, as more and more muskets and gunpowder were available, live-fire training for the troops was put on the agenda. A scarecrow was stuck in a bare farmland, and opposite the scarecrow stood a row of musketeer goblins, aiming their muskets at the scarecrow. Li Chinwu raised his sword and swung it forward. "Raise your guns! Fire!" The big goblin musketeers lined up in a row and opened fire in unison. White mist emerged from the muzzles, making it impossible to see whether they hit the target scarecrow. Li Chinwu ordered again, "Fix the bayonets." The musket goblin drew out the short bayonet from his waist and put it on his musket. "Charge! Kill!" Li Chinwu shouted loudly, and the musket goblins shouted and charged forward, stabbing the scarecrow in front of them with their bayonets. New weapons require new training. If you want to unleash the power of muskets, you need higher standards of discipline and obedience from your troops, especially the training process of volley firing in formation is full of difficulties, because the musket goblins are not familiar with the muskets. Some of them always shoot prematurely for no apparent reason, causing other goblins in the queue to shoot as well. If this happens on the battlefield, firing prematurely will cause the troops to lose the best opportunity to attack, and they will most likely face defeat. In order to teach the musket goblins discipline, Li Chinwu broke 10 military sticks. Note that each of the 10 company commanders broke 10 sticks. Only then did they practice the volley fire a little better. After firing 3 more volleys, Li Chinwu glanced at the darkening sky and ordered the goblins, "Everyone, return to camp. Clean your guns. Company commander, please do a good job of inspection. Those who don't clean their guns properly will have their dinner cancelled." Disbanded. The goblins were led back to the barracks in an orderly manner by the company commander, and Goblin Gong walked up to Li Chinwu alone. "Boss, I've discovered a problem. A company of 100 soldiers is lined up in a line formation, with the farthest person being 200 meters away. The company commander's orders are completely inaudible to the soldiers in the distance. Even the farthest soldiers were slow to react when orders were given to advance, retreat, or raise bayonets. Especially after a few rounds of gunfire, their ears were ringing, making it even harder for them to understand the orders. These words made Li Chinwu nod frequently, and he looked at Gobu Gong with admiration. As expected of a being with 15 intelligence points, it is smarter than other goblins and will find problems and raise them. "Very good, Gob Gong, you are very good. Keep observing, keep thinking. I've already considered the issue you raised. I've had Iron OK serve as a batch of sentries, and I've developed a sentry command system. I'll give all company commanders a whistle, and the focus of future training will be on sentry command." Gob Gong's face was full of admiration. The boss always thought further than him. The two began to chat about how to train musketeers and make them fight with maximum strength. As they were talking, Gob Gong brought up something. "Boss, is the training intensity too high recently? I think the soldiers can't take it anymore. They're very restless. I have a feeling something bad will happen if it continues like this." Li Chinwu was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. "A powerful enemy is coming. We must race against time to become stronger. The soldiers are training hard, so we should increase their food supply. After this hardship, we can relax the intensity of training." Because he didn't know when the Brave Team would arrive, Li Chinwu always felt like a sword was hanging over his head. This kind of pressure was exchanged for the devilish training of the musket goblins. Musket goblins need to train for 12 hours a day, and they are either shooting or preparing to shoot. When the rifle gets hot, he stands at attention, runs, and does push-ups. When it gets cold, he continues shooting. Even Rambo would be exhausted by this amount of training. The Brave Team is too strong. Killing goblins is as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Now they are being trained hard in order to increase their chances of survival. Goblin had nothing to say. Thinking about the constraints of military law, he felt that it was unlikely that something serious would happen, so he didn't care too much and went back to check the results of the soldiers' gun cleaning. However, it didn't take long for Li Qinwu to taste the bitter fruit of his haste. One day at 6:30 in the morning, before daybreak, Li Qinwu stood at the door of the barracks, put an iron whistle in his mouth and started blowing it. As soon as the whistle sounded, the musket goblins in the barracks instinctively jumped up from their beds, quickly put on their equipment, picked up their shiny muskets, rushed out of the barracks and stood in front of Li Qinwu to line up. They count quickly, and after they finish the company commander will shout that company so-and-so is here. There are rewards and penalties for gathering. The first person to finish gathering can eat more monster meat for breakfast, and the last person to arrive has to run an extra lap during morning exercise. The first company to finish lining up today was Gobmao's company. He shouted that the assembly was over. Li Qinwu nodded at him. Gobmao's face was full of pride and he could eat more breakfast. The musket goblins kept running out of the barracks, some fast and some slow, and the company commanders kept reporting that the assembly was complete. This time, in the barracks of the 8th Company, the company commander, a third-level goblin warrior, roared at the soldiers to get up quickly. He roughly pulled off the animal skin blanket on the sleepy soldier and woke the drowsy soldier from his sleep. "Wake up, you lazy bastards! Do you want me to kick your asses with my horned alligator shoes?" The goblins hurriedly got up and put on their clothes, but there was a bald goblin who remained lying in bed without moving, sleeping soundly. "Damn it! Get up!" The captain of the 8th Company rushed forward, tore off the bald goblin's blanket, and slapped him several times. Unexpectedly, the bald goblin became furious after being beaten, roared like a patient with severe morning grumpiness, and punched the company commander in the chest. "Get lost, you wood rat! I'm so tired. I just want to sleep, I just want to sleep, ah." The roar made the other goblins in the 8th Company stunned, and then their faces were full of pain. Goblins are originally chaotic creatures, yearning for chaos and freedom. Being bound by military law is already painful enough, and now the training intensity is so high. The fatigue accumulated over the days makes the goblins feel like dying. The company commander was punched and his face was full of disbelief. Then he was furious and rushed forward to pin down the bald goblin and beat him, cursing as he did so. "Do you want to die? Get up and train now, or you will be punished by military law." Li Qinwu's military law has developed to be relatively mild, and is divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. The lower level is breaking with a military stick, the middle level is executing a person, and the upper level is 3 beatings and 1 kill. Generally speaking, no goblin would dare to act recklessly once the threat of military law was issued. However, the bald goblin was truly driven mad by the torture of the training, and he actually screamed wildly, "I, the wood rat, would rather die now than die of exhaustion." He rushed up like a madman and beat the captain of the 8th Company. The captain of the 8th Company was a level 3 goblin warrior, much stronger than the big goblin. He quickly pinned down the bald goblin and beat him, cursing as he did so. "This is rebellion. 3 draws and 1 kill. I'm going to ask the boss for a 3 draw and 1 kill." This was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing the other goblins to lose their nerve. They looked at each other, confirming the despair in each other's eyes, and the despair quickly turned into hatred and madness. As if they had agreed beforehand, they suddenly howled and rushed forward to punch and kick the captain of the 8th Company. Before the 8th Company commander could react, he was overwhelmed by dozens of hands and feet. He was beaten to the ground and couldn't even speak. The bald goblin struggled to crawl out of the crowd. He glanced at the crowd with a distorted and crazy expression. He ran to his bed, took his own musket in his hand, and according to the method he had practiced nearly 1,000 times, loaded the musket with gunpowder bullets and lit the fuse with a tinderbox, faster than any time he had practiced. He pushed aside the frantic crowd to reveal the 8th Company commander, put the muzzle of his gun to the 8th Company commander's chest, and fired without saying a word. P.S. Chatting about the plot with my brothers. After reading this, everyone has some understanding of the tone of this book. This is not a novel focusing on goblins copying various beautiful girls from another world, but a novel about farming, development, training, and hegemony in another world. In the later stages, the protagonist will train more troops, more enemies will attack the protagonist, larger-scale legion melees will occur, and more high-tech will change the form of war. But war is not everything. monster nation building, monster social ecology, and monster laws are what I want to focus on and write about. I hope to write about how monsters build a society ruled by law, how different races live in harmony, and how monsters can develop a modern country that is at least at the level of World War I. Let's also talk about the power system of this world. This is a middle magic world. A brave man can destroy an army of several hundred people, but when the army has thousands or tens of thousands of people, the brave man will be consumed to death. It is impossible for a single person to destroy a country. The power system is similar to Warcraft. The hero units are very strong, but they can also be consumed to death by soldiers. This book still focuses on Legion combat. Finally, let me talk about the performance of this book. It's not very good. I earn about 20 meters a day. But I personally like this subject, so I plan to continue writing. If you want to support me, please leave more comments. I will leave comments when I have time. I will read them one by one. I am very humble. Then a reader asked me to draw a map. I have been thinking about this different world for a while, and the world map is already in my mind. I will find time to draw a simple one. Also, in the previous chapter, the protagonist wanted to kill Iron OK with his shadow-hidden musket skills. Some people said that the protagonist was not magnanimous enough, but when I wrote this paragraph, I felt that the protagonist was magnanimous enough to allow Iron OK to continue to live. It seems to have had a bit of a counter effect. I personally think this part makes the protagonist a little more three-dimensional. What do you think? Let me know so I can optimize the plot. Chapter 66. Brother Meet Bomb. A gunshot shattered the silence of the early morning, making everyone's heart jump to their throat. Although military law prevented the musket goblins in the phalanx from talking to each other, their eyes moved quickly, and they were very eager to find out what had happened. As soon as the gunshot rang out, Li Qinwu's face darkened, and a red system prompt appeared in the upper right corner of his vision. The musket goblin killed the goblin warrior. Fuck you. Mutiny. All troops, listen. Surround barracks number 8. Li Qinwu immediately gave orders, and the musket goblins quickly dispersed and formed a circle to tightly surround barracks number 8. After a moment of frenzy, the soldiers of the 8th Company looked at the tragically dead 8th Company commander on the ground and came to their senses. They had only one thought in their minds: Wan La. He's dead. Outside the gate, the barracks had been surrounded, and their former colleagues were pointing their muskets at them. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom. How great the outburst just now was, how much I regretted now. Just as they were at a loss as to what to do, Li Qinwu's voice rang out from outside: Soldiers of the 8th Company, listen up. Lay down all your weapons. Form a line outside the camp. There was a commotion in the barracks, and the sound of soldiers insulting and accusing each other could be heard, but no one took the initiative to go out. Li Qinwu gave the order immediately. Light the match. Raise your gun. Aim. When the soldiers of the 8th Company in the room heard the slogan, they knew that the shooting would happen at the next moment, and they immediately ran out of the camp in a panic, without taking their guns, and gathered in formation as usual. Li Qinwu winked at Gebu Mao, who rushed forward with his soldiers and controlled the soldiers of the 8th Company with their muskets. Li Qinwu walked into the barracks to check and saw a corpse on the ground at a glance. There was a hole as big as a fist in the chest. This was the effect that could only be caused by firing from a musket. Li Qinwu squatted down and pinched the bones of the corpse. They were limp and had multiple fractures. He had been beaten by a group of people before being shot. This was a sudden mutiny, the result of the army's ideological construction lagging completely behind training. Li Qinwu walked out of the barracks with a gloomy face, came to the front of the square formation, and stared at the soldiers of the 8th Company. The soldiers of the 8th Company's hearts were beating wildly. Here it comes, the boss's death stare, so spicy. Li Qinwu wanted to directly order the execution of the soldiers of the 8th Company. No matter what the reason, those who dared to kill the officers would only have death waiting for them. But suddenly, he remembered the pile of 13-kilogram explosive barrels in the warehouse. He hadn't figured out how to deliver this thing to 5 meters in front of the brave man, but in front of him, it seemed that he had found a solution. Brother Human Bomb, goblins are fast and agile, and they can search for enemies on their own. If several of them charge together, there will definitely be one that can get close to the brave team and explode, right? As for being afraid of death, there is no need to worry at all. Just recruit them as system soldiers and use the battlefield command system to force them to charge. The murderous intent in Li Qinwu's eyes subsided slightly. Since they were useful, they could not all be executed. However, since they dared to kill officers, they still had to be punished. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if other companies followed suit. He shouted loudly, "8th Company! All team leaders and deputy team leaders, step out!" The 10 team leaders and 10 deputy team leaders of the 8th Company all stepped out and stood in a row in front of the square formation. Li Chinwu then gave the order. 8th Company! 1, 2, 3, start! The goblins of the 8th Company trembled with fear when they heard the count of 1, 2, 3. What did this mean? 3 draws, 1 kill. The 3 draws, 1 kill they feared the most was coming. The count of 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 slowly sounded. The sound was filled with fear, and all the goblins were praying that the boss would not choose the number they had counted. After counting, Li Chinwu shouted, "Whoever shouted 2, step out." With a loud crash, 1/3 of the goblins collapsed to the ground. They all counted to 2. They knew they were finished and would be the target of 3 draws and 1 kill. Li Chinwu waved his hand, and the musket goblins from other companies rushed forward and dragged out the guy who shouted 2. Li Chinwu had all the officers of the 8th Company and the targets of the 3 draws and 1 kill program brought to the shooting range, where they were tied to the scarecrows used for target practice. Li Chinwu pointed his sword at the bound guy. "Soldiers! These men are traitors! These despicable men killed their own officers! This is not right! It is wrong! It cannot be allowed. Now it's time to make them pay." Company! Fire in formation! A company of musket goblins, also known as spear goblins, ran quickly in a row. "Raise your guns." 100 soldiers raised their muskets and aimed at the soldiers of the 8th Company. Put! Bang 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 bang! A series of gunshots rang out, white mist filled the air, and 120mm bullets were fired into the bodies of 40 execution targets within 20 meters, blowing their bodies into pieces of blood and flesh. They didn't even have the chance to scream in pain, and died instantly. The soldiers in the company were all shocked. They had been training for so long but had never shot a living thing with a musket. Now they saw that this thing had incredible destructive power. After the soldiers of the 1st Company finished shooting, the 2nd, 3rd and 4th Companies followed up and continued shooting. Li Chinwu wanted every soldier to participate in the execution of the rebellious soldiers to let them know the consequences of rebellion. The execution was over. Nearly 1,000 large-caliber bullets had made the shooting points bumpy. There was no need to collect the bodies. They were all broken into pieces, and the shovel handles could be used directly for fertilizer. The soldiers rebuilt their shooting standards and prepared for today's training. Li Chinwu looked at the busy soldiers and fell into deep thought. This rebellion reminded him that an army without soul is really useless. There's a cliché that's been said many times: goblins are emotionless monsters. They have no sense of honor, no spirit of contribution, and even no vision. Li Chinwu informed the army of the threat posed by the Brave Squad, but even though the soldiers knew of the threat, they still rebelled due to training difficulties. An army without soul and sense of honor cannot go far. Even if it is restrained by terrifying military laws, the soldiers cannot burst out with subjective initiative, and the upper limit of the army will not be high. A sense of honor. How to cultivate a sense of honor in the emotionally indifferent goblin? This is too difficult. Li Chinwu was about to break apart. It seems that the senior time travelers have no guiding ideology. The main reason is that there are not many people who wear goblin armor, and those who do usually claim to be invincible and awesome, and they go to seduce beautiful girls from all races. But they never tell us how to train a goblin army. Li Chinwu scratched his head frantically. After thinking about it, he felt that he should settle for the second best. Since he couldn't cultivate the goblins' sense of honor for the time being, why not cultivate their sense of humiliation first? There is a saying that goes, "Shame is the beginning of courage." Perhaps this will have a miraculous effect on the goblins. Li Chinwu immediately gathered the troops, found a coffin, and buried the commander of the 8th Company. He then asked the soldiers of the 8th Company to carry the commander they had killed to the Martyrs' Mountain, which was the mountain specifically for burying goblins who died in battle. He ordered the goblins from other companies to line up and watch as the soldiers of the 8th Company dug a hole with their bare hands and buried the company commander they had killed. After they completed the burial, Li Chinwu asked them to kneel in front of the grave and repent. He took the flag of the 8th Company and waved it high in the air to draw everyone's attention to the flag. The company flag was very simple, even rough. It was a rectangle made of linen with Arabic numerals such as 1, 2, and 3 painted in black paint on it, representing the company numbers. Li Chinwu shouted, "This is a shameful mutiny. The soldiers of the 8th Company brutally killed their company commander. They threw their honor aside. Since the soldiers of the 8th Company have abandoned their commander, there is no point in the 8th Company existing. I hereby declare that from now on, the 8th Company's designation will be revoked. There will no longer be an 8th Company, and the soldiers of the 8th Company will be demoted to criminal soldiers. After he finished speaking, he picked up a torch and burned the 8th Company's flag clean. The goblins remained silent as they watched the flag being burned to ashes by the flames. Li Chinwu glanced at their faces and saw that some of the goblins had serious expressions and deeply furrowed brows. He didn't know what they were thinking, which made him happy. Even if only 1% of people are moved by the cancellation of the serial number, that would be great. Ideas are contagious. As long as they are guided properly, other soldiers will also feel fear and humiliation about the revocation of their numbers. When this concept of shame is thoroughly established in the army, a sense of honor will not be far away. With a sense of honor, the army will slowly develop a military spirit. The training continued, and the intensity remained very high, not reduced by the mutiny. Li Chinwu will never improve the situation of the goblins because of a bottom-up rebellion. As soon as there is any sign of rebellion, it must be suppressed violently. If the goblins get used to using violence to express their demands to their superiors, it will have disastrous consequences in the future. But the problem has been exposed, and Li Chinwu still has to make changes. Since the training intensity cannot be reduced, he has to improve in other areas. First, Li Chinwu set up a deputy company commander under the company commander position, and also let the system soldiers take up the position. In addition to cooperating with the company commander in commanding the troops during wartime, the deputy company commander also has the task of listening to the soldiers' demands in peacetime. This mutiny made Li Chinwu realize that goblins also have the desire to express themselves, but the military management system he designed was very crude. The only language superiors used to communicate with subordinates was military orders and military sticks. Subordinates had no channels to communicate with their superiors at all. He wanted to establish a channel for subordinates to express their opinions to their superiors. Li Chinwu called the deputy company commanders together, gave them 3 days of lessons, and taught them some speaking skills. It's probably about the military's concept of honor, the military's concept of shame, and the theory of the threat of brave men. The deputy company commanders themselves didn't understand the meaning of these words, but it didn't matter. Li Chinwu asked them to mechanically chant them into the soldiers' ears and imprint these words into the goblins' minds like a thought imprint. It doesn't matter if the soldiers don't understand it, what's important is that they know that such a thing exists. He also asked the deputy company commanders to actively listen to the soldiers' demands. It would be a bit difficult for the goblins to have heart-to-heart talks with the goblin officers and soldiers. These guys only had Shishasha and Keochachio in their minds. It was simply unreasonable to ask them to care about their own kind, but it doesn't matter. Li Chinwu directly gave behavioral guidance to the company commanders. If a soldier wants to talk to the deputy company commander, all the deputy company commander has to do is to empty his mind and pretend to listen. After the soldier finishes speaking, he will pat him on the shoulder, take him to have a good meal, copy some wood rats and be done with it. There is no way to provide more detailed guidance. People are not yet enlightened, so we can only build a rough framework first. It doesn't matter whether it works or not. What Li Chinwu has to do is to pile up bricks one by one. Cultivating the goblin's sense of shame is one brick, and cultivating the goblin's sense of honor is another brick. If such bricks are laid continuously, a country will be built one day. Improvements were made in personnel matters, and Li Chinwu also increased the material rewards for the soldiers. He developed a thick soup made by stewing vegetables with monster blood and offal. This thing is as tempting to goblins as pork stewed with vermicelli is to humans. Li Chinwu began to add this goblin-specific dish to dinner to increase the goblins' enthusiasm for training. He also found a few humans who knew how to brew wine, and had them make wine with wheat and potatoes. He then provided the wine for free on the soldiers' days off to relieve the mental fatigue of the musket goblins. These measures greatly stabilized the morale of the musket goblins. If they were all Li Chinwu's system soldiers, he would be able to see the soldiers' morale rise from a yellow state of around 40 to a stable green state of 70. After the internal problems were solved, training continued on the agenda. The musket goblins trained day after day, and their use of muskets and coordination became more and more proficient. Sometimes, the musket goblins fired a neat row of shots at the command of the military whistle, and Li Chinwu would have hallucinations that the people in front of him were elite lobster soldiers. The criminal soldiers of the 8th Company, whose numbers had been cancelled, were also not idle. Li Qinwu arranged special training for these guys who should have been executed. Run, sprint, and repeat firing, physical training, and standing at attention were all cancelled. The criminal soldiers tied an iron barrel to their chests every day and ran around in order to protect their knees. The criminals only train for 2 hours a day and spend the rest of the time resting and relaxing. Li Qinwu even asked someone to massage the lower limb muscles of these criminal soldiers to help them release lactic acid quickly and ensure that they could continue training the next day. The criminal soldiers were so happy that their training time was reduced from 12 hours a day to 2 hours. Is this heaven? The criminal soldiers were in high spirits all day long. When they ran across the training ground, they saw the musket goblins standing stupidly at attention, their faces filled with pride. They thought these guys must be envious of them. However, the criminal soldiers would never have guessed what the iron cans they hung on their chests every day were for, nor did they notice that the musket goblins looked at them as if they were looking at dead people. P.S. In the next chapter, the anti-goblin brave team will come to the rescue. Chapter 67, the brave team arrives at the monster forest. As time passed, Li Qinwu led his troops on several training marches, running from Gob Castle to the Goblin tribe, and then from the Goblin tribe back to Gob Castle. This is to train officers to coordinate their troops, and also to kill the newly spawned skeleton soldiers near the underworld tree and upgrade the goblins into big goblins. Now the 900 goblins in his 9 companies have all become big goblins, forming a very impressive armed force. This made Li Qinwu feel proud but also worried. After several months of high-intensity training, the goblins have realized the status of the firearm as a weapon that equalizes all beings. Li Qinwu was really afraid that one day these idiots will suddenly say, "I think I can knock down the boss with one shot," and then shoot themselves in the back. Li Qinwu was so scared that he asked Taiyok to make him a bulletproof breastplate and helmet at night. Taiyok said that muskets were too powerful and that to resist bullets the thickness of the armor needed to be increased, but doing so would make the armor very heavy. Li Qinwu was also aware of this. The materials used in the musket he designed were very solid, and it could penetrate the plate armor of humans of that era with one shot. Fortunately, if the quality is not good enough, we can make up for it by adding other materials. Li Qinwu felt that with his current physical condition, wearing armor weighing 40 or 50 kilograms would be no problem at all. A full-body armor weighs about 25 kilograms and is 1 to 2 millimeters thick. So 50 kilograms of material is only used to protect the chest and head. A set of helmet chest armor should be 10 millimeters thick. Such a thick material should be enough to defend against muskets, right? Taiyok first made a 10 mm thick iron plate, and then tested it with a musket. He finally concluded that it could withstand the shooting of musket bullets from 70 meters away, which barely met Li Qinwu's needs. Li Qinwu asked Taiyok to measure his body and speed up the creation of a plate armor helmet. In addition to increasing his own defenses, he also wanted to design a weapon for officers so that they could kill rebellious soldiers at any time. The matter of the 8th Company captain was a knot in Li Qinwu's heart. If the goblins wanted to rebel one day and suddenly turn their guns against him, with hundreds of muskets shooting at him at the same time, even a god would not be able to withstand it. Li Qinwu thought of a hand cannon with a length of 60 centimeters and a diameter of 40 millimeters, which was used to fire a large number of small steel balls when the soldiers are lined up. The steel balls fired by this thing can easily knock down 4 or 5 soldiers at a time. If the company commander and deputy company commander shoot together, they can kill 10 soldiers with rebellious intentions in an instant, which can definitely intimidate the remaining soldiers. This type of hand cannon can also increase the troops' considerable close-range output capability. Li Qinwu told Taiyok about his idea and asked him to develop and produce short-barreled hand cannons. After arranging the production of new weapons, it was dark. Li Qinwu only slept once every 3 days now, and there was nothing to do in the middle of the night, so he picked up the hammer and started forging iron. He went to the blacksmith shop many times these days and made many musket tools by himself. As a result, his forging proficiency rose to 52 and the second forging to choose one skill was unlocked. The 2 skills are a 1. Steel processing. Point 2. Attribute assignment. The first is that he can hammer out steel, making it easier for him to obtain steel, but hasn't the blacksmith shop been able to mass-produce steel a long time ago? There is no shortage of this stuff at all. The second one is awesome. It adds attributes to forged items, which is equivalent to enchantment. Li Qinwu chose 2 without thinking. He couldn't wait to try the effect and started forging iron immediately. He wanted to make a greatsword for himself. He had returned the previous sword to Knight Leo. As his physical fitness improved, he could use a heavier sword. He wanted to make a two-handed greatsword weighing 10 to 12 kilograms. He placed the red-hot material on the anvil and threw a potato at Dang Dang. Dang Dang ate potatoes as if they were melon seeds, and then swung a sledgehammer. Thanks to the human-shaped forging hammer, the steel blank was quickly formed. Li Qinwu quenched and sharpened it, and a very thick sword with a length of 1.6 meters appeared in his hand. Name: heavy two-handed sword, weight 11.5 kg, slashing speed 75, slashing damage 130, stab speed 71, stab damage 63, length 1.6 m. Attribute: sharpness plus 10. Introduction: if this is a sword, it is too big. When Li Qinwu saw that it really had special properties, he immediately ran outside, found a beam that could only be hugged by one person, took a horse stance, and swung his sword hard, cutting the beam in half. This time he used much less force to cut off the beam than last time. With this magical weapon, the gap in strength between him and the brave man was narrowed again. Li Qinwu performed a sword dance and happily interacted with a child who had received a toy. Regarding adding attributes to forged objects, he has a more advanced use. If you build a lathe yourself in the future and want to make a turning tool head, the strength of ordinary steel cannot meet the requirements. Then, can the turning tool head you make by hand with a tribute blessing be qualified? Get excited! Mountain blade cheats have great potential. Maybe his faction will soon be able to enter the Steam Age. However, development will have to wait until the crisis of the heroes is resolved. He prepared the steel blanks and began to forge other weapons. He had plenty of time before the military training whistle blew at dawn. Anyway, he wouldn't feel tired even if he didn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Li Qinwu heated a piece of steel plate red, placed it on the iron felt, and took out another potato and threw it to Dang Dang. Dang Dang was fully charged, and only consumed one potato for every 100 swings of the hammer. The sound of clang 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 echoed throughout the blacksmith shop. After a while, Li Qinwu finally made the weapon he wanted. This is a special gun barrel, 2 meters long with thickened walls. The weight of the barrel alone is a huge 20 kilograms. Li Qinwu wanted to try to pile up materials, give up mobility, and build a smoothbore version of the sniper rifle. The chamber of this gun barrel is very large and can hold 3 times the propellant of a conventional musket. In order to prevent the barrel from exploding, the chamber is very thick. After making the barrel, he didn't need to produce the other parts himself. He could just get them from other workers, modify them, and assemble them together. After a while, Li Qinwu assembled various parts together and got a 2.3 meter long super long musket with explosive attributes. Name: heavy matchlock rifle with reinforced barrel, weight 24 kg, weapon type crossbow, damage 725, piercing, ammunition, flight speed 570 meters per second, effective range 300-600 meters. Attribute: accuracy plus 10. Comment: this is a cannon, this is a cannon, this is a cannon. Woohoo! Accuracy plus 10. When Li Qinwu saw that the accuracy attribute appeared, his heart started beating wildly. I got this thing with such a long barrel because I wanted to make a sniper rifle, but I didn't expect it to have the accuracy attribute. This is fucking luck. It was time for early morning military training, and Li Qinwu ran to the barracks door with his gun and blew the whistle. All the soldiers rushed out of the barracks and lined up. Li Qinwu shouted, "All company commanders, lead your teams in orderly training. Gabu Gong, step out. Follow me." Gong excitedly left the team and followed Li Qinwu. His 2 little eyes were always staring at the big gun on Li Qinwu's shoulder. His face flushed and his eyes were full of peach blossoms. He felt that he had found his true love. After arriving at the shooting range, Li Qinwu handed the rifle to Gabu Gong and pointed it at a scarecrow target 300 meters away. "Can you see that target? Shoot and see if you can hit it." Gong rubbed his hands excitedly, took the fruit gun, lay on the ground, and began to aim at the distance. Because this gun is too long and heavy, there is a bipod in front of the barrel, so Goblin can aim more easily while lying down. The Goblin aimed for a long time. The scarecrow target was about the size of a grain of rice 300 meters away, but he was a level 5 Goblin sniper after all, with a crossbow proficiency of 350, so he had no problem seeing clearly at 300 meters. The shot was fired, the fuse hit the chamber, the gunshot rang out, white smoke sprayed out, Gobong screamed and wailed. Covering his shoulder. Li Qinwu went over to help Gabu Gong up. Gabu Gong said, "It hurts. It hurts so much. If you fire a few more shots, my bones will break." Li Qinwu saw that this wouldn't work either. The recoil was too strong and the Goblin bow couldn't be used for training. Later, go find iron oak and make a piece of iron shoulder armor. Put the butt of the gun low on the shoulder armor and hit it. This way the recoil can be dispersed. Goblin explained it clearly. Li Qinwu looked at the target. With his eyesight, he could still see it clearly if he concentrated. The firepower points of the mountain blade system were comprehensively improved. The scarecrow's right arm disappeared. Ouch! You hit it on the first shot. You can do it! Li Qianwu patted Gobgong's shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain. No boss, I was aiming for Scarecrow's chest, and the bullet went to the left. Li Qianwu's expression suddenly became serious and he looked directly into Gobgong's eyes. Goblin! You are one of the smartest goblins now. I hope you understand that if we can't survive the hero's crisis, we will all die and lose everything we have now. He pointed at Goberg, then at the military camp, the land, and the water wheel by the rivers. Gobgong's expression became serious. Boss, why did the hero want to destroy us? Gobgong raised a question. Although he had heard the rhetoric that Li Qianwu told the deputy company commander about the brave man who would burn down their houses, destroy their crops, and kill them all, these propaganda rhetoric did not explain why the brave man would do this. Li Qianwu put his hands behind his back and looked towards the west. Gobgong, there are many races in this world, but the world's resources are limited. In order to survive, each race must occupy more resources. Killing the other race and preventing them from occupying resources is the most effective way. Gobgong was thoughtful. Boss, just like our war with Longya, it's essentially a fight for resources. Li Qianwu nodded. There can only be one ruler in the monster forest, so it can indeed be considered a competition for resources. Gobgong, our development has frightened the hero. He thinks we will compete for many resources in the future and become the enemy of mankind for the benefit of humanity. The brave will kill us without hesitation. He doesn't care whether we are really a threat, whether he kills adult goblins or goblin cubs, or whether we feel pain when we are killed. He would casually swing his sword and chop you into pieces, then laugh triumphantly amid the compliments of female humans. I define this behavior as anti-intelligent biologicalism. The hero is an anti-intelligent biological molecule, and together with his companions, they form an anti-intelligent biological group. Gobgong became more and more angry at what Li Qianwu said, and finally he let out a loud cry, his eyes bloodshot. Brave! Damn it! Kill him! Li Qianwu's voice came from a distance. But the hero is very strong, and his companions are also very strong, terrifyingly strong. Goblin yelled in anger. We have muskets. We have 9 companies. We have ogres. Li Qianwu shook his head. The hero is very strong. Very strong, very strong. Even if I sacrifice my entire tribe, I can't defeat him. Gobgong was confused. In his opinion, the boss was the most powerful being and super smart. The boss was absolutely invincible, but the boss was not sure how powerful the hero he was going to destroy was. Seeing that the suppression was almost over, Li Qianwu patted him on the shoulder and looked him straight in the eyes. Gobgong, it's not impossible to defeat the hero, but I need your 100% cooperation. Gobgong was confused at first, then his face was full of determination. Boss! What do you want me to do? Li Qianwu picked up the super long musket on the ground and hit Gobgong on the chest. Goblin! I need you to master long-range shooting as quickly as possible. When the brave squad arrives, I'll send someone to fight him, and what you need to do is stay away from the battlefield, find a suitable location, and the right time, and shoot a man with short brown hair. He is the brave squad. Remember, the hero is very, very, very strong. Until you are 100% sure, you are not allowed to fire. Even if all 9 of our company are killed in battle. Even if I am hacked to death by the brave. You must wait, before you are sure you can shoot. Do not light the match, do not aim the gun at the hero, do not look directly at him, and keep your mind clear. It is best not to have any thoughts of killing him. He is very alert and may react as soon as you have the thought of killing him. Li Qianwu had read a lot of works about other worlds in his previous life. Generally, strong men like heroes have a strong sixth sense. You may be noticed even if you glance at him, let alone pointing a gun at him, that he had said so much to Gobgong just to get him to pay 120% attention. Now, seeing his solemn expression, Li Qinwo knew he had succeeded. In the kingdom of Thasos, there is a town called Paraya, which borders the monster forest. It is a large town with a population of 150,000 and 10,000 professional soldiers. It is the easternmost border town of Thasos, since the monster forest produces a lot of wild goods and the bodies of monsters are precious magical materials. The Adventurers Guild in Thasos is very developed. At this time, the brave Leon and his companions entered the Adventurers Guild, causing bursts of exclamations on the way. The adventurers looked at the brave Leon with eyes full of admiration, and some of them kept calling him His Highness Leon. The lion warrior smiled warmly and nodded politely to everyone. He walked straight to the Adventurers Guild reception window and placed 2 gold coins in front of the receptionist. "Beautiful lady, I need a map of the monster forest. Do you have any in stock?" "Ah! Your Highness Leon!" the receptionist exclaimed in surprise. She didn't expect to see a brave man famous in 4 countries at the border. She was stunned for a moment. The brave Leon just smiled, but the Thunder Mage beside him was dissatisfied. "Hey! Sir Leon is mine. You don't stand a chance." She held the hand of the brave Leon and began to do progressive mechanical repeated friction movements up and down with the Great Rift Valley of East Africa. "Ah! Sorry. The receptionist then realized that she had been rude and quickly apologized. Brave Leon smiled gently and patted Thunder Mage on the shoulder. "Okay, Julie, don't be rude." He made an apologetic expression to the receptionist. "Miss, the map, huh? Oh. Okay, please wait." The receptionist got up and went to the back room. After a while, she came back with a parchment map and spread it in front of the brave Leon. Brave Leon glanced at them and asked, "Miss, do you know where the Kosovo family was exiled? Which route did they take to get there?" The receptionist didn't know why the hero asked this, but she still drew a circle on the map with her finger. "The Kosovo family's exile place is here, a barren land. Adventurers don't usually go hunting here. It's too deep into the monster forest, very dangerous, and there's no way out. The route the Kosovo family took to the place of exile should be." She followed her finger along the large river marked as the Holy River. "They should be heading east along the Holy River. During the dry season, part of the riverbank will be exposed, making the road much easier to travel." Brave Leon looked at the map and thought for a while, then put it away, thanked the receptionist, and left the Adventurers Guild with his companions. The 4 of them quickly left the city, found the Holy River, and ran along the Holy River into the monster forest. Chapter 68. Kill one person first. The brave team headed eastward, moving several times faster than the most skilled goblin hunting team. When Master Lance led his men to the exile site, half of them died, but the brave team was talking and laughing, as relaxed as if they were on a picnic. At night, the brave team set up camp by the river. The big shield man carried a huge bag on his back. When he opened it, the tent and cooking utensils were all exposed. The elves began to build the tent. The big shield man picked up firewood and shouted to the Thunder Roast Chicken Mage while holding a pot. "Hey Julie, help me." Julie put her head on the brave man's shoulder, without turning her head, raised her hand and cast a fireball. The firewood pile caught fire, and the big shield man whistled and started cooking. The brave man and the female magician looked at the river. At this time, the full moon was hanging high in the sky, and the endless river's surface was set off by the reflection of the full moon. The scenery was beautiful. "Ah, Your Highness Leon." Julie started to have a fever and kept rubbing against the hero. "Let's get married, Your Highness Leon, and have 100 babies." Julie's saliva started to flow as she looked at the handsome face of the hero. The brave Leon smiled softly. "Sorry Julie, I only have the goddess in my heart." Julie gritted her teeth. "It's so hard. But Leon Sama is so handsome. Even if my competitor is a goddess, I won't give up." The brave Leon smiled. Compared to becoming lovers or something, they were already the most important partners, and that was enough. Suddenly the brave man saw a huge monster on the river in the distance and exclaimed in surprise. "Look, it's the Lord of the Holy River." The busy people all looked towards the river and exclaimed in amazement. It was a huge monster with a body of more than 100 meters above the river's surface. If it weren't for the extraordinary strength of the brave Leon, he would have thought it was an island. "Humph, it looks like a big loach." The female elf came to the river, crossed her arms, and spoke in a haughty tone. The brave Leon quickly made a hushing gesture. Undine. Don't be unreasonable, the Lord of the Holy River is a legendary creature. Many people who depend on the river for their livelihoods pray to it, and seeing it brings good luck. The elf named Undine snorted again, but said nothing more. Everyone stared at the big fish for a while, and the big shield man reminded, "Okay, everyone, it's time to eat." Everyone gathered around the pot and ate. Leon drank a mouthful of soup and immediately felt healed. "Maxie, the soup you make tastes delicious no matter how many times I drink it." The big shield man named Maxie smiled innocently and served a bowl of soup to everyone. In the next few days, the Brave team traveled during the day and ate and rested at night. In just 10 days, they almost completed the distance that took Master Lance and his team more than a month to run. The Brave team found many things along the way, including human corpses, abandoned tools, and horse corpses. The Brave team would stop from time to time to collect the bodies of the dead. The brave Leon had a serious expression on his face. In front of him was a grave mound where 5 people who died on the road to exile were buried. The elf Undine walked forward and placed a flower in front of the grave, her face expressionless. "Don't worry about them. At least they didn't suffer much before they died. You should pray for those who were caught by the goblins. They are the ones who would rather die than live." Some disgusting images flooded into the brave Leon's mind, and he clenched his hands tightly. "I will drive out all the filth. No matter what becomes of those enslaved by the goblins, I will bring them home." The elf Undine thought to herself that they were traitors and there was no way she could take them home, but she didn't say it out loud. The team continued to move forward, and around 12 o'clock in the morning, they arrived at a special forest area and found many traces of upright biological activities. After careful identification, Undine confirmed that they were traces of goblins and dog-headed men. "Kobold?" Leon asked doubtfully. Undine nodded. "It's the kobolds, for sure. They seem to be moving with the goblins. Judging by the traces, they're probably hunting together." Leon's face darkened. Goblins are an extremely xenophobic group. There are only 2 situations for a gnoll to join a goblin tribe: being eaten or giving birth to goblin cubs. These traces indicate that the goblins are using the kobold's keen sense of smell to hunt. The signals released by this organic combination of monsters are very dangerous. The team hadn't advanced for a while when they discovered something else: a white concrete stele stuck in the ground. The part exposed above the ground had words written in the human language. "Warning. You are entering the territory of the Alliance of Intelligent Creatures. Armed individuals carrying armor, swords, crossbows, or staffs are prohibited from entering. Failure to do so will be considered a provocation, and the Alliance of Intelligent Creatures will hold the relevant forces accountable." There is a circular icon above this paragraph with 4 stars inside the circle. This thing is the prototype of the national flag, designed by Li Qinwu. The 4 stars represent goblins, ogres, kobolds, and humans, all of whom are members recognized by the Alliance of Intelligent Creatures. The Intelligent Biological Alliance is the banner that Li Qinwu has raised to the outside world. It is also a big plate that can hold anything. In the future, if any intelligent race is recognized by Li Qinwu and joins, just add a star to the circle. Is this a declaration of a demonic nation? Julie studied the stone tablet carefully, then laughed. "Interesting. Ha 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 ha." She jumped in behind the stone tablet, jumped out, jumped in again, and jumped out again. "Hey, I jumped in again, and I jumped out again. Hit me, idiot. Hey, 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 I'm holding a staff that's not allowed in. The Mages Guild is behind me. How are you goblins going to hold the Mages Guild accountable?" She was jumping around when something unexpected happened. A crossbow arrow shot towards her from the forest. "Careful." The big shield man rushed in front of Julie, and the crossbow arrow hit his breastplate without leaving a single point. The 4 of them immediately entered combat mode, drew their weapons. The big shield man raised his big shield, and the others hid behind him. When they looked towards the attack site, they saw more than 30 crossbow goblins and a group of gnolls staring at them viciously. The leading goblin shouted, "This is the territory of the Alliance of Intelligent Creatures, that female. Thunder! You brought a contraband staff into our territory. It's a crime. Surrender immediately." Bara bala bala. The 4 members of the Brave team could not understand the goblin language he spoke. The main reason was that they did not expect the goblins to communicate with them and did not use translation magic in advance. By the time they were curious about what the goblin was saying while performing the translation magic, the goblin had already finished speaking. "Damn it! How dare you sneak attack me, Sheena? Julie had a very bad temper. When she saw the goblin, she didn't even bother to say anything. She just raised her staff and cast a fireball. Her fireball technique was much more powerful than Miss Hannah's. A fireball landed in the middle of the goblin hunting team and exploded with the same power as a 75mm mountain artillery shell, causing the goblins to scream in agony with blood and flesh flying everywhere. This wasn't the end. The fireball was followed by 3 more fireballs, and a series of explosions and flames ripped through the goblin hunting party, instantly reducing the number of goblins by more than half. The surviving goblins were so frightened that they dropped their crossbows and ran away. What a chase after them, kill, kill, kill. Julie screamed and chased after him, and the others followed. Leon looked back at the stone tablet and followed. There was no way the goblins could outrun the brave team. Even in the forest, they were chased and killed by the brave team. Fireballs and arrows flew everywhere, and in a blink of an eye, the goblin hunting team had only a few dead. Before the last goblin died, he took out a ceramic cylinder from his arms, lit the fuse at the tail, and pointed the head towards the sky. Chirp. Pop, a small firework flew into the sky and exploded, and Leon cut off the head of the last goblin with a knife. Leon looked up and saw white smoke from fireworks in the sky. He didn't know what it was or what it was used for. Was it magic or something? There was no magical fluctuation. He was about to consult Julie, but then the sound of fireworks exploding was heard in the distant sky again. 1, 2, 3, continuously. Leon looked at the fireworks in the distance and murmured, "They know we are coming." In front of Goberg, the musket goblins who were training to raise their guns all looked up at the fireworks in the distant forest. Li Qinwu's face darkened and he roared at the soldiers. Enemy attack. Take up combat positions according to training. Commanders of all units, control your troops. Anyone who dares to leave their combat positions will be executed immediately. He put the whistle in his mouth and blew it. The goblin musketeers stopped training, picked up their weapons, and quickly ran to the front of the goblin castle and lined up. The musket goblins were very fast. They lined up in rows of 50, filling up the front of the Goberg. The rows were as straight as if measured with a ruler. They had practiced this so many times that there was no unnecessary movement. The company commanders took out the new paper shell fixed gunpowder from the wooden box painted with moisture-proof paint. This type of ammunition that packs gunpowder and projectiles together is very convenient to load. All the soldier had to do was bite open the powder bag and stuff the black powder, paper, and bullets into the gun. The only bad thing is that Li Qinwu's paper-making workshop cannot make oil paper, and the paper shell bullets are not moisture-proof. The bullets issued to the soldiers must be fired within 2 days, otherwise the chance of firing will be greatly reduced. The musket goblins are making preparations in full swing, and the brave team has also arrived. More than 10 goblins from the hunting team ran out of the forest in a panic, ran to the farmland, and then ran towards the goblin castle like crazy. Before they could run a few steps, more than 10 arrows were shot out and hit the back of their heads accurately, and then a few fireballs followed, turning their bodies into ashes. The 4 members of the brave team rushed out of the forest, and the vast farmland made them a little dazed. They thought they would see a settlement reduced to ruins by goblins, but what they saw before them were fields divided into squares by canals, with lush green crops growing thrivingly, more neatly organized than some lord's farms. Look at that! Undine pointed at the bottom of the Goberg castle. The musket goblins were lined up in an orderly formation, staring at the few people. The group was once again shocked. With so many goblins gathered together, how powerful was their leader? A goblin tribe of this size hadn't appeared in nearly 100 years. Maxie walked to the front with shield raised. I've never seen the weapons they hold. Everyone, get behind your shields. Your Highness, Leon, what should we do next? Should we just charge in and destroy them? Oh. My fireball technique is already thirsty. Julie waved her staff, ready for a big fight. These goblins stood in a line, and her fireball spell could kill more than a dozen of them with one shot. Leon also wanted his companions to rush forward and destroy the enemy in one go, but the goblins took action. Li Qinwu sent out a recruited criminal soldier, without any weapons, and asked him to go towards the brave man holding a round star flag of the Alliance of Intelligent Creatures. When he came closer, Undine raised her bow and was about to shoot an arrow, but was held down by the brave man. Listen to what he says. The 4 people present all new spells, but their focuses were different. They all used translation magic to hear what the goblin, who was suspected to be a messenger, had to say. The criminal soldier walked more than 30 meters in front of the brave man and stopped. He recalled what Li Qinwu had said to him and shouted, "Listen, militants ahead, you have entered the territory of the Intelligent Life Alliance and brutally killed our citizens, and now I give you an ultimatum. Immediately lay down your arms and accept sanctions, otherwise we will use force." The four of them had strange expressions. Damn, they had been traveling on the mainland for so long and had destroyed at least 800 goblin nests, but this was the first time they had been given an ultimatum by the goblins. Several people couldn't help laughing, but brave Leon didn't laugh. His mentality changed a little. Why did he feel that a simple mission to subdue goblins made him feel guilty about invading another country? Julie had the worst temper. She laughed heartily, raised her staff, and cast an instant fireball, blowing the goblin messenger in front of her into pieces of meat. So funny. These goblins are so interesting. A bunch of goblins playing the Kingdom Lord's game, and they can even arrange their troops. I can't wait to catch their king, ha 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 ha. After laughing, she strode into the farmland and charged towards Goberg. She needed to get close enough to make the fireball powerful enough. The others followed her lead, determined not to leave their companions behind, but Julie ran too fast and didn't carry much weight on her body, so Maxi, the big shield man, couldn't run to the front to provide cover for a while. Li Qinwu on the city wall saw that the enemy had launched an attack and was running at an unusually fast speed. The one running in the front was the magician, whose threat was second only to the brave man. He was overjoyed. He ordered the goblin spear beside him, "Prepare for a volley." Goblin held a whistle in his mouth and blew it in a certain rhythm. The soldiers in the trench immediately perked up, slightly adjusted the fuse, and aimed their guns at the human female running in front. Li Qinwu stared coldly at the two approaching thunderballs, silently calculating the distance in his mind: 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, 150 meters. At about 150 meters, Delay stopped and started casting his spell on the spot. Li Qinwu thought it was a good opportunity and shouted, "Release!" Gobspair raised his pistol and fired a shot into the air. All the musket goblins in the trench fired their muskets at the same time, and nearly 1,000 bullets shot towards Julie. The pupils of the running warrior Leon shrank. He felt a great terror ahead and shouted anxiously, "Julie! Get down quickly!" Unfortunately, it was too late. Only the brave man in the brave team was blessed by the goddess of life and possessed an extremely strong sixth sense. The others were just stronger mortals and could not detect the threat in advance. The moment the gun went off, Julie's continuous fireball spell was just completed, and a series of fireballs shot out from the top of the staff. A proud Julie was just about to admire the destruction she had caused, but was met with hundreds of bullets. The steel bullets covered her beautiful body, and the huge kinetic energy blew her into a mixture of flesh and bones. Handfuls of blood mist slowly dissipated in the air. Chapter 69: Killing Another Person. Julie. Leon's whole body went limp and he almost fell to the ground. His partner, the powerful wizard who admired him so much, disappeared completely in front of him, leaving only a pool of minced meat and tattered wizard clothes on the ground. The only intact thing was the big purple wizard hat. Leon! Leon! What should we do? Continue the attack or retreat temporarily? Leon! Maxi tried to wake up Leon and ask him to give orders, but Leon was only a boy of 16 or 17 years old after all. He had always been smooth sailing with the blessing of the goddess of life, so he had never encountered such a situation. And now that his partner, an ambiguous object Julie, has become Julie-chan, Leon's brain has completely crashed. He was stunned, but the musket goblins who had been trained through brutal military training were not stunned. Before Julie turned into sauce, she threw out 4 fireballs. 2 of them landed in front of the musket goblin line and exploded into the ground. 2 of them landed in the line, killing and injuring more than 20 people. Several musket goblins with broken legs and feet kept screaming, but the musket goblins didn't feel scared at all, and no one even looked at the dead. All we can say is that they were trained by Li Qinwu. The deaths of so few people were just a drop in the bucket. It was just a fraction of the 3 draws and 1 kill. Who were they trying to scare? They blew into the firing chamber at a very fast speed to blow away the residue, picked up the leather gunpowder bag hanging on their chests, lit the gunpowder in the firing chamber, and closed the gunpowder chamber lid. He took out the cardboard loaded with bullets, tore open the medicine bag with his teeth, stuffed the entire cardboard into the barrel, compacted it with a cleaning rod, picked up the fuse and blew on it, pressed down the fuse hammer to make it ready to fire, raised the gun, and waited for the command to shoot. The whole process takes about 25 seconds. Li Qinwu thinks this is too slow. If it evolves to a flintlock rifle, it can save a second or two by eliminating the need to adjust the fuse. If it uses a breech-loading rifle, it should save another second or two. If the firing pin can be conquered, lay gong, boss, get ready. Gob Mao raised his pistol. He had just been loading it. Generally speaking, when he finished loading, the soldiers would also have finished loading, which could be regarded as a reference standard. Li Qinwu looked at the brave team in the distance. At first, because he was afraid of the mage's fireball, he divided the infantry into lines, and now that the mage is dead, we don't have to worry about losing too many people at once, so we can use a 3-stage shooting formation with more concentrated firepower and more sustained firepower. Li Qinwu ordered, change formation, 3-stage shooting, keep shooting when ready, suppress the enemy. Open the city gates and release the death squads. Gob Mao held up the whistle and blew it in a special rhythm. The company commander and deputy company commander in the army below heard the whistle and ordered the troops to change into 3 rows. As soon as the formation was completed, the first row of musket goblins raised their guns and fired, then took the muskets handed over from behind and continued shooting, continuously delivering firepower. The hero in the distance was still in a daze. It could only be said that the hero who was famous in the 4 human countries was just a teenager. He was not mature enough and relied entirely on the goddess's protection to conquer the world. Although he had a smooth journey, he would easily perform abnormally when encountering extreme situations like now. The musket goblins have completed a round of reloading and changing formations, but he is still standing there in a daze. Fortunately, the big shield man Maxi was reliable enough. He ran to the brave man and raised his big shield to protect him from the impending attack. The elf Undine also hid behind the two of them. Just as they finished their defense, a large number of projectiles were ejected. Maxi tensed his muscles to hold up the shield. Dozens of projectiles hit the shield and shattered it, sending out sparks and making a series of jaw-dropping metal twisting sounds. A large number of craters appeared on the shield. Maxi felt like he was hit by a demon bear, and the impact of so many large-caliber bullets almost made his shield fall out of his hand. He could only stick the shield into the soil and use his whole body to support the shield. Just after making adjustments, the musket goblin with 3-shot quickly fired the second and third rounds of bullets. The shields were hit with crackling sounds, and the fierce firepower suppressed the 3 people so that they couldn't even raise their heads. This time, the brave Leon came back to his senses from emotions such as friendship and bond. His eyes were red and he wanted to avenge his companions, but his reason told him to retreat and regroup for the time being. He immediately yelled, "Maxi! Let's retreat back to the forest first. The weapons used by this group of goblins are too strange, and they need time to think. Everyone hide behind me, let's retreat slowly." Maxi shouted and retreated step by step with his shield raised. Bullets kept hitting the shield, making his retreat extremely slow. However, if they continued at this momentum, they would still be able to retreat successfully. However, at this moment, the roaring sound of gunfire suddenly stopped, and it stopped very abruptly. Hiding behind the shield, Leon suddenly felt a palpitation. A huge terror was approaching. What is it? Leon peeked over the shield and saw 5 giant goblins had suddenly moved to the side. 5 more were coming from the other direction, trapping them both. These big goblins have unusually developed lower limb muscles and are extremely fast. They can run on the uneven farmland as if they were walking on flat ground. They had no weapons on them, but they wore a fur jacket with a black cylinder tied to their chest to run. Run! Brave Leon immediately warned his 2 companions. Although he didn't know what the black jar was, his 6th sense would not be wrong. The other 2 also trusted Leon very much. Many of their previous adventures were resolved by Leon's 6th sense, so the 2 of them started to escape without thinking. Leon and Undine were fine, as they were both very fast. They retreated as fast as they could and entered the forest in a few flashes. But Maxi couldn't do that. He was wearing heavy armor and carrying a large doorplate shield that could withstand multiple rounds of musketry. You can imagine how huge the weight was. Leon and Undine had already entered the forest. Looking back, they saw Maxi still running in the field. Mainly because he didn't want to throw away the door panel shield, so he ran very slowly behind Maxi. 10 suicide goblins rushed towards him like the wind. The speed of the 2 sides was getting closer and closer, and it seemed that Maxi was about to be caught up by the suicide goblins. A cover. The brave Leon drew his sword, chanted a spell, and swung out a magical sword light. The sword flashed out, cutting a suicide goblin in half from top to bottom. Undine drew her bow and shot arrows one after another. Each arrow could kill a suicide goblin with terrifying accuracy. However, the suicide goblins had undergone specialized training and their running speed was the same as that of Olympic hurdlers. The distance between them and Maxie was closing at an alarming speed. Leon and Undine attacked with all their might, killing the suicide goblins one by one, until only the last one was left. The last suicide goblin was quite clever. He ran right behind Maxie and used Maxie's body to block the incoming attacks. Maxie! Leon screamed in pain. Maxie didn't know what was going on, so he turned around subconsciously and met the eyes of the suicide goblin who ran behind him. The guy's face was distorted and his eyes were full of fear, but despite this, he tried his best to keep up with Maxie's pace. When the distance was enough, the self-destructive goblin followed the process he had trained hundreds of times and pushed a bottle cap filled with tinder into the mouth of the water bottle. Boom! A violent explosion swept around, Maxie's body was covered in thick smoke, and the huge door panel shield was thrown high into the sky by the explosion, and then fell to the ground, like a tombstone. On the handle of the shield hung two sturdy arms wearing gloves. Chapter 70, Desperate Charge. When the smoke cleared, a broken body was left on the ground. What surprised Li Qinwu was that the big shield man was not dead. He revealed that the goblins were his system soldiers, and he would receive prompts when system soldiers killed enemies, just like the kill prompts in Mountain Blade 2. But now there is none, which proves that the other party is still alive. Li Qinwu was shocked by the strong vitality of the big shield man, but the opponent had broken hands and feet at this time and was no longer a threat. Li Qinwu withdrew his attention from him and began to think about how to deal with the brave man. This time, the brave man and the female elf ran into the forest, and he was thinking about the pros and cons of sending people into the forest to encircle them. If you send out suicide goblins to attack from all directions in a forest with dense vegetation and shrubs, the chances of the suicide goblins running close to the hero and self-destructing will greatly increase. Li Qinwu still had 40 suicide goblins under his command and was about to send them all out when suddenly, his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably and his eyes felt stinging, as if someone was waving a needle in front of him. Not good. Li Qinwu felt a chill down his spine and leaped to the side. As soon as he lay down, a sharp arrow shot through the place where he had just stood and stuck into the wooden wall behind him. Li Qinwu stood up and looked back, and saw a hole the size of a fist on the wall. From the edge of the forest to Goberg, a distance of 1,200 to 1,300 meters, this arrow fired with the power of a sniper rifle. Li Qinwu looked towards the edge of the forest and saw that the brave warrior and the female elf who had just rushed into the forest were standing at the edge of the forest again. They stared at Li Qinwu, their hatred almost turning into reality. Undine had just charged her bow and shot a sniper arrow, but unfortunately the goblin leader was too alert and she missed. Undine stamped her feet and didn't shoot the second arrow. She put the bow and arrow on her back, knelt on the ground, opened her arms to embrace the sky, and muttered a long spell. Li Qinwu opened his nose and smelled water vapor. There was water vapor in the air. As Undine finished her chant, the next moment, a sun shower began to fall in Goberg. The sun shower covered the phalanx of musket goblins. The rain was fast and fierce, soaking everyone in just over 10 seconds, and also soaking their gunpowder and fuse. Li Qinwu's expression changed. Damn! He is indeed a brave man. Just by watching them use firearms a few times, they figured out how these things work. They are so perceptive. Now it's bad. His greatest weapon has lost its function. Can he still defeat the brave man? After Undine cast the spell, her whole body went limp and she almost fell down. Leon put his arm around her waist and helped her up. Undine's face was full of fatigue, and her beautiful eyes stared at the boy. The boy's originally handsome face was now filled with pain and hatred. I'm sorry, Leon, that's all I can do. The spell just now completely drained her body, and now she even had difficulty drawing the bow. Leon slowly helped Undine up and gave her a bitter smile. I'm sorry, Undine. It's my fault that everyone is in danger. I will avenge everyone. Leave the rest to me. Undine nodded and staggered into the forest. Now she had no fighting ability, and staying here would only become a burden to Leon. After Undine evacuated, the brave Leon drew his sword, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body. He pointed his sword at Li Qinwu on Gobcastle with cold eyes. Li Qinwu looked at Leon from a distance, narrowed his eyes, and shouted coldly. Do you think we can't fight without muskets? Pass my order, attach bayonets. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At the sound of one short and two long military whistles, the musket goblins all drew out their bayonets and put them on the muzzles of their guns. Li Qinwu ordered again, 2nd and 3rd companies, the 1st echelon charge, 4th and 5th companies, the 2nd Echelon Charge, 6th and 7th Companies, the 3rd Echelon Charge, 9th and 10th Companies, the 4th Echelon Charge. The 1st Company will stay behind to supervise the battle. Anyone who turns around and flees will be killed without mercy. After saying this, he turned around and looked at Gobmo with a strong murderous intent in his eyes. Gobspare, I'll give you 3 veteran warriors. Go around into the forest and bring me the head of that female elf. If you can't do it, commit suicide. Gobmo's heart trembled, and he saluted immediately. Guaranteed to complete the mission. He led 3 senior warriors out of the city from behind, made a big turn, entered the forest from the flank, and quietly moved towards the forest behind the brave man. Li Chinwu saw clearly just now that the female elf almost fainted after casting the spell. The spell that can control the weather definitely consumes a lot of energy. He didn't believe this woman could shoot such a powerful arrow. Since she dared to invade his territory, she would have to take her head. At this time, the brave Leon entered the explosive state. His face was full of murderous intent. He walked forward step by step, faster and faster, and then he ran directly from behind. At the same time, a special military whistle sounded from the group of musket goblins. Chirp! Chirp, 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 kill! This was the order to charge. The musket goblins from the 2nd and 3rd Companies rushed forward with their bayonets held high. They let out a sharp cry and rushed towards the brave man without hesitation. Facing the charge of 200 musket goblins, Leon snorted coldly and charged a little faster. The moment the 2 sides came into contact, Leon swung his sword casually, and a flash of sword-light cut the 2nd Company captain who was running in the front into 2 halves. The 3rd Company captain howled and rushed forward, raising his hand to swing an axe, but Leon hit the axe blade with a sword, and the axe was cut in half. Like tofu. The sword blade chopped the 3rd Company captain into pieces of meat without any control. The 2 sides collided, but Leon was not knocked over by more than 200 people. Instead, Leon was like a human tank, and with a casual sword he could chop the musket goblins into pieces. Leon chopped left and right, and the sword cut through iron like mud. He killed more than 10 goblins in an instant and cleared a small space. A goblin howled and stabbed Leon with its bayonet. Leon swiftly cut the musket in half with one sword, and with the second sword he chopped off the goblin's head. 3 more bayonets stabbed at him from behind. Leon turned around and swung his sword, killing the 3 goblins. That he was like a god of war, attacking left and right, and 200 goblins were killed and wailed. As blood and flesh flew everywhere, his armor was dyed red, then washed away by the sun and rain, and dyed red again. After killing for nearly 10 minutes, there were less than 100 goblins left out of the more than 200. They were scared and threw away their guns and ran back in panic. Leon panted heavily, looking at the fleeing goblin with a smug smile on his face. This is what goblins should be like, being killed and then fleeing. Just a bunch of miscellaneous soldiers. However, he did not realize what it meant for an army to flee after 50% of its troops were killed. But it didn't matter because he was immediately shocked by the goblins' next move. The goblins who were running back in panic did not join the army, but were met by another group of goblins holding muskets. Their bayonets were stabbed directly into the stomachs of the fleeing people, killing them in front of the line. Leon's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. He deliberately let these deserters go. According to his previous experience in destroying goblin nests, if one goblin escapes, the rest will follow. Once the miscellaneous soldiers run away, he can save some energy to hunt down that special goblin leader. However, all these were in vain. A group of musket goblins killed all the escapees, and a rout did not happen. The other goblins stood firm in their positions. Li Chinwu's voice came from the city wall. 2nd Echelon, move in. Kill the brave and receive the rank of Grand General. Anyone who escapes will die. The soldiers of the 4th and 5th Companies raised their bayonets and rushed towards the brave men, shouting. Amid the sound of whistles, Leon was just catching his breath after dealing with the first wave of enemies when the second wave came immediately. He didn't even have time to adjust his breathing and quickly raised his sword to meet them. The 2 sides collided with each other, and limbs still flew everywhere, and screams were still heard. It's just that Leon changed his fighting style and began to use more energy-saving methods to kill the enemy, such as stabbing and killing with one sword. This time, Li Chinwu sent the 3rd Echelon without waiting for the morale of the 2nd Echelon to drop to 0. With the addition of new forces, the goblins killed more vigorously, attacking wave after wave, making Leon's physical strength less and less. Leon was breathing heavily, as tired as an old ox that had plowed 10 acres of land. The corpses under his feet piled up into a small hill, but the bayonets coming from all directions continued. Leon could no longer dodge all the attacks. He relied on his excellent armor to withstand some of the attacks. He only had to take care of his handsome face and the back of his head. A bayonet on the left and a rifle but on the right made Leon stagger. He swung his sword with all his might and cut the neck of a goblin in front of him. Blood sprayed all over his face, causing him to be temporarily blinded. While he was wiping his eyes, he felt something hit the back of his knee. He groaned and fell to one knee, then he felt a stinging sensation on the back of his head and quickly turned his head to the side. The butt of a gun hit his shoulder armor with a sound of wind. Leon grabbed the musket with one hand, grasped the muzzle, turned around and swung it hard, and the butt of the gun hit the original owner's head. With a bang, the opponent's head exploded into garbage. Just as he dealt with the threat behind him, a company commander rushed towards him, raising an axe and swinging it down fiercely. The company commanders were all goblin warriors or veteran warriors, and they were very strong. Leon raised his sword to block, but the sword was chopped down a little. Leon was exhausted to the point of exhaustion. He was deeply shaken. Why? Why were these goblins so fearless? Why couldn't they be killed? Leon pushed the axe back with all his strength, and when the captain swung the axe for the second time, he stabbed with his sword and stabbed it into the captain's mouth, killing him. Leon wanted to get up, but the musket goblin had finally managed to knock him to his knees, so he wouldn't let him do that. A goblin yelled and hugged his lower back, trying to push him to the ground, but Leon elbowed him from behind, hitting the guy's nose in the face and killing him instantly. The goblins were also mad with rage and rushed forward to hold Leon down. The scene suddenly became chaotic, with some people grabbing hands, hugging feet, and hugging waists. Leon couldn't break free, and with a howl, he was pinned to the ground. Then the goblins pounced on him one by one, pinning Leon down and piling him up like a mountain. Chinwu on the city wall was delighted. It worked. As soon as he had this thought, he suddenly felt that the magical elements in the air became unusually strong. With a loud bang, the pile of people pressing down on Leon exploded, and their bodies spun into the air. Leon let out an earth-shaking cry, and stood up from the crowd. The magical elements condensed around him, poured into his body like particle special effects. A pair of white wings extended from his back, and the sword in his hand became sharper. Die. All goblins deserve to die. Leon raised his hand and swung out 10 sword lights, killing 10 goblins. He pressed his body down like a spring full of force, then rushed out and rushed into the group of goblins, killing them indiscriminately. The goddess pendant he wore on his chest cracked and then turned to dust. It was his most precious treasure, and he was very angry now. The goblins' screams echoed throughout the arena once again, their lives melting away like snowflakes. Chinwu's face on the city wall became gloomier and gloomier. The damn hero actually had 2 stages and grew 2 pairs of chicken wings. His speed seemed to have increased. It was too bad the number of goblins around Leon was reduced to double digits in a blink of an eye. Even the fleeing goblins were caught up and hacked to death by him. It seemed that this guy was really crazy about killing. Chinwu took a look at the 3 companies below the city wall, 300 people, only such a small number of troops were left. Could they defeat the brave men? Chinwu saw Leon casting fierce glances at him from time to time, as if to say, "I will kill you." Chinwu punched the battlement, and his eyes also flashed with strong murderous intent. Want to kill me? Then let's see whose knife is faster. He knew this guy was staring at him, so running away was pointless. So, he decided to fight to the death with everything on his shoulders. Chinwu drew out the big sword from behind him and jumped down from the not-so-high city wall. He came among the soldiers of the 3 companies and looked into their eyes. The soldiers' faces were full of fear. They were scared. The brave man in the distance was killing people indiscriminately, and there were corpses everywhere. It would be better to say that he was the chosen one of Korn rather than the brave man of the goddess of life. The soldiers of the 3 companies were very agitated and wanted to escape. But the next moment, they heard an extremely familiar military whistle, chirp, 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 chirp. One short and one long, the signal to charge. All the goblins instinctively raised their bayonets and rushed towards the brave man who was hacking and killing indiscriminately. There was fear in their eyes, but they still charged forward screaming. Their instinct told them to run away, but day after day of training, the officers' scolding, the military sticks, the cruel military discipline, and the leader who was running in the front made them go against their biological instincts and charge towards death. Chapter 71 Untitled Soldiers. Put everything you have on the line to kill this despicable invader, kill this evil anti-intelligent biological molecule, and defend our homeland. Chinwu carried the big sword on his back and shouted as he charged forward. The 300 soldiers behind him also shouted as they charged forward. 1/3 of these goblins are system soldiers. They are the garrison stationed in Goblin Castle and are also certified by the system. That's why Li Qinwu dared to launch the final charge. Even if the other 200 people escaped, at least 100 people would follow him to deal with the brave man. Fortunately, goblins are social monsters. Everyone rushed forward and got excited. The power of the group is huge. Although they were obviously scared to death, no one ran away. Leon, who transformed into a white-winged form, was blessed by the goddess of life, and the translation magic was always automatically turned on. He understood Li Qinwu's charge declaration, and then his face was full of surprise. What the hell? Am I an invader? Goblins defending their homeland? Am I an anti-sapient biomolecule? He felt it was quite absurd, but when he thought about it carefully, what he was doing now seemed to be just like invading another country. According to human values, the monster forest does belong to the monsters. So, there seems to be nothing wrong with monsters establishing a nation in the monster forest? So, are his current actions still just? Leon looked at the charging team on the opposite side. These goblins had fear on their faces, but they still charged towards him with their weapons held high. They looked like human soldiers defending their homes, charging towards the invincible demons. Leon was a little dazed and began to doubt the justice of his actions. Li Qinwu rushed forward, raised his sword and chopped it down fiercely. Leon quickly came to his senses and raised his sword to block. He thought he could easily block the sword and then cut Li Qinwu in half with one sword, but what he didn't expect was that Li Qinwu's sword was extremely heavy and full of power. With one strike of the sword, he was forced back several steps. Leon took a breath of cold air. This goblin was so strong, Li Qinwu didn't wait for him to stand firm, rushed forward and swung his sword again, hitting the brave man's waist. Leon had no time to react and was knocked flying by the sword, but he did not fall. The two white wings behind him flapped a few times to help him stabilize his body. He looked at Li Qinwu in disbelief. He, who was blessed by the goddess of life, was actually chopped away by a sword. Li Qinwu was also feeling uncomfortable. He felt like he was being hit on an anvil by those two sword strikes. His palms were numb and his bones were aching. The place where the brave man's armor was hit was dented, but Li Qinwu found something wrong. It was a very thin set of armor, unlike the expensive ones he wore, which were 10 millimeters thick. But how could such a thin thing block the heavy sword attack? It must be special material. Under normal circumstances, Li Qinwu would have thought of 1,000 industrial uses for the new material, but now he could only collect his attention and continue attacking the brave man. He was just about to rush forward and chop the brave man again, but the brave man stood firm and slashed out with a sword light, which scared Li Qinwu so much that he jumped to the side and fell into the mud. The place where he originally stood was cut into a gully by the sword light. Li Qinwu wanted to get up quickly, but the sun and rain kept falling, and the farmland became very muddy and slippery. He couldn't stand up for a while. Leon thought this was a good opportunity and rushed forward to kill Li Qinwu with one sword, but the musket goblins rushed up and surrounded him, and he could only temporarily fight with the miscellaneous soldiers. With two swords, he killed a ferocious company commander. Leon wanted to break out of the encirclement and look for Li Qinwu, but a large number of goblins surrounded him and attacked him with bayonets and gun butts like a storm. Damn invaders! Die! Die! You want to take away the land we worked so hard to cultivate, you damn guy! You actually tried to steal my beloved wood mouse, so leave your life behind. Leon cursed in his heart. What the hell are you doing robbing your wood rat? He concentrated his magic into the sword, and the sword lit up. He swung out a powerful sword light, killing the 7 or 8 goblins in front of him at the same time. The goblin that was chopped down screamed and fell to the ground, turning into a corpse, but the other goblins were not scared, or rather, the system soldiers were not scared. They continued to kill by stepping on the corpses of their dead companions. Leon slashed out 3 powerful sword lights in succession, killing more than 20 people in a row. This terrifying sword light consumed a lot of his energy, and the white wings behind him became a little dim. He also began to breathe heavily and looked a little tired again. The goblins' attack is like the waves. No matter how hard you push them away, they will rush back like crazy. It's like the law of nature and you can't do anything about it. Leon panicked. Why? Why were these goblins so brave? Why on earth? Can't any peasant kill goblins? Why are these goblins so powerful, like a battle-hardened human army? Leon suddenly remembered what Butler Mon said before he was burned to death in the square of the royal capital. We must kill that guy as soon as possible. He's bringing order to the goblins, cultivating the land, building infrastructure, and training a professional army. If we let him continue, he'll definitely establish a monster nation, and then he'll become a major threat to humanity. At this moment, Leon understood Butler Mon's words 100%. That guy must be killed, he must be killed. Leon made up his mind, not only for the future of mankind, but also because of the vague uneasiness in his heart. All his companions died at the hands of these goblins, but why did he feel guilty about invading another country, kill that special goblin? This will all be over, hey? Where's that special goblin? Leon killed several goblins in front of him with another sword and looked around for Li Qinwu. Suddenly, Leon felt a sharp pain on his back, and he subconsciously slashed a sword light behind him. Li Qinwu took the sword light with his plate armor and groaned, but he resolutely raised his sword and chopped it down fiercely. Leon's eyes widened and he wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Li Qinwu's sword chopped down at the two chicken wings behind him. Ah! Leon let out a fierce scream. His magic wings were cut off and he suffered a severe backlash from the magic. He felt that his spirit was about to be torn apart by the chaotic magic. He covered his head and slashed out several times with his sword, killing the goblins in front of him. He jumped out of the encirclement with a few leaps and landed in the mud in the distance. Retching. Li Qinwu looked at the wings slowly dissipating on the ground. He was just curious about whether the thing growing on the hero's back was a physical object or a magical creation. Now seeing it slowly dissipating, it was undoubtedly a magical creation. Although I don't know what these wings are used for, the brave man can't even stand steadily. This thing must be very important. The brave man must have been seriously injured. Leon was indeed seriously injured. The pair of wings was the protection given to him by the magic power that escaped after the pendant of the goddess of life was broken. The wings acted like a vacuum cleaner, sucking magic power from the air into his body, allowing him to quickly recover his magic power and slash out with sword light that consumed huge amounts of energy more quickly. But this thing was cut off by Li Qinwu, and his magic power recovered to normal level, and he could no longer use the sword light without restraint. Li Qinwu touched the armor on his chest, and a terrifying cut mark appeared on it. He chopped off both wings with one kick, spat out a mouthful of blood, and continued to rush forward with the big sword. The other goblins followed him. Leon hit his head fiercely. The backlash of magic made him dizzy and almost unable to stand. The goblins rushed up again. He had no choice but to reach into his armor and pull out a glass test tube containing some kind of blood-red potion. He threw the entire potion into his mouth and crushed the glass tube in one bite. Aha! Leon groaned, blood red filled his eyes, his body trembled violently. He stood firm and looked at Li Qinwu coldly. You still have 3 more stages. Li Qinwu howled angrily and rushed forward to chop down with his sword. Then something happened that shocked Li Qinwu. Leon's speed increased several times, and he slashed with his sword at a speed that left an afterimage. Li Qinwu's exaggeratedly heavy sword was cut in half by him. Then Leon slashed at Li Qinwu with a sword at lightning speed. Li Qinwu's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. He subconsciously stepped back and raised his left hand to block. Then, his left hand and armor were cut off. Before the pain could reach his brain nerves, Leon kicked him on the chest armor, sending him flying more than 10 meters into the mud. After doing all this, Leon vomited a mouthful of blood, and his momentum weakened by more than 3 times. The remaining goblins rushed up and fought with him. The speed of his sword swinging became extremely slow. He was in a weak state after the burst of strong medicine, but he still killed the goblins and made them scream. Li Qinwu, who was kicked away, felt dizzy and thought he was lucky. His breastplate was completely dented and several of his ribs were broken. Li Qinwu vomited a mouthful of blood and staggered to get up, but he couldn't do it at all. After struggling for a long time to no avail, he raised his left hand and looked at it. His entire left arm had disappeared, leaving only a neatly cut wound that was spurting blood. Li Qinwu directly inserted the broken part of his left arm into the mud, forcibly using the mud to slow down the bleeding of the wound. When Li Qinwu tried to get up, the remaining goblins were killed by Leon and began to flee. Their morale had been reduced to 0, and they ran into the forest and disappeared completely. Only a dozen system soldiers were still fighting with Leon. Leon was shaking, covered in blood. He looked like a seriously injured man who was about to die, but he still stood there with his sword in hand. The last few system soldier goblins rushed forward at the same time. Leon stabbed with a sword on the left and slashed with a knife on the right. The goblins were killed one by one and fell into the mud and died. The last musket goblin thrust a bayonet at Leon's face. Leon turned his head to avoid the bayonet, but his physical strength had reached its limit and he was too slow to dodge, so his ear was picked off by the bayonet. Leon screamed, covered his ears, and casually swung his sword, killing the last musket goblin. At this point, the armed forces that Li Qinwu had spent a lot of effort to cultivate were completely destroyed, the battlefield returned to calm, and Leon stood in the sun shower, gasping for breath. His eyes were bloodshot from swallowing strong drugs, and he lost his ability to sense colors. Everything in his vision was black and white. This was a side effect of the strong drugs and it was irreversible. In this black and white perspective, he saw a rainbow appear in the distant sky, as if the goddess was celebrating his victory. The great goddess of life protected him, and the brave Leon defeated the evil monster again. The rain stopped and the air became extremely clean, but the strong smell of blood could not be dissipated. Leon looked at Li Qinwu lying in the mud, and suddenly clenched his teeth. He never thought that a goblin could force him to this point. He staggered towards Li Qinwu. Li Qinwu struggled to get up, but the kick from the brave man had broken countless of his ribs. In addition, he had lost one hand, and the ground was covered with mud, so he couldn't get up at all. Leon walked up to Li Qinwu step by step and stepped on Li Qinwu's breastplate. He looked down at Li Qinwu, with the sword against his throat. Beast, is the kingdom game fun? With the sword against his throat, Li Qinwu no longer tried to get up. He looked into the bloodshot eyes of the brave Leon and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The rain has stopped, he said. Leon frowned. This was not what he wanted to hear. What he wanted to hear was the goblin's miserable plea for mercy. What do you mean? He cough cough. Li Qinwu smiled and coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, his expression suddenly turning crazy. It means, my lord, times have changed. A hand cannon suddenly appeared in his intact right hand, with the muzzle pointing directly at the brave man's head. Leon felt as if his heart was being gripped by the dragon's claws, and a sense of crisis came over him like a tide. Li Qinwu pulled the trigger, and in a flash, Leon's expression turned into horror. He raised his left hand to protect his face, but it was too late. Steel balls and iron sand covered his face. With a bang of a gunshot, Leon took 2 steps back in a daze, then fell straight down and hit the mud. His head was not blown up by the steel balls, but there were many holes in his face. The air fell silent for a moment, with only the sound of Li Qinwu's heavy breathing. Is he dead? Is he finally dead? Li Qinwu asked himself this question, and his tense body relaxed. An intense feeling of fatigue came over him. He was so sleepy and wanted to sleep. Just before he could completely relax, his heart suddenly tightened. Something was wrong. The hero wasn't dead. The mountain blade system didn't show a kill notification. Li Qinwu was instantly horrified, and the next moment, the brave man climbed out of the mud with his tattered body like a ghost crawling back from hell. He was covered in mud and blood, with various unknown internal organs hanging in the gaps of his armor. The originally handsome face turned into a devilish look. A large number of steel balls tore his facial muscles, and his left cheek was completely torn off, revealing his gums. His eyes were also shattered by the steel balls, and he lost the ability to see. Leon covered his face and screamed. He couldn't see, which made him extremely panicked. After the initial shock, Li Qinwu's facial muscles gradually twisted together. Damn it! Are you unkillable? Are you so unwilling to die? Li Qinwu roared angrily, and a surge of strength suddenly surged from his broken body. He climbed up with one hand supporting the muddy ground. He quickly activated the warehouse page and took out a hand cannon. He immediately raised his hand cannon and shot at Leon, but this thing was extremely heavy for him now. Li Qinwu could only lift the gun barrel with his bleeding left arm, and exert force with both hands to force the muzzle up and aim at Leon's head. Leon was blind, but his sixth sense was still there. When great terror struck him, he lowered his head with his back to Li Qinwu and used his strong back armor to meet the attack. Li Qinwu pulled the trigger and fired. With a bang, the steel ball shot out and hit Leon's back, causing a burst of sparks. Leon screamed and rushed forward several steps. The huge recoil caused the hand cannon to fly out of Li Qinwu's hand. Li Qinwu didn't care. He took out the second hand cannon from the mountain blade warehouse and pointed the muzzle at Leon's back, but this time, before he could fire, Leon swung the sword in his hand. The sword spun and smashed the hand cannon into pieces. The flying blade also cut Li Qinwu's right palm in half. Li Qinwu groaned in pain, and several fingers and hand cannon parts fell into the mud and water. He lost all his attack ability. Li Qinwu's eyes were like poisonous snakes, staring at Leon's back. This guy had completely destroyed his army. which was the basis of his rule. Destroying my foundation is irreconcilable. Leon felt Li Qinwu's gaze, and the strong murderous intent made him frightened. He screamed in fear and stumbled towards the edge of the forest. He was actually scared. He was scared. The brave Leon, renowned across the 4 nations and blessed by the goddess of life, was actually scared. He tried to escape, and Li Qinwu immediately chased him. The 2 people's footsteps made a clattering sound in the mud. The 2 men fell several times because the ground was too slippery. They were exhausted and gasping for breath. Their heavy breathing was like a bellows and their violent heartbeats were like drums. He ran, he chased, but he couldn't fly away even if he had wings. In the end, Li Qinwu caught up with Leon. He held up his right hand that was cut in half and punched Leon on the back of the head, turning the already rotten right hand into a mixture of flesh and bone. No one knew what was growing on the back of Leon's head, but Li Qinwu's punch didn't do any damage at all, only made him groan. Li Qinwu threw a punch, and all his strength was gone. He bent over and took several breaths, then continued to chase, tired like a zombie. Li Qinwu approached Leon again and wanted to punch him again. Leon suddenly turned around, and Li Qinwu felt a pain in his abdomen. He groaned and looked down to see a dagger stabbed into his abdomen. No one knew what material this dagger was made of. The super thick armor on Li Qinwu's body did not hinder it at all and was easily pierced. Li Qinwu reacted, his eyes were bloodshot. He lunged forward with his feet, hugged Leon's head, and bit his ear hard. Leon screamed, pulled out the dagger and stabbed it into Li Qinwu's stomach, repeating this several times. Li Qinwu completely ignored the stab, bit Leon's ear tightly, and then pulled it hard. Leon screamed, realizing that a stab to the stomach wouldn't cause a fatal wound. He raised his hand to assassinate Li Qinwu somewhere else, but Li Qinwu grabbed Leon's armpit, so that his hand holding the dagger was suspended in the air. The 2 struggled for a long time. Leon wanted to push Li Qinwu away, but Li Qinwu's hands were like iron hoops, tightly holding his waist, making it impossible for him to push. Instead, during the struggle, he hit Li Qinwu's eye socket with his shoulder, causing one of his eyes to become bloody. Finally, Leon's last bit of strength was exhausted, and the 2 stood in the mud, hugging each other face to face. Why can you do this? Leon asked this question in a crying voice. Li Qinwu spit out Leon's ear and wanted to say something. Suddenly, with his only remaining eye, he saw a little fire on a small hill 400 meters away. Exhausted, Leon felt a strong warning of death and wanted to hide again. Li Qinwu bent down and buried his face in Leon's arms, hugging his body tightly so that he could not move at all and could only stand there. Let me go. Let me go. Leon let out the most terrified scream, but Li Qinwu's blessing from the earth goddess took effect. A trace of weak power from the earth flowed into his body, allowing him to hold the crazy Leon in place. Let go. Let go. Let go. Leon elbowed Li Qinwu's back wildly, and Li Qinwu's back armor was dented by the elbow. He was beaten so hard that he vomited blood several times, but he still held Leon tightly. Let me go, sizzle. Bang. There was a sound of twisting metal, and the struggling Leonman froze, then his whole body went limp, followed by a gunshot. A big hole appeared on Leon's carapace. His body was smashed by a bullet and his life was quickly draining away. If Li Qinwu hadn't held him, he would have fallen into the mud. Leon was spitting blood foam from his mouth. Li Qinwu put his mouth close to his ear and said in a devilish voice, "Brave Leon, the kingdom game is really fun. Remember, I am the Goblin King, the enslaver of all races, the whipper of the world, the destroyer of gods, the only legitimate master of the monster forest, Arthur Louis Romanoff Qin Shi Huang. Go to the goddess of life and give this bitch my regards. One day, I will kill all of his priests in the world, burn down all of his temples, and destroy all of the literature related to him. I will make the world forget about her and erase her from this world." He. After saying that, Li Qinwu's whole body went limp, and he fell into the mud holding Leon. His vision began to blur, and darkness like ink was about to swallow him. Before he completely lost consciousness, he saw Goblin running towards him in a panic, holding the huge arquebus in his hand. Li Qinwu thought to himself that this guy actually waited until the very end to shoot, but well done. Goblin called out to him loudly, but Li Qinwu no longer had the strength to respond, so he threw away his musket and ran out of his sight, apparently to call for help. And not long after Gabo ran away, Gob's pair came over again. He had several arrow feathers stuck in his body and was holding the head of the elf Undine in his hand. Seeing that Li Qinwu seemed to be about to die, he threw his head into the mud and water and ran to call for help. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Miss Hannah appeared in her sight. Miss Hannah looked down at him condescendingly, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and complexity. Chapter 72. Starting from the beginning. Kingdom of Thasos, the royal capital, the main temple of the goddess of life. This is a magnificent marble building, which houses a huge statue of the goddess of life. Below the statue of the goddess of life are gods from other goddesses of life systems, as well as 375 statues of heroes from past generations. These statues are carefully wiped by priests every day to ensure that they are not covered with dust, but today, when the priest was wiping the statue of the hero, cracks appeared on the statue of the 375th hero Leon. When the priest on duty discovered this anomaly, he ran to find the high priest in a panic. The high priest was a white-haired old man. Supported by several young priests, he came to the statue of the brave Leon. At this time, the cracks on the statue had spread all over the body of this. The high priest's cloudy eyes suddenly widened. He reached out and gently touched the statue. With a snap, the cracked statue shattered into pieces. The high priest's eyes rolled back and old man fell backwards. The priests behind him panicked and supported him. The old high priest took several deep breaths and cried out in grief, "Brave Leon has fallen." His voice penetrated the temple dome and, along with the sound of the temple bells, spread throughout the upper echelons of the kingdom of Thasos, causing a powerful vibration. The spokesperson of the gods walking on earth died, and the balance of power among the four nations was destroyed. This news was like a storm that swept through the four human nations, and the four nations, which were already not in harmony, launched a series of military mobilizations. A hot and dry atmosphere permeated the air. Ambitious people tried to seize a huge piece of profit through this incident. This storm swept the entire continent, but for the time being, this storm cannot reach the monster forest. Li Qinwu's consciousness gradually returned from the darkness. He subconsciously wanted to move his body, but he couldn't even open his eyelids. After trying for a long time, he was still in a state of sleep paralysis. He knew that his body had not recovered yet, so he did not force it. He didn't know where he was at the moment, but he could feel the soft animal skin and waves of warmth pouring into his body from the outside, which made him feel very safe. He began to have wild thoughts, recalling the last moment of the battle when the brave man was shot through by the Goblin. Li Qinwu sighed, "This guy is so damn hard to kill." He was just thinking about the hero when a pop-up window suddenly popped up in his mind. The pop-up window was shaped like the big event pop-up window in Mountain Blade 2 that would appear when the world underwent major changes. The first pop-up window reads, "You killed the human spokesperson of the goddess of life. The relationship between the goddess of life and you is -100. The relationship between the Church of Life and you is -100. The relationship between the Kingdom of Thasos and you is -100. And the relationship between the royal family of Thasos and the nobles of the kingdom and you is -100. Li Qinwu was amazed. So many people were so anxious after killing a brave man. It's impossible for the brave man, who has the ability to destroy an army alone, to have such a good relationship with the top leaders of the kingdom of Thasos, right? As for Li Qinwu himself, he would never allow an infantry regiment to run around in his own borders. The strength of the brave man is almost that of an infantry regiment, and it seems that it is not under the jurisdiction of the kingdom. So what is the true role of a hero? What is the relationship between secular regimes, heroes, and gods? Li Qinwu clicked his tongue. He knew too little about this world and needed to strengthen his information collection in the future. He used his consciousness to click on the difference between the pop-up windows, and immediately another pop-up window popped up. The news of the hero's death spread like the wind to the ears of adults, and war is brewing in the world. Civil war is about to break out in the four human nations. The orcs from the south are about to invade the kingdom of Thasos. The golden dragon has crawled out of its lair and is flying across the sea to the mountains of the dwarves. The demons are heading south to start a war with the elf empire. My lord, it's time to join the battle for supremacy. Li Qinwu laughed. Interesting, very interesting. Killing a little hero can actually trigger a world war. Chaos is good. Chaos gives him a chance to profit from the fire. Li Qinwu happily clicked, and another pop-up window popped up. Your battles have caught the attention of the god of war, a god who has no desire to take sides and only wants to see war. Whether fighting alone or in a large army, he would look towards it, and you, my lord, fulfilled both of his needs at the same time. The god of war issues a command to you, become his follower and bring him more wars, yes or no? The sudden attention from the gods made Li Qinwu alert. He carefully checked the pop-up information and found that after choosing to become a believer of the god of war, he could obtain very high attributes: vitality 20, control 20, endurance 20, cunning 10, social 10, intelligence 10. Li Qinwu almost couldn't help but choose yes. With so many attributes, his strength was doubled. He felt that the hero's vitality attribute should be around 35. If he chose to agree, his strength might be enough to beat the hero, but unfortunately, Li Qinwu still chose no. War is just a means. He cannot use this means frequently to please a god, otherwise his forces will only perish in one war after another. A regime that serves war will only be short-lived and tragic. After selecting no, another prompt pops up: because you rejected the god of war. He is very angry and your favorability is -10, but he thinks you will bring him more wars, so he will continue to watch you, and your favorability will increase by +5. Vitality 3, Control 3, Endurance 3, Cunning 2, Social 2, Intelligence 1. Li Qinwu felt a surge of power flowing into his body. Even if he refused, he still gave him attributes. This god who was suspected to be corn was quite stubborn. It feels good to use him as a tool god, and some citizens can be allowed to believe in the god of war in the future. Li Qinwu opened the personal attribute panel. He leveled up 2 levels, which surprised him a little. He just fought a battle with the Brave Squad, and he didn't even add the critical knife. He gained some marginal experience and actually leveled up 2 levels. He directly added attributes to intelligence and added focus points to spells. Then he clicked on the two-handed weapon, and his two-handed weapon proficiency reached 82. After a few exchanges with the Brave Warrior, he actually gained so much proficiency in two-handed weapons. This is also reflected in the original work of Mount and Blade 2. When high-level weapons are forged in a blacksmith shop, the forging proficiency will increase rapidly. In the other world, the hero is considered a zenith unit. It is normal to increase his proficiency by more than 10 points after hitting him a few times. Li Qinwu chose the 2 skills of choosing one from each other, Hercules and Health. Hercules increases the vitality of soldiers in the army by 1 point, and the upper limit of the army is +5. Health, personal and unit health +50. In addition, there is a choice between 2 skills: crossbow proficiency, 54, just fired a shot at the hero, and the proficiency increased by more than 20. Li Qinwu chose a skilled crossbowman, which increased the crossbow proficiency of the troop's crossbowman by +50 and increased the reloading speed. The musket is certified as a crossbow by the Mount and Blade system, so there is nothing wrong with choosing this one. The running proficiency is 67, and unity is chosen. The effect is to reduce the penalty of the movement speed of large troops. After all, the more troops there are, the slower they run. This skill can significantly improve it. Scouting proficiency 43, click Night Walker. The speed of the troops moving at night is increased. Tactical proficiency 25, click on Loose Formation to increase the damage of the shooter to the enemy. Command proficiency 72, clicked on Combat Tips and Impregnable, which increased the experience points of leading troops and the chance of recruiting prisoners. Management proficiency 37, point to Simple Military Management, Simple Troop Dinar Consumption. After a wave of points added, the overall combat effectiveness of Li Qinwu's troops was improved. He clicked on the family page again, and his family level was raised to level 2. The family level of Mount and Blade is increased by reputation, which is obtained through battle settlement and special events. The increase in family level can increase the number of troops you can lead, +25 at 1 level. The number of soldiers Li Qinwu currently leads is basic 20 plus level 125 plus level 225, plus 10 from the 2-choice skill, for a total of 80 people. Li Qinwu was very satisfied with so many soldiers. The number of system soldiers under his 100% control increased, which was very beneficial for him to control the tribe. He opened the warehouse again to see if there were any dropped equipment. He didn't have much hope at first. According to the drop rate mechanism of Mount and Blade, enough enemies must be eliminated at one time to get precious items. There were only 4 people in the Brave team, so the only things that would drop would probably be a few bags of grain. But when he saw what was lying in the warehouse, he opened his eyes excitedly. Werewolf Serum removes negative status within 10 seconds after consumption, doubles strength, and then quickly loses strength. After taking it, there is a chance of werewolf transformation, excessive hair growth, liver and kidney failure, and decreased color perception. Mithril Breastplate, a breastplate made of mithril. Only dwarves and mages can forge precious mithril. Chapter of the Brave. Only those who are recognized as brave by it can become brave. A note: all races, nationalities, and regimes with a certain population base will give birth to heroes. The worldview and behavior of the heroes will protect the race, nationality, and regime in which they were born. A brave man is the embodiment of the spiritual behavior of his race, nation, and regime. Only individuals who are extremely compliant with collective interests will be recognized by the chapter of the brave. We goblins need our own heroes. Li Qianwu shouted, startling Miss Hannah, who was performing healing magic beside the bed. The two stared at each other. Li Qianwu didn't expect that he could move suddenly, and Miss Hannah didn't expect that Li Qianwu, who had been sleeping for 7 days, would suddenly wake up. Miss Hannah coughed and pushed the green energy ball on the staff towards Li Qianwu. Li Qianwu suddenly felt an extremely comfortable energy entering his body, then roaming throughout his limbs and bones, healing his injuries. Li Qianwu blinked, and his vision returned to him. He raised his hands and saw that his hands, which had disappeared, had returned. Holy crap! Miss Hannah, is your recovery magic that awesome? You can even regenerate severed limbs. Miss Hannah rubbed her eyes, looking very tired. It's not that a broken limb has regrown, it's that a broken limb has been reattached. If you look closely at the arm, you can still see the traces of the fracture. Li Qianwu looked at his arm carefully and indeed saw a faint scar. But my eyes, the eyeball was slightly ruptured, and it healed with a single healing spell. That's pretty impressive too. After Li Qianwu finished speaking, the two fell silent, not knowing what to talk about. After all, they were of two different races. Miss Hannah stood up. I'll call your men. Li Qianwu watched her walk to the door and called her. Thank you, Miss Hannah. Miss Hannah paused, then walked out the door. Li Qianwu didn't know what she was thinking. She could have let him die, but she saved him anyway. He didn't know why. Was she afraid that if he died, no one would restrain the goblins? Not entirely, and it's not love or anything like that. It's something more complicated that drives her to do this, perhaps including the consideration of let me see how far you can go. A few minutes later, Gobspare, Gobbo, One Ear, Goblin King, Dogwitch, and Iron OK enter the room. Boss. The Dogwitch barked and knelt beside the bed. Boss, you've been asleep for 7 days. The Kobold tribe heard you were dead and are refusing to pay tribute to us. Li Qianwu narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous light shone in them. It's okay. We were too late before, but now we have plenty of time to deal with the Kobold tribe. Previously, due to the crisis of the heroes and the insufficient goblin population, the relationship between his tribe and the kobolds was actually very indifferent. This kind of relationship is very dangerous. What Li Qianwu wants is complete control. It is time to completely eliminate the Knoll tribe. Li Qianwu looked at Tayok. Iron OK, I will give you new blueprints next. I want you to make a new musket. Li Qianwu wants to upgrade his armaments. A damn rain magic directly destroyed all the muskets of the troops. This won't do. He needs weapons that can fight in all weather conditions. Under the current conditions, the only way to upgrade the matchlock gun is to upgrade it to a breech-loading flintlock gun. He has a more mature case in his mind that he can copy directly. As you wish, my lord. Tayok touched his chest and bowed, his eyes full of respect when he looked at Li Qianwu. 1,000 men and the brave fought to the point of being reduced to single digits, and in the end the brave was defeated by a duel between the leaders. To be able to do this, he had already earned his respect 100%. He felt at this time that it was his honor to serve such a great man. Li Qianwu looked at Gobmo. Gobspare, how many soldiers do we have left? Gobmo's eyelids twitched wildly, and sadness flashed in his eyes. Boss, there are no more. Not a single one left. Only me and Gobgong are left. Li Qianwu was silent. Where's Gobking? Where are the supplies? Where are the company commanders? Goblin's face twitched. Boss, they're dead, they're all dead. Li Qianwu frowned deeply, clenched his fists, and finally let out a long sigh. Sacrifice is the cornerstone of the Alliance's strength. The soldiers' bodies were collected and sent to Martyrs Mountain for burial. Gob, go prepare the concrete. I'm going to build a statue on Martyrs Hill. Let future generations remember this invasion that nearly destroyed us, and let future generations remember the fallen members of the 10th Company of the Punishment Army. 1 week later, Li Qianwu recovered his health. He incorporated the Goblin hunting team into the army and restored the organization of the 10th Company of the Punishment Army. The newlyweds took over the bloodstained company flag on Martyrs Hill and swore in front of the martyrs statue to take over the glory of the dead. Li Qianwu stood in front of the 10th Company and looked back at a statue that was more than 10 meters high and composed of multiple individuals. At the bottom of the statue are the corpses of musket goblins, piled up into a small hill. On the hill is the brave Leon, who is pinned down in the pile of corpses by the musket goblins swarming in from all directions. The brave Leon struggled hard with a distorted expression, like a wild beast that could break out of its cage at any time and cause horrific destruction. The musket goblins rushed up from all sides and suppressed the beast fiercely. Below the statue is temporarily written in the human common language. On April 6, 4353, the goddess of life blessed the brave Leon and his anti-intelligent creature gang of 4 people to invade the Intelligent Creatures Alliance, but was wiped out by the 10th Company of the Punishment Army in Goblin. In this battle, the 10th Company of the Punishment Army was almost completely wiped out, with 812 people killed in action. Li Qinwu scanned these words one by one, thinking that the creation of characters should be put on the agenda. He felt a little uncomfortable with human characters being written on his own monument. Chapter 73 Sword and Shit. After the new Punishment Army 10 passed the flag of the older generation, they immediately began training. The new 10th Company performed quite well. After all, they were promoted from the hunting team and had some basic skills. Li Qinwu divided his troops into Gob Spear and Gob Bow units and asked them to train with them. At this time, both of them have become level 5 soldiers, one is a Goblin warrior and the other is a Goblin sniper. Their wisdom has reached 15 points and they can fully understand Li Qinwu's policies and military regulations. What made Li Qinwu trust these 2 people the most was that they witnessed the fall of the old 10th Company of the Punishment Army, and there was indelible sadness and unwillingness in their eyes. These 2 people already have a sense of honor and shame, and they understand what an army is. Li Qinwu believes that there will be no problem if he hands the army over to them. Li Qinwu focused his energy on the research and development of new weapons. The breech-loading flintlock rifle. A flint is a common mineral with a hard texture that can easily start a fire when used with a flint. When they were looking for sulfur and saltpeter before, the goblins found something that looked like flint, but the production focus at that time was not on this thing, and Li Qinwu didn't care about it. He just asked someone to mark the location on a simple map, and now that he had time, he went to investigate in person and discovered that what the goblins had found was flint, and it was flint of very high quality. Li Qinwu moved 200 goblins to the flint mine and established a village to mine flint. After solving the problem of flint, Li Qinwu began to study the breech-loading flintlock rifle. At that time, the elf used magic to make it rain, causing all firearms to become ineffective, which made Li Qinwu very angry. If the troops had been able to use firearms at that time, he guaranteed that they would have been able to kill the brave warriors without suffering even half the casualties. But before the advent of striker-fired, fixed-load ammunition, firearms really had no good defense against weather. The flintlock mechanism of a flintlock rifle can only be used to deal with light rain. If the firing mechanism is wrapped with oilcloth, it can only fire one shot, and after that it can only fight with a bayonet. There is a room exclusively for Li Qinwu in the steel plant, which only Li Qinwu is allowed to enter. There are drawing tools in various parts in the room. At this time, Li Qinwu was holding a charcoal pencil and writing and drawing on paper. He chose to copy the 1819 Hall flintlock rifle for the new breech-loading flintlock rifle. This was the world's first widely used breech-loading flintlock rifle, and its loading principle was similar to that of the French cannon. The loading speed of this gun is much faster than that of a muzzle-loading gun. There is no need to adjust the fuse when shooting, and the peak firing rate can reach 9 rounds per minute. Infantrymen can fire in formation without worrying about open flames igniting black powder and causing accidents, and can use more concentrated formations. In short, the flintlock mechanism is more advanced and has many advantages. However, this breech-loading rifle is not without its shortcomings, and its airtightness is not good, because there is a gap between the chamber and the barrel of a breech-loading gun. A large amount of gas will leak out when it is fired, so the range and power of this thing are lower than those of a muzzle-loading gun, but it doesn't matter. If the power is not enough, you can make up for it with gunpowder. At worst, you can increase the amount of black powder in each shot. After Li Qinwu finished drawing the blueprint, he threw it to Taiyok, asked him to study the sample, and then he began to count the spoils himself. First up is the Big Thunder Roast Chicken Magician. This guy was beaten into pieces by nearly 1,000 muskets, and the most valuable thing on her, the staff, was turned into ashes. Li Qinwu gave the dregs to Miss Hannah to see if they still had any value. Miss Hannah kept shaking her head, saying that the magic patterns inside this thing had rotted away, and suggested that it be chopped into firewood and burned, but there was still a gain. Several high-purity magic crystal cores were found in the minced meat. Miss Hannah said that these magic crystal cores were artificially synthesized and contained a large amount of pure magic power. The mage can bring the magic crystal core into contact with his skin, and then he can absorb the magic power in the magic crystal core to replenish his own consumption. Li Qinwu asked Miss Hannah where this thing came from. Miss Hannah said that it was synthesized by the Magic Guild, but I don't know how it was produced. This thing is an important commodity of the Magic Guild, and only the Magic Guild in the world can synthesize it. Li Qinwu's heart sank at that moment. What was a magic crystal core? It was an energy storage device. He still remembered that in the first illusion, the monster empire was destroyed by a series of devastating nuclear attacks. A spell with the power of a nuclear bomb. Li Qinwu doesn't believe that the magic power stored in the human body can achieve such destructive power, but with external energy storage, does this make sense? The humans in this world have mastered quasi-nuclear weapons. Li Qinwu made up his mind to figure out how to make magic crystal cores. This is a strategic technology that needs to be mastered as soon as possible. The mountain blade system lived up to expectations, and one of the two choice skills included this technology. The details will be discussed later. The rest of the spoils were a large, pitted door shield, not made of any special metal, but just a very thick steel plate, and of no value. Li Qinwu had someone build a wooden box to keep it properly. If things develop in the future, this thing can be put in a museum for exhibition. A wooden magic bow with many magic words on it. The user can activate the magic words to make the arrows more accurate and powerful. The ultimate strike can even shoot the arrow straight to a kilometer away, with a power comparable to that of a large-caliber sniper rifle. This bow was given to Gob Bao by Li Qinwu. The musket is a bit of a waste of Gob Bao's DPS. This bow is a strong bow even without magic, which is just right for him. Next, Li Qinwu took out the hero's badge from the Mountain Blade warehouse. This thing was the size of a palm and looked like a shield, similar to the knight's job transfer item in Fire Emblem. Li Qinwu was very envious of the strength displayed by the brave man and tried to obtain the power in the article, but he studied it for a long time, and even dripped his own blood on the article, but the article still did not react. He suspected that either he was not recognized by the chapter of the brave, or his power was not strong enough to reach any of the creatures, nations, or regimes recognized by the chapter of the brave. It's a pity, but we can only put the chapter of the brave in the warehouse for now. Putting away the chapter of the brave, Li Qinwu began to fiddle with the mithril armor. This nail is thinner than Li Qinwu thought. It is as thick as a fingernail, but as hard as strong interaction material. It weighs less than 2 kilograms. It is simply a miracle in materials science. Li Qinwu was shocked and threw a gauntlet into the furnace, trying to burn it, but he failed. With his current technology, he couldn't even heat the mithril to red. Li Qinwu speculated that this thing either required magical forging or extremely high temperatures. No matter which one he wanted, he couldn't achieve it. This set of armor could only be thrown into the warehouse for storage. He could take it out and burn it into molten mithril iron when he had the chance in the future. It would be a shame not to use such a good material that could withstand high temperature and high pressure to do some industrial work. Finally, Li Qinwu opened a box and looked at the brave sword inside. The sword is snow white all over, with many magical words on the blade and a guard made of a goddess statue, which is extremely exquisite. Li Qinwu wanted to pick up the sword, but when he grasped the hilt, he couldn't lift it. The sword was ridiculously heavy. Yo-ho, resist me? Li Qinwu felt that there was a consciousness in the sword, which was resisting him strongly. The magic words on the sword flickered, and it seemed to be absorbing the magic power in the air, making itself heavier and heavier. How can I be stumped by your thing? Li Qinwu also became ruthless. He gripped the hilt of the sword with both hands and exerted force together. Finally, he lifted the sword off the ground, but it was just off the ground. He felt like he was holding an iron felt, extremely heavy. Was he going to fight or to exercise with this thing on the battlefield? If he couldn't even swing a sword and was cut by someone, it would be bad news in the bodybuilding circle. He threw the sword directly to the ground and shook his arms with a grin. Yo-ha? I don't believe it. Li Qinwu pounced on it and tried several times, but he couldn't lift the sword completely, which made him very tired. While resting, he felt the consciousness in the sword mocking him. Li Qinwu's sight became dangerous. He had a lot of production plans to implement and had no time to tangle with a sword. He looked at the sword on the ground and said coldly, I know you can understand what I say. I will give you one last chance. Use it for my own benefit. Your name will be known throughout the world along with my army. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Qinwu felt an inaudible laugh coming from the sword. I am the pure sword bestowed upon the human world by the goddess of life from the divine realm. Every one of my masters is a brave warrior of the goddess of life. Only great and holy people can wield me. You are just a dirty and lowly goblin. Li Qinwu was silent for a while, then he laughed. and the chuckle turned into a loud laugh, and then into wild laughter. After laughing, he looked at the sword with a mocking expression. You're just an object, a toy for others to use. Who gave you the nerve to be so arrogant? A hero, I sent someone to throw that guy's body under the tree of the underworld. It will turn into a skeleton soldier and be killed by me for the second, third, and 100th time, and you. Ha, dirty, right? Lowly, right? Come, I'll tell you what dirty and lowly means. Li Qinwu held the sword and walked directly out of the steel plant and dragged it towards the toilet. This made him so tired that he was sweating profusely. Passing by the blacksmith's workshop, Li Qinwu saw the ogre Dang Dang sitting in front of a large iron felt forging iron, and his eyes lit up. Li Qinwu found an iron chain, tied it to the hilt of the sword, and then shouted at Dang Dang. Dang Dang, come and help. Dang Dang, looking silly, threw away the big hammer and came to Xiao Lulu. Li Qinwu handed the chain to Dang Dang. Come on, carry this and follow me. Dang Dang pinched the iron chain with 2 fingers and lifted up the sword, then followed Li Qinwu to the toilet. The toilets in the steel plant are the kind of open-air rural dry toilets. Due to insufficient production capacity before, everything was for production purposes only. The toilets were not well built and were extremely smelly. The stench could be smelled from a long distance away, and Bao Jian realized something and burst into intense fear. Yeah, Meilu. Filthy ogre. Put me down, put me down. I command you in the name of the pure sword bestowed by the goddess of life. Ya Meilu ah. Dang Dang looked around. What? Someone was talking there. Dang Dang thought he had misheard and continued to follow Li Qinwu to the toilet. The sword became more and more afraid. The magic words on the blade became brighter and the sword became heavier, but this weight was nothing to the ogre. Dang Dang still strode towards the toilet. You can't do this. You filthy goblin, I'm the sword of heaven, stop it. Li Qinwu ignored Bao Jian's screams and took a look into the pit. 120% saturation, a very rich gold mine. Nodding with satisfaction, Li Qinwu looked at the sword and showed the standard evil god smile on his face, the one with the corners of his mouth stretched to his ears. No matter what your name was before, from now on, everyone will only remember the name I gave you. Shit. Middle. Sword. Bao Jian was trembling all over, afraid. Hey! Can you give me another chance? Li Qinwu shouted at Dang Dang. Dang! Throw it in! Dang Dang threw the chain into the pit and started picking his nose. This pure sword, which came from heaven and was given by the goddess of life and used by the 375th brave warrior, screamed miserably as it smashed into the filthy object. The soup splashed everywhere, the fragrance filled the air. The world no longer had the sword of purity, but there was a sword in shit. Chapter 74 Text. After completing the epic masterpiece Sword in Shit, Li Qinwu returned to his 120 square meter luxury cabin and began to think about the future of the monster country and confirm the future development. Show ideas. The Alliance of Intelligent Creatures is the name given to the country by Li Qinwu. The national flag is a circle with stars wrapped inside, and each star represents an intelligent race. The Intelligent Biological Alliance will absorb all intelligent races on the continent as citizens, forming a multiracial and multi-ethnic country. In order to maintain national stability, Li Qinwu will keep goblins at 60% of the core population and 80% of the army. With the goblins' fertility, this is easy to do. The superstructure is born from the substructure, and the basic management unit of the alliance will be a village of 100 people. The village of 100 people controlled the land, cultivated it, and paid taxes. The village has a village head and deputy village head, and each production team leader and deputy team leader lead the farming work. The wartime management system will directly become a military command system. Li Qinwu sat at the table, writing and drawing on parchment with the most expensive ink. The paper produced by the paper mill he was in charge of building was not good enough, so such an important national policy had to be written on parchment. He dipped his quill into the inkwell and sketched the future of the Confederacy stroke by stroke. Li Qinwu encountered a problem: the internal demand of the alliance? Or rather, the economic problem. What do monsters need? People's words are simple. They want food, land, housing, comfortable clothes, luxury goods, and to become officials to realize their personal value. But what are the needs of monsters? After careful consideration, Li Qinwu discovered that the needs of monsters and humans partially overlapped. For example, food, housing, and warm clothing. Goblins, ogres, and kobolds all have needs for these things. Li Qinwu defines this need as basic need, which is the basis that all races must strive to solve and the basis for the integration of all races. But after solving basic needs and advanced needs, there will be differences in self-realization. Everyone knows that human beings have advanced needs. The thinking and resource mobilization that people carry out in order to realize their advanced needs constitute human society. So now the question is, what are the monsters' advanced needs and self-realization? If we don't think about this issue clearly, the intelligent biological alliance will just be a mere facade. Li Qinwu scratched his head frantically. Snowflakes fell down, and the table was instantly filled with the crystallization of his troubles. Li Qinwu felt that daydreaming was not enough. He walked out of the room, grabbed a farming goblin, and asked, "Young man, if you were given the opportunity to realize your dream, what would you most want to do?" The farming goblin was held back by the boss and was shaking with fear, but when he heard what the boss said, he became excited. Could it be that my boss has noticed how hard I work on the farm every day and is going to reward me handsomely? Boss! The farming goblin shouted excitedly. I want a copy. Okay, get out of here. Have you finished planting? No? If not, go plant some more. Copying all day will only hurt you. You might as well use that time to cultivate a few more acres of land. The farming goblin ran away crying. Li Qinwu pulled a few more goblins and asked them what their dreams were. Their answers were the same as those of the farming goblin at the beginning. Li Qinwu was speechless and went to find Gugawu again, asking him if he had a dream. The dog witch's eyes curved into crescents and his saliva began to flow. Hey, boss, my dream is to find 10 female kobolds of different colors, and then rob them. I'll fuck you. Li Qinwu kicked the guy into the ditch. He thought that the dog wizard would talk about his dream of learning more advanced spells, but it turned out that BYD's dream was so simple. Li Qinwu ran to the blacksmith shop again, wanting to ask the ogre about his dream, but when he saw Dang Dang sitting by the big iron felt, picking his nose while forging iron, he hesitated. Otherwise, don't ask. Well, now that I'm here, Li Qinwu took out a potato and threw it to Dang Dang, asking, Dang Dang, what is your dream? Dang Dang cracked potatoes like melon seeds, inserted his huge little finger into his nostrils, dug out a lump of rich ore, and put it on the beam of the house, waiting for the high temperature to bake it into raisins like a swallow's nest. What is a dream? Li Qinwu explained, it's something you really want to do but can't do for the time being. Dong Dong's huge, pointed head was engaged in a brainstorming session, his eyes gradually became dull, and the mysteries of the universe were being analyzed. I just want to wait until Choo Choo and Mimi grow up and find a good partner for them. Li Qinwu didn't expect the ogre to say such normal words, but when he thought about it carefully, it seemed, wasn't this still plagiarism? Well, Li Qinwu gave up. Inheritance and reproduction are indeed the biggest needs of the tribe now. Before they gain wisdom, the monster's inner needs and self-realization will not be liberated. Now Li Qinwu was asking this question, just like a reporter asking, are you happy? Li Qinwu returned to his house, sat back at his desk and picked up a pen. He felt that he was delusional. It was not that the monsters did not have advanced needs, but that basic production was not met. Where did the monsters get their advanced needs from? He was afraid that the monsters would not have advanced needs and the alliance would develop abnormally in the future, but when the alliance had sufficient supplies, advanced needs would naturally emerge. It's just that the monsters have different physiological bases and different advanced needs. When the time comes, Li Qinwu can make policy and economic adjustments based on different needs. Li Qinwu quickly recorded in the common language of mankind, changed a piece of paper, and began to study a new problem: how to define the citizens of the alliance. Like humans, babies are citizens as soon as they are born. There is nothing wrong with this because human babies have little destructive power. They learn slowly as they grow up and join society, but what about monsters? Damn! Goblins, for example, are born to bite their mothers to death. Put them together and they'll immediately start cannibalism. After entering society as adults, goblins will show a certain degree of sociality. Because they admire the strong, they will spontaneously gather around the big goblins. However, this kind of sociality is a small society. It is chaotic, unmanageable, non-progressive, and narrow, because the members are mentally unstable and are obsessed with copying, and killing. If these kinds of people are released into society in large numbers, it will be an unbreakable alliance. Fortunately, Li Qinwu still had an idea. He decided that alliance citizenship must be obtained through an exam, Taking the goblins as an example, Li Qinwu planned to build the nursery into a closed facility completely independent of society. The goblin cub's identity at this time is not recognized and it can only be regarded as a reserve citizen. They need to study, undergo military training, develop a stable character, and pass assessments to become individuals who are in line with the development of the Alliance Society before they can be granted citizenship and then be arranged into the army, hunting teams, or other production organizations. Other monsters will also need to undergo such assessments in the future. Monster cubs are very different from human babies. Monster cubs have destructive power from birth and must be strictly restrained and guided. Now let's talk about education. Li Qinwu's education of the goblins is a bit rough. 3 draws and 1 kill, which is very effective, but not long-lasting, and the population loss is too high. 3 draws and 1 kill should not be abused and should be used as an ultimate means of punishment. He needs more gentle educational methods to give more goblin cubs the opportunity to join society. To this end, Li Qinwu designed a 3-step education method. The first step is that the goblin cub is born into the immature stage at 15 days old. At this stage, the goblin cubs are relatively weak, and the education content mainly focuses on discipline, such as queuing for meals and learning Arabic numerals. Reading can be added later. The first stage will implant in the goblin cubs the seeds of obedience to the collective and the learning of mathematics. After 15 days, the goblin cubs gradually mature physically, and at this time they can participate in high-intensity military training and high-intensity obedience training. Beating, scolding, and being exhausted will be the daily routine at this stage. The second stage lasts for 1 month. Once you get through it, you will have basically completed the de-wilding process. The above 2 stages will not cause casualties and are mainly focused on education, but the third stage is very cruel. The third phase will directly enter military training for 3 months, during which a large amount of military posture, discipline training, close combat weapons training, and firearms training will become the norm. There are definitely goblins who can't stand this kind of high-intensity training. Except for those who really can't stand it due to physical reasons. Those who can't stand it for other reasons will receive 3 warnings from the instructor. After 3 warnings, you can only start over. If the goblins rebel collectively and flee, then the ultimate solution of 3 draws and 1 kill will come into play. Li Qinwu hopes that this situation will happen as little as possible. For this reason, the instructors in the first and second stages will repeatedly warn the goblins that they must obey orders after entering the third stage. Li Qinwu had no choice. A society will inevitably develop towards civilization slowly. If the goblins want to join civilized society, they must undergo cruel training. Otherwise, the society will only have a bunch of homeless people, thieves, murderers, and Indians. After all the hardships, the goblins gain citizenship after passing the third stage. They would no longer be beings whose lives could be taken away at will, unless it violated the law or military law. Li Qinwu put away the parchment, called the heir over, taught him the 3-step teaching method, and asked him to put it into practice. Then he called Miss Hannah over and asked, "Miss Hannah, my people need writing. Do you have any suggestions? If you want long-term development, you need writing." Li Qinwu has no idea about this for the time being and needs the advice of Miss Hannah, a philologist. Miss Hannah thought for a moment and said, "I suggest you learn a mature writing system directly. This is the fastest and most effective way." Li Qinwu narrowed his eyes and looked at Miss Hannah with an increasingly dangerous look. "Oh? Then does Miss Hannah have any recommendations?" Miss Hannah replied without hesitation, "Of course it's the human common language. Humans are one of the 4 ancient races, and the human common language has been developed for over 4,000 years. It's a very advanced language. Furthermore, the magical writing of human spells is derived from the universal human writing system. Learning the universal human language gives you a foundation for magic." Miss Hannah talked incessantly with a look of pride on her face, but Li Qinwu just looked at her meaningfully. "Hey, haven't you already learned the universal language of mankind? Can't you just promote it directly?" Miss Hannah blinked her big eyes and looked at Li Qinwu innocently. Li Qinwu looked at her silently, and the two fell into silence. Miss Hannah gradually realized that something was wrong. Why was this goblin looking at her with such a dangerous look? Li Qinwu saw that Miss Hannah was panicking and waved his hands. "Miss Hannah, I'm tired. You should go first." Miss Hannah thought to herself, "Are you tired after just 10 sentences?" She walked towards the door, looking back every few steps. As soon as her hand touched the door, she realized something and broke out in a sweat. She turned around mechanically and said in a trembling voice, I didn't mean that. Li Qinwu let out a heavy breath. It's okay, you go first, I need to rest. Miss Hannah retreated tremblingly, leaving Li Qinwu alone in the room, and the air was a little stiff. Li Qinwu sat on the chair with a very ugly look on his face. Characters are the carrier of a nation's culture and the embodiment of a nation's spirit. A nation without its own characters is like a tree without roots, which will be blown down by strong winds, especially since this is a magical world. The characters of various ethnic groups are likely to be derived from their bloodlines and are able to communicate with the magical power of heaven and earth without its own writing system. It is like a dog wizard who can use magic but does not know how to use it. As an academic, Miss Hannah must be aware of these principles. Did you do this on purpose or by accident? Li Qinwu muttered to himself. If Miss Hannah did this on purpose and intentionally guided him to spread the common language of mankind, then Miss Hannah would be in danger. If it was accidental, the danger would not have decreased, which meant that he would not be able to use the advice provided by Miss Hannah in the future because she did not even know whether what she said would cause damage. Li Qinwu himself is not a god, and it is impossible for him to discover these destructions every time. If he had followed Miss Hannah's advice to formulate national policies and implemented them, it would have led to a big mistake. Hey! It's really impossible to discuss matters without people from our tribe. Li Qinwu is having a headache. He needs people with broad knowledge and righteousness, but his own people are all a group of babies less than 1 year old, and the outsiders have bad intentions. It's difficult to deal with them. Li Qinwu was having a headache when there was a knock on his door. Enter. The door opened and Miss Hannah poked her head in. Li Qinwu was stunned. Why did this woman come back again? Anything else? Miss Hannah hid her body behind the door, then revealed her face and said cautiously, well, if you want to create characters, you can try archaeology. When I was studying at the academy, my instructor studied some stone tablets from the year 1000 of the gods' calendar. He believed that the text recorded on the tablets might be the text of the normal period of Goblin inheritance before the death of the Goblin god.